to sit there for 24 hours and watch the whole video, that's the
I'll
only
watch
way you'll
it,
do
yeah.
it. No,
I'll
you
watch
wouldn't.
it.
How many days out
Yeah, I
of the
would.
year is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Do you know? Shall I ask the question again? How many days out of the year is
How many days what?
How many days out of the year is there supposed to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
It depends on where you are in Antarctica, at the, below the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah, so how many days out of the year would I be able to observe a 24-hour sun?
It wouldn't matter. I mean, even if it was only 10 days, it's obviously longer than that. I think it's several weeks at the pole, and as you get closer, yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Why you just say you don't know?
Yo, great.
Well, I don't know exactly. I just said that I didn't know. I just
you
said
don't know then.
But the point is,
open.
who cares? The point is there is a 24-hour sun down there, and plenty of people have said it. Don't interrupt me.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
You fucking
It won't be
moron.
nice.
Every time I get fucked, I love it.
Really? This is going to be a gay exploration to your ass. You understand that, right?
Anyway, let's get on with the subject.
Yeah, good. So you're making claims about a 24-hour sun. My question was about how many days this 24-hour sun should be observed. You don't know would be the honest answer. I know the answer, but I ain't going to fucking tell you. You got to be there at a very specific time to see the 24-hour sun from the quote-unquote South Pole.
Well, yeah, from the South Pole, but nobody goes to the South Pole to see the 24-hour sun because you don't have to be at the South Pole to see it. You can see it anywhere south of the Antarctic Circle.
How many days out of the year?
Just open Google like he did.
No, I didn't open Google, my friend. In actual fact, I haven't touched Google for about 3 days. And with regards to this argument, this is something that I've known for like 5 years. So please don't define my thoughts. Please don't divine my intellect either. That would be disingenuous of you to even try to do that.
4 months.
Brilliant. Well done.
So what?
So you...
I do love very quick Google searches. You might want to try a little bit harder than your very quick Google search, right?
So what? I mean, what does that make you feel? So I have to look up how many months, that you can see a 24-hour sun. What does that have to do with the fact that there is a 24-hour sun, which means the only way that's possible is on a globe?
No, because the surface of the Earth is still measured to be horizontal. Can you shut up while I answer and deal with this gentleman?
Yes, yes, something.
Thank you. Can you shut up? Thanks. It wouldn't change that the surface of the Earth is measured to be horizontal now, would it?
We're not measuring the surface of the Earth being horizontal. What we're looking at is the what's happening in the sky and why it's happening. Because you can't make that jump to make a conclusion, that this must be a globe that we're looking at, because this is the only way you're going to get a 24-hour sun. Or you're going to come and make up some kind of magical, you're going to make some kind of magical path the sun is going to do, and the rest of the world somehow doesn't get any light up in the northern hemisphere, above the Arctic Circle, which is dark for 24 hours for 4 months. Why is it you can't explain that? Because you don't know the shape of the Earth.
No one's making a claim to the shape of the Earth, but what we do demonstrate is the aspect of the Earth is level upon the surface.
So
like
what?
I said, well, then the Earth is still level then.
If you took a giant ball and tried to measure its curvature, you'd get level if you were small enough.
Clearly not listening. The Earth is still measured to be flat and horizontal. I don't care what the sun does.
It's not measured completely flat and horizontal.
Yes, it is. Apart from mountains, valleys, hills, and topography, over distances of water, what the Earth is measured to be horizontal.
And things don't disappear from the bottom up as they move away, like mountains disappearing from the bottom up as you move away from them, boats disappearing from the bottom up as they move away from you, and the sun, ironically, disappearing from the bottom up, not changing its size. Those are things that you see and observe, but you still can claim it's horizontal.
Sorry, excuse me. So this is something to do with perspective. It's called angular resolution when things reach that diffraction limit across the surface.
That's okay.
But but the water is still measured to be horizontal. You've just made a claim of Earth curvature obstructing your ability to see things. Now, when I show you that the horizon isn't in its mathematical location of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but with distance, things still disappear from the bottom up. That's just because of angular resolution. A diffraction limit.
That's because we have an atmosphere. So what?
So it's
all
optical.
you're talking about. All you're talking
Thank
about
you.
is an optical. All you're talking about is refraction,
It's not Earth curvature.
and
So it's not
claiming
Earth
a
curvature.
win on that. But
That's
you
not
know
Earth
nothing
curvature.
about what
So
about a
it's not
vacuum?
Oh, it's trying to define my fucking intellect again. So it's optical then. You've just brought up the atmosphere, so it's optical then, not Earth curvature. Thanks for playing.
Keep going, keep going. Just call your win because that's what you want to rest on is optical. You
No.
guys die in the wrong mountains.
Well, you're dying on this hill. You've made a claim to physical obstruction, and as soon as I pointed out that it's something else, you brought up the atmosphere, so not physical obstruction.
Something as big as the sun, something as big as the sun disappearing from the bottom up doesn't make sense on refraction either.
What's the sun?
You can't P90 or you can't P90 or 900 what you call it, a sun. No, you can't, because what happens is you can actually go in a building and go up 100 floors and get another sunset.
Wow. Does that mean you've increased your angle above the surface?
How come you get that?
That's because you've increased your angle above the surface and you can see further. Wow.
You're talking about the Burj Khalifa?
So you should still be able to see large objects off in the distance. And the only two large objects I can see off in the distance, regardless of how far away they are, are the sun and the moon. Other than that, mountains apparently disappear. Why does that happen? From the bottom up every time.
Well, you've already said that's refraction.
If they were flat, it wouldn't matter. No, reflection doesn't work.
2 words. I got 2 words out. You said refraction. You said the atmosphere. When I point out to you that the horizon isn't in its geometric location of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you'll just scream refraction. So it's optical then.
Now there's one other problem I want to ask you about, and it's a really simple one. I live in the southern hemisphere. I have friends who live over in Australia, basically, and if they took an expedition from, say, Tasmania and went straight south to the wall, and I went straight south from southern Chile, or for that matter, southern Argentina, all the way to the ice wall. We can do that. It's very easy. We can go to the wall. We just can't go on the wall. We'll just go to the wall itself. Yes, you can.
Don't go below 60th parallel.
That's not true either. You could. It does.
Yes,
if you read.
What happens?
Can I finish, please?
When you leave a port? No, you can't. What happens
when
you leave a port?
Let him finish before you ask questions.
Fuck you. You do. You can't. What happens when you leave a port? What happens when you leave a port in a boat?
Read the actual
what do you have to
treaty.
Do when you leave a
read
port
the
in a
treaty.
Boat?
You don't have to do anything.
What do you have to do when you leave a port in a boat?
Angelo, answer him before they mute you.
So you're gonna file what, a sailing plan?
Yep.
Okay, so fine.
Port of leave, and then port of arrival. Yeah.
Right, except I'm not going to any port. I'm just going down to sail.
You have to tell them where you're going.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not every country is that way. And by the way, below the 60th parallel, let me finish what the treaty says.
Do you think Australia just lets people sail off south from Tasmania? Do you think that happens?
Can I finish what I was going to say?
Do you think you said every country's different?
I'm going to be
Tasmania,
okay. Fine,
so
I'll tell Tasmania. I'll tell the government.
Do you think that Australia just lets people sail off south from Tasmania? Do you think that happens?
All right, New Zealand. I'm going to leave from New Zealand.
You think
I'm going to tell New Zealand's port. Do I get to finish telling you this or not?
No, because you're talking about a hypothetical that no one's done.
Right. So here we go. Here's your hypothetical. So now I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to leave port with a port of leaving is the port I'm coming back to. Okay. I'm just going out sailing.
No, sorry, you can't go there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't say I can't go sailing south.
Yes, it does. They'll say, okay, but if you do, you can't go past the 60th parallel. Otherwise, you're
Not
in
true.
international waters, and you need a permit to go past international waters. You're not in Australian waters anymore.
How do commercial ships go south?
They have commercial ships. Are you a moron?
No, how does an oil tanker leave at any port in the world and go south? They don't say where they're going. They're just going to say, "I'm leaving."
Commercial ships have a different law. They work under maritime law.
Fine,
So
I'll use a maritime ship and I'll hire them to take me south. Fine,
But
we
you're
take
not
care of
gonna
all the
do this.
documentations. Hold on.
Angelo, you're not going to do this.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You know what I'll do?
Hire a commercial ship, you moron.
I'll get a hot air
Can't do
balloon.
it.
Okay, I don't believe
You're
you.
not
I
going
don't
to
care.
do that either.
So you the only reason.
Start fucking speaking here. Yeah, who's ever mumbling in the background for your time? He was also going to be short. I'm going to remove you from the server as well. This conversation has become untenable. I can't understand what's fucking going on.
Yo,
I can't
niggas,
hear
I
what
love
Timbo
niggas, I love
says.
niggas.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Good lad. Well done. You've also lost your time and ability to speak in this channel for 2 days. Well done, you. This conversation is untenable. We've now started to jump off into fucking realms of fantasy where someone is chartering a fucking cargo ship or something. I don't fucking know. I'll do you this fucking favour though. I will unmute you, and then you can try and have a conversation with Timbo again. If I get bored or you two start screaming through each other, I will mute you again because this conversation's fucking going nowhere.
Yeah, you can do it, man. He's not worth talking to.
Oh, fair enough.
He just keeps talking like hypothetical after hypothetical after hypothetical, which we'll never do.
I'm not going to bring this up anymore. We're not going to bring up Australia, or for that matter, Chile or whatever. I know I can leave Peru and go south around the Horn of South America, and head on over to Africa if I want. All I got to do is file a boating plan. Big deal. But what I'm trying to say is the distance between the southern tip of Australia, which would be Tasmania, and the southern tip of South America, which would be Argentina, okay, is actually longer than the distance at the wall directly south of them, directly south of Australia, and directly south of Argentina is a shorter distance. Why is it that it's getting shorter instead of longer?
Bottom of Tasmania will be 40 degrees south.
Right. And what I'm saying is between that and the wall.
Before you carry on, I've entertained you. My question is going to be this. How do you know the distance?
People have sailed it.
Okay, so I'll just bring up Admiral Cook then. No problem. He clocked up over 60,000 nautical miles when travelling around the circumference of Antarctica. Took him 3.5 years to do it. Brilliant. We've all got anecdotal stories.
Yeah, but did you look at Cook's route?
Shush. So we've got anecdotal stories. I can bring up more. I can bring up HMS Britannia, which also did the same fucking thing in 1982. No problem.
Cook never stayed against Antarctica. He never stayed there. He came up to South America. He came up into the South Sea Islands. He wasn't anywhere near South America most of his trip.
Awesome. So how do you know the distance between Australia and South America? Is it because you've got anecdotal stories as well?
No, there's also flights from Chile to Australia also.
Go and sail it. And when you've got first-hand knowledge, not anecdotal stories, you can come back with your first-hand knowledge.
And you won't believe my first-hand knowledge either because you'll say that's anecdotal.
Well, just go and do it and then see what's happened. We're realming off into the fucking hypothetical situations again. You're making a claim about, well, the distance is this, and compared to a flat Earth model, the distance should be that. But you've got no first-hand knowledge to even suggest either way. You're just comparing two models that you haven't verified.
And you just admitted you had a model.
I haven't given you a model.
You just did.
I'm suggesting that you have given yourself two models. I haven't given you fucking one.
No, I never gave two models. All I said was, why is the distance narrower closer to the wall than it is up north? Because it's been measured already. But that's fine. You don't have to believe me.
Okay, that's fine. Give me a direct measurement of the curvature then. It doesn't matter either way. The main premise to this situation is the Earth is measured to be horizontal flat.
Okay, so what's keeping everything down? Let's jump to a new topic and talk about what's keeping everything down.
I don't know. You tell me. Again, it's not something I'm making a claim to.
Yep.
Yep. How are you making a claim?
Nope.
Well, then, looks like we've reached an
impasse. I made my claim already. I said I live on a globe. I'm just wondering how you guys could believe you live on a flat Earth.
Because I've said this about 5 times now. Because the surface of the Earth is observed and measured directly to be horizontal in nature.
Do you know the fable of the 6 wise men and the elephant? The 6 blind men and the elephant?
No. Do you understand the words that just came out of my mouth?
Exactly. And the comparison is very similar to that fable. It's amazingly similar.
So with direct measurement, the surface of the Earth is horizontal. Have you got a direct...
You appear to think it's that, yes.
No, that's not what I think. That's what I know. Now, have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Why do engineers then design, I should say, bridges and so forth with the curvature in mind?
Because they think that they live on a ball, but you can give me a bridge and let's go for it.
Build one flat without any curvature.
Timbo,
holy crap, dude.
AI,
not doing this again. Go AI.
Dude, I want you to tell me a bridge, and I want you to tell me the construction process and material and the design that incorporated necessary compensation for the curve of the Earth and the tolerances of the building materials, whether they're greater or lesser than the alleged compensation. Go ahead, please.
Was that directed to me?
Well, you're the one making claims about bridges, right? Accounting for curvature, right?
Yeah,
so obviously it's to you.
No, well, you're going to have to ask the engineers that told me that.
They told you that?
Yeah, somebody told you the Earth was flat. There's no difference, is there?
No. So how'd the conversation go with this so-called engineer?
The only reason why I brought it up is I said because engineers, you wanted some example of measurable curvature.
How did the conversation go? Holy fuck, dude. Are you slow in the head?
No.
Okay, so you were asked a question. So the correct answer to the question is, well, the guy said this, and then he said that, and then he concluded this. And so I took it as this. That's kind of how your answer should go. Maybe he showed you engineering plans. Maybe he showed you equations. Maybe he showed you the tolerances of the building materials and how they're interconnected and how they're constructed and how if you didn't account for the minuscule amount of alleged Earth curvature during that span, that the whole bridge would fall down and kill everyone. Maybe that's how the conversation went. But in actuality, the conversation didn't go like any of that because it was total bullshit. Yes, so when you have the things I asked for, by all means, bring them, and then we at least have something to scrutinize rather than just hearsay of an anecdote. Until then, I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and yield the floor.
I had a question that came up during the last conversation. If like one of you guys that are like mods in the channel could get on like a private plane or like a private jet or something and fly high enough to see curvature, or let's be more clear, to fly high enough to where if curvature exists, you would see it. Then, and if it doesn't exist, then you wouldn't see it.
That's not possible.
Mods, what do you mean? Do you think it's like too far? Like you need a spaceship?
At what height do you have to fly to see said curvature? Have you seen Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about this?
I don't know, but I mean, there's a line.
Well,
right?
you should look at Neil deGrasse Tyson's video where he talks about it.
He walked that back 2 days later. You didn't even finish watching the second video he put out where he walked that back and said, you can see it from the International Space Station. At about 200 miles, you start seeing curvature. A lot of it.
Holy crap, dude. That's not walking that back. Are you slow in the head?
So
okay, let's be clear, friends. Hold on. Let's be clear. Homeboy was mentioning things of in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of feet, right? And then that was said to have been walked back by mentioning something at hundreds upon hundreds of miles. So no, that's not walking back that you wouldn't see curvature at heights planes could reach. Not even close.
The answer to your bridges problem is any bridges longer than a half a mile, they start taking into consideration the curvature of the Earth. That's your engineer's answer right there.
Oh, yeah, cool story. Yeah, cool story, bro.
I'll give you the reference.
Was that any of the 4 things? I don't care. Was that any of the 4 things I asked for?
I don't know what you asked me for. I was too busy trying to get the answer for the first question.
Wow. What was the first question?
Do engineers use take into account for the curvature of the Earth when building bridges? And the answer is yes, in longer bridges.
What? You're trying to say that I asked that question?
You challenged my claim. That's answer. That's a question when you challenge it. Thank you.
Jumbo, I think.
It was both of us, but yeah, that's fine. Can you show us the engineering? Can you show us the engineering drawings with that information on it? Because it's all right to say you can look up an article that says that you look up bridges take into account curvature, but in the actual maths of the engineering and structural engineering plans of the bridge, there would be a mention of the curvature, but there's not. If you can find some, I'd be delighted to look at it.
Yes, especially in the construction plans, and especially in the sense that you're building things off essentially a datum of plumb and level, and your parallels and all of this. So the alleged curve of the Earth would have to be greater than the allowances of the tolerances of the fasteners, the joints, and the construction material and the segments in which you constructed itself. And I will submit to you that you can look up some of these tolerances, and some of them are 1.5 inches per section. And that already supersedes the alleged Earth curvature for these bridges of this scale. For example, the Verrazano narrow bridges towers are alleged, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, and if the towers were erected perfectly plumb with perfectly parallel walls, which they aren't, by the way, but if they were, then the towers would be theoretically 1.5 inches out at the top versus the bottom. Now, at the height of those towers, those tolerances are far within the range of the tolerances of the material, which means it's impracticable to engineer the bridge within the tolerance of the alleged Earth curvature. It's not possible. So your point is moot and flawed and failed because you didn't answer any of the 4 questions I asked. So just some homeboy saying, when we account for the curve of the Earth, isn't evidence of anything. Except a claim. It's just look, all that is, friend, is just another person who's not you saying the same claim that you already said. That's not proof of the claim. That's just a repetition of the claim. But by all means, I'll wait for the answer to the 4 questions. I'll be here.
So my previous question, could one of you guys answer that? The one where
what's the question?
Yeah. If one of you could get in, pay or have someone pay for you, whatever, like a private jet or a private rocket ship, whatever, and you could get to that height where you could see or not see curvature, whatever, the number of the height's supposed to be.
Wiggy, didn't we already talk about this?
I think it was
about
an
airplanes
at the time. Yeah, I think it was about airplanes at the time, so it's different.
Yeah.
But I guess if you could visually see the curvature, would you guys accept it?
Oh, dude, it's fair. Look, you got a fair question, homie. So don't let the fact that it was already stated dissuade you because, there's new people here that haven't heard it. So, look, what you're basically asking is that if someone who's a flat earther went to a vantage point where they could see the Earth in its entirety and validate that it was indeed this or that, would they accept that validation, all things being equal? Oh, my goodness, who cares, dude? Yeah, you're great, dude. Your mom's proud of you, bro.
So I take it you guys probably would accept that, correct?
Yes, I mean we're not liars, dude.
Okay, so I mean, isn't that
we don't hold a position. Just hold on, friend. We don't hold the position that we hold because we're intrinsically contrarian and dishonest. Okay, we're just persuaded by certain evidences and rationale that such and so is the case. Now, you're saying if you had prima facie explicit evidence that this is the case, would you accept it? Well, I think all things being equal, yes.
cool? I mean, because
Now, would that mean I wouldn't apply any scrutiny whatsoever? Of course not. I would apply at least some scrutiny, right? But all things being equal, that scrutiny, if it was a prima facie case, would probably, be answered easily. And they'd be like, well, yeah, obviously, I went out beyond the Earth, saw the Earth, went around the Earth to validate that it's, three-dimensional and it's not just an illusion, right? And then, yeah, why wouldn't you accept that?
So, in that case, isn't this like an incredibly easy problem to solve, and like we don't have to have like years of debate and challenge over it? We just have to send one flat earther up that you guys like trust to go.
No, it's not going to work, dude. Not going to work.
Why not?
Because when that flat earther comes back, right, you're basically saying that the arbiter of all the other flat earthers switching their position will be faith in that one man's opinion or testimony or anecdote, right? For example, me, let's say they sent me and I came back and said, I saw this. That's not going to immediately switch everybody's mind. They're going to want answers to certain questions of scrutiny, right? Because I just have a story, you see. It's not just going to be my story sells the day. Kind of like in the past, the astronauts went up there. They came back and said they did it, and people believed them.
I have a question.
So then, I guess how is it provable? Let's say hypothetically this is possible. You could send someone up and they could see it. How would you prove that in such a way for all the other flat earthers to believe? Like, would you have to record the whole thing and play the video like uncut? Would that be satisfactory?
Could be, depending on the method you use, yeah. If, it's beyond reproach and easily accessible to the common man to be able to scrutinize and validate, then, yeah, I don't see why that would be unreasonable.
Kind of the drawback with the mentality of like it has like I like as a common person have to be able to prove it is like some things are just not that easy to prove. Like it's real easy just if you have a ton of money you could just buy your way up, right? And then it's easy to prove in the sense that it's expensive, but like
Hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. Just chill for a second. Of the people that have quote unquote allegedly bought their way up, right? How many of them actually reached a vantage point where they could see the Earth in totality to validate its complete shape? How many?
No idea.
I'll give you a hint. 0. Not one person, dude. Okay? The only people that have been far enough away from the Earth to validate its shape and totality were the Apollo astronauts.
Not
allegedly.
true. Gemini
That's
6.
it.
Gemini 6 went up 600 miles. Okay. And they could easily see the curvature.
Oh, 600? So my recollection is that you got to be somewhere between 700 and 1200, but 600 may be close. Okay, so how many people did
Gemini
that?
Gemini 7 went to 800 miles.
Okay, cool. So how many total people?
I have a question.
That would be 4, 2 in each capsule.
Plus the Apollo dudes. How many were they? Because there was the alleged orbiters and then the landers. Yeah, so 12. So less than 20 men, right?
12 that landed on the moon. I'm sorry, we got to include the ones that orbited the moon also.
Yes. And we also have to include the cameraman that got there first. So that's another guy. So at least 20 men, right?
Well, don't make stuff up. Let's just go with what the claim is. Don't worry about making stuff up. If you want to claim that it's fake, that it was done in a studio, that's fine. That's your claim.
Dude, that's just a joke, bro. The whole point is it's less than 20 men, right? Of which none are rich private citizens, right?
I have a question.
Can you wait for your question until this one has been fully answered? You've asked 3 times, so just wait. We'll get to you.
Okay, damn.
Thank you, mate.
Well, we don't need him to answer. I think the math works out to less than 20. So, yeah. So we have the word of 20 men. Listen, check this out, friends. We have the word of 20 men who haven't even given their word as testimony. It's purely anecdotal. except with any corroborating alleged evidence, like if they have photographs or any type of those things, which you could then scrutinize further. But otherwise, it's just their word. All right, I think with that, we can let the other guy ask his question.
How did you like figure like the Earth is flat, and like how do you what do you believe also about the Earth, and like do you have a community, or like did your father come with this, or like tell me.
This is a community.
Oh, like wait, so everybody, like a lot of people here are
27 people went to the moon.
Okay, great, Angelo. Awesome.
Do you like? I heard like some like flat earthers believe there's like an ice around it to keep the water. Like, where do you think the water goes? Like,
They believe that, but you can't confirm things like that. You know, it's a globe thing anyway, that there is an ice wall. So the outside of Antarctica has a cliff, glacial cliff from the pack ice. You know, from the, what do they call it?
Ice shelf.
What do you
Ice
think's on the other
shelves.
side of the wall?
Hang on, someone else is talking at the moment. So, you know, it's not a flat Earth thing. The ice wall. It's a global position.
so I have just one simple question: how did we bomb Nagasaki? Did we
Just flew there? Yeah.
we flew all the way like the other side?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
goodness
Are you
me.
thinking of
We're
Pac-Man
back
Earth
to
again?
Like,
We got another one, haven't we?
like
yeah, we've got Square Earth
if,
again. Brilliant.
no. Oh, there you. I'm just saying, like, even it like if it wasn't flat, how would we wouldn't
Just fly west,
fly?
man.
So
Fly
you
west
do
from
think it's
the
round?
US. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Why me saying west is
do you think it's like
making
split
it a
in the
globe?
Pacific, or
They
What do you
flew
mean
from
split?
Tinian Island. They didn't fly from the United States.
Who gives a shit? He's asking a question. How did they bomb them? So they flew there
yeah,
and dropped bombs, didn't they?
yeah, like wouldn't like
Yeah.
Japan know? Like,
Does that make it a globe or not?
I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't
No,
make it a
I'm not
globe.
talking to you, man. I'm talking to that dickhead that piped in.
It's all right. He's not going to pipe in for a while. I've stuck him on mute until you've answered this question, and I'll take him off mute again.
Yeah, so just because you know, I think you're thinking of like a square map. Is that right? You're thinking of a map that is on the wall that shows four corners and
Either
probably
way,
has the United States in the middle, and you know things on
either
the
way,
edge. But
if it was fly, like a lot of economics and flying would just like not graphically, but like would change
what is
because there would
gravically?
be because you
What's
can't
that
like
word?
there's gonna be like a whole space or like whatever you believe, but in the way like you
Dude, do
can't
you want me to give?
Gravity.
Dude, sorry to
you
interrupt.
can't
Sorry,
connect
mate. My friend.
if
Do you,
the
want me do
what
you want me to give you a navigational chart? Do you want me to
yeah
show you how they flew from Japan to America across the Pacific?
yeah that
I'll
would be
drop a
that would actually be very helpful. Thank you.
No worries. I'll drop it in. No, I'm not saying that
All right.
this is what the Earth is. I'm just going to give you a navigational chart. This navigational chart is from 1942. Should appear in the text room in a couple of moments' time.
In what?
In the text room. So at 3 minutes past the hour, I've just given you a navigational chart. Do you see the chart? I don't know. Blink if you need help.
Sorry, it was my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no worries, man. Do you see the navigational chart I just dropped in the text room about 3 minutes? 3 minutes past the hour.
Oh yeah, I see it. Oh. So that's how you think it is.
Well, it's a navigational chart. This is some flat earthers' conception of how the land masses are laid out. But yeah, it's just how they flew across the Pacific from Japan to Pearl Harbor.
So they don't believe the South Pole exists?
Well, yeah, within this idea, then the South Pole is a circumference around the central northern point. I'm not making a claim to this is definitely what it is. I'm just saying within some flat earthers' conceptions, this is what it is.
Are you a flat earther yourself?
I am, my friend, yeah.
Oh.
You asked a question earlier about how we came to this understanding that the Earth was flat. I don't think you actually got that question answered.
Yeah, I
but
didn't.
yeah, that's fine. So, with direct observations over distances of water and direct measurements using signal propagation, infrared lasers, different coloured lasers, radar, Wi Fi, radio signals demonstrate that that water is not curving. So, if we are told that 72% of the Earth's surface is water, and we do not observe or measure that water to be curving, then the Earth can't be a ball. We're just making a claim to a description of the surface. No flat earther will make a claim to a size or the shape of the Earth.
But that would be hard to measure. Like I'm not like a science nerd, but I think it would be hard to measure like water in general because it waves and also gravitational pull is not even. I believe the Earth is spherical, but scientists also believe it's not like a complete circle.
Yeah.
I'm
I think
not.
you asked your own
I'm not.
question,
I'm
dude.
not a flat earther. I believe whatever the science team believes. Like I don't know. I don't. I'm not in NASA. Like I
Okay,
just
but
saw.
you asked a question, dude, which should make you think. Water is hard to measure. Well, then how do they know it's wrapping around a giant ball?
Gravity.
Oh, okay, so what is gravity? I mean, that's a word. What does that mean?
The gravitational pull. I don't know. Something that is
Okay,
big pulls
so
things together.
well, I mean that's a claim. How would you validate that? Maybe
So,
by measuring the water,
okay.
which
How
you're
do you? How
assuming
would?
is
How
curved
would
because
you
of gravity,
validate?
right?
Like what type of gravity would flat Earth have? Is it like? It would be more. It would be
No,
more
no,
like
fine.
realistic if it's a
Dude,
sphere.
well, that's great, dude. Look, check this out. This may come as a surprise to you, but mass attracts mass to the center of mass gravity. Even if that's true, it's not exclusive to a sphere. It works just fine if the surface of the Earth is flat. Now, you may not understand that because you're so predisposed to the other model, but you can mathematically model it out. And in fact, we have a paper from a university professor in a physics department that has modeled it out using Gauss-Fawkes law to demonstrate that if you have a sufficient deep substrate and a sufficient width, you can have field lines that are experienced on the surface level that are identical to the ones we experience now. In other words, there'd be no way to tell the difference. So that puts gravity as being required to have a sphere, and if gravity therefore sphere, that puts that in doubt and makes it not a conclusive statement. So it's not true that gravity therefore sphere. It's just not true.
Then how would
So you
magnet
can't
work?
use.
I have a genuine
Go
question. How
ahead.
would magnets work then?
Well, magnets are irrespective of the shape of the Earth. Magnets are their own thing. So I mean, they're highly irrelevant.
Like I'm pretty sure the way that magnets work, it has two poles, not one. I could be wrong,
Oh, okay.
but I do think that it
Okay. So
requires
check this
one
out.
that's on the North Pole and the
Right,
South
but
Pole.
okay, but what does that have to do with the overall shape of the Earth, dude?
If there is no South Pole, then where's like the
There is a
magnetic?
South Pole. The North Pole is the center, and the South Pole is the extremity, radially outwards from the center.
Do you know what a
Wait,
disk magnet is?
like
Yeah, ring magnet. Yeah.
Yeah. A ring magnet, you find them in speakers and so on. Possibly the same kind of conceptualization. Now, you might be correct, right? North and south poles, but when we understand how field lines work, we can have a flat horizontal dielectric plane through those field lines where the center will be north, and the field lines will protrude outwards to the circumference of the disk magnet. This can be demonstrated to be observed.
Yes, in other words, a toroidal field.
And also, how would like the sun play a part? Like that's a good like I don't know. Like all your beliefs could be different. I don't know. Like how would this would the sun
Well,
go
dude, it's
under?
fair. It's fair. I'll answer this question. Answer this question very simply. It's very simple. So in my kitchen, there's a table, and above the table is a light. Now, throughout the year, I change the table. Sometimes I add extra leaves, it becomes an oval. Sometimes I take the leaves out and it becomes a circle. Sometimes I switch it out for a square table. At no time when I change the table did the light change. Now, simultaneously, if I change the light fixture, it doesn't change the table. They're actually not contingent upon each other. They have no bearing on one another whatsoever.
So
in other words, the Earth isn't attached to the sun. It isn't the sun, and it's not causal to the sun, nor is the sun causal to the Earth. The Earth is its own thing that does its own thing.
yeah, but okay, how would you explain time zones? Like
that would be the sun.
Yeah, but like that would have to be in such a weird angle that it would also make everything bright at the same time. You can't. There is literally physically no way that you can make China.
You sure?
And America.
You sure? Hold on, dude. I want you to bet. I want you to bet on that something silly. Bet me something silly that what you said is the case and cannot be otherwise.
I want you to get a piece of paper, get your flashlight. No, okay, and draw 2 points.
No, that wasn't the question, dude.
Okay,
dude. I asked you. You made an assertion. Sorry. The question is, what are you willing to bet that's ridiculous? Just a ridiculous bet that what you said is true and cannot be otherwise.
Okay, I'm just confused, like how time zones work.
Well,
do you
I'll agree with me? Simply. Just check this out, dude. How time zones? I think what you mean is how is there daylight in some places and nighttime in other places?
Yeah,
because time zones are just arbitrary.
Yeah, like if
right now where I am, right. So for example, right now where I am, it gets dark around 5 o'clock, and right now it's dark over the lake that I'm looking at. Except for the city lights, I can see the city lights ambient glow in the atmosphere, right? But other than that, I don't see daylight, right? But somewhere else, somebody is seeing daylight, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very simple. How that works is it's dark here and it's light over there.
So that would tell you it is not a flat surface.
Okay, stop right there. Put a pin on that point and then tell me why that would tell me it's not a flat surface.
Why it's not a flat surface? I'm so confused.
Yes, it's light here. Sorry, it's dark here and it's light over there. Why does that necessarily exclude the surface from being flat? That's your burden to bear since it's your claim.
Well, because if it's a sphere, it would kind of have a shadow.
Goodness.
But if it's like a paper...
No, dude.
I get maybe graphical demonstrations might be helpful. So 12 minutes past the hour. Yeah, have a look at that.
Oh, so do you think the moon and the sun just sit next to each other?
Well, hold on, dude. I'll give you a practical. I'll give you a practical demonstration. Yeah, but I'm going to give you a practical demonstration, which means it exists in tangible reality.
You know what the problem?
Not just a graphic.
You know the problem with that is we would we would see the sun 24/7, no matter where you live.
Hold on. Dude. That's your claim. That is your claim. You have yet to validate that claim. However, I'm about to give you a practical demonstration of a singular light source above a flat surface, mapped out as the Earth. Okay, with a differential medium between the surface and the light source that demonstrates that it's not necessarily true that just because a light source is above the surface means that it must shine everywhere. So here you go. Here it is.
Okay.
Right. I want you to look at that. I want you to notice how, because of this differential medium between point A and point B, it's impossible for the light to reach the entire thing simultaneously, even though it's a single light source.
Dude, that's. I think that's a sphere.
Thanks. That's all right.
I could
It's
be
not a
wrong.
sphere, dude.
Is it like
You
half
are
a
wrong.
sphere?
It's called a hemispheric lens.
So there's a
In
giant
other words,
glass.
it's also called a magnification dome. So people usually have them on their desk as paperweights, and you can put them on a document. And you can see things that you couldn't see before. You know, that type of thing. It's quite useful.
So do we live in like a dome?
Maybe.
Dude, all this. Look, friend.
Like if
the
we
only
didn't live in a
claim
dome,
that I made.
how if
Just
we
chill
live
for
in
a
a
second,
dome?
homie.
Okay.
Okay, the only point I was trying to explain to you is that your claim that if a singular light source exists, that it would be daylight everywhere, and we could always see the singular light source
Yeah,
at all
but the
times.
problem with
So
this
not
claim, it wouldn't attract heat, and plants need heat to survive. That's why they need the sun rays. This not only kills off the sun rays, but it also
about, dude?
That's a red herring from the point.
Dude, that's why.
red herring. Okay,
Yeah, that's why the sun.
even if
Listen,
it
dude,
wasn't,
that's why the sun does.
even if
Chill
it
for a
wasn't
second.
the
Chill for
sun,
a
bro.
second.
The moon
Chill.
would. Okay.
Chill.
I'm telling you, bro.
Just simmer. Simmer down.
I used to be a flat earther.
Shut up.
Okay, nobody cares, dude.
I do.
I didn't stop him so you could speak. Yeah, but I didn't stop him for you to speak, dude. Nobody yielded the floor to you. Okay, we just want to answer his point that he made. Okay. That, yes, things need the sun, but the sun isn't around all the time. The sun does circuits and seasons, right? So sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's warm, sometimes it's daylight, sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's dry, et cetera, right? That's just the flow of the seasons throughout the year. All right, go ahead.
I don't think this is how time zones work, dude.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think it's how time zones
You're digressing from point after point, never letting one point complete. The point that we have yet to complete with you is you tried to predicate that you could not have light shine on a fraction of the face of the Earth if the Earth was flat. But AI just demonstrated that is false.
Okay. So do we orbit around the sun, or the sun orbits around us? Genuine question.
Well, before we move on to that, I need a clear confirmation that you acknowledge the refutation that AI just gave you.
I mean, like AI. Where did he send this to me?
That little GIF with that person holding that itty bitty flashlight around the hemispherical lens.
That's AI. I don't think that's AI. Is that AI?
That's from the user named AI.
Oh, never mind. I don't know, bro. That has a lot of like strings attached to it. Like, dude.
What does that objection mean?
I don't know. It
Okay.
just doesn't seem like how time zones work here.
But we already established that time zones are arbitrary human convention. Your question is concerning how do you have sunlight on a fraction of the face of the Earth if the Earth's surface is flat? That's what time zones are. It's an arbitrary artificial convention.
It's natural though.
No,
even though we use it for work, it's
you are
natural.
conflating artificially contrived conventions with light being over this location.
I have a question. If there's like a whole like globe like thing against the sun, how would the moon take magnetic?
Why are you flying to another question? Do you not like think through things?
No, because I have no clue what your guys are telling me.
Listen, can I
okay,
say
so you
one
don't
point?
think through things. So why engage you?
Gregory.
Why engage
Make
me?
1 point. Guy.
I don't know.
Guy.
Because I'm asking. Like,
all right.
It makes you sound like honestly not smart. Being honest.
Listen,
Right,
there's only one. There's only one time
trying
zone.
to think through things and you not makes me the dumb one.
Bro, I don't know. I have no clue what you're saying, bro.
Why are
Honestly,
you getting upset?
like you're speaking Spanish to me.
You don't understand what's being said to you.
Okay,
and you keep
say it
flying
slower.
from point to point. You're destroying the dialogue every time we attempt to engage you.
I don't know. There's just so many things about it, like in solvent, like it's a sphere.
So can you like attempt to voluntarily exercise some self-control and focus on what's being said to you? Because if you can't, then we can't have a dialogue, and it won't be edifying.
That sentence alone confuses me. I get what you're saying, but I don't know the way you said it. Continue.
Back to Gregory using words that are too long. All right, maybe I can use words of less than 2 syllables. What's your question?
What's your question? Are you trying to make me retarded? Like,
no, I'm asking you to repeat the question again, so I can understand it and then answer it.
Okay. I don't remember my last question. But
was it about time zones?
Yeah, it was about time. But there was a one in the middle. But yeah, it was about time zones.
Okay,
but I just remember the question in the middle. If time zones. Sorry, my friend texted me. If time zones, no, fuck that. Sorry.
I'm back. What's going on?
We're talking to this guy. He's trying to remember his question.
I know. I have bad memory. But yeah, time zones. Yeah, that seems like a lot of strings attached. What was I gonna say, bro?
Not really. Whilst you try and think, maybe listen. So time zones are 1, controlled by the sun, and 2, time zones are not necessarily what you think. Okay, go on. What's your fucking question, mate? What is it?
So if the moon, like, it takes it has a magnifying pull on with us, and us being a flat Earth. Yeah, with us being a flat Earth.
What the hell? Deep fried pizza? No shit. No. Young man.
Thank you.
Generation is just whack.
I don't know, bro. But anyway, the moon is needed to not give us a giant fucking tsunami.
The Earth is not flat.
So how would we not get tsunamis? And how would not, like, only that? How the fuck would you even get wind from like waves?
Right.
From the Earth not spinning.
Dude, wind has got fuck all to do with the rotation of the Earth. Wind is because of high and low pressure systems. This is talking about how gas moves. High pressure gas will go into lower pressure environments. So when you have weather systems with barometric pressure of differences of pressure values, high pressure and low pressure, this is how you get winds. It's got fuck all to do with said rotation of the Earth. Tsunamis, that's got fuck all to do with the moon. That is more to do with earthquakes happening under the surface of the oceans.
Okay, my friend just asked, I also wanted to ask, how would lunar eclipse work also?
All right, you're not necessarily going to like this answer. I'm not going to be able to tell you the mechanism of how lunar eclipses work. All I can do for you is falsify the model, as in there are certain eclipses of the moon that happen during the daytime, which goes against the heliocentric model. We are told that the model for eclipses is like this. We have a straight line between the sun, Earth, and moon, where the Earth is between the sun and the moon, and the light from the sun can't reach the moon because the Earth is in between. But when we observe a lunar eclipse during the day, this isn't a straight line between the 3 celestial bodies. So the Earth is not between the sun and the moon, but we still observe the moon to be eclipsed. I can't give you a mechanism, I can just falsify the model.
I still don't see how like lunar eclipse worked on like.
In other words,
because
question mark as to what it really causes it.
I got a feeling he was gonna say that. He's not really paying attention. He's just saying his questions, and because it's not satisfactory to his standard or whatever, he's not really listening.
I'm sorry,
nice
it's just not scientific.
See, I told you, Jedi.
What
do you mean it's just not scientific?
Everybody's in good faith that he's just gonna hand wave dismiss it. It's what they all do.
What do you mean it's just not scientific?
I don't know. Like Christians don't even agree to this.
So then you didn't even have a reason to say that.
About, dude?
Like I don't know one astronaut that said this.
Hello, you don't have a reason to say that objection.
The Russians been. I don't.
Enough with the scatterbrain guy.
I am listening, bro.
No, you're not.
Scatterbrain, bro.
Yeah, that's what.
Are you
you
mad
heard
that I'm just asking questions?
No, you keep replying, and then we reply to you, and then you give this non sequitur reply to what was already said to you.
I'm listening.
It's annoying.
No, you're not.
I guess it's annoying, bro. Like asking questions is annoying to you.
Yeah, so either stop doing it by actually improving your replies, the quality of your replies, or stop talking, not continue doing the very thing that is no good.
I'm just a bystander, dude. Like
relax,
you're just harassing
Onion,
me, bro.
Onion, relax. No, it's
I'm not
like
a scientist, bro.
Onion, it's like I know we know that you're not a scientist, bro. But when you ask a question and then you're given an answer, what happens after the answer that qualifies you listened is that you say, "Oh, that's interesting. Let me see." So what you said was, or something to that effect. Instead of that, you actually go into another point, which you like didn't even hear what the answer was because you just said you can't qualify it because people aren't experts or whatever. So for you, anything anybody says in here, it's not really going to matter, right? So we're just talking to the air. So we're not really helping you in any way.
Why are you mad? Like, can
I'm
you
upset
say it in a
because
nicer
you
way,
were saying
bro?
that you're
Like,
listening, and
it's
it's not the
disrespectful.
case. It's just not the case that you're listening. Because, like I said, if you were listening, you would have actually given a retort back that would assemble some kind of.
Okay, I have a simple question. Just a simple question.
There's another question, bro.
It's not. It's not. Even I would get. It's not. It's not about Earth, bro. It's not Earth.
You need to stop.
Bro. Listen, you just said it's disrespectful for you to be held to task to respect the fact that you asked a question and a person invested their time to answer it, and you ignored it by putting your fingers in your ears saying la la la. That's disrespectful, friend. You're not even paying attention or maintaining the cadence of the person speaking to you to even hear what they're saying. So it's like you're just telling us that you don't want to hear what we have to say. Right? Yep. So either you do or you don't. I mean, if you don't, that's fine. We don't really care. But if you're acting like you do, right? If you're saying you do, start acting like you do. And some of that requires just being patient long enough to let the person finish what they're saying and then ask your follow-up question.
And even acknowledge what's being said to you as inquire to the answer. Ask some questions about the answer. Because if we don't hear any of that and you just gloss over that like you didn't really care and you ask another question, that's disrespectful. You're not engaging, dude.
Is he still here?
These gentlemen are being entirely too gracious and patient with this person. This person has already demonstrated a level of intellect that obviously demonstrates that they do not need this ethics lesson like they're a 7-year-old little boy. This guy is just being insolent.
I think the guy left. I don't know who you guys talking to.
Onion.
He's gone.
Still here? Yeah, he's gone. Okay. What the hell?
Okay, so moving on from him.
Hey, new rule. When people are following up what they're saying, it's still relevant to all the listeners. So by you telling us he's not here, it's highly irrelevant, right? You're just interrupting, essentially. So the new rule is, hey, dude, the new rule is you do that while I'm here.
That's a non sequitur.
Dude, I'll tell you non sequitur is you being gone for 2 days. That's a non sequitur. How about that?
No, I agree with you saying AI, but we're just saying because he was gone and they were like,
dude, I get it, dude, but it's a pet peeve of mine because people are trying to wrap up their points, and you think it's more important that everyone knows he's not here than the point be made. And I'm going to tell you, sir, it's not, and that's my opinion. And my opinion wins.
I was just saying because they were like actually talking to him, like they were like
I know, dude, but the point is that I want to hear the person finish their point uninterrupted by people telling me that the person that they're speaking to isn't there. It's like I don't care that they're not there. The point needs to be heard.
It also demonstrates that he wasn't actually listening to words I said.
Listen. Yes, exactly. All of you listening to me right now, that's the expectation going forward in this room. So don't be surprised if you find yourself gone and you're asking yourself, oh, why was I banned? I don't get it. Well, in 2 days you can come back.
So in spite of that interruption, all right, what I was saying in conclusion was not to Onion, it was to the...
Gregory, what happened?
You cut out, Greg. Yeah, by the way, Lulu, that guy Sanri said you could feel the Earth's curvature. He said that. I don't know what that means.
It literally means like you can feel the wind, right? You can feel the wind, you can feel the water.
He said like in a grass field you could just feel it.
Yes, because you have sensors.
I think I heard Miggy wrong. I know I heard Miggy wrong. Hold on. Miggy, repeat that, please.
Sanri said you could feel the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. You could feel it. Like you feel wind?
How, bro? What does that even mean?
Say it, Sanri.
Like
rails. That's great, bro.
No, I already said it. Like
yeah, but I mean, they weren't here, so
when you're on a trampoline, you can actually like feel the trampoline go down. When you're outside, you can feel the air in your skin. When you go on the water, you can feel the water. Like when you stand in a grass field, you can feel the earth. Like, and my senses tell me it's not flat.
What?
There you go.
Whatever,
it's all about feelings.
Does that happen in a dirt field or is it grass fields only?
I mean, when you say talking about feelings, it sounds like feelings about like love and stuff. I'm talking about like actual like touch, like.
Yeah, we know, dude. How do you feel curvature? Stuff. So you're gonna make me curse and like swear. I've been trying for years not to curse, and this might be it, guys.
But that's like asking how do you taste.
Yeah, that's pretty
bad. How do you taste stuff? You use your senses.
Whatever, dude.
Do you taste the color blue? Can you taste the color blue?
Yeah, actually, you can feel the color blue, and maybe some people here know what I'm talking about.
I want to know what you're smoking. That's all I want to know.
You can feel it? How the fuck do you feel the color blue, bro?
I told you it wasn't going to be too long before people came here and said that they could smell rotation of the Earth.
No, it's not that. Like,
no, he's really
forget about the.
No, we can't forget it, bro. You said something that nobody's ever said before. So
no, I said forget about the color thing, not the feeling, the curvature or whatever.
Okay,
that's dumb.
Okay, how about the feeling of the color blue? That's also interesting.
No, that's irrelevant. I was just talking about the like as an example.
Well, which one feels better, yellow or blue, or is it just something that you?
No, I couldn't tell you right now.
Oh.
Oh, not right now. Not right now, guys.
Maybe later.
If I gave you some yellow paint and some blue paint, what would be the difference when you feel them?
I can't tell you right now.
Well, just imagine it. Haven't you ever done paint?
No, that's irrelevant. I was just talking about you can feel the curvature or whatever, but not the colors. I mean, the colors are irrelevant.
Okay. Must be.
You guys remember that commercial with the Skittles?
Yeah.
Like taste the rainbow.
Yeah.
Apparently they weren't lying.
Yeah, this is the guy, guys. This is the guy that came up with that whole concept.
When you
literally taste it,
you can. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you can't get away from it, Sanri. It's yours. You own it, man. Just own it.
The colors are irrelevant. I was just saying that you can you can feel the wind, you can feel the curvature. Like our senses are telling us something, and you're just like
How do
denying your
you
senses.
equate the wind to curvature? Like, okay, so, how do you equate the wind and curvature? Please explain.
All right, like everything you do in life, like whatever you touch, whatever you feel, whatever you see, it's all based on senses, right?
Okay.
So when you go outside and your senses tell you the Earth is round, like that's it.
I've never no hold on. I've never went outside and any of my senses have ever told me the Earth is round.
How can your senses tell you something's round?
Wait, you haven't heard
That's
it.
what we're trying to figure out.
He's gonna tell you.
How does your senses make you like taste something?
No, Lulu, hold him to this, please.
Huh?
Please.
Like, you want me to explain every single sense and stuff? Like,
Yes. Yeah. No. Not every single sense, but how would I feel curvature?
just go outside, stand on a field of grass, and you'll see.
I've done that before.
With
I've never
shoes or
felt
without
curvature.
shoes?
Yes, but when you go to the field of grass, you're not actually thinking, "Oh, is the Earth round? Is the Earth like flat?" Like,
Yeah, but do we need shoes or no?
No.
Do we-
Seriously, how big
bare feet?
does the field of grass need to be? Are we talking like a
it doesn't
10-mile
matter. Like,
field?
just go outside, stand on top of a grass or dirt.
You know,
or whatever.
general scientific consensus says you cannot see curvature.
Wait, who said something about seeing the curvature?
Lulu,
Yeah,
please.
Yes, he said feel, bro. He said feel it.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
when I go out in the
Not see it.
field, how much do I need to smoke in order to feel the curvature?
I mean, you guys can make fun of all you want, but that's the reality.
It's a reality. Okay.
This is the
So
most
long as
unique
it's reality,
reality.
I think we're good here, right?
I mean,
we can feel our way through.
We can go back to the edge thing, and I get muted again.
No, I
but
want to
let's
see
not.
how, like, because what's interesting is that you're actually showing us something that I don't think anybody's ever said. Nobody's ever said that you could feel the curvature of the Earth, but you've said that with standing on some grass. Now,
No,
I want to
pretty sure
further
someone
the
said it.
information because, like, do you have to have bare feet, like, or to feel the Earth as a globe, or can you can wear shoes? Like, how do you do it?
I mean, when you're walking down a steep hill, do you need shoes to feel that it's steep?
Okay, so you can wear shoes. Okay, so you can wear shoes to know that the Earth is a globe. Is that right?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You can be barefoot or okay.
I've heard some useless shit before, but never like this.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
been an
like,
interesting
your
fucking day.
senses are probably one of the most powerful things you have at your
I
disposal.
agree.
So
I agree, but you got like it's not senses anymore. This is like fucking Superman, fucking sensory. Like I mean, you're
No.
detecting fucking shit that no one's ever detected.
Wait,
with your senses.
So how do like cats feel the earthquakes before they arrive?
Who cats? Well,
Or animals in
ever
general.
asked a
Animals
cat?
in general.
Have you
Animals
ever
in
talked to
general.
one?
No, animals in general. How do they feel the earthquake before it
Okay,
even?
okay, but
comes?
here's the thing though,
Do they
Sanri.
feel? Wait, do you actually want to answer to that?
It's all senses.
No, it's because well, sure, it is senses, just but it's mostly through vibrations, right? I mean,
No.
we can.
Yeah,
That's how we
cats
can.
know the Earth flat.
That's how we can measure earthquakes before they happen as well, through vibrations and
Yeah,
some sort of sensitivity, right? That's how earthquakes they inhabit
but
existence.
it's machines detecting them, not animals.
It's machines that detect vibrations. Cats have an ability to, because they're restless animals, right? And they're always alert. They feel vibrations.
Yeah, they can feel a vibration or whatever, but I'm talking about before the vibrations get there. Like once the
There is
vibration
no before
goes a
vibrations.
couple-
Cats use their paws, their sense of touch, and a bunch of other abilities to feel vibrations, not earthquakes. Before earthquakes happen, there's these trembles and vibrations. That's what cats use to detect them.
What about other animals?
But here's the
Same
thing though, you're
shit.
trying to equate cats feeling whatever, other animals having different types of senses to say that we feel the curvature. I want to know about humans feeling the curvature. So let's get back to that. How do I feel? Maybe you've ascended to another level of what is that, transhumanism, all that they've been talking about. Maybe you've gotten up there. So show us, for us, normal commoners down here on the human level, how do we feel curvature? And I'm being serious on this.
No, I don't know. Maybe you guys go outside, stand on a field of grass, and you guys feel that it's flat. I don't know.
There's only one way for us
That's what
to feel
everyone
curvature.
feels.
So there's only one way humans can actually feel curvature, and that'll be through the sense of touch. And
Yes.
yeah, we have these things called tactile receptors. If you give me a ball, I'll hold it and I'll be like, yes, you're right. This is curved. It's a sphere. Can we hold the Earth?
No, that's not true. That like touch is not the only
You,
way that you can feel a
you can
curvature. Like
see
What
you
what
can
other way
see
can
it
we?
and you can touch it. How do I feel it?
What other
How do I
way can
sense
we?
the curve?
And yeah,
Sorry,
so
go ahead.
what other way can we feel and perceive shapes without the sense of touch?
it's like everything you see, like it can be
Can
like
you
a
name
video on YouTube. It can be whatever you want. Like it can be a paper written by a friend of yours.
can you name
Whatever
a
you want.
concept?
Everything influences your senses as well.
What type of, okay, sure. Our senses come in many different forms, right? We have our touch perception, our sight perception. What type of sensory are we using in the human body to actually feel the curve?
It's not
I don't
only
think
touch.
it.
It's sight too. It's sight and touch.
Yeah.
Sight. So if I look outside in a very open field, I don't see a curve. Have we failed to see the?
No. When you go on a what do you call this thing? The astro whatever.
Scientific consensus says you cannot see curvature even at above
Well,
150,000 feet.
I think listen, friends, I think he let a Freudian slip go, which is he said sources of information can influence your senses. So I don't think he's actually talking about senses, but
Thank you.
rather impressions. He's
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
impressions of what you perceive.
I know. As maybe like okay, yeah. What you perceive is everybody like perceives stuff differently, right? That's why I said like you can go outside and stand on a field of grass, and maybe for you it
Yes,
feels.
there you go, dude.
That's why perception is never
not.
accurate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, everybody's perception is different. So like for me, I go outside and I can feel like that it's round. Like
How can you do that though?
He just told you, bro. He just told you, dude.
He told me through his
It's
own
so simple.
perception, right?
Dude, he's seeing the exact same thing you're seeing. He's touching the exact same thing you're touching. He's interpreting it. He's getting an impression of it that's different through a lens, like ruby-colored glasses. So you're told the Earth is a sphere. You believe the Earth is a sphere. So when you go out and you're just standing there, if you think about it, you go, you know what? This totally feels like a sphere.
yes, exactly. Finally, thank you.
Finally, someone understands.
I know. Right? Well, dude, I'm from the future, so I have a leg up on the rest of these plebes.
Yeah, so what
I
AI
actually
just
went ahead
said
of the
was
conversation when I went ahead of the conversation to when you explain yourself, and then I came back to sound smart.
So you're saying he was raised and taught like something, and now he's confirming that bias because he looks through that paradigm when he's using his senses.
Yeah, the globe goggles.
Correct.
Yep. He's got them globe goggles on.
I mean,
we love
that's
them,
the only
Barbie.
way. That's the only way you can feel a curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we know what you
Still
mean.
no, but
We know what you mean.
yeah, just agree. I am correct. There's only one way out of this.
I mean, for you guys, maybe because you guys think it's flat and stuff. Like when you go outside, you might think like it feels like it's flat.
I don't
No,
think
no,
it's flat.
Sanri, hold on.
Well, I got a
You know
question.
what?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, AI.
Well, I was just going to say, so when I pull out my 8-foot level and I level a beam, am I just feeling that it's level?
Yep. You gotta put your feet.
When you pull what?
So I got a big level, right?
A level?
Long,
What is that?
straight, it levels things. It's a bar of aluminum or other such metal that has little zones in it that are filled with a vial, filled with a liquid that has an air bubble, and you arrange this thing horizontally, level, and then you use it to make marks or to put against things to see if they're level, horizontal.
Yeah, you can You couldn't have.
So,
Okay, that's what you call a level. That thing with the that you put like on pool tables.
yeah, you could
To
use
make
them to
sure
do a
it's
pool
flat.
table, sure.
Okay, but the difference is like if you just put it on the Earth, like the Earth is so big that it's probably gonna measure that it's flat everywhere.
But he's not doing that on the Earth. He said on a pole.
On a pole.
You know what? Forget it.
Go ahead, correct. See if you can reason with them.
Dude,
Nah, bro.
I can hold my level. I can hold my level in midair, dude, and get a level.
Yeah, and you can just like move it around. So what?
Yes, and everywhere I move it, it's level. So I'm confused when it all of a sudden curves.
Wait, you want your level to curve? I'm confused. It's like I'm not sure.
Exactly, dude. You said the only statement that matters. Wait a minute. You want your level to curve? That's stupid. Correct, sir.
Yes, because
Thanks for
it's not
playing.
made to be bendable or whatever.
You think? You think?
I know what
He's
you're saying.
correcting
Like
you, AI. Come on, man. Like,
you're saying that Earth is a level. Like it makes no sense.
What if you put your feet on this level? Will you detect
Oh,
curvature on the
shit.
level?
I can't believe this conversation's
Well,
happening right
listen,
now.
dude. Hold on, dudes. Listen, we got to be sensitive now. Some people are born with flat feet, for real, and because of that, they can't join the military. So shed a tear for the homies.
R.I.P. R.I.P. I'm not a flat earther, and I even agree with this.
What the fuck?
Okay.
I haven't had a strange conversation like this. It's been a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely been a minute.
May I ask a couple questions?
Please, please.
Not unless we're gonna reason with Sanri. I mean,
no, we're not gonna reason with this fucking idiot.
I'm just letting you know before I
You
start
can call me
my
an idiot all you want, but
questionnaire
your
and
level
stuff.
example
I
was
am
dumb
autistic,
fuck.
so I am very
all right.
rigid in my opinions. So you may not be able to persuade me one way or the other, but I will listen to your argument. So one of the things is that model you showed of the dome.
Hello?
The model you showed of that dome, it is solid glass, and our atmosphere is gas. It is gaseous. It is a mix of oxygen and nitrogen. So how does this effect work with the gases when the sphere is completely glass?
Who said the sky was made of glass?
Who said that?
That's weird. That's weird.
So you know the sphere, or the dome. The dome. My bad. It's
Who
the
told you about anything? The properties of the quote unquote dome.
what's it called? It was mentioned up in the flat 24/7 flat. Yeah, it's
Whoa,
the thing.
who said
AI,
that?
It's the AI overlord thing. What he posted. I looked it up.
Oh, AI. Okay,
Fucking,
he's
they're
here.
charging
So.
AI with this? What the fuck?
AI, you got
So
some explaining.
it's
Yeah, you got some
No,
explaining to do,
it's the
AI.
gift. Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Yeah,
it's the
the
gift
gift.
that I usually post, where there's a printout of a flat Earth piece on a piece of paper. Guy puts a mag dome on top of it and shines a light and shows that the single light source won't illuminate the entire surface. So he's saying that's not analogous to the Earth because the atmosphere isn't solid glass.
Oh,
because the dome is solid glass.
No,
and
wait.
our atmosphere isn't.
No.
Okay, I'll let you finish your whole thought.
Yeah, that was my whole thought. That's what I was trying to explain. It's not the same, so it wouldn't work the same. These domes are specifically made to do that. So it wouldn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Wait, so you're saying that either it's all made of glass or it's a gas? One or the other? Is that what you're saying?
We breathe air, which is gas.
Yeah.
But the dome would have to be the air inside the dome would have to be solid glass for this.
See, he was saying that, Jedi.
Yeah,
no,
I know.
I was just.
I know.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what you were saying, because I thought you weren't saying that, but then I just wanted to clarify to make sure if that is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't get what he's saying. He's saying that the gas is glass?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. So with AI's demonstration of a light put over a glass dome with a map of the Earth underneath. Maybe you've seen it, where it demonstrates that this glass dome that is all glass, by the way, the light from above is only able to pass its light to a small surface. That demonstration that AI is used. So he's claiming that this wouldn't work because we're breathing gas, not glass. Obviously.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us know that. We appreciate it.
Obviously, we're not breathing glass, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to, you understand
That's
what I
fine.
was explaining now.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
but it was just
How
you
would
go.
this work though?
So are you trying to say? So then you're trying to say that we live in a gaseous environment, right?
Yes, we are in a complete gaseous
Okay.
environment. We breathe oxygen and exhale CO2.
Contained or uncontained? Contained or uncontained?
Contained, because technically we are contained due to gravity holding the air flat on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, you almost had it. So do you know why that AI was using that particular domed analogy?
To explain how the sun and moon, the daylight and night works on the Earth.
Okay,
On
so
the planet.
you understand that it wasn't to say that the gas was glass or that the
Yeah, I
dome
know.
was glass. Okay.
I'm trying to explain that it wouldn't work that way. It just
Yeah,
wouldn't.
we know that, but we know that. I don't even know what I'm arguing about though. Like I don't get your point.
What he's saying is, this is the question, right? If the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight everywhere at all times? That's the main question.
Basically,
right?
yes.
That's what all these subsidiary arguments are about. Okay, the simple answer is that the sun's light or daylight, right, whichever you prefer to use, doesn't reach everywhere. That's the simple answer.
Light moves extremely fast, so it would reach everywhere. There's no physical way of stopping the light from going everywhere.
No, that's incorrect.
You're wrong, sir.
That's incorrect.
I am
Even
correct. There's no physical way unless there was a barrier.
Atmospheric occlusion alone will preclude the sunlight from passing through.
No, it wouldn't.
Dude,
To
why
completely
not, dude?
stop light, there needs to be a physical object blocking that sunlight, that light.
Yes. So let me ask this question: is the aggregate atmosphere in succession a physical object or a non-physical object?
It is a physical object, but it allows light to pass through it, like glass.
Indefinitely? Okay, indefinitely?
Yes, basically.
Okay, so then you clearly have no clue what you're talking about.
I do have a clue what
You
I'm
could put
talking
transparent.
about.
You could put transparent glass, dude. Glass isn't 100% transparent, dude. You could stack up glass and eventually no light can pass through. Right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah, you can stack up glass and it eventually won't pass
Same with water, dude. Is water transparent?
Yes, but it doesn't allow light through all the way. But with our atmosphere, if there was too much air in our atmosphere, it would crush us. It's atmospheric pressure, basic ass shit.
What the fuck, dude?
What are you talking about, dude?
Can we move on to something a little bit more relevant?
This is.
I think
something's up with the Globers tonight, man. They are.
No,
it's just
I think
weird tonight.
What Auntie was saying basically is like, if it's not a dome, why are you guys using it to as a reference that is a dome?
Yes.
Oh shit! You understand it? What the fuck?
You said it's not
I'm
a dome, but
autistic.
yeah, you're using a dome to explain your sunlight shit.
Yeah.
To explain what, dude? To explain what in specific?
How the night and
how the night and day works.
No.
You use a dome
No,
as an
that's not
example,
what.
but
Not
it's
what
not
I
a
said.
dome.
That's not what I said, dude.
No, the video you
I
sent is a
presented
dome.
that. Listen, dude. Okay, I'm about to tell you. So you have option one, listen to me clarify, or two, you just keep telling what you think I said. Which one are you going to pick?
I'm gonna listen.
Let's go with number one.
All right, perfect. So I put that forth to refute only one proposition, and that proposition it was that if the Earth was flat, right, it would be daylight at all times. Okay.
Yes. And
so that's just simply not the case.
So, with your flat Earth theory, to hold all the gas down and hold it to the Earth and stuff, there can't be a lot of it, because if there's too much air, it would crush us. It would kill us.
Why are you even talking about the amount? The amount that's here is the amount that's here. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's the amount that's here. But light stops being able to come through at a specific amount. And the amount we have...
yes, what's that amount?
Outside. I don't know the exact
Dude,
amount.
okay.
I'm super scientist.
Okay, so if you don't know the exact amount, listen, if you don't know the exact amount, then your claim that the Earth doesn't have sufficient amount can't be proven by your own knowledge base. You're just appealing to it without knowledge.
Just walk outside. You can physically see the sunlight. So there is just enough air. The sunlight can move through the air and hit the ground. There is enough air for that to do that. So there's obviously enough air for the whole globe to be lit up. And
yes,
it doesn't
dude,
make
you
sense.
can see the sun. You can see the sun for a certain amount of distance, right? And then after that, you can't see it anymore, correct?
If there's gas.
Now,
yes.
keep in mind, I said the sun. Just hold on a second. Keep in mind, I said sun, not the light, not the daylight. So there's the sun circle, right, which is the circular thing in the sky that we call the sun, and then there's the daylight. Sometimes you can see ambient daylight, but you can't see the sun circle because it's occluded by the atmosphere, right?
Well, it's mostly either somewhere else that you in the sky, or you'll always be able to see it if there's
no,
daylight.
dude, you're wrong. You are wrong,
well,
sir.
Besides sunset, my bad. I wasn't thinking about sunsets. My bad.
Wrong. You're wrong, dude. It can be daylight, right? And the ambient atmosphere be at a specific dew point or humidity, and you will not be able to see the sun circle. Period. That is a fact.
Okay.
So you're simply wrong.
That's because there are more particles in the atmosphere. It's the humidity. There's more water in the atmosphere. So it blocks out the sun.
Right. So it is the case that the sun can be above the earth, right? You see daylight, but you can't see the sun. Now just compound that over a distance to where that accumulative effect takes place, and eventually you won't be able to see the ambient daylight either. So you won't see the sun circle and you won't see the ambient daylight. It's perfectly reasonable.
So is there any physical is there any pictures of this happening where you can't see the sun or the daylight in our atmosphere during the day?
Yeah, it's called nighttime.
Oh my god.
During the day, dude.
During what?
I'm having a moment. Just give me a second.
No, wait. I think it's possible that you can see the sun at night, but you have to try really hard.
Totally. I'm having a little bit of an issue.
Nah, don't worry about it. You're
so
good.
how the day and night works on the globe theory is that the sun is
please tell us. We never looked into it.
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, are you telling us how day and night works? I'm at the edge of my seat here.
Oh my god!
No one's ever told us anything to do with the heliocentric model. Please come here and tell us all the story.
The sunlight hits one side of the earth and the other side is dark.
Fucking profound, bro. I swear.
That's
deep.
Because with your model, it wouldn't necessarily work.
What model?
Why?
Was anybody Did anybody give you a model? All right, who gave him a model?
I don't understand how
that was sent earlier.
I don't understand.
Back to AI. Why you guys? Okay, well, never mind.
This is just the same thing. But
I don't understand, my friend, how you think that one light
because
source.
the
Oh
atmosphere
no,
isn't the
just
same
keep talking. That's fine.
material as that
That's
dome.
fine. That's fine. Not interested in the dome. I just don't understand how you can't understand that a singular light source can only illuminate a portion of a large surface.
Then
Don't
why can
understand
we?
how you get it.
And why can we see Pluto through telescopes? Because the
What the
sunlight
fuck has
hits
that got to do
Pluto
with day and
and
night
bounces
cycles,
back to us.
my friend? What the fuck has that got to do with day and night cycles?
Because you're
I love
saying
big
light.
booties.
Of course you do. But you're saying that light can only travel so far. Then how can we see Pluto's little flash in the night sky?
Okay, yep. I'll answer you, friend. I'll answer you. Hold on, dude. I want to ask you a question. Okay, 2 questions actually. Just the numbers is all I need. What is the range vertical from the ground through the atmosphere to where the density of the atmosphere, essentially reaches nil?
I need to think about it for a second. I think it's something like 6 or 7 miles or something like that. I don't know the exact number.
Oh, that's a very low number. So let me ask you this question. How far away is the east coast of America from the west coast of America?
How am I supposed to know that off the top of my head? That's
Okay,
kind of
it's like, okay, let's just, well, no, dude, I think it's like, I think the furthest is 5,000, maybe 3,500 miles. But anyway, the thousands of miles, dude.
Yes.
Thousands of miles. So if you were looking obliquely, right, across the earth, right, versus straight up, if you're looking straight up, you'd be looking through less than tens of miles of dense atmosphere. And if you were looking laterally, right, at a shallower angle, you'd be going through thousands of miles of atmosphere.
If it was flat.
So not equivalent. No, not if it was flat. Period.
Okay.
Either way, many, many, many more miles, right? So the occlusion effects of the atmosphere, right, looking straight up are nowhere near the effects looking laterally across the surface. Like, for example, if you look up vision tables or, the projections for the day of visibility, there's a certain amount that you get. But in general, occlusion visibility is considered between 250 to 300 miles looking over the Earth horizontally. You wouldn't be able to see anything past that point because of the effect of the cumulative occlusion.
Hold on.
You just see a wall of nothing.
I'm going to look something up real quick. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, look up the maximum visibility horizontally through the atmosphere. Look that up. You're going to see it's less than 300 miles or roughly that, depending on which source you look up.
So the height of the atmosphere is about 10,000 kilometers or 6,214 miles. Hold on.
What? Say it one more time.
The height
Say that
of
one more time.
The height of the atmosphere before it
No.
what's it called?
Irrelevant.
It's 6,214 miles. So if you're saying that,
what?
If I look straight up,
before what?
You say,
hold on, before what? Before what? It's 6,000 miles before what?
Okay, before it turns to void, it goes to space.
6,200. Dude, it's not about void. Oh my goodness, dude. Never mind.
Okay, I'm trying to explain this. So the atmosphere in a whole is about.
I got a question. Where are you pulling this number out of? What? Sorry, what are you referencing? Can you put that in the text chat, please? I just, yeah, did that real quick.
Dude, why do planes have to pressurize their cabins at 30,000 feet, which is only 5 miles?
Because they're going up higher where there's lower pressure in the atmosphere.
Oh, yes, exactly. So when I said earlier, the question that I asked, and you said approximately 6 miles, that was the correct answer. It's less than 10 miles, dude.
but the atmosphere goes up for thousands of miles. If I were to look up in the
but it
atmosphere, you
wanes
say,
off, dude.
wait. You said 350 miles until the, what's it called?
Oh my goodness. 350 miles, 300 miles, dude, of the densest portion
air.
versus the other direction. You have to add the occlusion effects over the density distribution, not just the amount of miles in itself. So in other words, there's far less occlusion by orders of magnitude looking vertical versus looking horizontally or any angle less than vertical, dude. It's always going to be more occlusion as you go less from vertical. It's just that simple. Because at every angle less than vertical, you're going to have more occlusion all the way to horizontal, which would be the most. So if what you're saying is true, and there's 6,000 miles of atmosphere, and we know that occlusion takes effect at around 300, then that means you wouldn't be able to see any stars, period. So you're clearly wrong.
Okay.
Doesn't that make sense? Now that I put it that way?
Hold on.
Dude, the occlusion significantly drops off at altitude, dude. So at the ground level, you can only see like 300 miles-ish. But if you go up like 10,000 feet or even 1,000 feet, you can see way further. Because there's much less occlusion because you're now looking at a totally different angle. So your path, your line of sight is traveling through less dense air the majority of the time, the more angle you get off the surface.
I'm looking at something. Give me a second. Okay. I'm kind of done with that. That's getting a little bit too complicated for me. I'm still in like basic astronomy and that type of stuff. It's getting a little bit much for my brain. But what about lunar eclipses? Not solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. How do those work with your guys' model? Because the lunar eclipse is when the moon is behind the Earth. The moon is behind the Earth and the sun is in front of it. A lunar eclipse.
Really? Okay, so if that's true, then you'd have no problem validating that three-body relationship, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the validation that that's the case?
Look at a lunar. Hold on. I can't send this in chat.
No, if the lunar eclipse is the proof in itself, then that would be circular
model.
reasoning and begging the question.
Hold on.
Let's see a physical scale model of that.
I don't care about a scale model at all because a scale model just exists in your living room. I want to see validation that those three bodies are in the locations that they're claimed to be. A single vantage point might, with that information might be, sufficient to that task.
Okay, hold on. This is from like some sort of like science teacher or something. They give you a physical. Oh wait, hold on. This isn't the one I'm looking for. My bad.
Dun, 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 dun. When are we observing this lunar eclipse? Is it daytime or nighttime? Be more specific.
This is at nighttime. This is where the sun.
What happens if I see a lunar eclipse during the day?
That's a solar eclipse.
No, lunar eclipse. What happens when I see a lunar? Excuse me.
That's not possible. It's physically not possible.
Sorry,
you can only see.
Sorry, my friend.
My bad.
But we do observe lunar eclipses during the day. These are called the selenilian eclipse, also called the impossible eclipse, because as you just rightly pointed out, that would be impossible. So just this observation of a selenilian eclipse, when the sun and moon are above the horizon and it's daytime, falsifies the model. Thanks for playing.
I'm looking it up real quick. I didn't know those existed.
Good.
Yeah, they're quite common as well.
The more you know.
Oh, okay. This is really simple to prove. So it's it's refraction of the atmosphere. It's just a simple atmospheric thing.
Wait.
I like to
I'm
see the back
sorry.
of my head.
I'm sorry. You didn't even know this existed before. How do you know it's
and I just looked it up.
refraction?
I literally just looked it up.
Dude,
Yeah,
Because
so
for both
Google
the
says,
sun-
hold on, calm down, dude.
Okay.
You were convinced, 100% convinced that lunar eclipses only happen at nighttime. About
No.
30 seconds ago, and now you're convinced that it's refraction.
I just looked at. I literally all I had to do was look it up, and it was
I
right
know
there.
that.
brother, yes, I
Obviously,
know.
yes.
There's a very interesting history lesson with that, and that is this: that the idea of celestial refraction on the horizon came ex post hoc from needing to explain the impossibility of the geometry of the selenilian. In other words, it's not measured at all. It's just a stopgap filler for the model.
Yeah.
In other words, it's a claim. It's a claim that is circularly reasoned into existence.
Hold on.
Can somebody tell him
sent
about
you
the shadows?
I
Please
sent you
don't
this.
forget, you had no idea what this was, and now you're telling us that you can explain why it happens.
Because I looked it up.
Yeah, because
That's
there's a very simple
literally all I
explanation,
had to do.
so it doesn't
Yeah,
falsify the
it's
model.
it's very simple.
Sorry, Jen.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Do you
I
think
just
that
didn't know
we
what
have,
it was.
my friend, before you start spurting through me again, do you think that this is news to us? Because before you even went to Google, I gave you the answer. I said refraction, and you went, "Oh yeah, that's exactly." So obviously, we've looked into this, right?
Yeah, I just had to be sure with my own
Cool.
eyes.
Now, would this be able to be demonstrated, for example? Do you think?
I think so. Yes, it should be able to. I'm pretty sure that someone built a model of
No,
a lunar. What's it called? Lunar eclipse.
Yeah, no. So there is no demonstration. Someone's got some horrible background noise, and before I assume it's
Sorry,
Tito. Yeah, no worries. So no one has built a model demonstrating the refraction of the sun and the moon into positions that they are actually not in. No one's demonstrated a model where the refraction of light propagates shadows up into the sky, so the moon appears to go through that. There is another problem with the selenilian eclipse, though. The shadow's in the wrong place. Being as we're standing on the Earth and within a partial selenilian eclipse, the shadow that is on the moon, we'll call it a shadow just for ease, passes from the top left to the top right and never touches the bottom of the moon. This is another geometric impossibility. Within your first assertion of eclipses, we understood very clearly that the Earth is between the sun and the moon, causing the light from the sun to not be cast upon the moon because the fucking Earth is in the way. Within the selenilian eclipse, the moon is not between both stellar bodies because it is daytime. And now what we've understood is there is an ad hoc answer. It's not demonstrated to be true. It's just asserted that the sun and moon are not in their actual physical positions, but are refracted from our point of view when we look through the atmosphere. It's kind of convenient, don't you think?
Can you look at
It
your
is convenient. I mean, atmospheric refraction is a thing.
Yeah, I sent you a message. It includes the model and just an index. The refraction index describes how waves propagate in a medium and is positive in all conventional materials. I don't know how to say his name.
I just want a physical demonstration, my friend.
Hold on.
And the guy, he said, refraction. I'll get to you in a minute.
What's the eclipse called again?
Selenilian.
Selenilian?
I thought you just Googled it.
Yeah, I did. I just deleted the tab.
It's interesting that when people Google things, they think that Google's going to give them every single answer that they need.
I know. I'm just looking at it.
Wait,
And
can I
using it
start
as a
real
base.
quick? FE Jedi, like you said, you haven't used Google in like 3 days or whatever. If you like Google, is the Earth flat or is the Earth round? It's gonna tell you it's round. But why do you guys still use Google? Why do you guys still use Google if it's telling you it's?
You understand that that's a claim that we're debunking.
So with your Selenilian thing, how it's reversed, refraction causes things to reverse, like reflection. It literally in the thing I sent you, if you want to read it, it changes the direction, so it goes the opposite way.
So this is also demonstrated not to be true because the sun and the moon go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. If you're claiming that the sun and the moon are in their refracted positions, then the sun and the moon would not go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Well, we can actually use the Earth's rotation to actually calculate that. But
so,
yes, it
but
does
the sun and the moon would not move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour if what we're observing is a refracted sun and moon.
They would move at the same speed. That's why eclipses are so short.
Do you remember that ultimately that the sun and the moon are low to the horizon? So the light is passing through the thickest part of the atmosphere. So when the sun and the moon are high in the sky, they move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. But as they get closer to the horizon, within this refractional model, they would have to slow down. Because now that's not the sun and the moon that we're looking at. That's the sun and the moon that's in a refracted position. The sun and the moon have already gone beyond the horizon, so we wouldn't be able to observe them. But because of refraction, that's still in the sky. So not going across the sky at an even rate of 15 degrees an hour.
So they still are going across the sky at their normal speed. It looks like they're moving slower because they're going over their horizon. They're going over the horizon and around the Earth.
You're not following.
Okay. Could you explain it a little bit simpler because you're saying a lot of words? And it's
because of refraction, because that's not the actual sun and moon that we see, then the sun and moon would not go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour in totality. When they reach the horizon, being this is their refracted position, they would necessarily have to be slowing down from our point of view, because that isn't the sun and moon that's in that we're seeing, because they've gone beyond the horizon. So, being as we observe the sun and moon to go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour, but because of refraction of the sun and the moon, then they would not be in their actual positions. These are refracted images of the sun and the moon. So not truly the sun and the moon.
One second.
This is how we know it's not fucking refraction.
So the sun moves at about the sun and the moon, or hold on. The sun moves across the sky at about. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong thing. What is sun diameter every 2 minutes?
We also have to understand that Selenian eclipses are observed at sunrise and sunset.
Yeah. So the sun.
So are we seeing the refracted moon before it's actually come out from behind of the Earth when it's rising? Or are we seeing a refracted moon after it's gone beyond the horizon at sunset, but it's still held in its position because of refraction? Which one?
So the sun moves. I'm not the sun. Light moves extremely fast. It moves the speed of light. Duh. So refraction shouldn't slow down its speed. It's still moving at 15 degrees an hour.
I'm not talking about that.
Still moving fast.
I'm talking about that.
Even in sundown and fuck, I'm getting words mixed up.
All refraction does is change the apparent direction of certain objects, not their actual location.
Thank you.
So that's not the sun and the moon that we see, even though the sun and the moon, when physically
It is
observed,
the sun and moon.
but within the model for refraction of the selenium eclipse, that isn't the sun and the moon.
It's the
No, it
actual
is.
sun and the moon. It's just where they're observed, not their actual location.
Okay, so it's an apparent location then.
Yes.
So not the actual not in its actual location. So you think it's my fucking first rodeo with this? No shit. So it's not actually the sun and the moon that we see.
No, it is actually.
No, it is. It's the light from the sun and the moon. It's just refracted.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, not in its actual location.
No, it's perceived as being in a different location due to refraction, but they are in
the exact location.
Well, this is the point. The sun has already descended below the horizon within the refraction model for the selenium eclipses, but it is still above the horizon, so not in its actual location.
You also have to realize that when sun hits the Earth, there's a lot more of it going past the Earth.
It's got fuck all to do with this, mate. Try and
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Oh my god, you're getting a little bit mad at
you
this.
have to realize.
Yeah, there's light coming at the Earth, and there's a bunch more light going past the Earth.
Okay, what's that
Oh
got to do
wow,
with
dude, that's amazing.
Oh wow.
Yeah, exactly.
So
fuck
when
to
light
do with
is
the selenium eclipse.
When the light is refracted,
Mm-hmm.
there's light still going over and just everywhere.
That's deep.
Some of that light gets refracted from the sun onto the moon.
The photons can't go through Earth.
What the fuck, dude?
I don't know. They're trying to tell me that the sun and moon are in a refracted position. So when we observe the apparent sun, the sun has actually already descended beyond the horizon, but is still above the horizon in its refracted position. But the sun still moves across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
It's not
physically.
I don't think it does.
Still doesn't explain the upside down shadow.
It's not physically.
Oh,
above
that's
the horizon.
refraction. Refraction also reverses things how they're seen. So it's just the sun still is moving in that one direction, and then the light is refracted, making it look like it's going the other direction. It's just weird.
So it's not only refracted up over the horizon, but it's also refracted upside down up over the horizon.
Yeah, it's just refracted upside down. It's the
Right.
same.
So what is your proof for all this? This is just your claim.
Here's a model that someone drew of it. Hold on.
Yeah, that's great. I would
Is it
say.
just weird?
Yeah, you go ahead.
A scientific term.
No, it's not a scientific term. I just said it's weird because it's weird. It's just generally weird. Things can be weird.
Right. So let me just come in here real quick. Do you know that the argument for eclipses are a derivative to the information that should be primary, which is the Earth an actual globe?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so yes, it is a claim. Now, how can we substantiate that claim? Let's go through it.
Well, there are several hundred pictures of the Earth from space showing
several hundred pictures that you are claiming right now that substantiate the claim that it's a globe. Okay, so if any of these pictures were ever photoshopped, would that discredit the fact that you're saying that they're honest to goodness, downright evidence?
There is, well, if one or two of the pictures is edited or photoshopped, then those pictures are wrong. That's why you have to use videos.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, so can we trust images if they're being photoshopped in any way?
You can't trust those videos.
Depends on the source.
Trust those specific. Yeah, depends on the source.
Okay, why did you just change your answer because that guy said it?
Yeah, that guy needs to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
he
just needs to be quiet. Actually, he needs to be kicked out of the room. He's a ban on site. But anyways, getting back to it.
Sorry, mate. Who is it?
It
Mez.
was Mez.
Okay, that's kind of rude of you. He's helping me, helping
No,
you
no,
guys
no,
understand
He
the
has
facts.
history. He has history in his channel. So
Yeah.
pipe down,
This isn't
Auntie.
our first rodeo. Anti-flat earthers exist. This room is moderated for reasons, and when people have shown themselves to be disingenuous, we will act accordingly, mainly to help you have the conversation.
Exactly. All right. So examining the idea that people are taking pictures from a place that you can't verify, because we're getting to, like, not only are they Photoshop, that they have said already that they are Photoshopped, right? Like the blue marble is a Photoshopped image by Robert Simmons. You can look it up for yourself. You can find out the information. He was, he was hired by NASA to do this, right? Construct the Earth with, what data information he's got to actually recreate it and make it the blue marble. So that has been Photoshopped. That's what they said. Now, on top of that,
other photos as well.
it doesn't matter though, because I'm getting to the cowbell, which on top of that, you can't verify those images to be true from the perspective that they've actually been to a place that you can't go. So
I can go to Walmart and buy,
so we're not talking about we're not talking about we're not
and have proof.
No, we're not talking about what you think you can do. I'm saying
I
from
know
the
I
place can you go do the thing that they've done?
Yes, I
How?
can. What you do is you go to Walmart, buy one of those really expensive rockets, shoot it up, and you can physically see the curvature of the Earth.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. All right, so
Didn't know Walmart sold
it's
rockets.
not dumb. It's not dumb. It's just
listen. It has nothing to do with what the question that I was asking. Nothing whatsoever. You just said something because you thought it was cool to say that. It's dumb. So like the thing that I was
I can get proof that the Earth is
Auntie,
round.
relax, dude. The thing that I was
not-
asking was that can you go to the place that they were to take the image that they took? Can you go there?
If you had enough money,
Can
yes.
you? I'm not. Don't. If you can't, just say if you can do it or not.
Well, yes, I could. I'm going.
Are you asking
Okay, so
if it's possible?
so right now, have you done it? Because obviously
I
you
haven't
just
done it right now.
Okay, then. See how good it feels to be honest when
Hey,
you're honest.
Alpha?
All right,
Alpha?
so now that you're honest,
Chill.
we've already found out that you didn't do it. So you didn't find out if the Earth is a globe by yourself. You didn't do that. You're just
Relax.
believing these images that they're showing you. That's all you're
Again, I
doing.
go to the fact I can buy a rocket and shoot it up into the
Who
atmosphere and see.
cares if it's got a GoPro
Not
camera
fucking
on it?
going there yourself. You're not
cares?
going there yourself.
But I get the feed from the camera that I
Oh my
bought.
god, dude! Listen,
and I have the video of it.
You can't even a rocket that you buy from Walmart can't even go as high as the ones that they go in. They doesn't even fucking go as high as the airplane flies, bro.
You don't need to go that high. Oh my god.
Whatever, dude. Okay, so what is the elevation you're supposed to see curvature at? According to the globe, what is the elevation you're supposed to see curvature? Yes.
Google.
You're typing
Google
it in Google, aren't you?
Fucking Google PhD.
It's not going to help you here. Not in this question.
Slightly
You
below
could just say you
30,000
don't
feet.
know. It's
No.
okay not to
You
know
can just
things,
go.
dude.
You can go up in an airplane that goes 40,000 feet up in the air.
No, that
and you
answer
can
is
see the
incorrect.
curvature of the Earth.
That answer
It's
is
35,000
incorrect.
feet.
No.
It's 35,000 feet. And you
No,
can
it's
see the
not.
curvature of the Earth.
See, this is when Google actually is not your friend right now. That's incorrect. That's not correct. So whoever is putting that information there is just saying things. It's not current to the rhetoric, right? How big the Earth is. You cannot see the curvature from that altitude. And what I was saying, Google's not your friend right now. So you thought by looking it up you were going to have a quick answer. It's not the answer. It isn't. It really isn't.
35,000 feet.
No,
35,000.
sir. No, you're
35,000
not. No,
feet.
no.
35,000 feet.
No.
Literally
it's not
all
the-
of these say 35,000 feet.
It is not the answer to the question.
That's
Just
wrong,
not.
though.
So, anyways,
How do you know?
according to
How do you know?
Because
You tell me.
the
Where's
scientific
your
community,
source?
the scientific communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know who he is?
Yes,
He's
I
very
know who he
prolific.
is.
Yeah, he's very prolific. He holds master classes, and he's not a flat earther. Okay, so him as a hostile witness would agree that you can see the curvature from the Red Bull space jump at 120,000 feet. You remember
can
Felix Baumgart? Hold
Oh
on,
my god.
Auntie.
I
Yeah,
have that video on my fucking thing, and you can clearly see the curvature
it's
of the Earth
not
in
the
the video.
curve, bro.
Oh,
Yes,
It's
it
not the
is. You
curve.
can
No,
physically
it's
see the fucking
not.
curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, dude. I do apologise. You've got two problems here. I point them out to you with regards to Felix Baumgartner's jump. One, if you were to complete that circle, the Earth is tiny. Two, in reference to that, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you shouldn't be able to see Earth curvature from that height. From that height, the Earth would appear to be flat from 120,000 feet. So you've got two problems. Which one of those problems are you going to address directly?
Okay. So there are multiple videos online, like the SpaceX launches and all these other launches.
No, I'm
You
talking
didn't
about
address
Felix Baumgartner.
address him. Address what he said.
I
brought up
don't
Felix
understand the
Baumgartner.
question.
Right, I'll ask them again. You've got two problems. One, with the image that you've got on your phone, apparently, if you were to complete that circle, the Earth would be tiny. Second problem, Neil deGrasse Tyson, when referencing the Red Bull space jump, will tell you that mathematically speaking, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. So you have a problem. Two.
So while in space, they tend to use
No,
cameras.
Felix Baumgartner.
I'm answering the question why it looks
be.
different in the pictures. While in space, they use different types of cameras. These cameras have different types of lenses that make it look different.
So
But
not
if you
Earth
look
curvature
at
then. It's not Earth curvature then.
there is curvature, they're just making the curvature look exaggerated.
Oh, okay. Do you realise that you can bend a horizontal line with a GoPro camera?
Yeah,
But
that's
now
what
you're
they
going to
do.
turn. Good. So
They-
a horizontal line will be bent because of a camera lens. Well, that's not
So-
true Earth curvature then, is it, Sunshine?
We talking about fisheye lens here?
Shush.
Yeah,
That's not
they
true
use
Earth
different
curvature
lenses.
then, dude. That's not true Earth curvature then, is it?
The image still shows the curvature. They exaggerate
Oh,
it because
oh,
we're
it's
in space.
exaggerated Earth
Let's make this
curvature.
look cool.
No,
The cameras
that's
do
not.
it, but
No,
there is
that's not.
still.
Dude, this is now disingenuous. This is not
It
true
is-
Earth curvature, is it? You do realise
do
that you can
change it.
bend. Listen, thank you. You do realise that you can bend a horizontal line with a curved lens. It doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth
That's
is
what I'm
curved.
meaning.
Well, then it's horizontal. Then how would we know the difference?
The Earth is very, very large.
No
We
shit,
are-
Sherlock.
Please don't be rude. That is
I'm not being rude. I'm trying to
You
get
are
you
being
to
rude.
follow along, but you're not
letting.
following along.
I am following along. I'm trying to explain it, and you're cutting me off. Please relax.
Quicker.
Just relax for a moment,
Be
and I
quicker.
can continue. So, GoPro lenses, yes, they do exaggerate the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth is still there. There's still curvature. They
How
just
would we know?
exaggerate it because they're in space.
How would we know?
You can buy a fucking model rocket from fucking Walmart, send it up there with a fucking camera, and you can see that the Earth is curved. You can't see the
Hold on.
full
I
Earth.
thought that's what they did, dude. That's what they did. They sent a balloon with a camera on it that you've just admitted will over exaggerate the curvature of the Earth. I guarantee you that your GoPro lens will still bend a horizontal line.
Yes.
Yes. So not Earth
not
curvature.
a GoPro, but a physical. If you were to send a physical, not GoPro camera, or just a camera with a flat lens,
All
or just a
lenses have
flat
barrel
lens,
distortion.
make one that doesn't.
You know what barrel
really care
distortion?
how
Do you
you
know
do
what
it.
barrel distortion is?
Yeah, I know what it is. I know what it
Awesome
is.
stuff. So a horizontal line will be bent because of the lens of the camera. How though can we assert that this is true Earth curvature, being as you've already admitted that it's been exaggerated, if it is there at all? You brought
It's
up an
hilarious, man.
aeroplane at shut the fuck up.
It's
You
hilarious,
brought
man.
up an aeroplane at 35,000 feet and said that you can see Earth curvature. Mathematically speaking, I'm going to talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson again, that you shouldn't be able to even see curvature from the Earth with regards to Felix Baumgartner's jump at 120,000 feet. From that altitude, the Earth would appear to be flat.
Jedi,
Mathematically speaking.
have you actually seen the Earth? Have you been
Mathematically,
in an
yes.
airplane?
Tomic,
Good.
you're
So
talking and
mathematically
shit. Just
speaking,
shut up for a
Another
little
thing.
bit, dude. People are
so
trying to talk.
mathematically speaking, we're not high enough above the surface of the Earth, 35,000
Exactly.
feet or
You do realize that
120,000
you're a
feet.
giant.
Can
Dude,
you
shut
shut the
up,
fuck
man.
up?
So another thing
No, not
is
another
if
thing.
I'm
Address
trying to
Neil
no,
deGrasse.
this is the same thing. This is the same thing. I just tend to do that sometimes.
So
That hurts.
120,000 feet, you can't see Earth curvature. That shit is flat. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What are you trying to
So
argue?
let's say you do bring a GoPro out there. If you look at it, if the center of the camera is on the horizon line, it would bend upwards. Instead of bending curved, it would bend upwards.
Not true. It depends on the
Yes, it
angle and
would. It's
orientation.
the
Hold on,
camera.
my friend, 2 seconds. It would depend on the angle above and below the horizon to show whether it's convex or concave in nature. This
If
is
you put the
again
camera
something. This is something that you will
directly on
see
the
with
horizon.
your. Okay, that's fine. And how high are you?
When you're flying in a plane, it's usually around
But not
40,000 feet.
high enough above the surface of the Earth, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, to see Earth curvature. If it's not high enough at 120,000 feet, I'll guarantee it's not high enough at 35,000 feet. Don't forget you're looking through fucking windows and stuff that are also bowed because of the contours of the airplane. But we'll not talk about that. We'll just talk about mathematically speaking with regards to, and I can bring up many more hostile witnesses if you want, that will tell you at 120,000 feet, you shouldn't be able to perceive Earth curvature. So don't bring up a fucking aeroplane again.
Okay. How about the what's it called? What's the space station called?
This is another problem.
The International Space Station. There is a
So?
live feed coming from the International Space Station every damn day.
Brilliant.
If you were to go back 7 days, you would see different cloud formations and different other shit. Explain
Great.
that.
Well, you're still not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see Earth curvature. This was the little bullet I was holding back in my pocket. I'll put it into my chamber now, because this is also what Neil deGrasse Tyson says with reference to Felix Baumgartner's jump. He brings up the International Space Station. Do you know there's not just one space station above the surface of the Earth?
There's
There's two.
multiple.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
there's
by
the Chinese one. Then
Yeah,
there's
look
the
at look at the live. Look at the text channel, Auntie, right now.
yeah, there's the live. Yeah, I know
just
the
look.
live.
Just look.
Jedi.
Yeah,
That's the Chinese. That's the Chinese space station. Did you take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it. It looks flat. It actually looks.
There you go.
There you go.
But whatever. It looks flat, yes, but there is
Whatever.
definitely a curvature. They
Well,
just use
it looks
cameras
flat,
that
but
are
there's
centric.
definitely curvature. What the fuck are you talking about? It looks flat,
Then
but there's definitely curvature.
Then explain to me how that
No.
space station is up there.
No, you explain to me
flat.
how it look. No, you explain to me how it looks flat, but it's definitely curved.
The Earth is fucking huge.
Wait,
Well,
wait, wait,
then
wait,
you-
wait.
Sorry, then you didn't see it from 35,000 feet, and you didn't see it from 120,000 feet. So when we bring up the International Space Station that China provides us with, and it looks flat, you're going to say, well, obviously, because the Earth is fucking big. Which side of your mouth are you going to continue to speak out of, my friend?
Wait, isn't that picture like thicker on the right side?
Let this gentleman think about being honest for the rest of the conversation. Auntie, you need to be honest, my friend.
I am being honest.
Not at 35,000 feet, not 120,000 feet. Chinese space station. Well, obviously the Earth is big. So you tell me how it obviously looks flat, but it's curved. You put yourself in this mess, mate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just taking a second to cool down because. So the Earth is very, very large.
Okay, so we can't see Earth curvature at 35,000 feet, and we can't see Earth curvature at 120,000 feet, and we can't. And we can't see Earth curvature from 250 miles on International Space Station because the Earth is so big.
But
yes,
you know,
because the Earth is so large. It is
Awesome
incredibly large.
So we don't see Earth curvature then.
Look how long it takes for the space station to orbit Earth.
That's not the point in question. The point in question is your assertion that we can see Earth curvature from 35,000 feet and from 120,000 feet. And
okay, I was wrong about that. I was wrong about that.
Brilliant, no worries.
Okay.
Then that's fine. If you're going to be honest and you're going to say that
there's
I was
plenty
wrong,
of
no
images of, like, if you look at, I'm pretty sure that somewhere out there's pictures from Voyager 1 looking back at Earth.
Where are these?
Not the blue book.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
You can look it up on the NASA website. You can look these up on the NASA website.
It's not my first rodeo, sunshine. I'm 48 years old. I've been a flat earther for 10 years, and before these last 10 years, I believed the same stories that you did. Now, if you want to talk about Voyager or images taken from behind the moon with regards to moonrise or any of these things, we can talk about that. And I will just prove to you that they also can't be real.
Wait, can I say something? You said you cannot see a bunch of stuff, but you know what else you cannot see? A boat when it like ships.
Look in chat. Look what Mez just sent.
When it ships for like 3K miles, you cannot see it anymore. But yet you
So
can
you
see another galaxy.
Mez's message.
3,000 miles.
The
Yes.
first image Mez sent. Did I get muted? No. The first image Mez sent, you can obviously see there's a very, very, very slight curve.
Okay. And what altitude is? Sorry, excuse me. Before you start using somebody else's reference, what's the altitude?
Mez, do you know what altitude that's at? It looks like it's at the space station.
Mez can't help you.
It's the same image, just compressed.
Yeah. You
Sorry,
can
I
squish it,
wouldn't,
and you can obviously see the curvature.
Dude, I wouldn't.
That's at the space station. That is obviously at the space station.
Remember what we said earlier with regards to Neil deGrasse Tyson? I can start bringing up Paul Larson, who's an owner of an observatory. He deals with this type of stuff all of the time. Mathematically speaking, you are not high enough above the surface of the Earth at the altitude of the International Space Station. That's why we gave you the Chinese one, and that shit looks flat. Are you going to go back round to this argument again where you were just about to turn around to me and say
I'm
that the
going to
Earth
see
is so
something.
fucking big?
Can you send that image again for me?
The Chinese one,
space station. Yeah, the Chinese one. Can you send that for me?
Wait,
Yeah, sure.
did you concede to the 35,000?
Yeah,
No.
he did.
Did he? Okay.
But yeah,
And
can you send that?
120,000 feet.
Just anywhere.
And you will also understand that barrel distortion of lenses will curve horizontal lines. So not proof of anything when we're looking through a camera with obvious barrel distortion. If the horizon was horizontal, it would be curved depending on your angle that you're viewing it.
China's Shenzhou 14 astronauts complete second spacewalk sea heist light. That's the one you're using, yes?
It's the one that got
That's the
posted
one you said
earlier.
that looks flat. Look at Mez squishing the image, and you can see there's an obvious curve.
Well, then why is he squishing the image? That's disingenuous.
It's showing you that the curve is very, 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 very minute. It is a tiny ass curve. Because the Earth is massive.
Yeah, I mean, that's good news for you then. You could tell us how we can measure it from ground level.
You know what's
that's
weird?
claim
Yeah,
too, right?
You know what's weird is that he has to squish that image, but on the one that the International Space Station from the Americans, it looks like a fucking globe, like automatically with the camera.
It's the lens.
So let's
thing
compare.
that we were
Let's
talking about a
compare.
little while ago.
Let us
It's
compare. No, wait a minute.
Oh
Let
my
us
God,
compare.
we explained this already.
No, we didn't explain it.
Oh,
so
my
now,
God.
Auntie, What you have is a contradiction. So on the one hand, you have the International Space Station where the Americans are on, and it looks pretty globish to me without having any compression of any images. And on the other hand, the Chinese don't have that. So yet Mez has to do his little squishing of the image with the Chinese, but on the American one, he doesn't have to do that, right? What do you think that is?
It's the lens barreling. We already talked about this.
So the lens barreling. So you think that the lens is barreling on which one?
On the American one. It is obviously barrel or whatever it's called.
It's supposed to barrel on both. Curve. Yeah, it's supposed to barrel on both. Do you know that? You see when it's like this, man. Well, you get tangled up in the lies because it's all fucking fake, dude. So you don't know what to believe anymore. You're spinning around like, because it's not true. It is just not true that there's curvature.
Give me a picture of the Earth flat from
pictures
space.
Aren't gonna listen. Pictures aren't gonna do it for you, Auntie. You need to relax, dude.
From the moon, fucking flat Earth.
All right. So you don't know how to stop
Chill
talking.
out.
So pictures aren't going to do it for you. You need to measure and see if there's any curvature on the surface. That's the best way to do it. Because all this talk about space stations and images, it's just trickery. Mez is just one of those. He's a globe zealot. Okay, you might be too. I don't know. But the thing is, it's not about believing about pictures and smushing them and all that. It's about either there's measured curvature or there's not. Can you measure curvature on the ground, as in drop over distance, Auntie?
Didn't someone already do this?
I'm asking you.
Well,
you know?
a while ago, Flat Earthers made a movie, and at the end of the movie,
no, it's not Flat Earthers. Stop. We're not going to entertain that. I'm talking from an academic standpoint because you're not going to look to Flat Earthers for this, and they're not going to help you. Anywhere in academia, does it tell you how they've measured the curvature of the Earth? Yes.
So someone in this movie that
we're not talking about that. We're talking about globe Earth and how they've demonstrated for a long time already that the Earth is curving. We're not gonna talk about that movie.
Oh, that's a shame. Because we understand that the Earth would be fucking tiny if we were to use those measurements. But I understand why you moved along, Alpha. No problem.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
I'm trying to explain it to you, and you keep fucking
we're not going to talk about that
you're
movie. Okay, let's go back to you telling us in academia where they've proved that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. Go.
I'm trying to explain it, but you keep fucking muting me every 5 seconds.
We're not going to talk about that movie. We're not going to talk about that movie.
Because it proves you fuck.
No, we're not going to talk about the movie. You can go to academia and find out how they've proven to you that the Earth is a globe. Now, find out there, anywhere there. Doesn't matter where. Go ahead.
Okay. You put one board at one side.
We're not talking about that movie. Do you understand what I am saying?
Wait, who's losing right now?
All right, so once again, Auntie, let's take it from the top. Give us some evidence, according to academia, that the Earth is a globe and it's proven to be measured as such. Go.
If you were to take a straight line that measures more than 6 miles, or infinitely,
okay,
eventually,
we're not talking about something you just made up. Go look into academia somewhere. Go to your Google, type it in there. How did they figure out that they measured the curve, Auntie?
You're just mad I'm right.
No, I'm not mad. You're not right. You haven't said anything. So I need to know how. I need to stop. I don't need to hear you saying things that are not relevant to you bringing the evidence from academia of how they measured the curve. Go. Pretty easy. Just tell me somewhere in academia. Don't veer off the question. Just answer it. Where in academia? Where? Mm-hmm. You gonna tell us or no?
If you would give me a fucking second.
Yeah, but we're not gonna talk about the movie. We're not gonna talk about you making something up. We're gonna look into
Just
where
give me a
someone
second.
has.
I am trying to deal with your idiocy.
Oh, you're dealing with
Just
my
give me a
idiocy. I'm
fucking
dealing with
second.
your idiocy. What do you mean? I'm dealing with you being an idiot. The fuck are you saying? I need you to tell me in academia, I'm saying it slower now so you can understand, where they have said we've measured the globe. Go. Don't make us wait all day. We'll just go to somebody else. We're happy to.
Give me a fucking second. I swear to fucking Christ.
Wow, we've been waiting. How long do you want us to wait?
Just give me a second, okay?
All right, collect your thoughts. But listen, while you're doing that, we can go to somebody else. So collect your thoughts and figure it out, and then come back.
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes.
Aristophanes.
Yeah, my bad.
All right, Jedi, you got it from here.
Oh, are you sure? I don't want to spoil your fun, man.
No, man. I wanted him to actually get, because he was going to a different places. Now we're on the right track. So we're on the right track, I think.
I hope so. What did he do, mate? Remember, this isn't our first rodeo. Say it again.
He measured. Fuck. What's the word? He measured the circumference of the globe.
Can you tell me how he did it, please?
Hold on.
Because you've just Googled it. This isn't my first rodeo. I do know what you're about to say, and I'm still a flat earther.
We can give you some time. We'll go to Sanri if you want.
I read somewhere that you can dig a hole in one area and dig a hole in another area. Both of them are daylight. One hole will not have the same light. I forget the science experiment. Forget what it's called. Hold on.
Experiment, huh?
It's an experiment.
If I dig a hole underneath my light fitting in my living room, and I dig a hole over there that isn't directly underneath my light fitting in my living room, does that make my living room a curved surface?
Okay. I can't remember the experiment. I know the experiments. If I could remember the name of the experiment, I'd physically give it to you. I know it exists.
So we're not talking about Aristophanes anymore. We're going to be talking about something else. Or are you talking about Aristophanes? Which one? Do you not want to talk about Aristophanes now?
We can come back to you later, Auntie. Just collect your thoughts. Come back.
You go and get a cup of tea or something, man.
Yeah,
Come back in a minute.
eat a piece of pie or something. Come back and fucking tell us. Fuck's sake, man. All right, so we got Sandri. Who else we got in here?
No, bro. No.
Taste the fucking curve, guys. Taste the curve.
Let's taste it.
I'll just ask you because Auntie didn't. I think Jedi answered earlier, and
did he?
He basically could not answer it, and you refused to answer it. So
He refused?
I'll just,
no shit.
No, you refused.
Oh, I
Jedi,
refused. What did I refuse?
Yeah, Jedi could not answer it, and you refused.
What the fuck are you on
What's
about?
the question?
I have no idea.
Yeah. If
What
the
was the
Earth is flat, where's the edge?
Oh,
fucking hell, I did answer it, you lying bastard.
Exactly. You answered.
Listen,
you answered.
He answered it. I didn't want to answer your dumbass question, so he answered it for you.
But what
for
his
you.
answer was basically like, we don't know.
I'll tell you the answer. It's over there.
Maybe you could taste it, bro.
Exactly.
You could probably taste the edge from where
you
you're
guys
at.
You guys always tiptoe around that question.
It's over there, dude. It's over
we
there.
feel it. We feel the edge. We felt it. Just
Okay,
go outside and
yeah.
you feel it. Yeah.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, it has to have an edge, or it's infinite.
Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel the edge.
It's over there. Just
put
go
your
over
feet
there.
on some
You'll
grass.
find it.
Put your feet on some grass. You can feel the edge.
Yeah, you can
I
see.
do have
they
one
cannot,
thing to add to this.
they literally cannot
If
answer.
there's an edge, why is it when you go higher,
You're not
you
going to
can't
jump on
see the
this
edge
point.
of it?
Go find the information that you're going to look for. We're waiting for that. We're having a conversation with Sanri.
Sanri, why would we give you an answer of something that we haven't experienced? Would you like us to ask you where
Wait,
the
but
edge
you
of the
guys,
universe is and
no,
what it's
but
like?
what you said is key. How are you gonna give an answer to something you haven't experienced? Like when you
Yeah.
guys all ask questions to this non-flat earthers people, you're all
Sorry.
asking questions that you don't.
A limitation to the environment doesn't negate direct measurements of the surface of the Earth.
I
The
don't
Earth
know
is
what they.
directly measured to be horizontal and flat. Where it ends, nobody knows.
Wait, no one knows where the Earth ends.
Well, Lulu kind of gave the answer. Point in the direction, go that way. Let us know
But
what happens when you get there.
There's around 8 billion people here, like in Earth. How could
8
no
billion?
one know?
How did you get that number?
Oh, we're back to this again.
Yeah, how did you get that number?
Google.
How many of them have got blonde hair?
So you type in the information and then Google says 8 billion people and you're like, hey man, there's 8 billion people on this earth.
Well, I
haven't
only
Googled
met
recently.
100, so there must only be 100.
Well, the thing is though, if you
7.8
pull
billion, yeah,
out
like 8
a
billion.
number like that, how do you think they've got that information from where? What sorcery is this that you can pull out numbers out of thin air and say, "Oh, thus saith me"? I go, it's what it is. I mean, if you add and divide all the number of humans that ever lived, we can surmise that we can come up with an 8 billion number.
So you can pick and choose which information is real from Google?
Yeah, that's what you're doing now.
No, that's what you're doing.
Oh my god!
No,
it's
you are.
almost like you guys do the
You,
same.
you picked out 8 billion, and from where? From Google. So you just done that right now. What do you mean? I'm charging you with that. What are you?
But you
how are
guys
you
use
charging
Google
me?
too. You use Google too. So what makes you think this is not real?
Yeah, but the number that you just pulled out, I'm asking, how did they get it? There's different. Is it when
How
you
am
look
I
into
supposed to know that?
Sandri,
Like,
when you look up some information from Google and you find something out, like I don't know how to make a cake, and then you could follow instructions, and that's something that's real versus a number that nobody knows how they've actually derived it, whether it's some mathematical formula or construct or whatever it is, then you don't know where they got this information from. You're parroting something. So
How
Google
about
is useful, but at the same time, Google cannot be your friend when it's something that you're stating right now that you have no
I don't
knowledge
know.
how they derived it.
I don't know how they
Pretty simple.
derive to that number, but I'm guessing like every government just declares how many people live under their
Okay,
government.
so
That's it.
declaring stuff isn't making something true, Sanri. It's not. Stop making
So
how
okay.
are you going to get to the place where people aren't? You can't tally up how many people are in the area. Or are you just going to guesstimate?
How do you not know that there's 8 billion people?
The fuck?
The government tallies each life, by the way. They tally each life with death and birth
don't
notes or
know
whatever they're
that.
called.
You
Yes,
don't
I do.
know that. No,
This
you
is why you have a
don't.
certificate of birth.
All right, so how many people
They
are
tell
there
you.
on the earth, Auntie? How many people are on the earth right now? Right now.
I think it's like 8 billion something. That's
Exactly.
because the
8 billion
government
something.
tally it with
How
the
do you
birth and
listen?
death notes.
So okay, and on over the whole earth, how many people do you think that are being recorded, and how many people do you think are not being recorded?
What?
There's probably a lot more than 8 billion, but all the recorded ones
All
are 8
right
billion.
then. So how
How
can
is
you
there
say then? How can you say the number is 8 billion? How?
Because that's how many we have recorded. There are probably more that are
so the number
unrecorded.
so the number doesn't stand to be true because it could vary from billions of people on either direction, right?
No, it can only go in one direction. It can only go further up. It can't decrease.
No, because you
Because
don't
there's people who
know.
are
You don't
unaccounted for.
know. There's a lot of occurrences that happen on this earth that you can't decide how many people are, especially when you're trying to.
Chill
people
out.
don't know. This
You're
is
getting
not
a
some
bit
knowledge.
angry.
Yeah. What?
Please chill. You're
Stop
getting
tone
angry.
policing me. Shut the fuck up, dude. Stop.
You do
don't
that to
tone police
me, dude.
Don't
You do
tone
that
police
to me. I swear
Don't
to
tone
God.
police me. Anyways, you don't know the information. You don't know it, and you're just saying
Yes,
things
we do.
because it's something that Google's put up there for you to say. 8 billion
There's
people.
literal. I'm pretty sure the government even says there's 8
I'm
billion.
pretty sure is not sure. I'm pretty sure is not sure.
Okay.
So
Wait, can
therefore, you can't say that you know. Nobody does.
Gonna have to throw a spanner into your works, dude, because in the UK we have communities called gypsies and they've never been censored, they've never been counted. There is no accurate number for these people in our country.
Yeah.
So,
but all the people that have been counted by all the governments
that doesn't
through
matter.
death and birth.
You can't
that's
listen.
8
It's a
billion.
fluid. It's a fluid number. It's always changing. There's
But wait,
always lots of people born and lots of people dying. So
Wait,
there's
but
no way you're gonna be like, okay, I got a perfect head count today. Because tomorrow, guess what?
average
It's
is
gonna
8
fucking
billion.
change.
The average
Yes,
is 8 billion.
But wait, Alpha, then you cannot say that no one knows how many people there are.
Nah,
Maybe
nobody
someone
knows.
Maybe someone does.
Who the fuck? Listen, dude, you're
Maybe
not
someone
listening to
does.
what I am saying.
There's a bunch of people
single,
in here
listen,
in
minute
the
by
world.
minute, hour by hour, that number is always changing. Always. It ain't gonna be what you think it is.
Oh
ever.
my god.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
after-
you need to appeal
But
to him
then
because
look
he's
what's
the only
going
one that
on in
knows.
the kitchen.
Wait,
I don't know.
so you never know how old you are because each
What?
millisecond you're getting older. You never know how old you are.
That's not what the
All right,
fuck this conversation's about.
We got to move this
What are you
conversation.
talking about, dude?
Yeah.
It's
Fuck.
got to change.
So
dude.
think of it this way. It this way.
Earth curvature
You
or
just turned
rotation.
16. You just
Earth
turned
curve or
16, 17, 18.
Knock
whatever.
it off. Knock
And
it off.
every second after that,
Earth curve or
technically,
rotation.
whatever. Let's be
Earth
done
curve
with this
or
part of the conversation. I want you guys to listen to something from Neil deGrasse Tyson that you believe is so or whatever. Just listen to this. It's gonna play. It's gonna play my. It's gonna play through my mic. So just yeah.
So you do realize we don't.
Is the Earth flat? We
Wait,
have
you guys,
video from
you guys
space.
keep saying like, I see people in the chat saying like, oh, the water can bend, the water can curve, stuff like that. It's like, have you ever put like water inside a bag? It curves.
Put water inside a fucking teapot and it becomes a fucking teapot.
No, like the water actually curves when you have it
That's
in
a good
like
one.
a Ziploc bag. If you have it in a Ziploc bag, it actually curves.
Idiot.
Water takes the shape of its container.
What's going on in here today?
Exactly, and the
There's
container
dumb
is
and
earth and
there's
it's round, so it
realness.
curves.
Heretic, do you hear this guy?
No,
Okay, hold on.
that just goes to all the people
When you-
making fun, like, oh, water curves.
It actually does. The
Oh my
water
gosh, Auntie, don't go down that path. You
It
may
physically does. I'm being
you have
serious.
listen. You have some sort of logical sense going on. Okay, this guy doesn't. Just don't. Just
Okay,
don't.
Daisy Curve, have you ever put
Listen
water
to
inside a
me.
bag?
Hold on, Sanri. Let me ask you. You said that water curves. So did you, Auntie? Right? When
Yeah,
you put it in hold on. When you put it in a container, water takes the shape of the container. We all agree.
Yes, but the top of it curves
The
because
top of it. What
water
happens to
retention.
the surface of it? Like if I put
Yeah, that's the surface
water
of it.
in the. Hold on, bro. If I
Inside.
put water in a bucket, it takes the shape of the bucket, right?
Mhm.
What happens to the top?
The top of it has something called water tension, and the tension causes it to curve very slightly. I believe
Is it me breaking up or you breaking up?
Yeah, he's breaking
Wow,
up.
that's somebody turbo.
No, but here's a good example.
It's
Okay,
like the
you know
internet
the.
doesn't
I
want him to
didn't. I
talk.
didn't hear what he said.
It's really
I didn't
easy.
hear what he said.
You're saying like the top
Alright.
of the water does not bend, right?
The top of the water does. It's called water tension. It's like
Yeah,
a
it doesn't-
little. It's a very slight
What
curve.
happens to the surface?
It's
It's
called water
easy.
tension.
Surface tension has
Water
nothing to do
tension.
with
Yeah,
it.
surface tension. My bad. I was
Completely
getting
irrelevant to the topic at hand. Why are we even
The
talking
surface
about
of the
this?
water.
causes the water to curve.
They're saying that the
No.
water takes the shape of the bowl.
It does.
Okay.
And the
No,
top of that
okay.
water.
Have a
In
spherical
reality, when
convex
it's in a
surface. That's
bucket,
obviously the thing in question, dude. Just get with it.
It's
A
really
meniscus
easy.
does not equal the world being a globe. I don't know what the
Okay,
hell's
just
wrong with you people.
listen to this. Okay, you know the hula hoop, right? The ring or whatever. What happens if you fill the hula hoop ring with water? What happens if you fill it with water?
Dude, your
All
head's
the
a hula
water is
hoop.
bending. All the water is bending. It doesn't matter if it's the surface of the water or not. It's bending.
you know, I don't mind Sanri being the way he is, but Auntie is now added to
What?
this madness. I don't know
Infected?
I'm not
Yeah.
in some sort of madness. I'm just trying to show you. Hold on. Where is it? I know it's right here somewhere. There it is.
Gonna find some fucking meniscus or water tension. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It
We're
has a
not
very
talking.
Piss
I'm
everything
not
off. That's
talking
what you're
about
gonna
that. But I'm
Oh.
not talking about that. I gave you a
I thought you were talking
specific
about the water
example.
turbine.
I gave you a specific example, not a drop of water.
It's not in a drop of water. It's like a full thing. Like if you fill a container, it's a very
Oh,
slight
hold on.
current.
Sorry, dude. So when you fill the container up, you will have some kind of water tension, which will make the water appear to bow when it reaches the limitation of its container. All right, take a little bit of water out so it's not at the top of the container. Describe the surface to me now.
It's more dipped inwards instead of
Concave
outwards.
now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's concave.
Bruh.
All right, let's think about your bathtub.
Okay.
Half full. Describe the surface.
It is concave.
It's concave now.
Yeah, it's concave.
Anything not to agree with a flat earther, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
I'm not trying to disagree. I'm just saying.
You understand that water is
does.
sorry. You understand that water has been used as an ancient tool with regards to building as a leveling device.
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
So
it
the
does.
water in
That's
your water in your bath is describe the surface.
It's not flat. It's concave. When they use it as leveling, they have a bubble in it, and yeah.
No, I'm not talking about
not a spirit level.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just water next to a building and used as a level. So each end is horizontal, not deviating from horizontal. Level, flat. Now, if you want to be disingenuous because you understand that your answer will obviously describe the surface of the water as level, then that's a problem that you've got because you know that you're in a conversation where we're talking about the water of the earth being level. If you want to try and tap dance around this, my friend, then you are not going to be an honest person with honest inquiry about his reality.
I do have another question. Unrelated.
No, we're not gonna move past this.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk about it.
Listen. No. Here's the thing. We can't move forward and have an honest conversation with you when you're making ridiculous claims. This is not a flat Earth or a globe Earth argument. This is simple nature of water that everybody could observe.
Curvature of water surface.
If I have a glass of water,
This is like generally.
what
hold on.
happens to the surface of the water? That's all I care about.
This is. Oh shit. That's it. I can't send it to you, but I can send it to Alpha though.
It's really easy.
This is like from one of your guys' flat
Answer
Earth
the
stuff,
question.
water
Answer
temperature.
the question. If I have a glass of water, what
Mhm.
happens to the surface of the water?
The surface has water tension, causing it to curve slightly inward. It's not
If
perfectly
I
level.
have, are you kidding me right now? You're
Hold
saying the
on.
glass of water that I'm
She's-
holding right now is the surface is concave.
Here, no,
Yes.
Auntie, the surface is flat,
Okay,
but if you
I
have a
don't have
ring,
anything else to say to you.
if you have
Everybody
a
else
ring,
can
wait,
deal
if you
with
have
you.
a ring of plastic, and it's full with water, the surface is
Mhm.
still curved.
We are
Yeah,
not
it's
talking
curves
about a
inward.
ring of water, Sanri. It's a simple question. A glass of water,
Hold on.
and
Just look this up.
you can't be you're not a genuine person, dude. You can't have a genuine conversation.
What the fuck?
Swimming pool. Describe the surface of the water.
It's flat.
Thank you, mate.
No problem. Everybody else is muted, so I thought I'd jump in and help out.
He's gonna send some BS to Mickey. I want to see what this whatever it is that he sent.
Oh shit! Did he just send it to me?
I don't know. He said he was gonna send you something. So
Let me see.
I've muted the Earth Sniffer. I've unmuted Auntie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I sent it from your own thing. I may be like
Take a
not getting what
screenshot.
you're thinking of. You could just copy the image.
I'll take a screenshot of this.
Hold on. There's another version of it, or a different type of thing.
Nah, that's fine. I don't.
Okay.
I'll use this.
Yeah. This is from like one of your guys' websites or whatever.
Give us a laugh. Go on.
No, that's not from
This is
our.
not. This is not our website.
Yeah, I told you. Called it.
Okay.
These are anti-flat earthers, bro.
Yeah, it's anti-flat earth stuff.
So hold on. Oh, there's feedback. Are you saying when you put a glass of water, this is what you see on your glass? Is this how your glass looks when you see when you have a glass of water?
Hold on.
Can you see what Alpha posted?
Yeah, that's what I sent to them. That's something from your guys' website. So I'm trying to look through
This
the.
is not our website. And answer the question: is this what you see in your glass of water?
No, it is dipped down.
So it's concave, like it's the opposite.
Yes.
It curves downwards.
Yes, it curves downwards.
Okay, give us proof. Show me that happening.
It's an actual thing. Hold on.
No, it's not. It's not a natural thing. So that's.
Yes, it is. I'm being serious.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Go ahead, show it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard so far.
I'm being completely serious. Water has the little.
I don't care. Just provide your sources and your.
I just had it. Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Just give me a second. What? Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, shit.
Okay. There we go.
Oh shit, Mimus is on 24/7. I'm gonna go say hi to him.
No, AI. That's not. We're talking about a glass of water. Not necessarily like a drop. Hold on, I got a call. 1 second.
Water. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Just give me a second. Oh my god! I swear this cat.
Have we got to the concession at water's level upon the surface?
It is not completely level. It has like the surface tension or whatever. Hold on.
Hold on, surface tension is only when you overfill a container. We're talking about a container that's half full. Let's not call it a test tube where we have meniscus where the edges of the container where the water curves upwards, because that's not going to demonstrate earth curvature. We're just talking about the description of the surface of water in a container. Lulu has given you a glass of water. I've given you a bucket, a bath, and a swimming pool. Describe the surface.
I just sent you an image. That's the image. What I'm talking about.
You sent me an image, right? Give me a minute.
Yes.
I'll post it for everybody.
It is not perfectly level.
With Earth curve, might I ask?
Also, besides the water thing, gravity doesn't work too well on a disc because you get pulled to the center of the disc.
Nobody said it was a disc.
Luckily, we're off of the meniscus. What's gravity?
So gravity is the force that pulls you down and holds things together.
Give me a citation or don't say anything else.
Fuck it, give me a hypothesis.
Gravity is the force that holds things together.
Give me a
No, that's not a citation. Nor a hypothesis.
Okay, hold on.
If you're making a claim which is going to be a cause and effect relationship, so well in the ballpark for natural science. If you're making a
definition
claim
of gravity.
Just give me the hypothesis. I don't want the definition.
Oh my god.
Hey,
gravity
we
is
could
not
actually have like an
hypothesis.
observed phenomena first.
Yeah, real quick,
right? I need an observed phenomena.
While he's thinking of that, El Baba Yaga's in there, Deuce Volt, Mimas, and some of the people we haven't seen in a while. So if anybody wants to say what's up.
Yeah, all right, man. I might pop over in a bit. I haven't seen Mimius in a fucking minute.
So
yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah.
Gravity isn't a theory; it's an actual thing that affects all of us.
Nobody cares about your feigned ideas.
It's not an idea; it's truth. You physically can
you're
feel
just
gravity.
making. No. I want observed phenomena right now.
Drop a pencil on the floor.
That's the effect.
That's not gravity.
Yeah, that is gravity. That's the effect of gravity.
No, that's you dropping a pen. I need an observed phenomena right now.
That is the phenomena.
That is the phenomena. Dropping a pencil on the floor is the phenomena
So
as gravity.
So then what's the cause? You would be the cause, right? Because you picked the pencil up and then you let it go?
No, it's
no
the pencil being pulled toward the center of the earth.
Good.
Well, I got pencils in my room and they're not being pulled towards the floor. They're just sitting there on the table. So someone had to move it from its place of equilibrium. So that's not gravity, is it?
It's still being affected by gravity.
What's
you see in the
What
videos
is
in the
gravity?
It's the
What's
force of. Okay, hold on. Let me get the.
If you're going to say mass attracts mass, that's pre-1915 gravity. We're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. Which one are you talking about? And then after you define gravity correctly, I'm going to want a hypothesis that I can test in an experiment.
Gravity is relatively simple.
Awesome. So
if you
give me the
think of-
hypothesis that I can test to prove gravity causes stuff. You know what a hypothesis is,
Gravity, right? Yes, I know. Gravity isn't a
Dude, so
hypothesis. It's an actual thing. You drop a
dude,
pencil on the floor, it's gravity.
Stop getting excited. This is a claim for science. Do you think science has proven gravity?
Yes, it has, because you can drop shit.
Good. Then give me the hypothesis. Dude, before you keep splurging out for everything that I said, you have said that science has proven gravity. You've just given me... Hold on. Calm down so you can listen exactly what I'm asking of you. You've said that science has proven gravity. You've just given me the dependent variable. Awesome. What's the independent variable?
Well, gravity is the fucking... If you were to pour water out of a glass in space, it would hold itself together.
No, not going to space. You just dropped a pencil. Yeah. I've conceded that's fine as a dependent variable, an observed phenomenon.
Independent variable.
Good. So what's the independent? Dude, if you're going to keep talking, you're not going to understand exactly what I'm asking of you. And then we're just going to keep going around in a circle until I get from you exactly what I'm asking of you. So shush.
Okay.
You've given me pencil falls when you let it go. That will be your dependent variable. Brilliant. What's the independent variable?
That would be the force of gravity.
Awesome stuff. So, force of gravity causes pen to fall. Yes?
Yes. That is
Excellent.
What happens.
Excellent. You do realise that I'm going to have to test this hypothesis in an experiment where I vary and manipulate.
So make sure you change it. Make sure you do it in the chamber.
I'm sorry.
Dude, I don't understand why you're giggling. If you're confident in what you're... Dude, if you're confident in what you're... That's fine. Calm down. We're just going to go through the scientific process. I've helped you formulate a hypothesis.
This is the basic test.
Realise...
Down.
Shush.
1.
Shush. You do realise that I'm going to have to vary and manipulate gravity in an experiment to cause the pen to fall, right?
You don't manipulate.
What? You don't manipulate gravity.
Yeah.
So we don't have an... Sorry. So we don't have an experiment that varies and manipulates gravity to see the pencil drop. You're just going to declare that the pencil drops because of gravity with no scientific experiment to prove the case.
Well, look at the feather. Yeah.
Yeah, the feather falls slower because of what's it called?
Air resistance.
Yeah, air resistance. It's experiencing the same amount of gravity.
Due to the
I believe
molecules
someone did this in
in the
vacuum. Yeah, someone did a vacuum and it falls about the same speed as a bowling ball.
Brilliant.
Yes, that's what I say. Do that's why I said do your experiment in a vacuum chamber.
No, guys, that's just dropping things and removing the atmosphere, which is going to cause resistance or friction to the object that is falling. So the feather and the bowling ball will appear to fall at the same rate. I'm asking you to
remove the friction.
Yes,
so they
just
fall
the
at the same
gas.
rate.
Again, this is just talking all the way through.
How do you figure out
Somebody
how
else has tried.
You figure out how
dude. That's just the effect.
We figure out like the speed of which it falls at, and that's what gravity's declared as.
No, dude. That's just the phenomena. The thing falls.
Well, if you do it,
cause
if you do it 100 times,
cause of
get the
phenomena.
calculations for
Cause
be
of
the
phenomena,
exact same.
please.
Yeah.
Cause of phenomena, please. Cause. What's the cause?
There has to be something
of the
pulling it.
phenomena?
There's a force pulling it down.
Okay.
It's the mass of the Earth attracting the pencil to the floor.
Okay, so mass attracts mass. Yes.
Yes.
What's
mass?
mass?
Attracts mass.
What's mass?
Mass is a collection
The
of
weight.
matter.
Oh, which one? Because your friend's trying to help you out. He says, wait, you're just about to say the amount of substance in a space. Mass can also be defined as the resistance to acceleration. So which fucking one are you going to suggest? Because now we've got three.
I was going to say it's the collection of mass creating gravity.
Now, so you're not going to like this. I'm going to go and going to get you several citations with regards to the definition of mass. You're going to have a problem. One, I'm going to demonstrate to you that the amount of substance in a space is incorrect. It is the incorrect definition for mass. I'm also going to point out to you that mass is also defined as the resistance to acceleration. And I'm
Do you
also
believe
going
in gravity? I'm just going to say this. Do you believe in gravity exists? Because if
it's
you're
like
one of those...
Dude, if you can provide me with a scientific experiment that I can test where I vary and manipulate...
But also...
Right.
Gravity is different on different...
Yo, you gotta let him finish, bro.
Yeah.
If you're going to keep splurging out... Dude, if you're going to keep splurging out through everything that I say, then you're not going to hear my answer, are you?
This is 9th grade science, but go ahead.
Good. That's not a problem. Being as you're talking about pre-1915 gravity, mass attracts mass, that was superseded by Einstein in his theory of general relativity, where mass sits in the fabric of space-time and warps and bends it. You are literally talking about an unproven gravitational model.
Yes, it does attract. It does warp space-time. And
Good. So which gravity are you talking about? Because they're not the same thing. Which gravity are you talking about? They're not the same thing.
The fucking one where you drop a fucking pencil on the floor.
9.8.
What's the cause? Dude, shush. What's the cause?
The warping of space-time of Earth attracts the fucking pencil to the floor.
Thank you. So not my fucking god. So not mass attracting mass then. The bending and warping of space-time due to mass.
No, mass doesn't matter when it comes to gravity. When you're looking at
do you need to shush?
You can have you drop a piano, you drop a pencil, it's
You're
gonna
not
help. It's gonna fall at the same rate.
Yes,
You're not helping Auntie here. That's just a phenomena, fuckwit.
It's not a phenomenon.
It's not a fictitious force.
Excuse me, my friend.
And you can repeat the experiment thousands of times, and you get the same thing.
Auntie, every time you drop something, that's the observation of a phenomena. Whether that's your pencil falling or in a vacuum chamber, the feather and the bowling ball drop at the same rate. That's the phenomena.
It doesn't just fall for no reason. There has to be a reason.
There has to be a reason.
I'm not going to say that there isn't a reason, my friend. But you're going to have to give me a scientific experiment where I vary and manipulate the supposition of cause of phenomena.
Okay, then.
Good.
How about,
so you've given
how about we go into space and get a black hole in a fucking pencil?
That's where you do the vacuum chamber experiment.
Yeah, that's what the vacuum chamber's for. No matter what
No.
you drop, it'll fall at the same rate.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is. In a vacuum.
Okay. Okay.
That's how
no
it
problem.
They did
Okay.
experiment on the moon too, dropping.
Shush.
Yeah, it falls
Shush.
slower
Shush.
because there's less gravity.
Stop fucking talking.
Oh my god.
You said to me that everything falls down within a vacuum, yes?
Yes, everything does.
Awesome stuff. So imagine I've got a tap or a faucet and I can impart gas back into the vacuum chamber. I open the tap, the gas goes back into the vacuum chamber. Which way does the gas go?
It just, well, since it's in a vacuum, it'll congregate together. Actually,
But another thing to
look
think
on
about
its
too
floor.
is that things
You need
float
to
in
shut the
space,
fuck up,
so you
my
can't
friend.
really
You need to shut
do
up.
experiment
You
in
need to
space
shut
like
up.
that.
You need to shut up. All right, I'm talking to Auntie. If you interrupt one more time, I'll mute you. Hold your fucking horses. So, Auntie, after I've expelled gas back into the vacuum chamber, which way does it go?
It starts at the floor. Actually, yeah, it'll start at the floor, then it'll fill up the chamber.
Really?
Because there's nothing lighter than
Have you ever pumped up a tire or a balloon or a football?
that's not a vacuum chamber.
Okay, but
That's not a
which way does the gas go?
It just fills it up. It doesn't
It
go
doesn't.
in
It
any
no.
way.
Incorrect.
It just fills it up.
Incorrect. Gas doesn't fill up a chamber like water does when you
Well,
pour it into
also,
a cup.
it depends on the
Right.
gas.
Fuck you, mate. If you're not going to fucking listen, I'm not going to waste my fucking time with you anymore. Every single time I start to say something, you start splurging out. Is your autism taking effect? Shush. You're incorrect. When you impart gas into a vacuum chamber, it doesn't fill the chamber up like water does. The direction of gas is free and random in all directions. It presses on the limitation of the container. It presses upwards, it presses downwards, and it presses outwards. So every single time that you turn around to me and say everything falls, you're incorrect because gas doesn't act
It
like
almost
that.
seems like there's gravity. If we were
It
doing it in
does.
space, it would work like that.
But
But
we're
if you're
not in
imparting
space.
gas
Dude,
into a
my
vacuum,
friend, dude,
I'm
we're
trying to
not in
explain this to you because you're wrong. You are physically wrong.
Oh, I'm not wrong.
You are
I'm
wrong in this.
absolutely correct. And you're going
So-
to rely on a story from the vacuum of space, which I'm going to take away from you in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
But we
I
haven't
know.
got there yet. Because
On
you've
Earth.
Earth. Thank you. On Earth, you have incorrectly defined the path of gas molecules. When
There
you
is
impart gas,
there is no gas in the room. There's nothing in the room. And if you were to turn on that tap, it would stay at the floor and slowly fill up because of gravity.
incorrect.
Hold on.
And you know that's incorrect. You're literally lying because you know that you have to. That is being exceptionally disingenuous. Would you like me to go and get several citations with regards to the movement of gas? You understand that gas presses on the limitation of its environment, right? What's the definition of gas pressure, my friend? Do you know?
I don't know this type of shit. It's not on my mind just instantly.
Okay,
But
so the
fact
definition
is,
of, I'll tell you,
there is
no, it's
gravity
not a fact.
and there's
It's not a
no
fact.
other gas in the room.
Not a fact. It's not a fact.
It would go down. That's
It's
what
not a
holds
fact.
the atmosphere to the Earth.
It's not a fact. Gas presses
Yes,
upwards,
it
doesn't it? Dude, gas presses
Ah.
upwards, doesn't it? Gas presses upwards, doesn't it? And downwards and outwards, doesn't it?
How do you think the Earth holds its atmosphere to the void?
What do you think the
Space.
evaporation cycle is? Dumb fuck. Now I'm going to start humiliating you. What's
You're
the
the one who's
evaporation
the
cycle?
dumb fuck.
I'm not, my friend. I've asked you
Yes,
for
you
a
are in this
hypothesis.
situation.
Dude, no, I'm not. Because one, you haven't
Oh
given
my
me a
God.
hypothesis that proves
Density.
gravity. Excuse
Density.
me. One, you haven't given me a hypothesis that I can test to prove gravity. You've just started asserting shit. You've started dropping things and started declaring, there you go, gravity. That's not a fucking hypothesis. I've also demonstrated that you are incorrect with regards to the movement of gases. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions and presses on the limitation of its environment to achieve
Depending on
gas
temperature.
pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Seriously, dudes, if you're not going to fucking listen, you can just all fuck off. I'll mute every single fucking one of you right now.
You're just getting mad that you're wrong.
No,
Well, so, like when
because-
gas compacts when it's freezing, like when it gets frozen, but then like it expands
That's
when
not fucking gas
heat
then
goes up.
anymore, is it? You fucking
Same
idiot.
with so if you were to pump oxygen into a vacuum,
Mhm.
it'll fall to the bottom because of gravity.
No, it won't.
Gravity
No, it
will
won't.
pull it to the floor.
No, it doesn't.
Can't just float freely.
It does.
You would need
That's
to
what
be in a
gas does.
gravity-less environment, like space.
Dude, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. What's the evaporation cycle? Tell me the evaporation cycle right now.
When water is evaporated, it
Which
goes
way
up
does
in
the
the
gas
air,
go?
It goes
Which
up
way does the gas go?
because it is lighter than oxygen.
Which way does it go?
Up because
Good.
it is lighter than oxygen. There is no oxygen in a vacuum chamber for it to go up.
Okay,
So
but
it
when we
can't
put
go up.
listen, dumb fuck. When we put oxygen back into the container, which way does it go?
If it's in a vacuum, down. Because
No,
it is being affected
no.
by gravity because there is no
Incorrect.
oxygen in the container.
My God, why are you not understanding?
Can we use like
this?
MATLAB or something for this?
Yeah, fucking hell.
Bro, gas is omnidirectional. Everyone knows this. Why are you guys acting like
Yeah,
this?
it is omnidirectional, but when affected by gravity, it will go
It's
down.
omnidirectional, which means what? Does it go in all directions?
It'll go all in all directions except for in a vacuum.
When you
That's
put
why
it into
the
a vacuum,
atmosphere sticks to the Earth.
dude.
Because
why
there's
are you getting
gravity
so-
pulling the
why-
oxygen down.
But there isn't, because observably, when we impart gas into a vacuum chamber, it moves freely and randomly in all directions, pressing on the limitation of its environment until you have a container of pressurized gas. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. A container, 360 degrees, volume surrounding gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Now, I'm going to have to start humiliating you more, unfortunately. I'm going to give you kinetic molecular... Dude, shush. I'm going to give you kinetic molecular theory. I want you to read for the class the 6 postulates.
I'm not good at physically reading out loud, so I'm not going to.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it for you?
I'm severely autistic and I can't read out loud. Do not judge me for that.
Okay, that's not a problem. I won't do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think of it as dry ice. In a vacuum, let's say we're pouring dry ice into a vacuum.
We're breathing oxygen.
The bottom.
No.
Yeah, I know
Incorrect.
we're breathing oxygen. This is just a visual representation.
Incorrect. Dry ice only sinks to the
Can I just
bottom with
explain to you what I'm trying to fucking say?
No, because you've been
You're
incorrect
talking
about
over me
7 fucking times.
continuously because I'm trying
No.
to explain it to you because you're too retarded
But you're
to understand.
incorrect. But you're incorrect.
I'm not
Please don't call
incorrect.
me retarded.
I know what I'm talking about.
You are not. You do not know what you're talking about.
I know
That's
what
been
I'm talking about.
demonstrated.
This is like
No, you don't.
5th grade science, man.
I know. Would you like me to provide you with people like Neil Feynman, Max Born, Nobel winning laureates, which will demonstrate that you are incorrect? Would you like me to do that? Would you like to argue with Nobel laureates? Do you want to do that, Sunshine? That's fine. Don't mind. Would you like me to define gas movement and gas pressure for you from citations from universities with known gas laws? The second law of thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, which demonstrates that you are incorrect. You think that when you impart gas back into a vacuum chamber, it fills the container up like a fucking fluid, like when you pour water into a container. But gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. This is why we have gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. No, read it out for me.
Read this.
Read it
I
out
wonder
for me.
why valves are on top of gas containers and not the bottom.
Yeah, I do wonder why.
That's because the gas is under pressure. In a vacuum, it doesn't have any pressure. So it
Hold on,
falls to
but
the
when we
bottom
put
due to
gas,
gravity.
dude, fuckhead, you're not
Can you
following this, are you?
Can you please
When
just read
we
what I
put
said?
gas, dumbass, when we put gas into a vacuum chamber, it's no longer a vacuum anymore, is it? Because it's got gas in it.
Becomes a pressurized container, just like you were talking about. How are you doing this, man?
Can you just read the damn
Because he's
thing I sent
upset.
you?
No, I'm going to get you 20
Oh
citations with
my
regards to
god,
gas movement.
you are so incompetent. Just read the damn thing I sent you and you'll understand.
Dude, I'm not incompetent. I'm going to get you several citations which you won't read, and I'll read them out to you. It's fine, no problem. You've demonstrated to me that, one, you don't know what natural science is. Two, you haven't been able to formulate a hypothesis. And when we got there, you said that we can't vary manipulate gravity, so we don't have a fucking experiment. Well done, you. I'm trying to point out to you that within a vacuum chamber, yes, the bowling ball and the feather will drop at a consistent rate, that's fine. But when we impart gas back into the vacuum chamber, the gas movement is free and random in all directions. Not downwards, you plum. I mean, I posted you something that, I'll tell you what, you read it to yourself. You don't have to read it out to the class. Just read it to yourself. I posted kinetic molecular theory. There are 6 postulates. Read them in your head. And when you've read those, I've given you several citations with regards to gas movement. That's what, 34 minutes past the hour. Now that I've done that, I will go and read your shit. But make sure you read mine.
Yeah, I'm done with you fucking idiots. I'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Well, that's an L for him. Well, she, her.
Alright, let's unmute Sanri again. And then let's unmute the other guy that I had to stop from talking a couple of minutes ago because he wasn't helping our friend. Alright, Ali Cat, you're unmuted. Samri, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I just want to know why Dagas thinks he knows more than Einstein.
I have no idea.
Wait, so is it real that you guys believe it's a dome?
We're not making a claim to a vacuum. If there was a vacuum up there, you would
Oh.
need a physical barrier to stop the gas from dispersing into that vacuum.
Yeah, because I'm looking at what Dagas is putting in the chat and it says, no real flat earthers believe this. And there's like a dome from like The Simpsons, literally.
I don't know. Maybe Dax can answer you. But yeah, guys, I'm going to have to jump out for 5 to 10 minutes. I will be back soon.
Wait, so Dagas, answer in chat. Do you believe it's a dome? Like, is there like a glass dome or something? Wait, that's true. If it's a dome, it can't be flat. It has to be a round dome.
That should be a dome theory or something. I don't know. Earth dome theory. That's what it should be called.
The dome implies that it's a closed system or an isolated system as opposed to being a open or closed system.
So it's
But
not
Earth's,
flat.
if Earth's flat, then how does the moon? You know, we see it in the morning, or see it in the night. Well, in the morning, obviously, and then we see it, the sun in the morning, sun in the evening, and then moon again. You know, has to rotate somehow.
Have you ever seen the moon in the day?
That doesn't even make sense what you just said. It was just a load of like word vomit.
Well, you said, have you seen the moon on the day? Yes, I have.
Have you seen the moon? Have you seen the moon in the night and the day in the night? I've seen the moon all times.
Yeah, because it's rotating.
Did you just get here?
You just said
Me?
it. Like you see it at all times,
Yeah.
like a day.
No,
at
no,
night,
I've
or
been
whatever.
here.
Oh, okay. It's been like
Why?
word salad for the last 3 hours.
But if
No,
Earth
I
was
know.
flat,
What?
wouldn't
I know that the same dude
everyone
who
have the
keeps
same
talking
time,
about
have the same exact sunlight, same exact
They all talk over each other.
daylight and stuff?
keeps talking about like fucking like ring water or whatever he keeps saying. Something about
It feels the ring.
Wait,
yeah, it
that,
feels
feels
the
the ring.
ring.
Daga just asked a question. He said, if Earth is a ball, how does grass work? That's coming from a flat Earth argument.
He's comparing questions because you asked a stupid question, then he asks one.
No, he's just asking a normal flat Earth question.
He put an emoji that was a goofy emoji.
I didn't even see that, and I knew it.
That's just one of the
Obviously,
arguments they
he's
have.
being a goofy goober.
No, I think he's being serious.
Yeah, I want to know how does daylight work if Earth was flat? That's what I want to know.
Your head
The
as far
sun
as the
stops
Earth
governing
being
your area
flat.
of land. Earth.
Pretty sure it would work the same regardless. Like the sun is out, so it's daylight. It's like kind of just how it works, right?
Wait, if the Earth is not round, how does photosynthesis work?
If the Earth is flat, then how does your brain work?
I don't know. It'd be flat Stanley, I think.
I mean, if you cannot answer the question, just say you cannot answer. You don't have to like.
I don't know, like how would it work any different on depending upon the shape of Earth? I don't get it. Explain to me.
Because photosynthesis only works if the Earth is rotating.
What?
Like, certain properties cause certain things. So if Earth was flat, certain properties would exist.
Certain
Bro.
properties?
Yeah.
What are you guys
These are
talking
those.
about?
Like
Why are you
for instance,
affirming the consequent?
like a
What?
planet that's bigger than Earth is going to have different properties than a planet that's smaller than Earth.
What does
Is
that have
Earth
to
a
do with
planet?
anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the radius of this planet?
To be honest with you, I do not know that on top of my head.
Well, then why would you make the claim if you have no idea how big this planet is?
Wait.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you take the size of Earth and then compare it to bigger,
You just said you don't know
What
the
is
size
the
of
size
it.
of Earth? That's the question. What is the size of Earth?
Let me look it
Wait. Says who? How many square kilometers is Earth? Now, without Googling it.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, I have no idea. That doesn't change the fact that there's no curvature. So it's a stupid question.
So how can you know the Earth is flat without knowing how much it measures in square feet or square kilometer?
Okay, let's put it this way. Every place that we've checked, it's always flat. How's that?
Oh, okay.
But if
that makes sense.
If Earth was flat though, but then wouldn't there be like a starting point and an end point?
I don't
Like,
really
wouldn't it
want
wrap
to
around?
argue with your imagination. You know what I'm saying? You've got an idea in your head of what a flat Earth would look like, and I don't really want to like argue with your ideas. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when I think of flat Earth, I think of like just like a paper, piece of paper.
You know, and that's the fun part about this whole thing. No one gives a fuck about what you think the flat Earth should look like.
Well, that's like when I hear the word flat Earth, that's what comes to my point. So explain to me what
I
exactly
don't
is
want
a
to
flat
argue
Earth?
with your imagination, bro. I don't want to argue with your imagination. You go
Tell
imagine
me.
what you want.
No, tell me what a flat Earth is. Tell me that. That's what I want to know.
The Earth that
So
you're
it,
standing on, that's a flat Earth.
Yeah, but
so
what does it look
basically
like?
the point is that
It
if
looks like
the
what you
Earth,
look out the window every day.
Well, if you were to zoom out into space, like what would flat Earth look like? That's what I'm trying to say.
What's space? What's space?
Vacuum. That's one thing.
It is? How great is this vacuum? Do you know the actual Torr value of it?
Ooh, it's a big number. It's a big number, that's for sure.
It's a big number. Do you need a container to have a vacuum?
I need a container to have a vacuum.
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah.
Do you
trying to
need a
think.
container? Okay.
I don't know. To be honest with you.
Oh, well, you should probably look that up.
Yeah. I mean, my gut says you probably do. I could be wrong.
Can you show me this container? This
Dude, so
ever-expanding container?
yeah, I see what you're referring to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
okay.
need
Well,
more knowledge on this stuff.
can you and I verify whether or not space, this place you call space, where does it start and where does it end?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
So you're making claims about things you have no idea about and you can't verify. Is that correct? Is that kind of like where we're at?
No.
No? So we can verify this. Great. How do we verify that, space is a vacuum and has a beginning
You have
and
to
an end, a container?
You're doing research, understanding how things work.
Well, let's go verify it. How do you think you and I should verify this container that's at the end of the universe that's ever expanding? How would we do that?
We'll need to do research on properties of physics.
How would we do that research? How would we do it? Be more specific, man. Come on, you're making claims. Let's do it together.
Well, wait, you're talking about the edge of the universe. What about the edge of the flat Earth?
You're making claims about the edge of the flat Earth. Where is it?
That's my question. Where is it? If it's flat, it
Well,
has
you're
to
the
be
one that
round.
brought it up. I didn't bring up any edge. You're saying there
No,
has
but-
to be an edge. I would ask you where it is.
Oh, so you're saying there's not an edge?
That's not what I said. You brought it up. You brought up an edge. Where is it?
Yeah, because if you believe in flat Earth, there's two options. Either the Earth is infinite, or it has
Wait a
an
minute.
edge.
No, you don't get to project your ideas of what the flat Earth is supposed to be on me. Don't strawman me with your bullshit. Where's this
No, it's
edge
not
at?
strawmanning. It's like logic.
It is strawmanning. Why would there have to be an edge?
You can do
Okay,
experiment,
okay,
right? How do you start
My bad.
from the start point and get back to your start point on a flat piece of paper? You have to curve it and trace it around.
Okay,
We're talking about paper. Or we're talking about the Earth. Is that the question?
We're talking about like if Earth was flat, you get a piece of paper. You go from one point to the other. But how do you get back to the same point without
You're
going
saying you
backwards?
can't draw
You
a
have to
circle
wrap
on a
around
piece
the
of
piece
Are
of
you
paper.
comparing? Can one of you guys go one at a time? So Earth
ahead,
is a
go
piece of paper. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if you think Earth is flat, like a piece of paper, right? And you got your point A,
I
point
didn't
B.
say
How do
that.
you get back?
Whoa! I didn't say that at all. Don't straw me with your bullshit.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. Flat Earth is flat, right? It's
So
flat. You
flat
got.
earthers say that flat Earth is a piece of paper. Is that what you're saying right now?
Well, I'm saying it's flat. Like piece of paper is flat.
So the Earth
if
is a
Earth
piece of
flat,
paper. It's like a piece of paper.
Well,
Who
yeah, in
said
the
that?
sense of flat. Flat's like.
Who said that? Who
No,
said that?
I think he's saying you can't draw a circle on a piece of paper. That's what he means.
No, you can't trace around back to your starting point without going back.
Either way, it doesn't matter because this is definitely not my claim. This is his
What I'm saying
idea of
is
what a
you
flat
can take
Earth
an
should
airplane,
be.
right?
And I
you
can't
can go wrap
explain to
around
him
Earth.
what his idea of a flat Earth should be.
What's your idea
What
of
are you
flat
talking
Earth?
about, bro?
I'm saying is like if you
place
get
that I live.
aircraft, if you get an aircraft where you can fill it up with fuel and fly it around Earth once.
Yeah, that never happens. Just so you know, people
You
go
can
from
do it.
airport to airport. You can? Should you and I,
possible.
you want to get me a story of someone that did that? Okay, well then just find me the story where somebody filled up with an airplane, one tank, and went all the way around the Earth. In fact, find me a north-south circumnavigation, would you? That'd be real fun.
I think too, like you probably do signals and stuff too to prove it.
Signals? What kind of signals?
Like
radio
analog
signal?
signal.
Like line
analog
of sight?
signal.
An analog radio signal?
Yeah, something like that.
Line of sight? Because they've done this, right?
Yeah, I mean you got
It doesn't help your case because it's line of sight transmission for thousands of miles, and that doesn't happen on a globe. So that doesn't help. You should try something different.
Well, you could look at get a satellite up into orbit, and then
satellite. What's a satellite?
It's a device that transmits and receives
Okay.
communication devices.
Where are these satellites at?
They're in orbit.
Orbit? You need planar geometry to get orbits?
Yeah, like you need to know your rectangular coordinates and your spherical coordinates.
Right. So that's a flat Earth. That doesn't help you out any. By the way, if you're going to say that these satellites are up in space, we're going to need to know where that starts and where that ends.
Well, it's in Earth's orbit. It's not in space.
Of a flat Earth, like you mentioned earlier, planar geometry.
Well, I don't believe Earth is flat, to be honest with you.
Well, you just believe it's a ball. So if you believe it's a ball, why are you using all these flat Earth examples to get that ball?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to disprove the flat Earth. That's what I'm trying to do.
Are you? Well, the best way for you to do that is to go out and find me some fucking curvature.
What holds the satellites up, bro?
Not the curvature again.
Yeah, curvature is like kryptonite to you guys, isn't it? The only thing we have to ever ask you is where's the curvature at, and you can't find it.
Yes, the curve is our
measure the
kryptonite,
angle.
just like the edge is
Angle?
yours.
That's a flat Earth.
Wait, just wait a second, Alley Cat. I just want to know, coming back to the edge thing. So you said there's no edge, right? Or that
There's no edge. I made no claim about edges. Why are you bringing up edges again?
Why are you getting so nervous?
Like a
when I mention
Minecraft.
edges?
Let's say like a Minecraft world, for instance. You go one direction one way, and then you finally end at a spot.
So Earth is Minecraft now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that. You put words in my mouth, but okay.
Well, then why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing up Minecraft?
I'm trying to explain something. It's a little bit easier to explain stuff with
imagination. Your imagination is not going to help you. A video game is not going to help you in this scenario. You can't compare them. They're false equivalences. So unless you have something better than a false equivalence, I'd like to hear it. How about curvature? Do you have any of that?
Minecraft is flat. Just want to say that.
It is.
Yeah, Minecraft. So
no, there actually is a video game that proves flat Earth.
No,
I think it's Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3.
But
when you move away from the world, you fly away, the ball gets smaller.
Okay,
not what we observe.
Going back to the question, do you think? Let me ask you a question. I know you're gonna say I didn't mention anything
Stop
about
diverting
edges.
away.
Says
Just
who?
show us the curvature, bro.
Says who? Okay, I'll show it to you in a minute. Says who? Is there an edge? Yes or no?
why do we have vectors?
Whoa, dude, could you let him ask a question?
Is there an edge? Yes or no?
Is there an edge? I have no idea.
No one can go past 60th degree parallel, bro. We don't know. Nobody knows.
You guys don't know if there's an edge?
Why would we know that?
You can't go over there.
It doesn't even matter. Why would we know whether or not there is an edge?
So
why are we expected to know the stuff that you don't know about your ball? The very fundamental part about your Earth being a ball is curvature, and you can't provide that even though you stand on this thing every day. So where's this curvature that you have to have for your ball?
Think about it this way. We cannot prove the curvature, you cannot prove the edge. We're on even playing fields.
Not really, because if you can't prove curvature, then the surface is horizontal and level. So problems for you. If you can't prove curvature, then by default it's flat. But being as we observe and measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, flat, doesn't matter either fucking way about a limitation to the
We could prove
environment. I've told you this fucking 5
curvature
times.
with the sun rising.
That's fine. That's fine. I can say the same thing. If you cannot prove an edge, it's not flat.
Hold on. But being as it's observed and measured to be flat, the limitation of the environment is not going to disqualify the measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Wait, how are you going to measure it if you cannot get there?
We're talking about the surface of the Earth that we're on.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth that we're on, but you cannot measure like all the way to the to the edge or whatever.
No, but I can measure over any distance of water, and that measurement will display that the Earth is horizontal in nature.
Wait, so you can measure all the way up to where you cannot go?
No, but I can measure over distances of water between 10, 20, 30, up to 150 kilometers with technology like infrared lasers, radar propagation, which actually have a radius of 600 miles, demonstrating that the surface that they are measuring across is indeed horizontal flat. If the surface of the Earth is curved, that would mean that the water is curving too, but being as the water is measured flat, there is no fucking ball.
But if you don't know that there's an edge, then there's something still to be measured.
Okay, but the waters of the Earth are measured
Aren't you
horizontal.
curious why there's no curvature? Aren't you like, you don't find that a little bit weird?
Aren't you curious about the edge? Don't you find it a little bit weird?
Got fuck
I'm curious about that.
It's a lost cause.
Got fuck all to do with the demonstration of direct measurement of the surface of water. Water does not curve.
Okay, water does not curve. Okay.
Awesome. So there is no ball then.
We already
water acts like a sound wave.
We already proved that water does curve, but okay.
Okay, so show me with direct measurement over a distance of water, let's call it 20 miles, that water is curving. Go.
Okay, I'll show you in a second. Can you see the chat real quick?
I'm not going to be talking about water tension in a small cup. I'm not going to be talking about meniscus in a test tube. I'm going to be talking about a body of water that you must measure to demonstrate curvature. Being as when I measure miles and miles of water, bodies of water like lakes and seas, that water is not curving.
Okay, let's.
Don't want meniscus. Don't want water tension.
Let's speak hypothetically because I know you guys don't believe in what's it called in gravity, but let's say gravity is real, right? Look at the image I sent. Gravity is acting as the walls on those rings. If you fill those rings with water, the water is going to curve because of the gravity, which are the walls.
You're talking about a physical interaction between soapy water and rings. What the fuck are you talking about? In actual fact, why are we still talking?
The walls on the rings act like gravity, which makes the water bend.
Because that's physical.
Yeah, gravity is physical too.
Is it? Can I get hit in the face by gravity?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, if you jump off, if you jump off a car, you're gonna get hit with gravity.
Okay. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Yeah.
What is it? Give me the hypothesis. What's the dependent variable first?
You hit a golf ball and it goes down because of gravity.
You hit you hit a golf ball and it goes down, gravity. That's not a hypothesis. Try again. What's the dependent variable? The phenomena.
I don't need a hypothesis. I need a fact.
Yes, you do. If you're going to be making a claim to a cause and effect relationship, that is right up the fucking alleyway of natural science. To start the scientific process, I need the observation of a phenomena so I can make a prediction of cause. Give me the phenomena.
Why would I want a hypothesis if I have a fact?
You would have to demonstrate your fact through scientific inquiry, which be a hypothesis.
Gravity's a theory, bro.
Yes, gravity is a theory and a law.
I can prove the curvature of the Earth.
No, gravity is not a theory or a law. If you're going to be talking about a law, that would be the observation of an effect. Things go down, whoop-de-doo. Gravity isn't a theory, because if it was, you would have to go through the scientific process first. You'd have to give me a hypothesis that I can test so you can demonstrate something to be true, and then you base your theory on something that is true.
Yeah,
So,
you just
hypothesis, please. Hypothesis, please. We're not moving off this point until you give me a hypothesis for your claim of gravity.
But
Dependent variable,
said
please.
to observe. You said to observe an effect, right?
Yeah, the dependent variable. So what's that then?
Observing the effect of gravity means like throwing something up in the air and watching it go down. You're observing the effect.
Okay, awesome. So that's the dependent variable. What's the independent variable? Now I've got the phenomena of you throw a ball and it goes down.
What is your explanation for it then?
I'm asking you for the fucking hypothesis. It's your fucking claim. So let's see if we can run this through the scientific method. What's the independent variable?
You want me to make a hypothesis about gravity?
No shit. It's like I've been on this for the last 5 minutes and now you're starting to understand what I'm asking of you. You're damn fucking right I am. Give me the independent variable for fucking thing falls.
I don't know what that even means.
Of course you don't. That's what
You can't just come in here and be dumb, bro. We're trying to debate. You can't just come in here all dumb. Sorry.
I literally gave the example of the golf ball, and you're like, "Oh, explain like the variable or whatever." Fuck, I already told you. Like, you hit a golf
Because
ball.
if you're going to be making a claim within the scientific method, then you must know what the scientific method is. This will be the standard that you would hold. If you don't know what it is, then you don't have a foot in this race with regards to gravity, because you wouldn't know scientific experimentation if it came up and hit you in the face.
Yeah, but if I gave you the scientific explanation or whatever, you would
Don't want an
already
explanation.
deny it.
I want the hypothesis.
If I gave you the hypothesis, you would deny it because you probably know it already.
No, you haven't given it to me yet. How do you know what I'm about to do? Are you defining my thoughts? That would be stupid of you. You're not clairvoyant. If you don't understand what natural science is, why the fuck would you claim gravity?
Because I can see it happening.
That will be the phenomena, the dependent variable. No one's denying that shit goes down, predominantly, not gas, that moves in all directions, but I digress. That's just the observation of a phenomena. You will then say, well, gravity does that. Really? So give me an experiment where I can vary and manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena then.
I literally already gave it to you, and after I gave it to you, you're gonna ask me another question. I said, "Hit the golf ball." That's the
so
experiment.
I'm trying to walk you down the logical path. You've given me the observation of a phenomena. Shit falls down. What's the cause, independent variable, of shit goes down?
Okay, the planet has a bunch of mass, correct?
Well, we're not on a planet at the moment, and you're going to have to define mass for me.
Okay, sorry.
You're
Where
obviously
we are
going to be talking
standing, the
about
place that we're standing is compact with dirt or whatever you want. It's a high volume of mass. It's a high volume of weight.
What's mass?
Let's call it weight, okay?
No,
It's
let's not call it weight. Let's call mass what it actually is. What's mass?
A bunch of particles stuck together. Is that what mass is for you?
Well, that's one definition. There are a few others that you can choose from.
Okay, let's just go with a bunch of particles stuck together, and the more that they are, the higher the weight and the higher the mass.
Okay, so a bunch of particles
So when you
attract another bunch of particles.
When you have a high amount of mass or particles stuck together, what they do is attract objects around them to them.
That's not true.
Oh my god.
Do you know why that's not true?
Tell me.
Because that's not the current scientific rhetoric for what gravity is.
But you don't even go with the real one.
Shush, this is going to be a learning curve for you. The current scientific rhetoric for gravity would be Einstein's general relativity. Mass sits in the fabric of space-time, bending and warping the fabric of space-time. You're going to be talking about mass attracting mass. That was superseded in 1915 by the explanation that I've just given you. So not the current scientific rhetoric. The reason why they moved away from mass attracting mass is, guess what? They couldn't scientifically prove it, so I had to come up with another fucking idea. Did you not know that?
What you just said, that the more the mass it bends the fabric of space, is literally what I told you with a different word.
No, you said mass attracts mass.
I said the higher the mass or whatever, the higher like the attraction gonna have.
Awesome
Because they're
stuff.
bending
So,
space. Because they're bending space. That's why it's attracting.
they bend in space, are they?
That's what a large amount of mass does.
Okay, don't forget space-time, right? Space-time?
I don't know.
You
Is
don't
there
know?
time in you guys' flat Earth model? Does that
No,
even
we're
exist?
talking about shush. We're talking about your explanation for gravity. Feels like I'm educating you on the fucking fly at the moment with regards to your own scientific rhetoric. So
You literally said
space-time fabric.
You literally said what I said, but just added
Space
bending
and fabric.
space and fabric.
Yeah, not mass attracting mass. Space-time fabric.
You just added the bending space and time. That's it.
No, that would be Einstein's idea. I didn't add it. I'm catching you up with your own fucking story.
Yeah, but you gave the same definition as I did.
Cool. So give me a
You only
hypothesis
added
that So give me a hypothesis that I can test. Thing goes down because of what?
You can. How are you gonna even test it?
No, that's a fucking problem for you. You're the one that's
No, it's
claiming
for
this,
you
and now you're
because you
going to say,
can't test it. Like, how are you
no,
gonna test it?
it's your claim. You're saying gravity. Now you're turning around to me and saying, well, we can't test it.
Okay.
And you're telling me that's my fucking problem?
No.
That's your fucking problem because it's your
My
fucking
bad, my
claim.
bad. Okay, I'll tell you how to test it. Okay. Just get a bunch of mass, like let's say the same amount of mass that it's in the planet. You grab it and you put it in space and see what happens. Just try that.
Well, that's not going to happen now, is it?
Why? Then that's your problem then.
No, you're the one. This is your claim. This is your
But
claim.
you can't. I already told you how to do it. You can't do it.
Well, it wouldn't be a viable hypothesis now, would it?
Then that's your problem if you cannot do it.
No, it's your problem because it's your claim.
But you're the one that cannot test it.
You can't test it either, can you?
Why would I want to test it if I already know it's true?
Because it's your fucking claim.
So go test it. I already know it's true.
You already know it's true. How do you know it's true? Did you scientifically verify it with a hypothesis that was tested?
This makes absolutely no sense because what you're
Of course it
basically
doesn't.
You're
the one who's making. You're the one that's making the claim. I'm asking you for the experiment that's demonstrated your presupposition of cause. Give me that.
What do you mean? Give me that.
Give me the hypothesis that I can test that demonstrates whatever you think the cause is to have the observed phenomena. Thing false.
I already gave it to you, but you're not physically capable of doing it.
Neither are you. Because it's never been done.
But you're asking me to give it to you.
Yeah, but it's never been done, has it?
No, I mean not the way I'm explaining it.
So hasn't
Maybe in
been
other ways
demonstrated with me getting another fucking planet and going up into space and see if it caused. No, that's never been done now, has it?
No, but maybe in other ways that I'm not thinking of.
Give me other ways then. Give me the scientific experiment that's proven gravity.
How am I supposed to know? I'm not a scientist.
Wow, that would be a problem for you then, wouldn't it?
I'm not the one that's not it.
Wait, so why is it that you also believe in things that aren't testable?
True.
How have you tested that flat Earth is true?
With direct
with my
measurement.
clock.
By who?
Me.
Oh, and how did you make those measurements? Elucidate me.
Long distance observations using known distance markers and demonstrating that there is no physical geometric horizon at the mathematical location where it should be. Yep.
Do you have a paper on this?
Wait, have you ever taken a picture of flat Earth?
What,
like
from
just
high
from afar? Yeah, from afar. Have you ever taken a picture of it?
What do you mean by afar? Define afar.
Say 35,000 feet.
What, from an aeroplane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some photographs outside of from an airplane. Yeah.
Oh, can you show them to us?
Yeah, sure. I'll see if I still got them on this device.
I want to read your paper if you have one.
Don't have a paper. I just have direct measurements, but I can provide you with lots of.
You should publish a paper, man.
Yeah, good. I can provide you with lots of information regarding direct laser tests if you want. And other technologies that demonstrate.
I just don't understand why you don't publish a paper. You know, like.
Well, I'm trying to understand why, for example, he would disallow the previous measurements of globe Earth whilst also not taking an entire measurement of flat Earth. So he's throwing out
That's a
Eratosthenes.
baseless assertion fallacy. We have not even gotten to that topic yet. But hold on a second, bro. Do you have measurements of the Earth for us to test?
Well, I mean, at this point, I'm actually holding him to the fire. I asked a question, so it's his turn to posit some level of evidence. So if he's suggesting that Earth is flat,
here in the middle of a
and he's
conversation that has
suggesting
something totally different. So we're going to need to know from your side, if the Earth is a ball, does it have a measurement so we can test it?
well, yeah. So every ball is going to have a central point, right? And so at that central point, you can
what is the
absolutely
radius
take.
of this particular ball then? What's the radius of this particular ball that you supposedly live on?
So here's the funny part, right? So every ball has 360 degrees. Doesn't matter which way you measure it, right? So if you were to, for example, every ball has 360 degrees no matter which vector you start from.
Fine, we'll go with that. Okay.
Well, no, it's not even a matter of we'll go with it. It's just a matter of law.
What is the radius of the ball that you live on?
So the radius of the ball in terms of angle is going to be 90 degrees, right? So if you take a 90-degree angle and you measure that 90-degree angle and effectively figure out what that angle equates to in terms of what the ball itself is, you could then calculate area, you could calculate mass, you could calculate a lot of things from very, very, very simple geometry. At least by context to a mathematician, I say very simple.
Where are you measuring this 90-degree angle from? Where is this 90-degree angle measured from?
Your reference point can be created by the sun.
Oh, so the reference point is the sun. So we're going to go to
literally
the sun?
proved this thousands of years ago.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Can you give me the primary source data for Eratosthenes so I can look at it?
Give me 1 second here, because I have a bigger point, and this is in relevance
no.
Fe Jedi.
You brought up Eratosthenes.
We can touch back on that, but I'm gonna
primary source data. This is your claim. I want the primary source data for Eratosthenes. Go.
That's fine. I will gladly provide it. But I asked Effie a question as to which you would post.
No, this is your claim.
Photo,
you just made a big, huge claim about this.
Made
and I want you to get the primary source
so
data.
I'm going to go ahead and test something here really quick. So, Fe Jedi, I'm going to take your two photos here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take your two photos here, and I'm going to save them to my photo or my photo gallery if that's acceptable for you, like by you.
Not really. But what are you going to do to them?
I'm just going to draw a line on them.
No.
Literally just going to draw a line on them. Is that okay?
No, that's fine. Are you going to suggest that we're high enough above the surface of the Earth at 35,000 feet to see left to right curvature on the horizon?
Well, one of those photos isn't a particularly good measure because it's got a lot of clouds and there's not a lot of references below them. That said, let's try the other one because it looks like it's a far clearer day.
Okay, so
let's
answering
try
my question, are you going to suggest that at 35,000 feet we should be able to see left to right curvature on the horizon?
Yes, absolutely. There's no question.
That's literally what Google says.
Yeah, I'm going to see your Google and raise you Neil deGrasse Tyson. How about that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson has never said that the Earth isn't flat, or isn't.
All right, from
the Earth is flat.
He does say, however, that from the altitude of 120,000 feet, when referencing Felix Baumgartner's stratospheric jump, that he should not have been able to see left to right curvature on the horizon because he is too close to the surface of the Earth. And I quote, that stuff is flat.
Is it possible that he is incorrect there?
Well, no, because I can go and get you other people from your priesthood of science that will also back that claim.
Just look
at but did they take the measurements?
Well, mathematically speaking,
is a 2-degree change. So, are you saying that from a plane you can see curvature?
Unfortunately, that's not neither of those photos because the wing is so obstructive. Neither one of them are particularly good. This is one that I had pulled from.
Sorry, did you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
No, I did not.
Okay, so from the ISS, which is 250 miles up, there's a 2-degree change in angle. So that is 250 miles up. Planes fly at what, 6 miles? 3,000 feet, 30,000 feet, is that correct? So you're saying that you're gonna see it you're going to see it from 6 miles, but they can't see it from the ISS at 250
Who's claiming
miles?
that they can't see it from the ISS?
Well, can you see a 2-degree change across the surface of the horizon?
I mean, depending on the elevation, sure.
You can see that, can you? Because they're saying they can't see it.
I mean, so for example, right? Let's see if there's a photo of just the ISS, right? Let's just go ahead and take a photo of the ISS, right? So like it would have had to have been taken in transient. Like you couldn't just you would have had to be somewhere to get this, right? In transit, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. So like in the process of getting to the ISS, you could have very well taken a photo of the ISS, but you can't take a photo of the ISS from being within the ISS, right? Other than what's inside.
What are you talking about? Aren't we talking about curvature?
Yeah. Like without a modified lens, right? Without a modified lens.
Yeah, what are you putting? Are you putting it in there, or are you just still talking?
I'm looking for a couple of different photos just to prove the point, more or less.
Well,
I want a way to vet. I want a way to vet the photo.
Okay, I don't care. You're not going to be able to see or perceive left to right curvature at 35,000 feet.
Exactly.
No, but you can see the curvature of the horizon. The horizon will change.
That's the curvature that we're talking about, left to right curvature. But please don't forget that when we're making observations through aircraft windows, that if we're taking a photograph, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 different lenses that we're looking through. The lens of the camera and the window itself, which usually takes up 2 to 3 different forms of glass or perspex. The outside layer also is curved in accordance with the fuselage of the aeroplane. So when you're looking through curved lenses, please don't be surprised that horizontal lines are curved.
Actually, that's not a bad photo.
Did you hear what I just said?
I did, though it's gobbledygook.
So
no, you're just
for
cherry
example,
picking photos, dude, that confirm your bias, bro.
That curved lenses are not going to curve horizontal lines.
Well, no, certainly a curved lens. Can you prove to me that an airplane's window is truly curved on its internal specs, like at the center of that pane?
The one in the camera, the internal one, the middle window of the triple skin window, or the outside one? Which one would you like?
Any of them. Can you prove to me that there's an internal bevel?
Bevel? The fuck are you talking about? Do you know what a bevel is?
A change. Yes, a bend in this particular case. We're talking about a change in the, I guess what you could call.
A bevel is a change in angle.
Not necessarily, no. In this case.
Not necessarily. What do you mean in this case? Words are words.
Like, it's going to be a change. What the fuck? It's going to be, in this case, a change in the slope. Is this a sloped object? It technically means you're changing the angle because it's flat. But is there a bevel in this otherwise, presumably, flat object?
What, the window?
Yes.
In a pressurized container, and is built for flexibility because the container of the aircraft is pressurized.
Yes. Can you prove to me that there's a bevel in the windows? There's a reason why they would be ultra thick, right? Multiple layers. That's so that they don't bow.
No, but they do. And they're also built with curvature within them because they have to meet the fuselage.
Can you show that?
I'll try and take it in a minute.
Now you don't even know the shape of airplanes, dude? Jeez.
Yeah, got one.
This, for example, is a fantastic photo showing the differentiation between flat, which is directly below the photo.
Asshole, stop talking and look in the text.
Mm-hmm.
Arrogant fuck.
And who is this from?
Your mum.
Afternoon,
How do you?
All right, asshole. You're going to listen for a second. You're going to go and do some research. You're going to stop making us do research because we already know what we're talking about. Then you're going to come back with some good questions, all right? And you're going to come back with a different attitude, not like a fucking asshole, little brat that fucking never lived a day in his life, still lives at mum's house, still lives, get his clothes washed, and still gets his dinner made. Now go and do some research, and then come back and change your fucking attitude, all right? You little cunt.
Oh dear, you made me laugh, Timbo. Good luck.
I love that Aussie accent.
Yeah, me too. Makes me laugh.
So there you go, curved windows, 4 layers of them.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
catching the
camera-
plane soon, so yeah, I'll look out for that.
You
Plus
guys
the
were
camera
using.
lens.
Wait,
The
you guys were
5
using
lenses.
the argument earlier about the call. Let me look at the chat. 1 second. Oh yeah, I see it. You guys were using the argument about the space guy from Red Bull, right?
We were?
Yeah, you
Argument
guys were
about
like
what?
showing like pictures of the Red Bull guy and stuff like that.
What, that one camera shows curved and one camera shows flat?
Yeah.
Yep. What about it?
So do you believe which one is real?
Well, in
They're both
in
real.
the video before he goes up in the
Wait.
balloon, it shows through the curved camera lens, and the ground's curved already before he even goes up in the air. Have you ever watched the video of the jump?
Yeah, I watched it live.
Okay. Did you see the ground before he took off the ground?
Yeah.
Did you see the ground was curved before he left?
Yeah, because the fisheye lens.
Yeah. Yeah. So which one do you think's correct?
Wait. So you think the other one didn't have a fisheye lens? Or nothing?
I don't know. I have no idea. But just saying the ground curved before he'd left the air. Before he'd left the ground was curved, and then the ground's curved when he gets up in the air. So to me, that just says, okay, well, I'm not taking that footage seriously because it was already curved before he left the ground. I'm not making a claim that jump proves flat Earth, but it does show
That's
from a
fine.
different
Yeah.
camera angle, yeah, that
And-
one shows flat, one shows curved. So let's go and measure on the ground and see if the Earth's
Timo-
actually curving instead of relying on yeah.
Timo, what is your opinion on the edge? Do you think there's an edge?
I wouldn't have a clue, mate.
You don't know anything? Like, I mean, you believe in flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think it is? Like an infinite plane?
I have no idea because I've never been there. But the surface is flat, so it doesn't matter if there's an edge or not, mate. Still a flat surface.
Yeah, but you have never like given any thought to it or anything?
I can speculate if you want, but we're not going to come to any type
just
of conclusion.
hypothesize or whatever, like speculate. Like, there has to be like two options, right? Either it's infinite or there's like some sort of ending.
I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Everybody gets scared when I bring the edge.
Scared, mate. I'm in a shop at the moment and I can't talk about what you want me to talk about.
Why? You're scared of them thinking you're a flat earther? Exactly.
No, because I need to talk to someone, you moron.
I mean, if you guys are like so invested in flat Earth, why don't you just become a researcher at a university and try to prove flat Earth and stuff with experimentals and stuff?
Great idea. Yeah, that sounds like a great time in my life.
Talk to uni students and teachers all day. None of them have any globe proof. The difference doesn't make.
I'm just saying, like, if you're so invested in something, so interested in something, you should might as well pursue
Nobody
it.
cares about
If I'm
who's
so
invested.
invested, I should just do whatever I feel like doing about that, which is this Discord channel, and you should just shut the hell up.
Well, I disagree with that, but it's all right. It's up to you, man. It's your life, not mine. So.
Agree with my prerogative. Okay. Noted and discarded.
We're all just here for entertainment anyway. We're here to laugh at the reasons people give for thinking the ground is a ball or any other shape.
You guys don't talk about anything else?
What do you want to talk about?
Pokemon?
No.
No thanks.
Digimon?
No.
Bakuman?
Also not interested in what you had for dinner. If it's not pertaining to the shape of the Earth, we don't give a fuck.
Oh.
You don't really care if the Earth's round or if it's flat.
All right, I'm back. The Edge. What you wanted to know?
Isn't he the bass player for U2?
He is. The guy that always wears a beanie even in the summer. Go on.
Yeah, that's the one, yep. There you go, edge proven.
Is Edge Man still around?
Like he's dipped out.
I like how they think that you get scared because you got to speak to someone and close your mic like we don't have lives or something, you know?
The Walking Dead.
There you go. I've just put a picture of the edge in the text chat as well, so it's all good. There you go.
Problem solved.
So you believe Jesus is coming?
Should we unmute Angel Playground and see if he's changed his tone a bit?
That's on you, brother.
Alright, where is he? Is he still in here? Yeah, there he is. Alright, you're unmuted.
Swoop. So I just have a quick question, right? So you guys are quick to claim that Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed that from that angle, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth, i.e. the 125,000 feet or whatever it was that was acquired during the Red Bull jump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called a hostile witness. Somebody from your side who demonstrates that your claim is incorrect. Yep.
So, in context to that, right, why is it that within the first 10 seconds of this video I posted here from his podcast, he completely dismantles the idea that the Earth is flat?
And how does he do that?
Like, literally, click the video and play it to 10 seconds.
You can explain it. Explain it, because we've seen the video. So you explain how he dismantles a flat Earth.
I mean, he literally just makes a static statement saying, no,
Okay,
it's
what does
round.
he say? Oh,
we could watch into it, sure. But
because he says, no, it's round, that dismantles the flat Earth, does it?
I mean, we have videos from space. That's
Do
his
we?
justification, right?
Do
Yeah.
we?
Yeah.
Who?
Otherwise, we
Who
have some
does?
amazing
Who
ideas
does?
that we can just create out of nothing.
Who has
Really?
videos from
Humanity.
Earth?
You think the
Who has
vacuum of
videos
space
of
is
Earth?
real? Fucking hell.
I mean, do you have any evidence to suggest that it's not real?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't have
laser
gas
test.
pressure without a container.
I'm sorry?
You can't have gas pressure without a container.
There's no pressure in space. It's the absence of pressure.
I know. That's what I mean. We have gas pressure here on Earth. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of a container. So you've actually got two problems. One, if there's no physical boundary for the gas to press upon, we will have no gas pressure. And two, if there's no physical boundary separating the high pressure system from the vacuum of space, like you just asserted, then entropy will increase. The second law of thermodynamics will dictate the high pressure system will disperse into a lower pressure environment. So the
And equalize.
So the vacuum of space can't be real.
Incorrect, because the theory of gravity helps us here, right?
Theory of gravity. So something that's gone through the scientific method where we have got a hypothesis that has been tested through physical experimentation for you to then build your theory upon. Excellent.
So the observation that an object will fall despite potentially being suspended, right? Let's say the apple in the tree experiment where an apple will fall from the tree despite the fact that it was at one point suspended by a small vine protruding from the apple. That vine becomes weak and falls even though nothing acted upon it.
Awesome.
A tree is an experiment now, is it?
Well, no, the apple will fall due to the weakness of the small vine coming from the apple,
Brilliant.
despite nothing else acting upon it.
Angels, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah, it's an idea of something, whether true or false, i.e., it is a, for lack of a better term, guess. It's a guess whether something is true or false, and then can be subsequently tested.
Not really. All can be subsequently tested. Okay, so we're halfway there. So within a hypothesis, we'll have two variables, a dependent and an independent variable.
Yep.
Right? Awesome. So what's the dependent variable?
The tree, in this particular example. The tree is never moving in the sense of it's not going anywhere. It may sway, it may flow, but let's imagine that for the sake of argument, there is no wind.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So tree is your dependent variable, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. What's your cause of tree?
The cause of said tree?
Yes.
It grew from a seed.
Excellent. You do understand we're trying to prove gravity here, right?
Yes.
Good. So why the fuck did you give me tree as dependent variable than your supposition of cause of fucking tree, retard? Let's start again.
Because the tree is ultimately what grew the apple. The apple here is the independent factor. You can't have several sets of variables in any given situation, but we're talking about the tree and the apple initially.
We just need two. One dependent variable first. I'll help you construct the hypothesis.
Fine. Gravity.
Good. So
we'll say gravity as the dependent variable.
Okay. What's the independent variable of gravity?
There, you won't need an independent variable of gravity to test whether or not the apple is going to fall due to gravity.
I thought you knew what a fucking hypothesis was. You've tried to give me two. You've failed. So let's try again. You do understand that a dependent variable is an observed phenomena, something happening, right?
Yeah, gravity.
Good. So gravity's happening. Excellent. What's the cause of gravity?
At that point, mass of said Earth or object. Mass of said object.
Okay, cool. So we've got mass causes gravity, right?
Yes.
Excellent. You do realise that we're now going to have to test your hypothesis in an experiment, right?
We don't necessarily have to test gravity in itself.
Dude, yes, we do. If we're doing science, you better understand we're going to be doing an experiment to prove the supposition of cause.
Well, no, you're micro-focusing on one element of the actual hypothesis, meaning you're making a straw man associative to your own example instead of my own.
Not at all.
Well, and may I explain why I believe you to be doing so? And then perhaps you could counter it appropriately?
No,
tell me why I'm wrong.
Because one, you haven't given me the correct dependent and independent variable, and two, you're going to
I haven't even gone into an independent variable at this point.
Well, considering as I've just asked you 3 times for one, you gave me tree. 2, you gave me gravity and your independent variable was mass. You're damn fucking right you fucking have, unless you can't remember what you did 20 seconds ago, you fucking idiot.
So if we're talking about the apple falling from the tree, right?
Yeah.
The consistency is going to be dependent variable can effectively be constrained in the idea of consistency.
This is just word salad, dude. Just give me the dependent variable, the thing fucking happening.
Yeah, so in context to an apple falling, trying to use that as a measure of gravity, right?
There we go.
The apple is the independent variable. The object with the force acting upon it, and gravity would be the dependent variable in this action.
No. Independent variable you've given me as apple, which would be the cause of gravity. Now, you've got this the wrong fucking way round. If you wanted to give me a correct dependent variable, that would be the phenomena of the apple falling from the tree, right?
That would be gravity, the dependent variable.
Then please don't tell me that I'm incorrect and building straw men when I'm using your words and demonstrating that your words are used incorrectly. So dependent
variable gravity, independent variable apple.
So independent variable the cause of gravity. Apple is the cause of gravity.
No, this is where the straw man begins.
No,
this is where the straw man began. So if we want to talk about the independence,
just using your words.
If we want to talk about gravity and what causes it, we can actually test that, right? We can test that.
Good. So give me the dependent variable, the phenomena first.
So gravity would be the dependent variable. Mass is the independent variable of that of gravity. The more massive an object is, the more gravity it will possess. Mass is the total amount of volume of an object.
Oh, dearie me. Right, you're going to have to give me a couple of minutes so I can bring up the citations with regards to mass and demonstrate that you're also incorrect in that assertion. You do realise that we are also going to have to vary and manipulate your presupposition of cause.
A measure of the amount of matter contained in or constituting a physical object. One object's volume.
Why are you not listening to me? It's interesting.
Is my definition incorrect there?
Yes, I'm just about to bring you up several citations to demonstrate that you are incorrect. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Okie dokie.
No problem. But you do realise that we're going to have to test your hypothesis in an experiment, right?
Sure, I suppose.
What do you mean you suppose? No, that would be yes, most definitely, Jedi. Being as we're doing science here, you better be sure as mustard that we're going to be doing an experiment where you vary the independent variable to see if it causes the phenomenon, the dependent variable.
Yeah.
Good. Man who gave me tree as fucking dependent variable. Dickhead. I mean,
why are you being so rude, dude?
Because this guy gave me the tree as dependent variable.
Yes, that is one of the dependent variables in the experiment.
No,
yes.
No. You just have one dependent variable in an experiment.
There are multiple experiments that I can absolutely prove to you that have varying variables.
No, not dependent variable. One phenomena.
It doesn't need to be. That's the thing. It must not be in all cases. You can adamantly state, for example, the tree is, in fact, a natural phenomena called life. That said, it exists. It's just part of the overall equation. For your hyper-focused mentality, you seem to be missing that for some reason or another. But the reality is you have multiple dependent variables in this case. A lot of them, more than you can name.
No, you get one per experiment.
No, you don't need to.
No, you get one per experiment.
Who made that rule?
That's how an experiment's done. You take one dependent variable. Yes, it is.
No, maybe very simple experiments.
Okay, shut up. Cite any experiment where they have more than one dependent variable. Cite it. Back your claim that that's how it works. Getting tired of you. On and on. You have no clue what you're talking about, and you posture as if you do. You're trying to bullshit a room full of people on subjects that they do know about that you know nothing about. It's completely disgusting and pathetic.
Sounds like you're getting a little salty there, homeboy.
Yeah, moreover,
well, I'm just calling it like it is, homeboy.
It sounds like you're getting a wee.
Yeah.
Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly defined with mass. Royal Society of Chemistry. Who else should I fucking go to? Edwin Taylor, John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. Let's go to them. Nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Space-time physics. Shit, I've got fucking loads here. Max Born, Nobel laureate. Let's go to fucking him. What does he say? In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quality of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance are considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning. I mean, do you want me to fucking carry on? I'll tell you what, let's do this one. Inertia inertia is the resistance of any physical object to any change in its velocity, which is acceleration. This includes changes to the object's speed and direction of motion, which is a bit of a problem because mass is also defined as mass is both the property of a physical body and its measure of resistance to acceleration, a change in a state of motion where a net force is applied. So we've also got mass being defined as inertia, but that's two completely different things. So if we're going to use any of these definitions, let's just say resistance to acceleration. If resistance to acceleration, then the resistance to acceleration will attract a resistance to acceleration. That's fucking stupid. But we can continue if you want to. If you want to suggest that you know what the scientific method is, I can go and provide you with 20 citations to what the scientific method is. And you will most definitely need one dependent variable, one independent variable, where you will then, in an experiment, very manipulate your presupposition of cause, the independent variable, to see if it causes the phenomena. Dependent variable. Please don't give me dependent variable as tree when trying to prove gravity.
So, as I posted here in the side chat, and for example, if you want to measure the effect of a diet on health, you can use multiple dependent variables of that measurement, i.e., blood sugar, blood pressure, weight, pulse, etc. I mean, there's more.
Will
you can have multiple dependent variables.
Excuse me. Will you test these individually?
You can, or you could test them all at the same time.
No, you're supposed to test them individually.
You could try to balance them against one another.
Yeah, but then you will end up with a scientific theory. After you've demonstrated cause and effect relationships in accordance with the scientific method, you can have more than one hypothesis. You can't have more than one dependent or independent variable.
No, you absolutely can. Again, they could counterbalance one another. For example,
you absolutely
level,
can't. In an
cholesterol
experiment, you have shut the fuck
you
up,
interrupted
dude. You
me,
have
dude.
one. Yes, I'm going to because we're going to interrupt your stupidity. It's not going on the air here. You have one independent variable, one dependent variable in an experiment. That's it.
That's not a static rule. Again, you can
Yes,
measure.
it is a fucking static
absolutely.
rule, you fucking idiot. Now, get us a citation where it doesn't work like that.
It's basically like in a couple. Right?
I'm literally trying to tell you what it is, but
You're bullshitting off your dome, dude. Get us the citation. Actually,
so,
cite an experiment where they use
cholesterol
10 dependent variables or whatever
and
the fuck
measuring
you're
blood pressure.
Now, you just give
as
me
a
the hypothesis.
counterbalance.
Actually, yeah. Go to any paper where they've done a scientific experiment. Take the hypothesis and show me that it has more than one dependent or independent variable in it.
Here's a perfect example for you. Again, if you let me speak.
No.
I'm interested in the effects of diet on.
No, I won't let you speak because you're a bullshitter. Post it in the chat. I want to see the citation and the source.
This works perfectly. If I'm interested in the effect of diet on health.
No, if you're interested, no, that's not going to be a scientific hypothesis that you're citing from a paper. Post it in the chat.
I don't need to cite it from a.
Yeah, you do. Because you're a bullshitter, and the fact that you're saying you don't need to cite it shows that you can't, which also shows that you're a bullshitter. So why should we waste our time on that?
How am I bullshitting if you could?
Because you can't just give us a citation of multiple independent, dependent variables being used per hypothesis. Fucking idiot. You're just trying to bullshit your way through it instead of showing us it actually being done, because it doesn't work that way.
I'm literally not. Again, this is a hypothesis I'm presenting to you if you just listen to it. Okay?
Why? Why can't you just post it in the chat?
Because this is a hypothetical. We could do this.
No, forget it. I don't want your hypothetical. I want a citation of it being done that way.
We could do it right now if we really wanted to.
No, we can't because you still don't know what an experiment is, so we definitely can't do this. Just post the citation, please. That's all I need.
So you're telling me I couldn't test cholesterol as an adverse dependent variable comparative to that of, let's say, blood pressure. I could not measure those two dependent variables to try and determine whether or not a diet is effective at touching both of them.
You could do different tests where you have one dependent variable and then another one where you have another dependent variable. And you're going to see how the independent variable affects each one separately.
Is it impossible for cholesterol and weight to be adversely affected by a diet at the same time?
Yes, and you're going to test them separately. You're going to have one dependent variable, one observed phenomenon. You're going to ask what caused that, and you're going to try to determine that by manipulating your independent variable, your supposed cause. And if you want to find out what else is going on, you can move on to other dependent independent variables.
Wait, so it's impossible for an independent variable to affect more than one group of dependent variables at the same time. That's exactly what you're stating.
No.
It is impossible.
No.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
then
not.
that's exactly what I
That's
just
not what I said at all.
demonstrated. You
No,
don't
it's
have
not.
to measure them independently. You can absolutely have one thing cause an effect to a tirade of other objects. And you could measure those effects.
And you're going to test them separately. One dependent variable, one observed phenomenon. Yes, you do. I'm getting you a citation. The same thing you didn't have the courtesy to get for us. Just shut the fuck up on mute.
Provided.
Why are you guys talking about diet and shit?
Yeah, I don't know, because this guy thinks that. Well, basically, he's using what is known as a scientific theory, which is a group of hypotheses. A hypothesis is a prediction of cause and effect relationships. So when you have a group of hypotheses, you can then build your scientific theory around them. But he's jumping the gun. He doesn't understand what science is. I've posted several citations with regards to the scientific method, scientific theory, cause and effect relationships, independent and dependent variable, demonstrating exactly what they are from reputable universities and Nobel laureates.
But like, what was he trying to establish in the first place or whatever?
I'm going to have him read what I'm about to post right now. You're going to read this out for the class, Mr. What's your name? Angel's Playground.
You don't seem to have a very good example for why things must be independently measured.
Yeah,
so I'm interested to see it.
I've posted you several fucking citations, which you will not read.
It must be independently measured. How could you measure it?
Do you know what an
one thing hypothetically can affect
things at
multiple subgroups
That's
of a
completely
dependence?
irrelevant. Now you're going to read for the class what I just posted.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can have
let's check it out.
one cause produce multiple effects. But
Yes,
you measure
absolutely.
each of these effects.
Yeah, that's
Do you want me
irrelevant.
to fucking
Yes,
read it out
it
for
can
you?
cause multiple effects. You're going to test those cause and effect relationships individually with one hypothesis at a time.
What if the effect is similar?
You'll test another
Doesn't
effect if you want.
matter.
Now, read what I just posted.
This site is not secure.
What the fuck, dude? What did I just post?
I just clicked on it. It said that the site is
what
not
is the
secure.
quotation that I just posted in the chat?
There can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are
There
known
you
as
go.
controls. But that's
There you
not
go.
always the case.
And that's always
That's
the
a
case.
cherry
And that's
picked.
always the case, and that's why you can't present a hypothesis that has 5 independent and 5 dependent variables, because that's how it's done. Everything else that might affect it is going to be controlled for. You're going to test the one IV-DV relationship at a time, unless you can show us any hypothesis ever that gives us multiple IVs and DVs.
Okay, so here's the hypothesis. A diet is going to affect health positively.
No, not Angel's Playground's hypothesis. A citation from a paper. Something
giving
that
us
a hypothesis. You just
He's
told
giving
me
us-
to give you a
Dude,
hypothesis.
Dickhead, you're giving us a
Why does
scientific
that
theory.
matter outside the
Excuse
diet?
me. Yeah, I know. We've gone well off the fucking beaten track for gravity right now, which is kind of interesting. What you're doing is giving us the scientific theory, which is a group of hypotheses.
No,
A hypothesis.
I'm giving
yes.
you a very static hypothesis, i.e., a diet is good for your health.
No shit.
Okay, so with that, we can have multiple dependent variables that are going to be measured.
No, that would
That's
be
not
the
a
scientific
hypothesis.
theory. that is based on a scientific method experimentation where one independent variable is manipulated to see if it causes the dependent variable. You can have multiple hypotheses, and then you can build your scientific theory with multiple hypotheses.
Wait, so what's the multiple hypotheses here? I mean, we could certainly, for example, measure a diet is good for health because a diet lowers cholesterol. Sure, but a diet is not only going to lower cholesterol. It can affect blood pressure.
Oh, really? No shit.
It can affect blood pressure.
These guys are fucking. Are you a nutritionist?
No, it's just an example that was pulled from a Google search. Like, it's a fairly easy example because it affects multiple subgroups below it.
Just give me
I don't
the
think we should be
fucking
discussing health
hypothesis.
issues here.
Shut up.
This guy is a nutritionist.
Just give me the scientific hypothesis that I can test that proves gravity, please.
Okay, so you're going to test it. All right. So gravity makes the apple fall.
No. Why?
Goodness me. Right. So
Well, start with the dependent variable.
Yeah. What's the dependent variable?
Gravity. Independent variable, apple.
You saw gravity.
He's done it again.
You saw gravity. That's the observed phenomenon, gravity. So why are you doing an experiment to prove gravity if gravity's just an observed phenomenon? All you have to do is look at it. If it's not your supposed cause, you don't need an experiment. So why are you doing one?
Well, no, at this point, gravity is affecting an apple falling from a tree, right?
Oh, it's affecting it, so it's the cause.
Yeah, it's a
Oh
gravity.
yeah, fair enough. I suppose.
So not
Fair enough. I suppose I do have it backwards. Fair enough.
Yeah, you've got a lot of stuff backwards.
Yeah, that's why we're laughing because you gave the cause of gravity. Shut up.
Then again, in the same hand, if the apple would otherwise not fall, and gravity is constant, then it works both ways. Truthfully.
Start again. Let's do this properly this time. What is the phenomena, the dependent variable?
The apple falling.
Awesome stuff. Brilliant. What's the cause of apple falling? The independent
gravity.
Awesome stuff. So you do realize, shush. So you do realize that all things must be physical when we're doing physics, natural science. I must be able to vary and manipulate the supposition of cause to see if it causes the phenomena in an experiment. Right?
Sure.
Awesome. So give me the experiment where gravity was varied and manipulated to change the rate of fall of the apple.
Gravity was never manipulated because it's a constant, which is why it belongs in the dependent variable factor.
So the dependent variable is now gravity, where you gave me the independent variable was gravity, and now you're going to
I'm justifying why I've been answering it the way I have that you seem to just disagree with.
Because there isn't an experiment that varies and manipulates gravity to change the fall of the apple?
There are, just not terrestrially.
So not terrestrially then.
At least not in direct terms of the Earth, anyways. Not what makes the apple in this particular example fall. We can't manipulate the terrestrial gravitational forces.
Okay,
not
directly.
gravity.
Okay, so no experiment here then.
No, there is an experiment.
Oh, okay. What's the experiment?
That's why gravity is a theory, but it's observable from everything.
Yes.
Wait. What
theory? Shush. A theory comes after hypothesis test. You've said we can't test
the hypothesis. Is why does the apple fall?
That's not a hypothesis. A hypothesis is not.
I mean, that's a simplified variation of it, but yes.
No, we've tried to walk you through this.
The presumed cause.
Excuse me, can you shut the fuck up? Thanks. I've demonstrated with citation, with regards to the scientific method, what independent and dependent variables are and the requirement for systematic experimentation to demonstrate the cause and effect relationship, my friend. You've given me apple falls because of gravity and then conceded, well, we can't test this then. But there is other scientific experiments out there. So good, let's start again. Get me that experiment. What's the dependent variable?
Again, the dependent variable in this particular equation is that of gravity. It remains a constant.
Okay.
Gravity does not change whether I go to the North or South Pole. The amount of gravimetric forces that are exerted on any object remain identical.
Okay, so gravity is the phenomena then?
No, gravity is an object that is immeasurable only in that it is not something that is provided by an object in front of us, technically speaking. It's not in this equation at all.
Well, we're
The
not
apple
talking about.
itself has gravity.
Oh, the apple has gravity.
Yes,
Not
the
talking
apple
about
does in itself
Dude,
have gravity.
Shut the fuck up, man. Listen to what I'm saying to you, because this is getting tiresome. You seem to think that if you say more words, then your more words will prove the other fucking words.
Well,
that you
no,
said.
it's just that you guys are a bunch of fucking retards all the way around.
No. We're just demonstrating that you don't have an experiment that proves gravity. You found it really hard earlier.
We do.
And
That's the problem.
then
We
give
do
me
have
that
this
then.
experiment.
Give me that then. Give me the
Again,
experiment that
we
proves
can
gravity.
measure this we can measure this with magnets.
Oh,
We
not
can
magnets.
do that.
No,
The
not
problem
magnets.
is magnets also have another factor running around them.
Don't want magnets, want gravity. You said there's a scientific experiment that proves gravity. Good. Give me that then. What's the dependent variable? Man who gave me dependent variable was tree when trying to prove gravity.
It's one of them, like I'd said.
No, we've already gone through this. One dependent variable, one independent variable. We need a
As your
scientific...
arbitrary static rule. I know.
No. Not my
Do you know what
arbitrary
arbitrary is, by the way?
Do you know what the scientific method is?
Arbitrary.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
I do, actually.
Good.
And in this particular case, you're not following it.
Yeah, we are.
You can have a theory of gravity being that as a dependent variable.
This is so fucking stupid. It's you who refuses to follow it. You can't figure out what it is at all. Quit projecting your bullshit, you fucking cunt. Good God.
It's quite simple, mate. If you know what science is, all we're trying to do is follow that scientific method to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. We went through this with your fucking apple that's caused by gravity, or gravity causes apple to fall. When we finally figured that one out, you conceded that we can't do that, so we don't have an experiment. I want the actual fucking experiment that we can test. So give me the hypothesis for the actual experiment that's proving gravity.
How about you give me your example? What would you say? Play the devil's advocate here. Just play the devil's advocate. Out of respect. I'm having a hard time. Go ahead and, out of respect for me, just for sake of argument, go ahead and give me the acceptable experiment that you would say proves gravity, if you were to try and test it.
Well, being as I'm not making a claim to gravity and it's your...
Oh, but you can't play devil's advocate?
Well, I would be giving...
You're incapable of playing devil's advocate? Hold up. If you have an understanding of the hypothesis testing formula here, right, the scientific theory, you should hypothetically be able to play devil's advocate with your own set of rules. So what would you say is an effective way to measure gravity?
Measure gravity with the rate of fall of an object.
Yeah. How would you set up this experiment?
Well, we can all measure the rate of fall of an object, can't we?
Oh, can we? But what causes the fall?
Don't know. Not my claim.
You just don't know? Again, that's why I'm asking. How do you measure the force that's acting on the object to make it fall? An object in motion will stay in motion, but an object at rest will stay at rest. That's one of the laws of motion, correct?
Awesome stuff. That's brilliant. But I'm trying to demonstrate to you
that...
shush. Calm your fucking horses. Because this is the game that we like to play with people when they claim gravity. We like to try and walk them through the scientific method so they come to the understanding that there is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. It's also not my fucking claim.
So what do you call the orbit of the Earth around the sun?
I don't call the orbit of the Earth around the sun anything because the Earth is not in
we're
motion.
just static?
Yes, the Earth is stationary.
Okay, so then what causes the seasons?
That would be the sun.
Oh, okay, but the sun causes different seasons in different areas.
North or south of the equator, yes.
Okay, so what causes that?
What? The sun?
Yeah, well, what's causing the different seasons in accordance with the actual Earth itself?
The sun.
The sun.
No, I know. What's the changing factor? Why is it not always one or the other?
Because the sun moves.
The sun is moving.
Around what?
Over the Earth.
Just ad infinitum?
What? Does it have a circular path?
So no, what I mean by that is, do we experience the seasons every single day?
No, we experience the seasons every single year.
Okay, so are you arguing that it takes an entire year for the sun to pass over from day to night?
No, that's day and night cycle. So obviously the sun doesn't take a fucking year.
Okay, so then why don't we experience seasons in between every day if the sun is
because
the factor
sun
here?
moves throughout the year and also moves throughout the day.
Wait, so if the sun moves throughout the year, then the days last a year?
No, dumb fuck. Why are you not following this?
Okay, I'm asking questions because what you're saying isn't making sense. So if the seasons are caused by the sun, right, and the sun moves, the sun does move every single day. It changes its positioning throughout the day. We can measure and observe that. That said, if that's the case, what changes with respect to the sun's movement that causes the seasons?
Clarifying question. Does the sun move from the horizon at the same place every day?
No, actually it doesn't.
Oh.
Every day it does change.
Oh, shit. So the sun changes every single day?
In a sense, yeah. Its position is slightly changed.
Is the sun higher in the sky in the summer than it is opposed to winter in the northern? Okay. There we go.
But what we know is the sun doesn't actually move.
So we do observe the sun move day after
No.
day.
No, actually, so that's where you've got this backwards. The sun doesn't move. We do.
He's gonna explain relativity to you. Listen, he's gonna explain relativity to you, bro. Listen carefully.
So we actually move in accordance to the position of the sun.
Changing, I swear.
Do we?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you provide me with a direct measurement of the Earth moving?
Can you provide me with a measurement that the sun actually moves?
Yeah, it moves across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Okay, and then in term of its change relative to the equator, how can you measure that? How do you know that measurement's true if you've never been to the sun to even start the origin of measurement?
Well, being as your claim is that the Earth is moving and it is a ball, there is no direct measurement of Earth curvature and there is no direct measurement of the Earth moving.
Okay, so then how do you have direct measurement of the sun moving? The sun could be staying in the same place and we could be rotating, could it not?
Well,
is that not likewise possible?
Shush, we would have to be a ball in motion, wouldn't we, to achieve that, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So
and you think you've proven that we aren't, but again, how can you be sure if you've never measured the entirety of Earth?
Because distances of water are not measured to have curvature, and the Earth itself has never been measured.
No, I mean, we could be flat, but we could still be flying around the solar system.
Well, being as that the solar system has been demonstrated to be invalid.
Have you taken those measurements?
What, the second law of thermodynamics?
No, just the measurements of the solar system to prove that it's incorrect.
What's the solar system?
As far as other planets that we can visibly observe, that we can see. Yeah.
So the Earth would being a planet to denote other planets?
Yeah, I mean, we can see other objects rotating around us, like moving position around us.
Okay,
we know this. We know stars move in relatively short order, for example.
Okay, so Einstein will demonstrate to us that there is no physical, observable experiment that we can do from the surface of the Earth to prove that the Earth is moving or that the stars are moving.
No, I mean, certainly not the Earth, but we can absolutely see other stars moving in accordance to the galaxy around us. We know this. For example, the stars that we see in the sky, just as you look up today, are not the same stars that were present a million years ago.
So they're moving.
Everything is, effectively.
Really?
And we are.
Have you got
our solar system is.
Shush. Have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Do you have one of the suns moving?
Shush, listen. Yes, 15 degrees an hour across the sky.
Who made? Did you truly make that measurement yourself? How do you know it's true?
What, that we can measure the sun move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour?
Yeah, did you measure that?
Yeah, we can all measure that.
But did you measure it? Did you verify that?
Yes, we can all measure this.
No, again, did you verify it? You're not answering the actual question.
I've watched the sun move across the sky every day.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Did you also see its decline over, for example, I live in Arizona, right? The sun right now sits in the far south of the skybox, right? So why is that change? Why is that change happening routinely every year with effective clockwork? However, not over long distances of time.
What word salad are you fucking serving up now? What?
So what I'm saying is, over the course of short periods of time, it seems static, i.e. the placement of the sun relative to the seasons, relative to the day of time, or time of day, sorry. That said, over long distances of time, it's not the same.
the sun doesn't move across the sky every single year and every single day in exactly the same path?
Correct. It's changed
Really?
over the years.
Well, over the years?
Mm-hmm.
So what, we had a difference in seasons 50 years ago to today? What are you talking
Maybe
about?
not 50 years ago. We did have a difference in seasons several thousand years ago for sure.
Really?
Places have gotten hotter and
For
colder over that
sure.
duration of time.
And
And we have history to mark that.
And sorry, you're talking about the movement of the sun across the sky. Has that changed?
Yeah. I mean, at least relative to us.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to start.
Again, we've marked historical time periods and temperatures.
Dumb fuck. I'm not interested about the temperatures on the Earth, because the temperatures of the Earth can be caused by many different things. For example, how much
Not
carbon
in a
dioxide.
Neolithic era. It can't. Without humanity creating an excess of carbon dioxide, we're not going to effectively change anything.
Sure. Oh, need. I'm going to keep talking because you think that the more words that you say, then it's going to prove your fucking point. Man who gave me dependent variables 3.
Yes.
No. I want citations for all of this shit that you're saying. At the moment, we're not getting.
I would like
anywhere.
citations for your 15-degree measurement first. That was your claim.
Well, we can all observe the sun move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. That's why it takes approximately 24 hours for the sun to orbit above the Earth, or in your model, the Earth's actual rotation. 24 hours for a circumference of 24,901 miles. That's why we have 24 hours in a day, which denotes that the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. Can't you do math?
Well, so my question therein lies, again, what causes the sun to change its direction?
I don't know what causes the sun to change its direction.
Which subsequently causes the seasons, right?
Well, we can just observe the sun rising and setting at different latitudinal points on the horizon at different times of year. You've already conceded.
But it's not the same on the other side of the world.
No.
China, for example, it's not the same. The seasons don't happen at the same time. They also don't happen in accordance with Australia, for example. So why is there that change?
Because the sun moves between. It's the same model as yours. The sun moves between the tropics, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. It rebounds between these two tropics throughout the year. When the sun in your model is angularly tilted in the northern hemisphere, the sun's closest path to the Earth is the Tropic of Cancer. 6 months later, the change of the angular tilt, Tropic of Capricorn, which is why there is
summer. Wait, you just said tilt. What's the tilt?
Yes, because I'm using your model. Shush. Why are you not following?
No, I am.
Then shut the fuck up.
But I thought you were speaking in accordance with flat Earth.
I'm getting to that if you would be more patient and stop splurging all over the conversation.
Okay.
Within your model, you've got tropics. Within the flat Earth model, we have tropics. So same thing. Northern path of the sun, Tropic of Cancer. Southern path of the sun, Tropic of Capricorn. That's how we have seasons. Within your model, that's the angular tilt of the Earth. Within the flat Earth conceptions, that's the path of the sun above the flat Earth.
Okay, and so as it as it travels and rebounds around the Earth, whether you're talking about a flat or you're talking about a globe, it could absolutely go to the other side, causing night, right? That, I assume, is how night is caused by flat Earth. The sun crests over the horizon, disappears, the moon comes out.
Well, yeah, the sun fucks off. Yep.
Yeah. So, in that case, if we were to go to the other side of the Earth, could we not also have daytime there?
Well, not if the sun's not up, no.
Well, no. So if the sun is down on the side that you currently live and you were to go to the opposite side of where you currently live, would the sun be up?
No, because it's up here and not there.
But you can do that.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can absolutely do that.
Really? So
yes. In fact, it's representative of a time change.
Shush. You understand there are flat Earth conceptions and maps that denote the path of the sun across the Earth. But I'll drop you this. You do understand that when it's, say, lunchtime in mid-America, the Midwest, then on the other side of the Earth, it's nighttime.
Yeah.
Good.
Because the sun is still in the same position relative to the Earth. Relative to the Earth, right? The Earth is observing the sun at the same position. However, if I were to go to one other side of the Earth, which absolutely destroys the flat Earth model, I can be in nighttime despite the fact that it's there, night, and on the opposite side, the side of my origination, it's day. We denote this as a change in time.
Dickhead,
But you can follow the Earth all the way around in accordance with sun time.
No shit, but you've left the area where the sun was and went to the other side of the Earth and went, oh, it's fucking nighttime. That's because the sun's not there.
But here's the thing: in the flat Earth map models, we don't see China at the back of the Earth. We see it all on the same side.
No, it's just on the other side of the Pacific Ocean.
Show me the map model that you would most closely associate to one you would own.
I'll give you a flight chart.
Well, no, I want to see your variation of the map. If it's a flat Earth, it should be very easy to set up in terms of a map.
That's true. There are many maps.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see what map that you would most closely associate to your own belief. Just you personally. I'm not saying flat Earth as a whole. You personally.
You're gonna have to give me a couple of minutes to find several.
I just need one. Whatever you would say most closely associates.
Well, at the moment, we're just talking about sun movement.
Yeah, of course. But at that, I want to see what I need a visual aid here to show me what it is that you think the continents are aligned in such a way as, i.e., how do things currently sit that make this change happen? It would be even easy. It would be even more helpful if there was a relative measure of said map, a legend of the distance. That would be even easier.
Well, I can give you a conceptualization or a navigational chart. What do you want?
I would like a conceptualization. I need a conceptual aid here. I need to see what it is that you see.
Okay, well, that should drop in a minute. I'll give you a navigational chart as well. How about that?
So that's a circle, right?
No shit.
Okay, so what would you say the relative distances are betwixt those points on the navigational chart, for example? Where is the South Pole, for example?
Around the outside? Around the outside?
Okay, so the South Pole is observable from any landmass if you go in a straight line.
I guess
obviously, we're keep in mind. Yes, I could technically go from the U.S. down to South America in a straight line, and obviously run into a landmass. But if we were to continue beyond that landmass, we would, i.e., start from the center point, head out. You will always hit the South Pole.
Salad guy. Can you just really slow?
I'm just trying to be clear.
Well, you're not. You're just saying a lot of fucking word salad.
I apologize. I'm trying to clarify what it was that I was saying. So, i.e., start at the center point of the map, travel south.
You just need to understand the path of the sun. That's it. You seem to have this idea that day and night cycles can't work on a flat Earth when it's just proximity to light source. That's all it fucking is.
Well, yeah, but the problem is the little visual aid that you gave me here. It's showing truly incorrect distances, just flat out.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because we can measure the distances, for example, between one continent and another.
Go on then.
That's easily measured.
Go on then. What are they?
Yeah. Would you like it in nautical miles?
If you want.
Okay.
If you want it to be wrapped around the globe Earth model, then that's what it will give you.
How would you measure it?
Fuck me, it's not my fucking claim. You wanted a conceptualization of the sun.
Well, no, I'm trying to figure out here what's an acceptable middle ground here as far as measurement terms.
Don't know. Fucking up. All I can provide you is second and tertiary hand information. I can't go around to every single continent and map the fucking Earth now, can I?
I mean, you can.
But
actually.
I haven't.
People have.
Really?
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
Now, granted, it wasn't just one person, but it was many. Many people charting distances and traveled time.
Okay. So a navigational chart would be helpful then, wouldn't it?
I mean, it could be. However, again, your navigational chart's leaving out a pretty important factor. For
Which
example,
is?
if you look at the navigational chart, Russia and America are not nearly that close. Even at the tip of Australia, they're not actually, or I'm sorry, Alaska, they're not nearly that close.
There's only about 50 miles across the Bering Strait. What are you talking about?
Agreed, but in this context, right, it's also trying to suggest that, what is that little Greenland right there, is much closer than that of what it actually is.
Dude, north of the equator, the flat Earth model and the globe Earth model are pretty much exactly the same.
Yes, but the navigational charts don't seem to suggest that because it's squishing everything.
Well,
the true distances therein are significantly different. Obviously, yes, you're going to have a difference between any chart.
Word salad boy, you do understand that primarily a flat Earth conception and a globe Earth conception are pretty much the same fucking thing north of the equator.
To a certain degree, yes. But there's plenty of things that exist south of the equator as well.
Yes, of course. I
The
will agree with
distances
that.
between those are going to be vastly different by contrast to the globe and flat Earth model.
No shit.
So again, if the distances are able to be measured in true from the globe Earth perspective, but not in true from the flat Earth perspective, there's a problem there. The sun traveling also presents a problem because, hold on,
how do you measure distance in the south?
You measure it in the same method, however, via the flat Earth conception, is going to show different distances by contrast to the globe Earth perspective.
How do you measure distances in the south?
It's the exact same as the north, or it should be.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Let's say miles, for example.
How do you measure that in the south?
Again, in miles. You just measure. You could take a tape measure if you really wanted to.
Between continents?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
By traveling between them.
On Earth?
But whether by air or by sea.
So how do you measure over water?
By traveling in as straight a line as possible and accommodating for any potential drift that would otherwise be present, which our boats can certainly do.
How do you accommodate for that?
Via a rudder, making sure that that line is as straight as possible. You could do that. Or, to simplify things, just as the crow flies, i.e. in an airplane.
You think you can measure over water?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Do you think it'll be accurate?
We have plenty of straight lines in water.
What about currents?
No, but we have plenty of straight lines like on the planet currently in the water.
How do you know that you're measuring correctly in the water when you've got nothing to bear off?
No, but you do though.
What?
You can actually measure this based off of the perspective from the ground that's beneath the water. Again, we have plenty of straight lines that exist in the water. In the water. Maybe not the surface of the water, but plenty that exist within the water.
You're not getting it, are you?
No, I think you're asking a question that effectively tries to annul itself.
Yeah, you can't measure distance over water.
No, you can, though.
No, you can't.
Why not? We have telemetry data that suggests that we can.
Where?
For example, in your car, right? You have something. I would presume you're measuring kilometers, but you have an object in your car that measures revolutions of said wheels to that of mileage driven, right? It can be fooled.
The ground is the same as the water?
No, but again, you can fool that system. The idea is no, and again, I don't know why you're trying to focus so heavily on the idea of water not being measurable. Water is very easily measurable.
Okay, I'm going to put you out on a boat.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're going to measure for me. What's the method of doing this?
You could use a laser. You could get at the water level and use a laser with reference to an object far away.
What objects are far away in the southern hemisphere? What are you going to do?
Other continents, for example.
You can't see other continents.
No, but photons may be able to.
Oh my god. I give up with you, man. You're a fucking idiot.
Oh, I would actually argue the opposite. You're a fucking moron.
Okay.
A lot of you guys are.
See you later, dude.
A lot of you guys are.
That's not going to be unmuted. Yeah, you're a
There's
fucking
man who
moron,
gave
mate.
me dependent variable as free.
Apple.
Apple was the independent variable that caused gravity. And he's going to sit here and say that we're the stupid ones. That's fucking interesting.
Cogdis is strong with this one.
Yeah, but I liked where he was going with getting the laser out on a boat and then measuring the distances between continents over distances of water. He was so close to fucking demonstrating that the water wasn't fucking curved to pass his laser over it. That would have been interesting.
That's funny.
I like when you said you could travel in a straight line. That's good.
Over water with no reference points.
So, is it worse to believe in evolution, or is it worse to believe in the globe?
I try to live with as few contradictions as I can.
I know that voice.
That's a good. That's a good rule to live by.
Sasha 2.0.
Sir, that's my dead name. Please don't use that word.
Oh my god.
Are there any contradictions in the globe model? I mean, it seems like it kind of makes sense for the most part.
Yeah, which way is up?
Well, up is the opposite of gravity.
Yeah,
So,
away from the center of the Earth.
yeah.
Gonna be down?
Well, down would be towards the center of the Earth, wherever you're standing on it.
Okay. Can up be down? Yes or no?
No, they're opposite vectors.
Good.
But it depends on where you're standing on the Earth.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, these vectors
There
can
it is.
change because an Earth. What do you mean? There it is. You haven't
There
made
it
your
is.
point.
Yeah, it's like if you're in like different quadrants, like if you go towards the origin, like it's gonna be a different direction.
Right. Is it a hump or a drop? Like when you're standing out and you're looking at a ship over the horizon, does the land drop or does it hump up in front of you? What causes the obstruction?
It's the land going down.
Down. Okay, so what if there's someone 100 miles away from you, facing you? Would the ship be lower between you guys, like in a valley?
Yes.
Really? Nice.
I mean, from your perspective, you're always going to be
Oh,
standing
there
on
it
top
is.
of the Earth, right?
There it is. That's good. It's all
I think you're
perspective,
quoting
right?
the Alice and Bob QE fallacy, where Alice and Bob are looking from different directions.
No, I just want to know, is it a hump or a drop? That's all.
Wait, is it a hump or a drop? Could you describe that again? I was kind of confused by that.
Yeah, so when a ship sails out and you see it and it disappears bottom up, how do you explain that? Is it dropping from your position?
Well, is it dropping from my perspective?
No, in reality, regardless of perspective, is it going down or not? That's a tough question.
I mean, it's not really going down. No.
I agree. Everyone in this room agrees it's not really going down.
Okay. Doesn't that kind of describe a globe Earth, though?
Exactly.
No.
Why not?
Because a globe would have to drop down, right?
No.
Really? Great. So you
Well, why
have a
would I
big
have to-
flat globe, right?
No.
It's solved by the change of the down vector. As you move, the direction of down changes. That's the solution.
Oh, so now down is up, right?
No.
No, we have different assumptions about whether all directions
you
of down
certainly
are
do.
parallel or not.
Certainly do.
Well, it's just that things are obstructing your view from the ship, right? So it's traveling across a medium that is obstructing parts of its view, which kind of suggests a globe.
Yeah, but the globe would have to drop regardless
No.
of perspective. So it's not dropping. I agree.
It doesn't
There
have
is no
to drop. Why does it have to
Okay,
drop?
Okay. If there's no drop, I agree. I don't care why or anything. If you
Well,
say
why
there's
does
no
it have
drop,
to
there's no drop.
drop? Why does it have to drop in order for it to be a globe?
Listen, I just hope you're here the next time someone comes in and says the ships drop in the horizon. That's why they disappear bottom up. Or the sun, because the sun drops
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Exactly.
You hope somebody else comes in and
No,
talks about this. Like I'm
hope,
talking about this.
I hope you're here the next time someone brings up the ship thing, so you can tell them the ship isn't really dropping. It's just perspective.
I thought you agreed with that.
Yeah, the ship is not dropping, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We agree on that.
Right, so there's no drop.
Yeah.
Excellent. Everyone in the room agrees there's no drop.
Yeah, but I think
As
we're
a ship
interpreting.
sails, it doesn't drop from its own perspective. If a ship sails from Los Angeles to Japan from the perspective of Los Angeles, the ship is dropping over the horizon, but the ship itself doesn't experience that because it's not dropping. It's just a
Right.
perspective thing.
Right.
If you want to
It's
ignore
all
perspective, then it's not going to make any sense.
right. It's all perspective. I think
Right.
everyone in this room would also agree with that. There's no drop, and the ship disappears due to perspective.
I just said there is a drop from the perspective of the port where the ship leaves. There is a drop from the perspective of the ship. There's not.
Right. But it's perspective. It's not really dropping, is it?
No, there's definitely a change in the z-axis. It is 100%.
Really?
Yes.
So there's a vertical change down.
Yes, correct.
Wow. Okay, great. So what if there's someone on the other side then? Does the ship drop for them too?
As the ship is coming towards them, from their perspective, it will appear as if the ship is coming up over the horizon.
So in between the two observers, there would be a valley, right?
No. Did you look at the thing I posted?
No.
Depends on the
No.
perspective. That's
Right,
if
so
you
it's-
use the QE straw man.
Right. So it's all perspective. There's no actual drop.
That's
Good
if
job,
you
guys.
mix. Yeah, that's if you mix the flat Earth ideas with the globe ideas.
That
then
was
you
a
get the
triple.
valley thing.
That was a triple self flat smack. I think that was the first.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Look what I posted 30 minutes past the hour, and it'll all make sense.
Yeah, at first one guy said it did need to drop. The next guy said, "Well, it definitely needs to drop." And Matthew's right in the middle, posting stuff in the thing. So, but yeah, triple self flat smack, led by Matthew Learns. Amazing.
Nothing the three of us said is contradictory. You just are not understanding.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we just don't
You'll be
understand.
fine. Yeah.
It's all perspective.
Right.
Up is down, frames of reference.
Right.
It's all perspective. Nothing is objective. It's good.
Right.
It's great.
As far as up and down is, there is no objective up and down. That's correct.
There it is. Okay, so where's the first two guys who said that up is never down? Where are they?
I agree with that. From any one place on Earth, up is opposite of down. That's clear.
Excellent.
However, up in Spain is the same direction as down in New Zealand.
There you go. There's the double talk once again.
It's not double talk. It's just the raw truth of it.
Right, the raw truth that everything means nothing, right?
Shout out to
No.
the antipodals.
Yeah, everything means nothing is a different concept. That's irrational.
That's irrational.
Saying that everything means nothing is irrational.
But antipodal people, completely
That's-
rational.
Right. Completely
It's
rational.
rational. It's rational to say that. It's rational to say that.
It wouldn't
down
even be
in
a
New
rational
Zealand-
Michael Stipe lyric. You know what I mean? Didn't even fit into that song.
What?
Shiny happy people, antipodal people. Maybe it was the fifth verse. But yeah, guys, if the earth is a ball, just as an ant would walk around a basketball, it would have to go upside down. So yeah, it would go down. So I didn't see the PFP lighting up, but it cracks me up that 2023 is someone saying a ball you don't have to go down on a ball. Come on.
Right, there's no vertical component, because down would be vertical. So if you don't go down, if you have no vertical axis, what do you have? Horizontal. Flat. It's great stuff, guys.
So if you're on a ball and everything that goes towards the center of the ball points in a single direction, no matter where you are on the ball, and there is a single point that is pulling everything towards that direction.
Yeah, the
Is
big
that
F.
always considered down?
Well, you're the one that said if.
Well, I'm just saying.
That's the question. So, is the Earth curving at the surface as it would if it were this 3959 mile radius spheroid? It's simple. Yeah, you can go to if.
Well, what I'm trying to describe is kind of gravity. So, like, there's a big gravitational pull.
Space time?
No, gravity.
Oh, kind of gravity, you said. So,
yeah, if you look,
yeah, I get it. You're in if world. It's if world.
The picture I
What
posted
world are
shows that
you
the
in?
direction of down is different in different cities.
I'm not ifing right now.
Yeah,
I'm
showing
ising.
pictures.
You're what? Ising?
Yeah, I coined a new term.
Sure. Okay, here's an is for you. The direction of down is different in different cities. I posted a picture to show that.
Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful.
You can tell the camera's lined up because the moon is lined up in all three pictures, but the ground.
Yeah, you
is
can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Yeah. You said that sea level was curved. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that green circle is the if in that diagram. It's not the word if, but the if is still there.
What?
The
Weird,
if.
though. Yeah, go ahead.
What
Man.
if?
You said you're the one who said if. You said if the Earth is a ball. Well, I said in that diagram that just got posted, the green circle is the if of that picture.
What are you talking about?
Well, that's what's in question. Isn't the Earth that green ball that was in that diagram?
Well, it doesn't have to be the Earth. It could just be any spherical object, right?
Well, that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a basketball.
Right, but your whole complaint is that we keep saying if the Earth
Yeah,
is
it's not a
spherical,
complaint.
but
It's not a complaint. It's just
it could
that's
be
where we're at.
spherical.
I'm not complaining. That's where we're at. We're at the if.
But that's representing any spherical object.
Okay, but
it could be the Earth.
Okay, but he was. I can't believe you're white knighting. I can't believe you're like watering down what he presented in a white knighting form. But yeah, he presented that as proof of the if.
White knighting?
Yeah, just he didn't post that for shits and giggles.
I wasn't claiming he did.
Well, you said yeah, it represents any ball, right?
Well,
so you're claiming he didn't post that in reference to the conversation of the server topic.
I'm saying his
ask him if he did. Did you, Matthew? Did you post that?
Can I
presenting
clarify?
that green circle as the Earth we live on?
Would that green circle represent any spherical object?
I posted that as a way of describing how the claim that there's a valley between two viewers is a straw man mix-up of parts of globe theory and parts of flat Earth theory. So that's why.
So there's no drop.
Oh, okay, so I guess it wasn't the slant. It sounded like when you posted it was like a 360 slam dunk. Now it's nothing. Okay.
No, it's an argument against that idea that there's a valley in between two observers.
Well, a valley would be a drop, right? I mean, if there's no drop, then I mean, unless you're going to say Earth is concave, I mean, what does that say to you? No drop, no hump. What does that mean to you?
If there's no drop and no hump, then it's flat.
That's okay. I think everyone in here agrees.
But there is a drop.
Oh, so there is a valley then?
No, from the perspective of Alice, everything is dropping. Right. In perspective of Bob, everything is dropping. That's all.
So it's all perspective. I think all the flat earthers in here say the same thing.
Yeah, it's all perspective.
Right. But see, in reality, though, when there actually is a drop, that is called a valley, isn't there?
Yeah, we were talking
No.
about like looking over the ocean or something like that.
Yeah, valley is when there's a drop coming from both directions. On a globe,
Right.
there's a drop. It's going in every direction, so not the same thing.
But it's not really a drop, is there? Matt said that it wasn't. But then he said it was, and I don't know. It's very, very confused. But Matthew, you think that sea level is a surface?
Yeah, so sea level is everywhere where it's roughly the same distance from the center of the sphere. So that's what sea level means for us globers, and it's not a plane; it's a spherical shape. So sea level curves.
But in reality, that's
Yeah,
not what
that's
sea level is.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's why the sun sets behind the ocean.
No. That's not what sea level is.
Oh, it's
Sea le-
pretty close.
No, sea level is a point.
No, sea level is a rate.
altitude.
Yeah, it's a point from which elevations are measured vertically. It's not a surface.
That's incorrect. Where is this point? What city is this point in?
Well, it's different everywhere. It's
There you
determined
go.
by
A
the
bunch of
average. Determined by the average between the high and low tide for a
Yep.
certain area.
Yep. So every area has its own sea level. So that's a collection of points. A collection of points is a surface.
No.
It's a simple geometry.
No.
No.
That's literally the definition of surface, but okay.
A surface is not a collection of points.
I'm sorry. Well, never mind. I shouldn't laugh at people for not having basic knowledge of geometry. I guess it's not something that's taught in school very well. But yeah.
Well, you measure vertically up and down from that point, don't you?
Exactly. Yes. So there is. You're right. There is one
Right.
point.
So what's
Any place on Earth, there's only one
perpendicular to vertical?
Horizontal. A horizontal plane you can make perpendicular to vertical.
Right. So that's how they measure elevations.
Yeah.
There's no curve to a horizontal, is there?
No, there's certainly not.
Good.
Of course, horizontal in New York is different than horizontal in Los Angeles, so there's that.
Stop with that.
You think so?
Yeah,
Well, what do you mean by different? Is it higher or lower?
It's a different. It points a different direction. Like the picture I posted, like 2 images ago.
Yeah, if.
30,
so you're
33.
imposing your wishful thinking. Will you at least acknowledge that? Because I think the other two guys think you're. I think they think that claim stacking is good enough.
It proved that those two are not the same up and down.
Well, I suppose it might just be a raw claim, unless I accept that I posted a picture.
Prove it.
33 past the hour. A picture.
Matthew, prove it.
Prove picture. 33 past the hour.
There's horizontal. Prove that horizontal is different in those two cities.
3 cities. I posted the picture at 33 past the hour.
Yeah, so the horizon is basically just a tangent plane at a point. So if you take 2 different points, you're going to get a different tangent plane.
Bingo.
Okay, so does it hump in between LA and New York, or is there a drop? I mean, what's going on with the horizontals in your imagination?
From the perspective of LA, it's a drop to New York. From the perspective of New York, it's a drop to LA.
Perspective. See, like when people measure the Earth, it's not based on perspective. It's like, because if you were always on top of the ball, you'd never be able to measure any drop anywhere. Everything would always be below you. So
right.
Yeah.
From our perspective, we're always on top of the ball. That's a good way to think about it.
Yeah. So how do you measure elevations on a ball?
You take the sea level, and you can see how high you are above sea level. And generally, if you're working with distances less than a mile or two, then you could consider it flat. But basically, the horizontal plane is perpendicular to the direction of down, but it does change slightly, but not that much over the space of like, a building or something.
Uh-huh. Weird though how all scale maps are have straight lines.
What do you mean?
Isn't it? Like any scale map.
No, I have a 2-scale map where all of the lines of latitude and all the lines of longitude are curved.
Well, we're not talking about latitude and longitude because everybody knows they come from the sky. But like when they
No, they
measure
don't.
distances, sure they do.
The equator is a place on Earth. What are you talking about?
It doesn't come from the Earth. It comes from the sky.
It does. It's a place on Earth. It's on
But
the equator is on the surface of the Earth.
No, that's not what it was derived from, Matthew. Come on.
Yeah, it's derived from the sky, but it's a place on Earth derived from the sky. So it's on Earth
Exactly.
derived from the sky.
Exactly. And in reality, all the equator is just a big flat circle, isn't it?
All circles are flat because circles are two-dimensional. What do you have?
Excellent. Right. So when they measured distances on Earth, they use horizontal lines and triangles.
No, they use great circle arcs, and then they use spherical triangles.
Wrong again. Just wrong.
Yeah, so part of the reason we know that the ground is tilted differently in different cities is that you can see the moon from different cities, and it'll be at different elevation angles.
Yeah, but that's just perspective, right? Isn't that what you said earlier? It's only perspective.
I'll see if I can find a picture to show what I mean.
Oh, I don't need a picture. I just need your explanation. It's explained by perspective, right?
Yes, perspective. The rule of perspective says that things get smaller as they get farther.
But you used perspective to explain the drop over the horizon. You said that was due to perspective.
Yeah. When you're talking about drop, it depends on what you choose as your sort of baseline and base direction.
Horizontal. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So what happens to water when the surface it's on drops from horizontal? Can you tell everybody here?
Yeah. So if it drops from horizontal on the short scale, it'll flow towards the lower elevation.
Short scale. So what would be a long scale?
On the scale of oceans, the direction of down changes enough that even though it appears to be going down from our perspective, from the perspective of where the water is, it could be at the same elevation, namely sea level.
And how about like a river, right? Like the Nile River. That's a really long river, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it is.
Right. So the reason the water flows there is because from the start of the river, it drops from horizontal for thousands of miles, right?
Yes, but it's also getting closer to the center of the Earth, so it's changing elevation. It always goes down in elevation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Nile never flows uphill, if that's what you're implying.
Well, everyone knows that. Water never flows uphill. That would be silly.
It also never ascends to be farther from the center of the Earth.
I gotta ask, are you saying that with a straight face, Matthew?
Yes. Did you see the thing that I posted at 47 past the hour that shows the diagram of what's really happening with the Nile?
Is that an elevation profile?
It is.
No, it's not. That's not an elevation profile. That's a meme from a website, Matt.
Right. It accurately describes what's happening with the Nile.
Well, I would rather defer to the people who actually measured Africa and the Nile River. Just get a real elevation profile, and it'll show you like a 4,000 or 3,000 mile long horizontal line.
Yeah, generally, the elevation profile will show the sea level as a flat line, just because that's easier to depict. But I don't think anybody, including the person who drew that map, thinks that the sea level is actually a straight line.
Well, they all know that sea level is just a point. It's not a surface.
So what about my question about why does the moon appear the same size from both cities? You see,
Yeah, that's not really an argument, though, is it? That's a question. So your argument for you would be you can't explain the moon, therefore the ground is a what?
No, the argument is this, that since the moon appears the same size, therefore the moon is the same distance from both cities, therefore the Earth is not flat. The direction of down is different in those two cities. That's my argument.
That's called a non sequitur, though.
You don't, I suspect you don't even understand my argument.
What does Earth have to do with what the moon's doing?
We can use the moon as a reference point to see directions, thereby showing the direction of down is different in those two cities.
Okay, so if down can mean up, then the ground can be a ball, and we could explain the moon.
Yes.
Great.
If the Earth is flat, I fail to see how you could explain why the moon is the same size from everywhere on Earth.
Well, it's because it's not flat.
Right.
Well, there's topography.
Yeah, and that topography is all measured from a horizontal baseline.
Do the flat earthers in here believe the moon is flat too?
Well, what you guys think is they drive dune buggies on it.
What do you mean you guys think? The question was, do you think the moon is also flat?
You and Matthew. You and Matthew think the... Okay, here's why. Maybe you just joined.
I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
Matthew thinks it's a lead pipe cinch that the moon is a rock ball.
So, old Haas, perhaps I missed it. Do you think that the moon is also flat? It's just a binary question.
I don't even know what the moon is, sir.
Okay,
I've not made a claim of the moon.
Then why are we even talking about dune buggies? It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, because Matthew thinks these dune buggy and lunar golf films substantiates rockball moon.
Okay.
Do you understand now?
Cool.
Do you understand now?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, you know why? You know why you don't understand? Because you're someone who waits to talk instead of listening.
Okay,
so maybe you should listen now.
I've had my ears open the whole time, so now
yeah, well, that's different than actually listening, pal.
Now it's my turn.
Different.
My question was
that's different than listening.
Do you also think the moon is flat, regardless of what it's made of?
I don't know what the moon is.
When you look up in the sky, what do you think you're looking at?
Well, right now, let's see. What do I think I'm looking at?
You've obviously seen the moon many times before. So what do you see when you look up? What is it your brain tells you that
a mysterious light in the sky. If you're going to tell me that I'm looking at something that's 250,000 miles away, I'm seeing the features of it with my bare eyes.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid,
you need to shake yourself, sir.
I don't think so.
So stop acting like a hotshot, because the situation you and Matthew, you guys are in, is you guys have to act like you know what the moon is.
What are you
do you understand now?
No, I don't understand.
Do you understand now?
No, I do not understand.
Then,
here's
sit
why
on the sidelines and listen.
No, here's why I don't understand, right? What I don't understand is there's still some simple interrogatives that I can ask you that might help define what you're looking at. Have you ever, because I did this when I was a kid, many, many years ago, did you ever grab a pair of binoculars? usually some semi-powerful ones.
Sure, yeah. I was looking at the moon with binoculars last month.
Okay, then what did your non-naked eye tell you the moon was?
My non-naked eye now.
Well, I
What
mean,
did it tell
I
me
never
it was?
defined I never defined naked eye in the beginning. I don't know why you're so hostile.
He's questioning everything you're
I'm
saying.
not
which is so
hostile,
annoying.
sir.
You've already ad homed me twice.
It's
So
the
yes.
same. It's the same answer as what I saw with my naked eye. A mysterious light in the sky.
That's all the answers I needed. Thank you, sir. I now
Okay,
understand your
now
perspective.
do you know what the moon is?
When I look up, my eyes tell me I'm looking at a sphere.
And okay, and you know that for a fact.
Well, I haven't put my hands on it, but I have
Okay, there
seen
you
many.
go.
Still
There
answering
you
the
go,
question.
sir.
Hold Haas.
Thank you.
Still answering the question.
Thank you.
Try and be an adult for a second.
So I don't
I've
know what
looked
the
at
moon
lots of
is.
spheres in
I
my
don't know what
life,
the
and when
moon
I look
is.
at a sphere
You don't know what the
without
moon
having
is.
put my hands
didn't
on
say
it,
that he
I can
didn't
get
know
a
what the moon
rough
is.
idea of is this
Yeah,
a
he
sphere?
did.
When I
No,
pick up
he didn't
when
put
I
his
pick up
hands
a
on it.
Oh, you're
rubber
gonna white
bouncy
knight for
ball
the white
and I
knight?
hold the rubber bouncy ball in my hand, I look down at it and I go,
Well, I have
"Hey,
a
that's
Okay,
a
well let
sphere."
me know when you
So
hold the
when
moon in
I'm
your hand,
looking up
sir.
at the moon and I can see the sun
Until
glancing
then, you
off
have
of it and
lunar
reflecting
dune
light
buggy
in certain
films to
areas, there are
substantiate your
moments that
hopes
it
and
looks
dreams.
spherical to me. There are
Okay,
other moments that it does. I had to turn you down
that's
because you're acting
fine.
like a 13-year-old. I hope you heard
That's
half
fine.
of what I said.
Oh, I heard everything you said. You're
Okay,
holding
repeat it
rubber
for me then.
balls in your hand.
Repeat it for me
I
then.
choose not to.
Yeah,
No.
I thought so. The end.
Okay. So let me know when you hold the moon in your hand. So right now, the moon is to you and I and everyone else on the earth a mysterious light in the sky.
No.
Nope,
Whether
he did not say
whether
that.
or not
No.
you want to believe the moon golf films is up to you, sir.
Well, you're telling me what I think it is without me telling you what I think it is. So
Well,
you're
are you not
incorrect.
wrapped up? Are you not wrapped up in the outer space mythos that's so
What's a
popular these
mythos?
days?
What does that mean?
What's a mythos? A tale.
No, I know
A
what a mythos is.
story.
What is the mythos that you're referring to?
That the moon is a rock ball.
Can I ask you a question? Honest question?
Good
And I'm not
Lord,
being
I don't know.
acerbic in any way.
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I can, but I guess the nicer way to say it is, will you allow me the opportunity to speak to you and respond as an adult might?
Oh my Lord. Tone policing, no thank you.
All right, well, you can kindly go fuck yourself. That was a great conversation.
Thank you for
can't be an
exposing your
adult, so you can't
desperation.
talk to
All right, Matthew. So do you understand, Matthew, that you're wrapped up in the mythos that has to have the moon as a rock ball? Will you at least acknowledge that? It must be an issue if the other guy came to spurg out and then the white knight of the white knights spurged out. So,
To answer
Yeah,
your
stop
question,
talking about me, buddy.
to answer your
oh,
question,
you'll be fine, sir.
to answer your
You don't realize that the outer space mythos
It's not a
has the moon
mythos.
as a rock ball.
Old Haas, may
Who
I
Right?
is
answer
this
your
guy?
question?
Child this guy
I don't
is,
know.
man.
This guy's
The
such
other
a
guys,
child.
the other guy's short circuiting.
Okay, so here's my answer to your question. Yes,
Okay.
when I look at the moon, it appears to be a sphere.
That
And
wasn't
so
my
I'm
question.
Oh, he didn't even
That
let you
wasn't my
finish the
question,
answer.
sir.
How
That
about
wasn't
that?
my question.
The second half of my sentence might have included an answer
Yeah,
to
if you
your
let him
question.
finish,
Would you
maybe you'll
like me
figure
to
it out.
conclude it?
Cope.
Dumbass.
Okay.
Cope harder, sir.
Okay,
Let me
will
start
do.
over. Let
Let
me
You'll
him
be
start over.
finish,
fine.
please.
You'll be fine.
Let him
Here's
finish.
my answer.
Matthew's finished himself many times before, so he'll
My
be
God,
fine
dude,
finishing.
you are literally 10 years old.
Oh, or I think you might be figuratively speaking. So, Matthew, go on.
Sure. When I look at the moon, it appears to be a sphere. So I think that it, I am reasonable to assume that it's a sphere unless proven otherwise. And yes, you're right. My argument depends on it being a physical object in the sky, the same physical object that everybody on Earth sees at the same time. So yes, my
Well,
argument
yes,
depends on that.
they see a light in the sky, and the masses have convinced themselves, with the help of TV, textbooks, and cinema, that it's a rock ball. So, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
so
for
we
being
know it's
honest,
not just a light in the sky,
dude.
right? Because
Dude,
otherwise, how would you explain that from
didn't
different
you already?
angles we see
Which one
different
is this?
features?
Is this the White Knight or the White Knight of the White Knight?
I'm just a person trying to enter the conversation, but apparently
Okay,
you don't want
hold
that to
on.
happen.
Let
You're
me see.
scared.
Let me see your PFP. Hold on. Relax, sir. Go
I
on.
think you're scared to let me talk.
No. Go on.
Okay, so we know that's not just a light in the sky because how else would you explain the fact that we can see different features on it from different angles, depending on where you are on the Earth looking at the moon?
Well,
right? So
I think
as we
you
see different
missed
features
the
on it,
modifier. I think you missed the adjective mysterious light in the sky. I don't know what the moon is. As Matthew
you know it's a physical object.
explained,
You know it's a physical
if you're
object for one, which I just explained to you.
oh how no you're wish no
I
sir
just explained why it's a
you're
physical object.
imposing your
For
wishful
one
belief.
reason why.
Whether you like it or not, your circular reasoning and wishful believing imposed on the moon is just what it is.
I
I
just
know
use
you guys.
logic.
I
It's a
know
simple
you
logical
guys like to
deduction.
think it's a lead pipe cinch,
It's if
but
P,
you're
therefore Q.
stuck with the rest of you're stuck with the rest of us on Earth. Everyone, as
Sure,
the
I'm
moon
on
being
Earth
what
with
the
you,
moon is.
but
You
unlike
guys,
you, I have
you guys
actual
can act
scientific
as
brain
if
and I
you
can
know
think
what
about
it
things.
is. That's fine. I don't care. If you guys want to chant that the moon's a rock ball until you're blue in the face, go for it.
The one thing you're right about is that I'm on Earth with you, right? But then the thing that you're wrong about is that I don't know anything about the moon, right? I can actually use my brain, unlike some people, and figure out
Yes,
things about the
your
moon using logic.
imagination. Your
No,
imagination,
using
sir.
logic. Do you think there's no way
Okay,
to know
where's
about
your
the moon
okay?
other
Give
than
us the
just
logic
touching
that
it?
the moon's a rock ball, please.
Okay, here's my logic, right? If the moon was just a light in the sky, we would not be able to see different features on it from different points on Earth, from different angles, right? The fact that we see
Okay, and
different
these features, what are these features? Since you're an
these
expert on the moon,
okay, so the way it actually looks, like its visual appearance, this image in the sky, right? We see different
Yeah,
features of it, right?
features. What are these features?
Which is a property of physical 3D objects, right? We see
Okay,
different. Yes.
and what are these things that we see with our naked eye? Something that's 250,000
Have
miles
you
away.
ever seen images of the moon from different points on the Earth?
Oh Lord. Yeah, I've seen the whole catalog.
If you take an image of the
I've
moon,
seen the
right,
entire
from
catalog.
Canada,
Yeah.
right, and you take an image of the moon from Mexico, you'll be seeing
Yes.
different things, right? And that's because you're
That's
seeing different
fine.
parts of the moon.
Different
right?
parts.
Yeah, you're seeing different parts of the moon.
No, we all everyone sees the same face of the moon, sir.
No, you don't. I can prove that
Okay,
easily.
Matt, ask Matthew. Ask Matthew.
I can show you images of the moon from
Okay,
different angles
dude.
and different
We
features
see
from
the same face
Yeah,
of the moon.
get to the part where you show us, because this is just stupid. Everybody knows that we all see the same face of the moon. So just
It's
show
not
us
the
what you're
same
talking about.
No, he told us that
Yes.
we're seeing different. He's telling us we're seeing different.
Yeah, it's a complete idiot. Just show us what you're talking about. Stop saying it. It's a dumb claim. Just show us.
Wait, I'm curious if flat earthers have like a response to the retroflectors that were placed on the moon. Like when NASA went to the moon during the Apollo missions, they placed retroflectors on there.
Cool
Yeah, I put
story.
one up there too. Yeah, I put one up there too.
Hey, I have a bridge in Brooklyn. You want to buy it?
Yeah, why would we lie?
Okay, so they're just lying about that. Okay.
A TV show.
Well, you could believe it. I'm not calling anybody a liar, but you could believe whatever you want.
That's the story. Yes, that is the story. Good luck substantiating the story other than repeating it.
I'm still interested in the moon golf that old Haas was talking about.
Yeah, Google Alan Shepard.
I thought you were just talking about like the Happy Gilmore production.
No, I was talking about astronaut Alan Shepard. Yeah, do some research into your mythos.
You just saw fucking Happy Gilmore. It was like, that's fake.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
what I thought
wooden hand. The whole thing's a big wooden hand, and yeah.
So Alan Shepard hit a golf ball on the moon, therefore the moon landing was fake.
Well, apparently he hit 2 golf balls on the moon. The USGA actually did a story about it a couple years ago because they sold us on the idea that these Titleists or whatever they were are somewhere in the deep reaches of the depths of space. But apparently he shanked them both 40 yards down into a sand trap. So amazing how the story changes.
Yeah, I hear the golf courses on the moon are pretty shitty.
Well, and the Grays fees are just insane.
Ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous.
So I guess the moon expert left.
What was
Yeah.
he saying?
Instead of posting what he was talking about, he just left. He was just gonna say it. He's just gonna make that claim over and over again. And it came down to showing it. He's out of here.
Yeah, they're the ones that keep bringing up the moon.
Yeah, it makes sense to look in the sky to determine things about cosmology. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, well, leap of logic, assuming the whole moon rock ball orbiting Earth.
What do you think of what he was saying, that we see different sides of it or a different face or whatever?
Yeah, I think he did a quick Google search.
Yeah,
That's what
everybody
he
knows he was
ejected.
wrong.
That's so stupid.
We do see about 58% of the moon over the course of a whole month, just because its orbit is kind of tilted a little bit. So we sometimes see a little bit above, a little bit below. And so even without, we can map 58% of the moon without, just from the ground, basically.
Libration.
Yeah, that's right. That's the right word.
I'm feeling those good vibrations.
What do you think about that, Matthew? I know this leads to nothing, but about the moon supposedly almost 250,000 miles away, yet I can stand there with my bare eyes and see these so-called features that are supposedly craters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as
a
taking
quarter million miles away.
Yeah, it's the same as taking a softball and moving it about 40 feet away and seeing if you can see any features on the softball.
Seeing the what on the softball?
Any features on the softball, like the stitching or something like that, or the logo.
Well, I guarantee if I took a baseball and we did the whole scale thing, and you're not going to be reading the commissioner's signature on that ball.
Probably not reading the signature, but you could see
Probably
something.
not even going to see me holding the ball. Anyways.
From 40 feet away?
No, I didn't say. I said do the whole scale of the whole moon. It doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. A softball at 40 feet away.
But
is not
anyways,
the same scale as the moon.
Yeah, it was good to hear you say to at least acknowledge that the whole thing. I don't think these other guys realize that this whole idea that the moon is a rock ball, lead pipe cinch, just isn't so. I mean, I heard your reasons why you think so, but I don't know. It's wild they got it. How did they do it? Was it just the dune buggy and film? Was that it?
I thought other people kept bringing up the moon, not you.
Well, they brought up the moon first, but I'm just saying, how did they get everyone in lockstep thinking that the moon is a rock ball? I mean,
because that's what it looks
I
like.
get it.
Just look through a telescope.
Because the head of NASA was a Nazi at the time.
I think we thought it was a rock ball for a long time before NASA. I mean, for one, it looks like it. If I were to just
We've known. Here we go. See, we have another person jumping in saying we know it's a rock ball. I was just complimenting Matthew on his eloquent admission that it's part of the whole buying into the myth.
Oh, I think there could be some of it. But it's the myth is it jives with my senses. Right, when I look at it, it looks.
Well, it jives with your wishful thinking. If you want to include those into your senses, sure.
Do you not agree that it looks like it?
Oh, brother, you missed the last.
Maybe I did.
Well, isn't it funny? I'll ask you, riding on eggshells. Did you hear what I know this doesn't lead to anywhere, and it's not a gotcha, but isn't it odd that you can see these features of the moon with your bare eyes when this thing's supposedly 250,000 miles away?
No, like I don't to me, the way
It
my eyes
jives.
work.
It jives with you. Got it. Thank you. I get why. I get at least Matthew gave some sort of direct answer.
Do you want the answer?
Looks like. Are people
It's too
saying
late.
looks like? Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, well, welcome
it
to
looks
Flat
like
Earth.
Sunday. Sunday. It looks like this. Looks like that.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Looks like. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. So do we trust our senses?
Well, it's kind of funny that we all pretended that we didn't hear your question. Yeah, your ears, my ears just worked. Yeah, I look both ways when I cross the road. Yes, I trust my senses.
Right. Okay. So my senses, when I look at it, are like, hey, this looks like a big rock ball.
Yeah,
It
nonsense.
could be wrong. They're sometimes wrong. Right. But
how do you cross the street? Do you look both ways? What? How did this get to this? Where people are like, "Oh, you trust your senses? What are you, a Neanderthal? Silly to trust your senses."
I'm saying the
It's
exactly
silly.
the opposite. You're so determined to like go with a script that you're not listening.
You'll
to
be
what you're
fine.
actually
Oh,
being
sir,
said.
I have no script. I'm staring out into the darkness of the night right now.
Right, but I didn't. I said the opposite. I said I do trust my senses.
I don't even think you remember. We've spoken before. You're the one that goes on your script.
I'm well aware we've spoken before.
Excuse me?
It's okay. Keep looking into the void.
Fine.
It might look back.
Yeah. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. But you know what the moon is. I forgot. I interrupted you on that. Go on.
Didn't say that either.
Oh, it was someone else.
Well, I don't
Did
know.
you
I'm
say
not
that
sure
you
who
said
you're
we
having
knew it was a rock
conversation with.
ball? Were you not the one that said we knew it was a rock ball long before that?
I think I said we thought it was a rock ball.
No, you said we knew it was. Oh, Lord Almighty, the double speak.
Well,
Or that's revisionist history on the fly. You said we know. Don't tap dance. Do you think you ever think we thought? Do you think you ever think that you say you thought?
What?
I'm not able to make sense of that.
What was that
sentence? Are we trying to like trick each other here? What's the point of this?
Sounds like it.
If you
that's
thought what
writing
you
on
think you
eggshells.
thought,
Shtick.
what you're thinking.
Can we get
Writing said we know. Listen, writing said, "Whoa, we've known the moon was a rock ball far before those lunar dune buggy films." And then 3 minutes later, he goes, "Oh, I think I thought I said that. I thought, not no." No, he
That was 100% you. You went
How
on this
about-
weird thing about. I think I
You'll be
thought.
fine.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. How about we let him tell us what he said?
Sure.
Well, he changed what he said.
It doesn't matter. Let him repeat it, and then that'll be the final answer.
He's not repeating.
If I said we knew it, I'm sorry I misspoke.
It's wishful thinking.
Hey, I thought you were gonna let me.
Hay
speak.
is for horses.
This is why you're so sure
Let
you know what
him
I'm saying.
speak, for God's sake. Go again,
Because you let your gums flap while I'm speaking, and then you hear your words instead of mine.
I taste your own medicine, sir.
Can we just be a little
control the room? Don't do that.
I'm not trying to control the room. I'm just trying to. If he's telling me
No,
what
not
I'm
you.
saying,
I'm talking to I am correct.
Well, he can't speak, right? He keeps getting interrupted. What do you want him to do?
Gives a fuck. He's double talking.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. All I'm saying is I can't hear him.
Google it.
You want to jump on his side? Go for it, mate. But
Well, I don't do sides.
You know?
I want to actually hear someone speak, no?
if you don't, well, maybe you should have come in a bit earlier and listened to him double speak, and then not come in a white knight.
Well, people misspeak,
Is
right?
it
If he can't
stream
repeat
up?
himself,
Maybe I
it's not
can
easy.
Settle this now. Is the
That
stream
wasn't a
going?
misspeak.
People misspeak, yes, and we heard him misspeak.
I
So
And when he
said
tried
what
to,
he said.
Entirely possible.
and he tried to clarify, but no one let him.
And he said, "I didn't say that." We all heard him say what he said.
It doesn't
He
matter.
said, we know the moon. We've known the moon is a physical object for thousands of years. That's what he said.
Hold on, dude. If that was his clarification, then he's in the same boat with us.
Well, he didn't
with everyone
clarify because no
else
one's letting him
on
clarify.
Earth. Oh, so he did clarify. Listen, pal. You think moon is rock ball. In reality, moon remains mysterious light in sky. That's what you missed.
Could it be both?
Yeah, and
Could it be
yes,
mysterious light in
you're
sky
wishfully
and
thinking
rock
that
ball?
the moon is a rock ball. Okay, where's the evidence of moon rock ball?
Could it be both? Could it be a mysterious light in the sky and a rock ball? Is it possible?
If the queen had balls,
What queen?
is there evidence of moon rock ball? That's all I'm asking.
Sure, yeah.
Riding on eggshells said we've known, and then he goes, "Oh, we've thought." So apparently, no.
Sounds like a
What queen were you
linguistic.
talking about?
Oh, just a figure of speech. It's an if.
Oh,
You
so now we're
said
doing
if,
ifs
I
again?
get if.
We could do ifs now?
Yeah, sometimes it's a kind of goes back and forth.
That's what you guys have been doing.
Yeah, just like when the
saying, you
ballers
were
use
calling me
sensors.
out, and you were
When they use,
saying,
we go with our sensors, and then they say they don't go with their sensors. Same double talk again, yeah?
Well, I mean, if you listen to what I say, you'll find out what I mean.
I was listening, mate, and you were being very facetious.
Sure. I'm not giving that as the only reason I think the moon is a rock ball, right? But it's one useful one to start with. It looks like it. Is to me a good
Yeah,
start.
it looks like it. How do we prove it?
We don't. I don't think you prove things. You just build
go.
up evidence for a case, and you go.
That
Well,
was
it's
the whole.
probably a rock
That
ball.
was the whole point. That was the whole point, wasn't it? The guy before you jumped in, eggshells. The whole point was you don't know that it's a rock ball.
Yep.
Isn't that where we've ended up full circle, half an hour later, at the same conclusion that we don't know it's a rock ball. Yeah.
Thank you for putting order to that.
Fucking hell.
I mean, Lord. I mean, I'm wondering. I said, there's got to be someone else keeping score at home.
Yeah, I was listening.
I was giggling the whole time. It was so funny, old Hoss. It was good.
Yeah, and I am correct. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to fucking speak to you like that.
You're good,
You didn't
but I
deserve
think-
that. But
yeah,
No, you're okay. But,
intentionally
you're okay, but
done this on
the issue,
purpose.
the issue I have is people. I mean, linguistically speaking, people make mistakes, right? If you just let him conclude and then we address his final point. I mean, if I said 1 + 1 is 3, you guys will yell at me, and I can't say it's 2. I mean, there's no resolution after that.
yeah, fair enough.
What's happened to Livestream, by the way?
Why is it not on?
Don't know.
Maybe.
I just found the 24/7 one, and it's got like other people speaking.
Oh, the 24/7 one from our server.
Oh, is that from the other server? I see.
There'll be a recording from here going over to there on the YouTube channel. Yeah. Oh, it might be playing a video. It might be playing a
old one.
Let me have a look.
It's weird.
Yeah, there might be a recording being played. Yeah, let's have a look. What, on 24/7? Nah, Flat Earth Dude and El Baba Yaga and Deus Bulk are in there. Oh, I'll be back.
Just because I wanted to check if that's what I'd said.
Oh, that recording? That should be in here.
Oh, El Baba Yaga.
That'll be on the TEOS UK YouTube channel. Eggshells?
LTTS YouTube channel. I don't know if that one.
No, TEOS UK. TEOS UK.
Oh, Teos. All right, that name. The Teos's name. I see.
Have you looked into lunar remote sensing eggshells?
No, is that like where you're bouncing something off it?
Lunar reconnaissance orbiters, the equipment that uses remote sensing data to analyze compositions of objects. It's used in mineralogy and topography.
Right. No, I don't know anything about it.
You should look into it. It might help your point a little bit.
Rightio. I'm just gonna deafen myself to hear what I say.
Hey, old Haas. If the moon, if you don't know what the moon is, then like what affects the tides? Genuinely curious.
Isn't that a
Brother,
theory?
hold on.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's a claim. That's not a lead pipe cinch either, because how do you account for the tidal nodes, or the amphidromic points that aren't affected by the supposed moon activity there?
So if we took away the moon, we took away that light out of the sky, the tides would behave the same.
Well, I don't know how many how many high tides and low tides do we have a day? We have two. How many times does the moon pass over?
What?
So the reason people think that the moon causes tides is because the moon and the sun both pass over, and so we have high tide, low tide, high tide, low tide, and so that's why there are four. Also, there's a 29.5 day cycle to the sides, and there's a 29.5 day cycle to the moon. So that's why we think that they're related.
Okay, that's fine, but
that got destroyed when they found out that there's places that there's no tides. That whole tide thing got destroyed. I don't even know why you still like repeat it.
No,
like,
it didn't.
Yeah, it did. Okay, for instance, if I say when I turn on my water hose, my garden gets wet, right? I mean that's logical. But then I turn on the hose and my garden never gets wet. So then that makes my statement a lie or faulty or inaccurate. The reason why you guys still say that these bodies in the sky are pulling on the ocean below them because of gravity, that whole thing has been thrown out the window, because when they found that there's places in the water underneath the moon and the sun that are not affected, and they do not have these raising, changes of elevation and levels, which we call tides, then that negates the whole theory. That's it. That's a wrap. Like, you got to
Wait, you
go
said
back to the drawing board.
underneath the sun and the moon?
Right. So like when the moon
What do
is
you mean by
traversing,
that?
so like when the moon is going over a particular part of the sky, like they're saying that
Uh-huh.
it's either pulling on one side, so then it's then like sucking in, if you will, like if you're gonna suck all the water towards it, and there's this ball just created. They also believe in this huge ball that's also because it's pulling on it, and then that water is being drawn out from the land. This is why the water goes low. And then when it goes away, the water gets released from. It's no longer being pulled by the gravitation of the moon. So then that's why the water comes back in, and then the boats rise again. It's complete bullshit, bro. Like at the end of the day, it's total bullshit. But I'm saying, like, when they used to say this, everybody believed it because everyone was stupid. We were all stupid at one point. But now, logically, because now they set up these instruments in the oceans, and now they have data saying, and they had to go back to the drawing board and say, well, hold on, there's points all over the world where the tides they aren't affected by anything, by the moon, by the sun, by the stars. Is Jupiter in alignment? Doesn't give a fuck about any of that. They do not rise or lower the way they projected it to be on their model, and because that is an anomaly, if you will, then that makes that whole theory negate. It's a wrap. Like, go back to the drawing board and figure it out, guys, because that's not what it was.
Yeah,
And the
and
data showed it.
none of the people who took that data came to the same conclusion you did. They have a perfectly reasonable explanation for it.
Oh, really? Really? What I would love to hear the slide. Go ahead.
Sure, it's called standing waves. So the other thing that affects the tides, sun, moon, and also there are kind of like wavelengths and amplitudes based on the topology of the underground ocean beds, and also the shape of the land and that kind of stuff. So it acts more like waves that are sort of set up. And if you look at standing waves, there are points on the ocean where they cancel each other out, and those few points is where there's no tide. And to use your garden hose analogy, it's like if all the people in the neighborhood turn on their garden hose and almost all the people get their lawns wet, but there's this one dude whose lawn doesn't get wet. That doesn't negate the whole thing. It means that there's some other thing happening with his garden hose. Maybe his water got cut off.
So hold on though. We're talking about one place where there's only one garden. There's only one earth. Okay. But we're saying
Many
that
points on the earth.
So
Oh,
your standing waves was completely asinine, because what you're saying is it again, if you're saying the moon has a pull on the water, okay, because of its gravitate, because the moon has a which, oh, by the way, is retarded, because you would think that the gravity of the earth which is way bigger than the moon. This is how fucking retarded I can't
Well,
stand this
in
bullshit.
fairness to Matthew,
Stand
it
this
was the
bullshit.
other guy. It was the other guy who said it was the moon. Matthew is acknowledging that there's different reasons, at least. Yeah, the
I
moon
just
thing is
pointed out
an old wives' tale.
I just pointed out the 29.5 day
Yeah,
coincidence.
I
that
get it.
tides-
That's fine. Yeah, all these things match up. If you notice, Matthew, the whole story seems to quilt together pretty well.
They've had hundreds of years to work on it. Like, give me a thousands of years to work on a fucking model. I'm pretty sure by the end of that time, I'm going to be pretty good. I've worked out all the kinks and the bugs, and I have the good, the explanations for the things that don't make sense logically, that you literally have to just believe in what I'm saying, because your eyes and your ears and your hands and like everything about it logically makes zero fucking sense.
So
Yeah,
thousands of years of
how
testing and
makes no sense to
confirming the
you.
tests is bullshit.
Yeah, how come one rooster has to wake up all the other roosters? Why don't they all see the sun at the same time?
There you go.
What? You're saying that the scientific theory that has been continually tested and observed to be true That's all bullshit because it's old dogma. Like I'm
It's
confused on
wishful
what you're saying.
thinking. It's circular reasoning.
No,
It's
no, I was talking
correlations. It's
apocryphon.
Hold on.
I'm
So
back.
you're saying, okay,
I'm
yeah.
back, old hoss, and I have a clip for you.
So
Go
wait,
on.
you're saying that I don't wait. Say that again, please. Say that again.
Well, you mentioned that the globe Earth theory seems to be pretty old, and it's been scientifically tested. Like there's a bunch of
No,
people.
no. See, that's the point. That's the point. When you want to say you scientifically tested this heliocentric model, that's an oxymoron because there's no science in the pseudoscience they use to
What?
prove the things that they fucking say they proved. Like you cannot prove that's not science, bro. You can't
What are
prove
you
a
talking
shape.
about?
You can't prove a shape of the earth and all this other shit that you guys have going
Why
on for
not?
you. It's not science, bro. It's not. That's not science.
Why
If
can't
you, if
you compile evidence to the shape of the plane that you are existing on? Why is that
but
impossible?
that's not science though. That's taking measurements. That's not. There's nothing scientific about taking a ball and measuring its that's not science. I don't think you understand what science is at this
You
point.
don't think
I I I,
science takes measurements?
I think no. I think what has happened is in the indoctrination they have convinced you that measuring this and that is science. And then in your small brain growing
But
up that's
you
been
need to
filled with
measure
this.
things in science.
Okay, but measuring
Hold on. Hold
the
on.
ground is not scientific. Like that's not.
Science.
Why
That's
not? You're
go ahead.
measuring. Like you can
Let her
measure
talk. Let her talk.
anything. All right, go
Science
Let
ahead.
it.
is science is qualitative, not quantitative.
There you go.
Okay, what does that mean?
Means that you're dealing with something that adjudicates cause and effect relationships in nature.
Right.
So
Okay.
you have nothing if you don't have a if this then that uh somewhere in your conclusion, then you don't have science.
That
And
excludes all of
No.
astronomy and marine
Earth,
biology.
a ball
That's
Earth.
You're talking about more of a like philosophical like argument, like formal argument, like a premise one, premise
Sure
two,
is.
conclusion. You know, like science involves a lot more than just
well,
that.
no. Well, this is part of the problem, though. See, in our modern day, over the year, like once upon a time, science was science, bro, and like, and then everything was like, once upon a time. I'm not talking about like 10 years ago. I'm talking about
When
once
did it
upon
go
a
fall
time.
apart? When
I'm
was
talking about.
science
I'm
truly
talking about
science?
here's when it fell apart.
When was that?
Here's when it fell apart. When they started changing things to fit their narrative to help them push an agenda. So we
Okay, when was that?
we could probably safely say that probably happened around the 1500s, which is when they started pushing this heliocentric model upon the earth.
So science pre 1500s was more accurate than science today?
No, I'm saying that the way they applied it to what they were doing. Like for instance, like when you go to school, like you look up right on your little list there, your class, like your classrooms, what you got, what period is it? And one says science and then the other says math. But in today's world, a lot of young kids have been indoctrinated to now believe that they are one and the same without realizing that's what's happened because it's part of the indoctrination. You are now convinced in your own mind, and then you even argue. You're even here defending the fact that calculations and measurements equal science. You guys are totally missing it. You are missing the forest through the trees. And the problem with that is what we have right now. You're displaying exactly what the problem is. This is why people say the heliocentric model is this and that star is 25 trillion miles away. And you guys just blanketly say that and then say that's been proven scientifically, which is total bullshit. But
Wait,
here we
so
are.
can mathematics not be can
They
mathematics
are
not
tools.
describe
They are tools that
hold
you
on, let me finish.
use.
You talk for a long time. You talk for a
Go
long time.
ahead. Yeah,
Hold
yeah,
on.
right. Go ahead.
So can math not help describe reality?
Okay.
Is that not a useful tool for us to
yeah,
use?
there you go. You said it.
There,
It's a tool. It's a tool. You said it.
That
not to be
describes
flippant,
reality.
Old
not to be
Hoss, Old
flippant,
Hoss,
but
on a
you can.
slight point of
Yeah, hold
order.
on, dude.
I
You're butting
definitely
in.
did not say what you said. You clearly
You
lied.
said
Immediately after
no.
I said thought, you said no. I put the clip in the
Okay,
chat. You're 100% wrong. I will
you'll be
take
fine.
apologies from both you and T-Dub.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And can you apologize for butting in?
Oh, you also want to listen to the clip to see how much you butt in. That would also be a good thing for you to listen to.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
you do not let people finish a single
Yeah,
sentence.
anyway, back to the
Well, you
conversation.
finished yourself. Okay. The other guy who was wondering about math, I can not to be flippant about it, but I can also show you the math for Superman. Right?
Okay. What do you want an apology from me for?
You were wrong too, mate.
He's
What?
You were
coping
wrong too.
because he came in here.
About
He
what?
came in here and said we knew that the Earth was
No,
a rock
again,
ball
wrong.
far
Again,
before.
wrong.
Oh, the moon.
Oh,
Wrong.
so what are you doing? Are you highlighting the fact that we don't know what the moon is?
No, I'm highlighting that
Again?
you lied about what I said, and you aren't acknowledging that you got it wrong.
What?
So when you double
I haven't
speak,
spoken in like fucking
it's
45
fine.
minutes.
No, he's talking to me.
Oh, was it not you, T-Dub? I'm sorry.
He's
I'm
belly
sorry. If it
aching
wasn't
about
you, I
me.
really apologize for that.
Yeah,
I'm
he
sorry,
butted
T-Dub.
in to cry about me.
Yeah, because you
Okay,
said
can we
I
get back
said
to?
no, and I clearly
Okay, so once again,
did
you're
not.
highlighting. Okay, you're highlighting that we don't know what the moon is. So we'll get back to your belly aching in a little bit. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah. Anytime you want to acknowledge, that'll be fine.
Well, I did. I acknowledged you.
Yeah, yeah. And you got it wrong.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I'm doing well.
Well, here's the thing. You took issue with me saying that we don't know if the moon is a rock ball, right?
No, wrong.
Yes.
So wrong.
Yes.
No.
Well, how
wrong.
is it that you entered into the conversation then?
You said you're
Was
asking this
that not
question.
the point was that not the point at which you entered the conversation?
Because you asked the question. You said, "How do we get it
Okay,
in our
so
heads
that is where you
Are
jumped in.
You're not gonna, right? But
Is
again,
that is where you jumped in then?
Yeah, that's where
Okay.
I jumped in.
There you go.
But I wasn't
And what
objecting
did
to what you were saying.
we get
I agree
to?
with it as a statement.
And what did we get to at the end of it?
That you were wrong.
Well,
I said thought, and you immediately said, "Also, here's another guy claiming he knows." You immediately got it wrong, and are still getting it wrong.
Okay, so
might
you're
be how you end
highlighting
up
that
as a
we
flat
don't know. So you're conceding that we don't know.
Yeah, always do. Happily,
Okay,
regularly,
that's
repeatedly.
fine.
That's the
We
point
don't know
that I'm
what the moon
making.
is. We don't know what the moon is. Correct.
But
okay,
if we're good
now
at
can we get
acknowledging
back
when
to,
we're wrong,
since you rudely interrupted, maybe the other people who waited their turns not to bellyache can get back to their
point out,
discussion.
let people change their
I'll
mind
meet
based
you.
on
I'll meet you
evidence.
in the chat. I'll meet you in the text chat, and I'll listen to your recording, and we'll solve it there. Okay.
Sure. And sorry again, T-Dub, I thought it was you.
Old Haas, don't take this the wrong way, but you have a great radio voice. Like, you just have a great, I don't know, presence by your voice.
Yeah, I used to call up radio stations in the old days and get hung up on by the DJs. But so yeah, I have to listen to this guy's clip. But the thing is, I got to re-listen to it.
Somebody told me I had a great face for radio once.
That's not a compliment. You've got the I don't know if it's a radio voice or it's some sort of subsonic voice. Anyways, I'll meet the guy in the chat. Anyways, I don't understand why he comes back. Anyways,
misrepresented what I said.
Hey,
I corrected
No,
you.
I
You
didn't
refused to
misrepresent
accept
what
the
you
correction,
said.
and so now I'm showing the
No.
evidence. That's all.
Yeah, you need to go back further in that clip. That's not what I took issue with originally. But I'll go make my own clip if I must.
Sure.
Hold
Listen to the clip.
Haas, before you mute
Find a better
yourself,
one.
could you just say signing off?
No, I saw the movie Sneakers with Robert Redford. So yeah, I can't take any requests like that. I don't know if anyone else saw that movie.
Pretty sure I
No,
wasn't
I
alive
think
for that.
Yeah. They had to get him to say some password, and the whole movie was them trying to clip together his. He had a voice verification password,
my
and there was
voice is my
one.
passport.
Yeah, verify me. Yeah, and they had a trouble. I forget. I think they had trouble getting him to say the word verify or something
I
like
think it was the
that.
word passport, and
Oh,
yeah,
was
the
it?
girl
Oh,
ends up
yeah,
just being
it
like,
was
"Oh,
because
I
in the
find the word
bar she goes,
passport
just
really sexy."
yes.
Just say the word passport.
Please tell me this isn't right. Please tell me this. Who am I having the film studies with? Riding on eggshells. The guy we were butting heads with. Yeah, figures.
Yep.
I chipped in.
No, I know, but yeah, the Sneakers movie. Yeah, that was a good one.
That movie seems impossible nowadays. They could just literally get deep fake voice recordings to copy Robert Redford's dumb voice.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because now the Robert Redford's last film that I saw, he didn't even speak for the first 45 minutes, where he was out in the boat in the ocean. But the thing is, riding on eggshells, since we're on better terms now that we've had film study sharing, you entered into the discussion when we were talking about whether or not the moon was a rock ball. And yeah, I do have to go back and re-listen to the thing. Maybe I get hot under the collar. Maybe I said, well, this guy's double spoke in the past, so he's probably double speaking now. So my bad. But you
Hang on. You can't just do a shit on the table and then try and walk away from it and be like, let's sit down for dinner.
It is what
have I double spoken in the past,
soup is not
this
lunch.
actually
But here's the thing:
is this potentially evidence that you mishear things sometimes, and that's what gives you the impression that people double speak? Is that possible? Is that an
whatever you
important
want
thing to
say.
accept is possibly correct?
Whatever you would like to say.
Okay.
But here's the thing:
that is what I think might be the case.
You entered into the conversation marching in with this idea to somehow be on the side that yes, we do know what the moon is.
No,
and at the end of it, 30 minutes later, we get to this point where, well, there were two people that came in right before you too, who had this issue. And I was actually having a calm conversation with Matthew about it, who acknowledged that it's just part of the story that the moon is a rock ball. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I
Matthew is chill
and
as
in
hell.
reality, we don't know what the moon is. We may like to think we do, and we can give all kinds of things that point to one thing. This is my favorite wishful thinking of it. But yeah, I don't even know why we're talking about the moon when we're supposed to be talking about the Earth.
Again, you brought that up.
Again, you keep bringing
No,
up.
I did not bring up the moon. I did not bring up the moon.
With some dog pointing out that you're bringing it up
I
again.
did not bring up the moon to begin with. No, go back in the
have a
chat.
very poor recollection.
You'll see diagrams. You'll see memes of the moon
is super
posted
interesting.
not
We
by
should be
me.
talking about it. It's fine. Just saying, you've been talking
okay to
about
bring
it a
it up.
lot.
Yeah, it's okay to bring it
Yeah,
up.
because they brought it up. They were
okay.
bringing it up as Earth being water ball evidence.
You've talked about it so much, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, they brought it up.
It's some dog saying.
So now we're at the end of that. We're at the end of that line. Moon isn't water ball evidence. No matter what you want to say about it.
I mean,
you have a lot to say about the moon. It seems like.
Yeah. I've studied everything NASA produced of it. Yeah. I used to think it was a real neat trick they did, landing guys up there. I bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Go figure. Before the internet, you had the VHS tapes that they sold after Star Trek, and you had books, and you had your own, imagination in your backyard in the moon. And
sounds awful.
yeah, well, yeah, it was great actually. Al Gore really screwed things up by inventing the internet.
Al Gore invented the internet? What?
He likes to claim he did.
I
I
didn't know
remember
that.
those days. That was
Well, yeah,
funny.
that was his claim.
Yeah, he claimed that he invented the internet. Oh man, those are good times.
Yeah, why do you begrudge me for my moon studies, my lord?
It's just you brought up the moon
What in the
so
world
much.
is up with you guys?
You just keep
If I
bringing up
were
the
to talk
moon
about a
all the
mountain,
time.
if I were to talk about the sea, would you say, "Oh, you're talking about the ocean a lot"? Gee, weird.
No,
I mean,
no. The only thing that's strange is bringing up the moon and then claiming other people bring up the moon.
I
That's
didn't
the bit
bring
that's
it
weird.
up.
It's fine to bring up the moon.
I didn't bring it
I
up.
brought it up. Matthew brought it up. There you go. Matthew stepped up.
There we go.
Matthew, shut up.
Wow.
Matthew is smarter than everyone in this room.
That's not true. Thanks
Put
to
together.
Kevin.
You're smart.
No, he's been chilling in here for a while, and he's just been dropping straight facts on everybody, and I'm learning shit from him. And I'm like, yeah, I believe him, bro.
He's actually been conceding that it's wishful thinking. You haven't been listening very closely. Who is that? Who's
I've actually
cheerleading?
just,
Who's
I've actually just been
cheerleading?
understanding him better.
He's cheerleading. Oh man. The thing is that he knows the model, and he could repeat it. He would get an A on the test. I would say he knows all the indoctrinating, propaganda that's been pumped into all of our heads. By the way, he just did a lot better on the test, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He's like the smartest guy in the room.
Right. Well, well,
really
hold
building
on though.
on
I think that's one of
Let's
those
take a
things
vote.
where
Who's the smartest guy in the room?
no. Hold on.
Right now.
There's a difference between like smart and then like intelligent, because you can be smart,
What's the
quote
difference?
unquote. Well, the difference is this: if I taught you that that one thing or another, let's whatever you want to use, any example here, and you study that and you learned it all to be, these are the answers, but then someone comes along and says, hey, like, you see that right there, but because of what you've been taught, you can't use your own critical thinking processing in your brain, because it's logic that it would take for you to understand what that person's telling you. And that person maybe didn't study all those things that you did, but you got A's, straight A's. You answered all. They asked you how far was the sun, and you said 1 million miles away, and you got an A. Or 3 million miles away, you got an A. And they're like, yeah, that's correct. It's 3 million miles away.
93 million miles away.
No. Once upon a time, it was 3 million. So see, this is where you're wrong. See, you're not even following along. Once upon a
93
time,
million miles away.
hold on. You would have been wrong if you said that years ago, right? Like many years ago, the sun was
But I would
only
be
3
correct
million.
right now.
No. Well, guess
No,
what?
they've actually ticked a couple million miles on it. It's like 94 to 95 now. So
Yeah,
come on, some
but
dog
But
millionaire.
that's
Don't
way closer than what.
don't highlight the
That's way
desperation,
closer
dude.
than what he was saying.
Hey,
What are you talking
some
about? That
dog,
was way closer.
some dog.
93
Let me give you.
million miles right there. Come on, give me that at least.
Oh,
in
dude,
20 years,
you're lost in the
in 20
sauce,
years,
dude.
in 20 look at in 20 years, the sun might not be the answer that you just said. So on the test, right, for kids in a classroom setting, they're going to get asked that. How far is the sun from the earth? And it just depends on what everybody in the powers that be and the consensus and whatever they deem to be the correct answer. Now,
Well,
100.
if the teacher said no, 93 million miles isn't correct. It's actually 93 million miles or 93.5 million miles.
Okay, all right,
You're
right.
incorrect to me. That teacher's a dick. Like,
Okay. So check it out. So what if I told you this? Is the sun okay? This just clear your mind real quick. Okay, here's a question on a test. Is the sun 3 million miles? Is it 13 million miles? Is it 15 million miles? Is it 23 million miles? Or is it 93 million miles? Which one is it? Okay. So here's the thing, though. All of those answers are correct. It just depends on what year it is. Because once upon a time, no, hold on.
There's
See, this is
objectively a correct answer.
Here we go
Dog,
again.
you're coping, dude. Let me
you don't
ask.
get it, bro.
Hey,
There is
some
an
dog.
objectively correct
Some
answer,
dog.
right?
This guy's, yeah,
Some dog.
I can
Dude,
tell you're
yeah,
not the
dude.
sharpest tool in the shed.
Hey,
Go
some
ahead.
dog, dude. Some dog.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Ask Matthew if he knows if the sun is a 93 million mile distant star, or if he
That's a
just,
nonsense.
or if
Hey,
ask
Matthew.
Matthew if he knows it is, or if he just is on board with that idea.
Hey, listen,
That's a dumb question.
I'm not some kind of oracle, but yes, the sun is 93 million miles. It's an elliptical orbit,
You
so
know
it's
that
plus
for
or
a
minus
fact.
and all this type of stuff.
You know that
And
for a fact, Matthew.
And the fact that throughout history we've had different numbers doesn't
Okay, dude.
invalidate that.
So
it just says we got
Matthew.
closer and closer.
Matthew.
Oh my God.
Matthew, show some
You even scare
honesty.
yourself.
Let him talk.
Hey.
He's been so quiet for a while. Let Matthew
Well,
speak.
hold on. Let me ask him
Speak the
directly.
truth,
Matthew,
You
do
just
you
asked him
know that?
directly.
Do you
Speak
know
the truth,
that
Matthew.
the sun is a 93 million mile star, distant star, or are you just on board with that idea?
Well, I'd say I know it because it's a justified true belief, but I would also say I'm on board with
Okay,
it.
so you're just on board with the idea. You hear that?
That's not what
You
he
hear
said
that,
at
some
all.
dog?
Opposite of what he
That's
said.
not what he said at all. What are you
Hey,
talking
some
about?
You don't listen to people very well, mate.
some dog. Let me give you an analogy. Okay, say it like a comic book convention. There's some guy there who knows everything about Superman. He's got all the figurines. He's got all the comic books. He's read them 100 times, seen all the movies.
He's smart.
And yeah, they have a trivia thing there. He's the champion of Comic-Con. He is the world's authority on Superman.
This is my dream right now.
So listen. So this will apply to you then. So they say later on, there's going to be a Superman costume contest, and then he's looking at this contest, and he's like, when's the real Superman going to come? Well, at that point, someone's going to look at him and say, dude, you're an idiot. So this guy was very smart about Superman.
But is Henry Cavill going to go?
He's a fool. Now Christopher Reeves is dead. There is no Superman.
Yeah,
There is no Superman.
This is what they don't. This is where they disconnect, though, because they don't grasp.
Did you not get that analogy?
No, that was a great analogy, by the way. No, that was great. That was perfect. That was perfect because he's smart.
You asked the difference between smart and intelligent.
Right.
The guy who knew everything about Superman turns out to be an idiot.
Right, because he's waiting for Superman to fly in and shoot with his laser eyes because he's a fucking moron. But here's the thing, though. He was smart, like you said. He was smart in the sense of all the, the questions. He knew all about the, because he read the comic books. He knew all the history of
But is
it.
that not a form of intelligence?
Again.
Is that not a form of intelligence?
Okay, hold on. Again,
you missed the second part of that.
You're saying that somebody's smart because they know all the.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So while earlier let me back us up. Earlier we were saying Matthew's smart, and then you said he's the smartest guy in here because he knows all the answers. He's been answering everything. He's been schooling everybody. Like you said that he's even taught you some things, and you've been listening. And then I said, well, smart is objective, because just because you know all the answers to the test, but then someone comes along using their critical thinking and logical process in their own brain, now that that person that knew all the answers to a test, outside of that test, he can't use his brain and use critical thinking and then realize when he's being lied to, when he's being manipulated, when he's being deceived, because he isn't as smart as you thought he was. He was, because you're measuring
But
his intelligence.
you said he was objectively smart just now.
Right. I no, I said I
So
think that's
if he's
objective.
objective,
I think that's
well,
objective. Yeah.
he's smart.
It depends what you
You're
consider.
objectively acknowledging that he's smart.
It
So
it
it's like
depends what you
everyone
consider
agrees.
smart.
Well, you're saying objective. So everyone, regardless of opinion, agrees that, or not agrees, but regardless of
Yeah.
opinion, this guy is objectively smart.
I
Matthew
do.
knows
That's what you're
Matthew
saying.
knows the story, and Matthew's obviously not an idiot, but he's obviously wrapped up in wishful thinking.
Right.
At
So
the
like
same time.
look at Matthew is smart in the sense of, if you gave him a test on all these things that we have known to be indoctrinated with, he's going to get an A. I'm pretty sure everybody in here will get an A. And I would say that we're all smart in here.
How do we measure intelligence?
Well,
How do we typically measure intelligence?
again, they give you
Is it through
questions.
testing?
They give you a test, and if you can,
Through testing.
but it's not just. But hold on though. But when they do like IQ tests, it's not how far is the sun from the earth. It's more like logic. It's pattern recognition and problem
Yeah,
solving.
you use logic, problem solving, and pattern recognition to
right.
arrive
That's
at the
different, right?
conclusion that the
They don't
sun
ask
is
you
93 million miles away.
right. Like, oh my god, dude.
Wow.
You're okay. I'm
You
gonna.
can't be serious.
I'm wasting my time here. He's just trolling. I'm out.
Listen, I gotta go, but I would say
he's
it's
straight
been
coping,
bizarre
dude.
to have people discuss my intelligence. But I will say this: there's a difference between wisdom, intelligence, and knowledge, and so you know, there's different kinds of things that a person might know. So
I agree to that.
may be
Yeah.
a good way to split it up.
Certainly
All right,
is.
I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Later. Good night.
Hey, Matthew.
He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. Unfortunately, he's using all that energy into a lie and a story and indoctrination. Too bad. A lot of these guys that do that, it's too bad, because they are capable of retaining information. Now, if they just put all that energy into studying the truth and not the lie, it'd be awesome. That's all I'm saying. Imagine if he studied the truth and then can answer all the questions truthfully, not saying that the moon and the sun is pulling on the oceans because there's a thing called gravity and it's a ball spinning, hurling through space. Sucks that he's caught up in that lie, but it is what it is.
You keep saying studying the truth.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, the truth, as in it's not a ball spinning in an infinite space. Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay, well, you're just stating what the truth isn't. So what is the truth?
The truth is that's not what it's. That we've been lied to. That's the truth. We've been lied to.
Well, again, you're just stating that isn't the truth.
I'm
you're not
stating
actually
the
giving
truth.
any truth.
The truth is that we've been lied to. That's the truth. And I'm telling you that
But the
with
truth that
that,
we're all accepting, you're saying, is not the truth. So you're just stating
Yeah,
that.
well, this
what
isn't
we all believe
omniscience
is not
24/7. This isn't
What?
omniscience 24/7.
Well, it's hard to accept that somebody is claiming that everybody other than you guys believes something is false, and that they do not believe in the truth. But that when
Okay, well,
asked to
that
provide the
sounds
truth,
like you're appealing to your own personal incredulity.
Right.
Let me flip that on you, and I'll be civil here. But isn't it strange to think that after all these trillions, hundreds of trillions years of evolution from pond scum, that
hasn't
you
been
and I are
trillions of
living?
years.
Okay, whatever. I'm being hyperbolic.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't it, what a coincidence is it that you and I are living in the time where they have all this outer space thing sorted out?
I don't think we fully have the whole outer space thing sorted out.
Well, what's up with the Big Bang?
Yeah, totally. What is up with that? You know,
Yeah. So,
I mean, how
what is
how
that?
does?
So you two, you also acknowledge it's bullshit.
No, I'm not acknowledging it's bullshit. I'm acknowledging
So
that
is
there's a
it
lot.
fact? Is it
Uh,
fact?
aspects of it are fact. We don't
Name
know
one.
the truth. Well, as far as we can tell, time and space, as we know it, essentially started at the Big Bang.
Oh, even that's a strong one for
Yeah,
me. I'd say
yeah,
that's
it's a
a
big.
lot of speculation to me.
Yeah, it's a big claim.
I'd like a citation for
The
that.
point, the point is,
Well, we can only
they've presented this outer space mythos as they've identified where it began. What a coincidence! After trillions of years of evolution, you and I are living in the era where it's all sorted out. What I'm saying is, yeah, it's a much bigger, it's a much better odds that this ragtag bunch of people who had just were absorbed in the indoctrination and over the time of living in life and seeing holes in the story, figuring it out. The chances, the odds of that occurring are much better.
What? I'm so confused on what you were saying. Like, so because we have better knowledge of the universe currently than we're
Do
so
we?
lucky to be living? I mean,
That's my point.
Well,
No,
let
dude,
me
man,
ask you. Wait, hold on,
you're
hold on.
not
Can I ask you?
following. Your
Well, let me
comprehension.
ask.
I know I'm riddling, but what I'm saying
Well,
is, all you're doing is
can
appealing
I?
to your own incredulity. You're
So,
just saying, I can't believe it. You guys figured this out. Yeah, we
no, that's not what I'm
unbrainwashed
saying.
ourselves. Big deal.
Do we understand medicine better today than we
Oh,
did several hundred years ago?
stop the cap.
Well,
Stop
no,
it.
like,
Off topic. That's off topic. It's a bad thing to even bring up.
It's a topic.
well, it actually
Yeah,
isn't
I
because
get it. You want
the
to keep
point.
talking about it. Oh, it's a good point. It's actually very
It just gets
valid.
into an
Yeah,
awkward area.
Well, the point is.
yeah, I know. Your point is, here's
Well,
the
you won't
thing,
let me
dude.
finish my
Just
point.
don't let anybody finish, though.
That's
Hoss, you
because he
gotta
wants
let
to go
people
back.
finish, man.
Well,
It's so
he wants to keep.
frustrating. You
He wants
ask him
to
what he
keep
thinks, and then
talking
you just
about the
tell him
thing.
what he thinks.
Time
Well,
out. He wants to keep. He wants to
look,
keep
old
going off
Hoss, you
topic.
have a old
Well, you
Hoss.
don't
You have a
know
great
that.
radio voice. You have a great radio voice. Everyone wants to listen to you, but it's
Relax.
hard to actually have a conversation if you won't let me
Well,
finish my point.
Well, don't talk about what you were just talking about. Use another example. How about that?
I love it.
Use another example of
Yeah.
is there anything in science that we understand better today than we did previously? Is there anything that you would agree to that we understand better
You just
today?
have this. You use this weird blanket. You use the word science as like a large blanket to cast over everything.
That's the problem.
I tried to be specific, and then you said no, you can't be specific with the
Yeah,
medicine.
well,
And then I
I
said,
get it.
okay, a general
That's
thing.
a touchy.
And then you're saying,
If you and riding on eggshells can't acknowledge that that's a taboo these days. Anyways,
I did.
okay.
I said
I don't
it's a touchy
understand
subject.
how.
Let's stay away
Yeah.
from the medicine thing because we'll end up having TOS violations.
No, you talk about it.
We can.
So, anyways, let's try to get back. Let's try
Chemistry
to
in
pull it
general.
back in.
What about chemistry? Are we more advanced in chemistry today than we were 200 years ago?
Dude, what do you're demanding the answer is yes. I don't know.
I think we
It's
are,
missing
right?
on sequitur
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
Explosives have
mean,
gotten better. Petrol's efficient.
oh, here we go.
We've got cool cleaners and
Well, okay,
agents
it's
we can
funny
use
you
on
bring
stuff,
up
and we haven't.
petrol. It's
that
funny
I
you bring
know.
up petrol because nowadays they've got everyone convinced that it's rotting dinosaur carcass and ferns. So the point is, all these stories. A lot of you guys are so embedded in this outer space mythos, you don't even realize it's just a story. I know that's just I'm not. That's a statement,
It's just
but
repeating. Yeah, you're just repeating yourself, man. We need to move forward with the conversation, I think.
Yeah.
well, he's just appealing.
We get it. You
He's
don't believe it.
appealing.
We
He
think it is
can't
true. You
believe that we. He can't believe that we figured out that the water ball thing is a myth. That was
Did some dog
here's
bring us
something
any
I
evidence?
want to try and get this through to you, Hoss. you've said that to me before, and I gave the same answer he did, and you just said that to him, and he said the same thing I did, which is we haven't got it figured out. There's still many things we haven't got figured out, but broadly
So what are
speaking,
you guys doing? Are you guys here like what are you doing? Just here to share your belief systems?
That's what everybody's here doing, aren't they?
Isn't that what you're doing?
Really?
No, we're acknowledging the nature of
What is this
water.
channel called? What is this channel called?
Acknowledging the nature of water, it doesn't matter what you and I believe about it. It's just, it is what it
What is
is.
this channel called?
It's not called 24/7 beliefs.
Well, I mean,
well,
if you don't want to call them beliefs, then like belief is just something you hold to be true. So if you hold that water, it is true.
And I've let go a lot of beliefs lately.
Yeah, you won't be fine, eggshells.
It's called 24/7 flat Earth. So clearly, most people in here believe that the Earth is indeed flat. This is a channel of beliefs.
Or they've just merely acknowledged the nature of water. And since the claim is that the Earth is covered in water, 70-some%, well, both of those things are incongruent. So it's not
what
Wikipedia.
God. What is up with you guys? What?
It's just confusing what you're saying.
Yeah, they have a view that the word.
Yeah, you're trying to you're overcomplicating
use
it.
the word.
You guys are overcomplicating it. Before this flat Earth conundrum, if you would have gone back in time and told yourself that level meant curved, you would have laughed at yourself. But here you are in this flat Earth conundrum, and that's what you're left with.
But did Sumdog? Did you say level means curved? Who brought that up?
I did not say that.
I don't remember saying that. Who is it? There's obviously another Glober here. I've got them muted. Could somebody tell me who brought up level being curved?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The water.
And it's
what I said was, man, you guys are tap dancing tonight. Water, the nature of water, once acknowledged, it's incongruent with the claims of the 3959 water ball, which they claim is covered at the surface by at least 70% with water. So those two things are incongruent.
No.
Groan and say no as much as you want.
Well, I'm just kind of saying what you say when I present evidence or facts.
You'll be fine. Okay, you'll be fine.
So no.
That's not, you'll be fine.
Yeah, you're right on that.
Okay, you're wrapped up in a belief, and that's where you're left. You guys both acknowledge that's what you're doing.
Seems like you're acknowledging that too.
Yes, you're wrapped up in an outer space mythos. I've acknowledged it many times tonight, to the point where Riding on Eggshells was crying about it.
Was I? Oh, I don't remember crying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a minute ago. Who brought up the water ball? I didn't. Who said water's level means curved? Who said that? Not I. Is there someone else here? That was you.
Oh, was that crying? Was that me crying? I'm sorry for crying.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. I called it tap dancing. I guess that was more accurate.
Okay. Tap dancing while crying does sound like a funny. I would watch that.
Yeah, tap dancing whilst crying, starring Gregory Hines.
Yeah.
Who is Gregory Hines? You are making these ancient references.
Who are you people? Who are you people?
Who knows who Gregory Hines is?
Riding on Eggshells knows who Gregory Hines is if he knows what sneakers is.
Don't know.
I know what sneakers are, but I don't know who Gregory Hines is.
Sneakers was a film.
Like a espionage film. I forget what they were trying to do. I just remember the woman trying to get the man's passport.
Is that Robert Redford thing again?
Could be. It's sort of that era.
Yeah,
I'm not really good at
Robert
remembering
Redford.
celebrities and names and like
Yeah,
who was in what film.
It was Robert Redford. Yeah, it was a Robert Redford early '90s money grab, but it was a good one. Anyways, oh my God.
that reminds me of what's his name? Dennis Leary. He always said the most craziest shit.
Yeah. ASSHOLA.
People never got his references because that fucker is like way too smart for
No,
everybody.
that was Dennis Miller.
That's
Dennis
his name.
Miller and
What is
Dennis
it? Yeah,
Leary
Miller.
is the asshole guy. Yeah.
My bad. Not Dennis Leary. Yeah, Dennis
Well,
Miller. That's
the
the guy.
greatest year of my life was when, well, not the greatest, hyperbolic speech, but when Dennis Miller did Monday Night Football. That was brilliant.
Yes, I remember
He
that.
goes, I haven't seen, he goes, some guy was getting his ankle wrapped, and he goes, I haven't seen that much fabric since the last Christo installation.
Yeah, I was like, what? Like everyone was like, what the?
And he said he was dragged into the offices after the day after, and that said, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, he was making all these references that nobody fucking understood. And then remember the movie what was that fucking with David Spade Part 2, Joe Dirt Part 2? Like he's in there, he's in that movie making all these weird ass funny fucking references, and they purposely use him for that.
Yeah, I can, not to brag, but I only saw Joe Dirt 1.
Not to brag. That's funny. Yeah, dude.
I didn't even know they made a Joe Dirt 2. That's insane.
It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
Okay,
Was it though?
now I know somebody's lying. Now I know you're just.
No, dude, I honestly enjoyed it. Joe Dirt 2 was actually like pretty good. I enjoyed it. I was fucking chilling, nothing to do. I watched
Okay,
it.
if you compare it to like one of the top comedies of all time, let's say something like Talladega Nights or something of that kind of sort.
No,
Come on, dude.
No, because that type of comedy is in its own like fucking like ditch, if you will. Like that type of comedy, it's like low budget, but it's like the humor is stupid. It's not like the other ones. I wouldn't compare it at all. But
Just
it was a
compare it
good
to
movie.
Joe Dirt 1. Just compare it to Joe Dirt 1. Is it better, worse? Because Joe Dirt 1 was pretty good, but a second one,
I would me personally, I would say that I liked Joe Dirt 2. And I mean I don't even know what to compare it to. I just enjoyed it. It had its moments, it was funny, it was stupid. Like I love that type of comedy though. Like I'm a huge David Spade and Chris Farley fan. Like I love fucking all their movies, like all Tommy Boy, all that shit. Like that's my kind of humor. I love those type of movies. They're stupid, and they're like, but they're good to me. I love them. I could watch those shits all day.
Yeah, I do love a very silly film that just like doesn't care, like doesn't take itself too seriously.
Right, like even the actors in it, like they know, like it's one of those like they're not gonna get a fucking Oscar award or Academy Award for it, you know.
that also describes Talladega Nights. Just saying.
Well, yeah, too. Like
Yes,
Talladega
Talladega
Nights,
Nights is very silly.
right? And that's a good movie too. I love that movie as well. Anything with fucking what's his? I always forget his name though. The guy with the curly hair.
Will Ferrell?
No, the other one. Anything?
John C. Reilly.
John C. Reilly.
Yeah. John C. Reilly.
Yeah.
Anything with him, I fucking love because he's a funny fucking guy in himself.
Oh, he's a weirdly funny but also good dramatic actor too.
Yeah, he is. He's a very versatile actor. But I
He's
love
got that
him in the
style where
comedy.
you feel sorry for it. Like he's good at making you really feel sorry for him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Dude, him in Walk Hard was one of the funniest performances I've ever seen.
I can't smell. I got no sense of smell. Isn't that what he was?
Yeah, it's funny. It was funny, dude. But anyways, yes, comedy. We're talking about Dennis Miller because he made a funny reference that maybe only 3 people in here understood because we're older and we get his references. Just like Dennis Miller, he would make a old ass fucking reference that no one knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Is he alive?
He's still alive, yeah. I believe so, yeah. He should be. And then whenever they show him in movies, they have him doing that because he kind of that became his MO, if you like. That became who he was, like the guy who he's a fucking. You want to talk about smart? That dude is fucking. He has a fucking brain.
and what I mean by that is he can retain a lot of fucking facts and information, and he pulls up those old ass fucking references and recallings of fucking years ago, old ass shit. That dude has a brain on him. He's big brain right there. He has a wide vocabulary too, very wide, extensive vocabulary. He's like one of those like super nerds that made a living off of being a super nerd.
I do find that really cool, like weird but still cool. How people can just make a living off of telling people what they think about stuff.
Right. Well, yeah, a lot of people do it. I mean, and anyone can do it too, especially nowadays.
You just described every media outlet ever.
Right.
True. True.
Right. Especially with today's world where like you have kids. Like I was just me and my girl was just talking about it. I think like a week or two ago, and we are talking about how because she's a nurse and she was talking about how there's such a shortage of nurses, and then we got into it talking about how like it's going to be weird because a lot of the youth today, they're aspiring to be like YouTubers and like, you know, influencers, and they're not really like, I want to be an engineer, or I want to be a doctor.
56.
Which
let me
really
just
just
say it.
shows us. Which really just shows us that TikTok needs to get more involved in the healthcare system. That's how we get more nurses. That's how we get more doctors.
56% of the high schoolers want to be an influencer. Yeah, that's right.
Jesus Christ, that is.
Yep. Think about that,
that's
Mongo.
scary.
Think about that.
That's sad.
Scary. That is scary, man. I
That's
feel
what I'm
bad.
saying. We need more TikTok in
what's
healthcare.
that is really disgusting. Like, what's going on in the minds of those other 44%?
Oh my god!
We're flat earthers.
When are they gonna wake up? Right? When are those fucking?
I don't know.
Those
we're in
44.
trouble. We're in trouble. 56% of high schoolers want to be freaking influencers or whatever. You know, good luck. Crazy world, man.
The other 44%, we know by the statistics, they're just autistic, so they know they can be influencers.
Oh,
that's cool.
Wait, so 44% of autistic or people are autistic, and they can't
In schools,
work?
yeah, in government schools. 40,
In government
40+%.
schools?
Yeah.
What government school? What government are you a part of?
The United States of America.
You know what's interesting is that number, watching it climb over the years, because I have a cousin who's autistic, and studying it, and there's a reason why we had an office and everything we're doing. I'm not going to go into it entirely, but just know that I actually was looking into Los Angeles, you know, greater and greater the county, and we were trying to figure out where to place a certain type of facility for children with autism, and doing the numbers though. That's what I was doing. I was trying to figure out where the highest amount of, you know, kids that were registered in the school districts to kind of get a map of where the most autistic kids are.
U.S.
No, wow. to place the facility, so that way, you know, kind of just get like the largest share. But the crazy thing is, like, when you start looking into the percentages of how it was changing over the years, like let's say like 1 in 1,300 kids, okay, like if you look way back, this is when they first really started like documenting it, and I think it got down, this was back in, I guess, what, 2007, 2008. It was down to like 1 in 125 kids, and then like the following year, it's like a huge drop. It was like 1 in 48 or 1 in 47. I forgot the statistics, because that was way back in 2008. But that was crazy just to see how fast
they were dropping, one in this, one in that. Like you start like at 1 in 1,300, and then like 1 in 800, and 1 in 400, and then one. And then it's like rapidly it's decreasing or increasing, should I say, of how many.
According to your government, it's 1 in 36 children right now.
Yeah. See, there you go. It's that's crazy. That means 1 in each classroom. There's 1 in each classroom statistically. That's crazy.
There's probably 1 in here. Who is it?
You found me.
Let me see.
got me, you
1,
got
2,
me.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Yeah,
13.
I'm pretty sure everyone in this room is on that spectrum somewhere, dude.
Well, that's how spectrum works, isn't it?
All right,
Like
somebody
everybody's
chill
on it.
that conversation out. Good conversation, like it, man. Love it. No, but
Oh yeah.
don't want to crash the server, man. Talking about that crazy.
Is it bad to talk about that?
You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy, man. 100%.
Dude, you're crazy.
Well, that's debatable. I could debate that for sure.
Let's debate it. You're crazy, dude.
Define crazy. I dare you. Define.
If you believe you live in a spinning ball, you're definitely crazy.
Right,
Define
check.
wait a minute, man. Define a black hole, man. You got one of those laying around? Hey, that'd be cool.
Define a black hole.
First,
define
you need
it,
a black lady. First, you need a black lady.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Hey, how dare you? How dare you? No, that's a white chick.
Oh. How dare you bring his mother into this?
How dare you bring your mother
Wow.
to the conversation? How dare you? Hey, you guys having fun in this server, man? Dude, I don't come in here much, but once I do, man, it's so great to talk to all of you great people in here, man. Thanks for letting me come in here once in a while. Very rare, man, but I do.
You're so welcome.
Thank you, guys. What a great server or portion of a server we have. Whatever it is. It's great, man. It's been fucking fantastic. Thank you, guys. Keeps my faith, keeps my heart going, keeps my brain moving. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Cheers to that, brother.
Cheers, man.
Well,
it's been a fucking blast.
Your brain moving, you have to thank it to the spinning of the globe.
Yeah, we're spinning and we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, man. I can totally feel it, can't you? What's wrong with you, man? Come on. Are you retarded or something, man? What's wrong with you guys, man? We're all spinning. Spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Everybody knows this. Come on, man. I read it on InfoWars, man. Come on.
How do you define retarded? Is it on the spectrum? Because I might be a little retarded.
No, you believe you live in a spinning ball, you're retarded.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, and it sucks. It's easy, but most people won't get it, man. It's
so John Cena's just visiting
really.
a bunch of Globers. He's just going around. You know how John Cena, the wrestler, he goes around and visits a bunch of, Make-A-Wish kids, Down syndrome kids. You know what I'm talking? The joke.
Yeah. Charity work. It's called charity work. Yeah.
But he does visit a lot of Down syndrome kids.
Yep. Down syndromes. Yep. There's people out there visiting the autistic kids, and there's people out there helping. I got a nephew and a great nephew that are both autistic, man. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean,
they're following in their uncle's footsteps. You should be proud.
That's it. I'm pretty autistic myself. Yeah, I could be on the autistic spectrum for sure. Huh? You know what? All flat earthers are autistic, man. I just came up with it. Write that shit down. You guys are
very autistic.
They're gonna call you artistic in the future. Trust me, man. You guys are gonna be artistic, and that's just it, man. Or artistic. One or the other, man. You're gonna be either artistic or autistic, man. I'm not sure which one. It's gonna fall
Little
on
column
me.
A, little column
You can
B.
be all three.
Column A or column B. You guys are gonna fall in. We're all gonna fall into it because I'm in the same group as you. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna call us like.
One day,
we're
all
either
of the flat Earth artwork is going to be considered, really valuable art.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. You follow. You catching on quick, man. You guys are-
Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
can be autistic, artistic, and if you believe you live in a ball, you are retarded too.
That's it, man.
Can we be the
I
other
think
two as well, though?
from now on, all ball people that believe in the ball are retarded, man. That's the new norm. You guys got that? Okay.
I mean,
So-
if flat
Just
Earthers
kidding.
are
Just kidding.
well on the spectrum as well, that's where we find our common ground. That's where we find the real common flat and or globe ground, is that we're all a little retarded. Can we all agree on that?
let me
No.
think about. I got to think about that one, man.
I'm definitely a little retarded. Maybe a little bit more than people in this room, but everyone's a little bit.
I don't want to call it retarded. That's the wrong word. There's another word.
You started using that word.
I did, of course, but
I was
that's
going off of you.
that's yeah. But
He's abandoned you.
You've abandoned ship. It's a mutiny. I have no
Are you
doubt.
trying to cancel me for using the word?
We have a
Yep.
mutiny. You're gonna walk the plank.
He said he was going to be the captain of the HMAS
walk the
retard, and then when you left shore, you realised you were the only one on the boat.
I'm gonna walk the plank, man.
I'm one of those retards that
I'm gonna walk it
swims
proud, man. I'm
extremely
gonna walk
well.
that bitch proud, man. I'm gonna wave and salute and flip you off at the same time. Yeah, I'm gonna walk the plank.
But after John Cena visits you, of course.
John C. Riley or John Cena?
John Cena. John C. Riley wouldn't be caught dead doing that stuff. John Cena's a better person. Not as funny though. Admittedly.
He was a cock. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I never heard him. I have no idea who you're talking about, but
just
John
he's a
Cena?
cock. Who is this guy again?
He's a cock. No, I'm just kidding, man. No,
cock on a
I'm
lot
here,
of roids.
I'm here to make you guys. I'm here to make you guys laugh sometimes, or you guys can mute me. Either one, it's fine. I'm okay with either. But you got to
Do you
laugh
not
at
know
some of
who
this
John
stuff out
Cena
here,
is?
man. If you guys aren't laughing at some of this shit, man, you're doing it wrong. And Issa Mikulski will back me up on that, man. If you guys know
We do
Issa,
sometimes laugh at the ball Earth.
we gotta laugh. We gotta laugh at the ball Earth, man. It is pretty funny, and it's a ridiculous story, man. It really is. If you think about it, for more than 5 years or something.
That's why I try to avoid thinking.
However long it might be, 5 minutes for you, or 5 years. I don't know. Some people I've met that I first looked at flat Earth back in 2015, but I didn't really get it until 2022. I'm like,
Me 2
the
weeks.
fuck? What the hell took you so long, man? Damn.
Took you 2 weeks to go flat, did it?
No,
Yeah.
it
Who is
took
that?
me like a
The
couple of
other person I was
months.
accusing of being T-Dub before. It's Tim, isn't it?
Space Goat.
No, it's Space Goat. That's who I was accusing of being Tim before.
How long did it take to
T-
become a
T-Dub.
Glober, man? That's my question. What the hell?
I do remember being like
About as long as it
having
took
like
for you to
questions
become a
like,
flat
how does our
earther.
atmosphere not go off into space? And then my teacher being
Yeah,
like,
I remember
and me
thinking
being
back
like,
to then and
I was
thinking
thinking
that
that
didn't
in
make sense.
like 3rd grade. I'm like, hey man, why doesn't the atmosphere like explode out into that vacuum out there? What happened?
And I was thinking about different shit in 3rd grade.
I don't remember what year it was. It was definitely in primary school, so it was before year 7.
I was thinking about 9/11.
Well, you're a baby.
That was like 20 years ago. What are you talking about, dude?
That was decades ago, bro. Decades.
Yeah. Baby, what are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about? No.
I voted. I'm a man.
I'm a man. I voted. I paid my taxes. Oh my God. I'm good.
Occasionally.
Oh my God, I paid my taxes. You
I
said that
paid
like
my
the next gonna be
taxes.
like
I swear. I paid them
my
all.
sinuses.
And then
Whoa,
I
do I
take
sound Jewish right now? Is that what you guys are
no,
insinuating? Do I sound?
I'm just
I'm actually.
no, I'm
Shit. Backpedal,
thanks for letting me
backpedal.
in here. You
Losing
guys
touch
can
on the other topic.
fucking mute my
No,
ass
I'm
anytime.
genuinely insecure about my voice. Do I sound
tempt me.
Jewish?
No, I was joking. It was
We were
the other guy,
just
funny guy.
joking, man. We're just having
Flat Earth dude.
a piss.
I don't
I'm
sound
having a
Jewish.
piss. How about this? All right, I'll mute myself. You guys carry on.
See, that's what I was saying. Like,
Did the Woody Allen? That was really good.
it was good.
I want some evidence though.
You want some evidence of
a ball?
Jewish people having Jewish voices?
No.
Want that ball evidence?
Yep.
I want evidence that the South is not
circular,
because I think us
squishy,
Australians
squishy,
should
wet
start a revolution.
Australians are fake, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we fell off.
It's a lie created by Britain. They just executed a bunch of prisoners and told the world that they just sent them to an island far away. Australia doesn't exist.
That's a heavy trip, man. I'll say that. What? Say that again.
Australia doesn't exist.
What? Well, who said that, man? Who the fuck said Australia doesn't exist?
No, it was a lie made up by the British government. In
That's right.
reality, all they did was kill all of their prisoners and just lie to the world and say that they sent them to this far off island with a bunch of scary spiders. It's a lie. Bullshit.
All right.
Spiders aren't even that scary.
Only if you're Australian. Like, if you see a huntsman, don't you still shit your pants a little bit at a huntsman, even though you know they're not
No.
scary? Okay, I'm a bit of a
I
pussy.
see a little tiny redback, I might.
Oh
my god! I remember sticking my hand in a drum I found at the farm. I was trying to look at something to shoot at. And I was like, "What about this?" And like grabbed it, normally like fingers inside it, and tipped it over, and there were like 30 redbacks in it.
Yeah, you tend to learn not to stick your stuff under things.
Yeah, it was the very last time. Every other can from then on, any other time I'm doing anything, I'm like turning that thing over with my toe with a steel cap on before I.
Yeah, that was the last time I ever turned over a drum with my dick. I'll tell you that.
But geez, it swelled up nicely, so I considered going back again before a date.
I mean, it's basically like Blue Chew with an immense amount of pain, but gets the job done. Not even a chuckle. All right.
No,
I don't know what a Blue Chew
I'll
is.
tell you what. I breathed in and went.
You exhaled a little bit more
And
quickly
I
than normal?
exhaled, and I didn't know what to fucking respond to that.
Blue Chew's like Viagra. Gets your dick
right.
hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
And sometimes a response is a breath of inhale and exhale. And that's gas pressure. You guys know that, right?
That's gas pressure.
It's gas pressure at its finest. You can check it out for yourself, man. Don't believe me? It's cool.
I don't.
Don't believe.
Anyone know how much PSI
Because you told me.
human body takes?
Gas pressure's right there, babe. Anyway, keep it fun, you guys. Have a laugh on both sides. Have a laugh.
I'll try.
It is fun, man, because where we live is fun. Trees and grass and animals and people, and it is fun. So, or you can make fun of it. That's good too. Make fun of it or have fun. Either way, man, it's fun. And if you're not doing it the fun way, man, you're doing it the wrong way. Check on Issa Mikulski. He'll verify that. You guys know Issa. Thank you.
Issa's great fun.
Shout out Issa.
Shout out to Issa, baby. Cheers.
Who's got that? Cheers. Who's got that Confederate flag gif?
Some edgelord. Where is it? I don't see it.
Good man? Feel like it. What is it? Stars and bars, brother?
I want to turn your video off before you get banned.
No, it's
Oh,
like
this guy. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, what an edgelord.
See what I'm seeing?
Yeah, so edgy.
Dude, who gets to share their camera around here?
I don't
Is
know,
he a,
just
like a
edgelords with
moderator or something?
Confederate flags and Trump things. And oh, do you have a gun?
I
Wow,
can
that's
turn my
badass, man.
oh, can't turn my camera on.
We are so
And,
impressed.
and his name is Good Man.
Wait a minute.
That's so funny. Do you think the people that made up the Confederate Army were made up of good men? What they were defending? Oh,
I think they
Oh
were just
Lord, some
families of
dog millionaire. Sounds like you need to go to a Civil War enthusiasm forum or read a Shelby Foote novel, because those things, I hate to tell you, there's a lot of fiction in that story too. So go
a lot
and
of
meander with the Civil War historians in another server. That's not the topic. He's only doing that stuff to distract the feeble minds
Well, wait, I'm
and to get
confused.
attention, and that's what you're
was
giving him.
What was I getting wrong about the Civil War?
Well,
they were good people.
Lord Almighty,
Complex
go
issue.
discuss it in the Civil War historian enthusiasm forum.
Can you point me in the right
Or
direction? To
you
discuss
can
that?
find some Civil War novelists out there who will tell you that they were fancifully quilting together stories and letters and tales.
Dude, I got a camera.
And check out the Matthew Brady
I got this
photography. Yeah, next time you check that out, it looked good once upon a time, but boy, oh boy, the early days of documentary photography may not be all that.
Can you give me like a little bit of a
documentative.
rundown without having to go into a bunch of research?
Go Google Matthew Brady, Civil
Could
War
you just like
photographer.
kind of tell me what to expect?
No, they're photographs, best to be seen. Good.
Well, I assumed that, but like,
You
what are you
insist
talking
on
about?
going off topic, so.
Well, I
How
was
about,
just pointing.
do you have any
pointing out
evidence of
something
the
that I
water
saw.
ball, dude? Or are you just sort of, now that you don't have anyone to cheerlead for,
Sorry, I was just pointing.
are you just cheerleading for the guy who's trying to get attention? Did you have any? Did you have any
I'm the guy.
outer
I'm the
space
guy
water ball evidence? Some dog?
outer space water ball evidence. Could you
Yeah,
elaborate?
you heard me. There you go. Now we're back on topic.
Okay, what do you mean?
Do you have
Spinny,
any
wobbly,
to
gassy
present?
water ball.
Or did you just want to continue to ramble off topic continuously?
Well, I guess when you say water ball in space, like that can mean a bunch of different things because there's a bunch of different water balls
Yeah.
in space.
No, the one that they tell us we're living on, the one that's on the cover of the textbooks, that one. Do you have any evidence that what they've shown us is actually a representation of reality? Do you have any evidence here on Earth?
Dude, a bunch.
To substantiate the story?
A ton.
Yay or nay? Oh, we're all ears.
Yeah, I have a bunch.
That's pretty cool.
Humanity
That's good to
has a
hear.
bunch. Yeah.
Is humanity in here? Is he showing up, or are you gonna offer them?
Why do I need to?
Well, you don't need to do anything. I was just asking a question. If you had any evidence, you said a bunch. So you're just gonna you have a bunch of evidence. You've come to the server that's the topic of, and now when I asked you what it was, you said, "Why do I need to?" I don't know. Are you here just to listen then?
Well, it doesn't seem like in the past other people have presented evidence and you just kind of dismiss it. So I don't see really the point in.
Oh, can you give me an example of that? That sounds pretty general.
Yeah, Matthew gave a bunch of evidence that
No,
suggests
you didn't hear what Matthew conceded. Yeah, he conceded that those are all sort of part of the rhetoric. He was offering the rhetoric. He wasn't providing evidence. He was
I
telling the
don't think that's what
story.
he said. I think he
No.
clarified that as well. I think that's what you took from
Oh
it.
boy.
What he conceded is
hey,
some of the
riding on
reasons he
eggshells.
thinks.
Would you like to help us get back on topic and offer the water ball evidence, because the other guy doesn't think he doesn't want to? So would you
gotta
like
say,
to?
with you, I'm not sure if I can justify doing it, given you don't seem to like
Okay, so you're here to
have the
listen too. Okay,
conversation.
good. Excellent. Anyone else here?
Yeah, like you just mostly clip people. Like most of the time, you let them say 2 words and then clip them.
Come on, fight.
Dude, pull up. Let's
Oh,
go
brother.
right now.
Well,
Pull
I'm
up.
curious, Doug, if you think that there's plenty of evidence and other people have made it, would you like to attempt to make it? You don't have to talk to him if you don't want. I'm happy to listen.
Do I think there's plenty of other people that have that? Sorry, say
Well,
that
you
one more time.
mentioned sure. So you mentioned that someone else presented plenty of evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Matthew showed a bunch of like diagrams and stuff that showed things that were in support of his propositions.
Do you agree with them?
Yes.
Are you well read about his arguments?
Not as well as him.
Would you like to try reiterate his argument to me?
There's a preponderance of evidence that suggests that the plane in which we are living on is a globe or a sphere, and yes, I would agree with that.
Sure. Why would you agree with that?
Because the preponderance of evidence.
May I ask
But you said his examples were good a minute ago. You said you agreed with his examples.
Yeah, so he showed some examples of why certain phenomena that you guys were specifically asking about were happening on a globe, and he provided that evidence.
He brought them up when asked the same question that was asked of you. If you had evidence of the Earth curving, he pointed to the sky.
No, he was. So one of the
Yes,
diagrams that
that's what
no.
happened.
Okay,
No,
so
it
Did
actually,
he start showing pictures of the moon?
it actually wasn't what happened. So
okay, so I wasn't here.
Did he
Would you
start
like to make
showing
those
pictures of the
arguments?
moon?
do it.
So
Pictures of the moon. You wouldn't accept whatever pictures I provide. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
If I provided pictures of the moon, you'd say they were fake. It doesn't matter.
No,
But no,
what
he
I
provided.
would say is that's pointing to the sky.
They can be real
Well-
photos of the moon.
Well, he provided photos of like a spherical
Is showing a
object.
picture of the moon pointing to the sky.
Well, I was actually referencing a specific thing that he posted.
Yeah, he was asked for evidence of Earth's surface curvature, and he pointed to the sky. Do you get that now?
I guess I missed that part of the
Okay.
conversation.
Well, then no need to chime in then.
I thought we were.
You want to talk about the Earth shape though? It's weird to be like, talk to us. Shut up.
No, he interrupted the guy who was actually talking.
Did he?
Who did I interrupt?
Is it bad to interrupt, or in
Let's-
principle?
Maybe he interrupted himself. I don't know.
Let's try this again, right? So, some dog millionaire. What do you want me to call you?
Some dog's good. Yeah,
Okay,
that works.
Some dog. You're convinced of the shape. Can you present the evidence that's convinced you?
Can I present the evidence that's convinced me that the Earth is?
Yeah. So usually people would gather evidence, and using that they'll come to a conclusion. And I'm assuming, and I hope this is a fair assumption, you've gathered a bunch of evidence and you've used those to reach a conclusion. Your conclusion is sphere, right? If you don't mind, I'd like you to present that to me.
Yeah. So one thing that I found really fascinating was I had a cool opportunity to travel to Argentina several years ago, and that is a very different place on Earth from where I currently live and for where I've lived for most of my life, which is in North America. And so I got to travel to Argentina, and what I found was there were different stars where I was in Argentina. There were different what's it called? Star structures,
Constellations.
Constellations. Thank you. There was different constellations. which in a globe model, that seems to make a lot of sense, that if I was on a different place on the globe, that I would see different stars. And so that's a very direct observation of mine that I've experienced. I could give you, I could spend a few minutes just Googling all of the massive amounts of data that we have to say that the Earth is in fact a globe, but I figured giving my own personal, subjective experience is something that's a little bit harder to refute, maybe. I don't know, but
Can you summary that in a yes or no?
So to summarize what you said, stars weren't the same in one point, and they weren't the same at the other point, right? Was that what you just said?
yes, which is explained perfectly in a globe model.
So stars in the sky not being identical at all given times means globe?
Well, if you
Is it
see a constellation at one point in time and then you travel to another place on Earth and you can't see that constellation anymore, that tends to suggest that you are, for whatever reason, are obscured from seeing that constellation and you are instead seeing other constellations.
Okay.
And that is
Right.
what
So
I
why did you
experienced.
conclude globe then? So why did you conclude globe and not some other shape then?
Because that is the most logical shape of the plane that I'm on.
Okay. Is this a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
No, it isn't. It was just my own personal observations.
Right. So it's an observation of. So you think that the logical shape for the surface that you stand on is a sphere, and
Mhm.
that the seeing different stars in a different area on the surface confirms that logical conclusion.
Well, it's evidence to suggest that that conclusion is more correct than not.
So it's not actually solid proof.
Well, there's hardly any proof of much of anything, but what we do have is preponderance of evidence. Like there isn't much proof in there isn't much proof in like a trial and a court. There is evidence, but
Yeah.
nobody's really
So,
proving much.
well, I don't think that's right. The way that trials are conducted is using evidences, and then we have a criteria for
Exactly.
evidence, right?
Yeah,
Hold on.
exactly. It's an evidence. You have
And you have a
evidence that
criteria for
suggests
evidence.
something.
Well, what is evidence?
It's something that suggests that a proposition is more likely than not. It increases the chances of a proposition being more true than not true.
Would you agree that evidence is a body of information used to reach a conclusion?
Sorry, say that one more time. You kind of cut out.
Would you agree that evidence is a body of information that is used to reach a conclusion?
Is evidence a body of information that is used to reach a conclusion? Yes.
So if I said my evidence for a theft was someone saw him, would this be a true evidence or would this just be a weak evidence?
Sorry. So if you said somebody stole something from you and you saw them,
No, so let's say let's hypothetically say a gas station, right? A service station. Someone stole a candy bar and he ran out. What would my evidence be for that?
you could have cameras that caught it. You could have multiple eyewitness testimonies that would make it more likely than not that the person took it. You could have a spreadsheet of all of the stock and says that, hey, we have sold this many candy bars, but it looks like that we have less candy bars in stock than what we have sold, which would suggest that somebody has stole something. There's a lot of
So,
different ways.
sure. So if we had a video of someone stealing that candy bar, would that be absolute evidence?
It would be good evidence.
If there's a video of someone stealing it, would that not be absolute?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because videos and things of the sort could be potentially fabricated or altered in order to support a certain narrative.
So we cannot have absolute truth then.
There's probably a few things that we could have absolute truth in.
Can you name a few absolute truth?
I exist.
How do you know that's absolutely true?
Because it's impossible for me to experience existence and not exist.
Name one more.
And I experience
I
existence.
don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Let's name something a bit more simple.
I
Name
mean,
one more absolute truth.
why is that example not enough for you? Why is that not like, oh, there is an absolute truth to some things?
Well, I believe in absolute truth, but if you said things can be altered and deception and videos
Well, I
can be
said
altered and
videos
mathematicians
could be
can be,
altered.
well, what else can be altered then?
What else could be altered?
Right. So what I'm understanding is that you don't believe in absolute truths. The only absolute truth would be like reality and existence, right?
That's not what I said. I in fact did say that there are absolute truths. One of them, the example that I gave, was that I exist, and you rejected that as an example. So I'm curious as to why
Is 1 plus
I
1
existing.
is 1 plus 1 2 absolutely true?
Is 1 plus 1 absolutely true?
1 plus 1 is 2. Would that be absolutely true?
As far as the terms of mathematics that we understand, yes.
If I said
would
1
be
inch,
true.
if I said 1 inch is 1 inch, is that absolutely true?
Wait, if you said 1 inch is 1 inch?
If we agree that the measurement 1 inch is 1 inch, would that be absolutely true?
Well, not necessarily. Like, why are you suddenly the whole arbiter of deciding what an inch is and what an inch isn't? Like, that's
So
what I'm
what's an inch
confused
then?
about. It's a standard of measurement that like we all agree upon,
So 1 inch is 1 inch.
according to what we agree upon.
So is 1 inch absolutely true?
If there were no humans to measure inches, then no, it wouldn't be absolutely true. Like, this is kind of confusing because when I said absolute truth is that I exist, there is no way to disprove that. And you're talking about inches, which is a measurement that humans all agreed and created. Like, this is a separate thing. This doesn't make any sense.
Well, the issue I'm having is that I'm not catching your consistencies for logical truth or mathematical truth, right? If we said A is A, that's a logical truth because of the law of identity. If we said 2 plus 2 is 4, that's a mathematical truth, right? What I'm
No,
understanding, no?
no. So what you're saying is that like, in order to have knowledge, we have to have absolute proof, which is just not the case. You can have knowledge of something without having 100% confirmation that that is the case. You can base things off of probabilities and still have a knowledge of a certain event. Do I know the Earth is going to rise tomorrow? No, but like I am almost 99% certain that it is going to, right? Like you don't need
Why
to
do you
have
say
absolute
that?
certainty to have knowledge.
Why do you say that the Earth is going to did you say the Earth is going to rise?
No, the sun. Sorry, maybe I misspoke.
Sure. Why do you think the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
Because I have no reason to suggest that it won't.
I think the argument for that is the sun has risen every single time for as long as humanity can remember. Therefore, it will rise the next day, just as before. I think that's the argument you're looking for. But let's get back to logical truths, right? A
No,
is
that's
A,
not what I said.
absolutely true. No, it's not what you said, but that's the argument in
No,
philosophy.
you're just straw manning me.
It's okay. Why do you know the sun's going to rise tomorrow?
Because I have no reason to believe that it isn't.
Is that deductive or inductive?
Dude, this is getting way off of topic. Like, what are we talking about here?
You have no idea what you're talking about. That's the issue, right? You have no logical truths, you have no mathematical truths. It's hard to reach a conclusion when you don't believe in absolutes.
I literally gave you an absolute. I exist.
I exist is not absolutely true because you can't exist till you can die and stop existing tomorrow, right? So it's
Right,
not
but there is
absolutely
You
true.
must have existed in the
no,
first
there
place,
is
though.
there. Yeah,
To
there is
stop
no
existing,
way.
you must have pre-existed.
Exactly.
Say that
Thank
again?
you.
To stop existing, that necessarily requires that you existed in order to stop doing it.
Thank you.
Sure. So logical truths and mathematical truths. Can we go back to that?
No, I want to hear your response. Like, what do you have to say to that? Like, you keep skirting this
To what?
question.
To your existence?
Is the statement "I exist" not an absolute statement?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Because you don't necessarily have to exist.
I'm not saying that I necessarily have to exist. I'm just saying that I exist. What is your refutation to that statement? That I exist?
It's a self-evident truth. It doesn't need a refutation. Saying I exist is self-evident.
So then it's true.
Right. Yes.
It is
It's
true. That's not
absolutely
absolute
true.
truth, but it's self-evident.
How can
But
something
it's
that's self-evidently true not be absolutely true?
My understanding of absolute truth would be outside of our interpretation, right?
what? So you can't know absolute truth by your definition? It's impossible?
Something that's absolutely true outside of our interference.
Wait.
Like the way I would understand absolute truth is without our interference, it is still true. So if you exist or not, 1 + 1 is still 2.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, that doesn't. I'm not sure that
It's
really
new to me. It's
follows.
entirely possible. The whole like
So the way
idea of ontology confuses me, but I'm not quite sure.
the way I would understand absolute truths and measurements, right? An inch will still be an inch whether you exist or I exist. A is
But
still
if,
A
if,
whether I'm dead or alive. And goes
if
for
no
everything
humans
else.
exist,
Inches
then
are a human
inches
construct.
are
We decided
arbitrary. They're
what
a
inches
construct.
were. So
Yeah.
inches
So
would
again,
cease. So inches are a human construct. We decided what an inch was. So if humans stopped existing, so would inches.
not necessarily, because your existence isn't the existence of all humanity. It's just you. Saying I exist.
I didn't say that at all. I just said if there were no humans, then there would be no one to physically say that this is an inch or this is not an inch. There would be
So saying I exist is self-evident. Math isn't self-evident. Maths can be proven and justified. How do you justify your existence?
Yeah, so I
because
think
I
prime numbers
exist.
would be a better one. Like the existence of prime numbers is necessarily true regardless of your base system, so it's not in any way arbitrary. That would be a better one than inches. Inches are very arbitrary.
Tuck the breath. Anyways, yeah, no, I think the statement I exist, and this doesn't have to be necessarily true for all philosophers, right? Saying I exist will be a self-evident statement. I think self-evident doesn't necessarily mean absolutely true. Absolutely true would need justification and external proofs.
Wait, so self-evident or so absolutely true needs external proofs?
To be absolute, so something that is self-evident is saying it doesn't need proof, right?
Okay, but you said me existing is not absolute truth.
Right, because it's self-evident.
Okay, so
That's
then
something not
describe to me
proposed.
what absolute truth what is.
Something like mathematical logic or
That's
A
just
is
giving an
A,
example,
right?
though.
A logical truth.
That's just giving an example. You need to explain what absolutely true is in a way that excludes self-evident truths.
Well, the laws of logic are not self-evident at all, right? So the
That's
laws
still
of
not answering
logic.
the question.
It is. You're saying what is
No.
absolutely true that's not self-evident. That was the question.
No,
You need
you're
to
saying
explain
something
what.
is absolutely true, but you're not giving the definition of what absolutely true means. You're just saying it's not
The
self-evident, which is confusing.
absolutely true would be something that can be proven, right? Justified, external evidences. So self-evident. So it's just the opposite. So it's just the opposite of self-evident. Self-evident is without the need for proof or justification. Absolutely true would need proof and justification, or either or.
So absolute truth requires proof and requires proof and justification.
Yes, I'll say that.
So does the universe exist? Is there a way for us to like definitively prove that? Like that definition seems a little bit rough around the edges. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily. We can prove things exist, right? Like the laws of identity, A is A.
But I mean, we can prove things that are conceptual.
What do you mean by
that
that?
don't So they don't necessarily have to be physical things, and this is where mathematics get involved. We can prove things that are conceptual. And I think I forgot the user who was talking about this, but did you say prime numbers? Like we can prove the existence of prime numbers like that?
Yeah.
That would make
So
them
like,
not self-evident, right?
well, I guess the point is that like you can prove things that don't necessarily physically exist, but are more conceptual.
As long
Is
as you
that
can
fair?
prove them, then they're not self-evident anymore.
Can we go to the relevance of truth and these descriptions of
Yeah,
truth in terms of
yeah.
the
Is
planet?
this?
'Cause I'm getting
Is
so
there any
lost.
point here? Is there any point here, or is it just sophistry practice?
Yeah, so I was trying to understand his basis for truth and understanding, right? And I got a bit confused when he said we can't have absolute evidence. Well, he was refusing to admit that there's absolute evidence, and that's what confused me a little bit.
Well, you didn't ask for absolute evidence. You just said, is there anything that is absolutely true? And I said, I exist. That is absolutely true. And I don't understand your refutation for saying that is not an absolute truth. You're just saying it's self-evident. And I'm still confused on the difference between the two. Because it seems if something is self-evident, then that must possibly mean that it is also absolutely true. It doesn't seem like there is a middle ground of something being self-evident and something being absolutely not true. That doesn't seem like it follows.
Things, it's so something that is self-evident doesn't imply that it's true in all contexts. Does that make sense?
Can you give an example of something being self-evident and also not true?
I think, therefore I am.
No, that's exactly true. Like if you have the capability to think, then that means that you are existent.
The self-evidence is subjective, right? Because
All
I
right,
think,
enough.
therefore I am.
Back to the topic. So you claim that there was proof, or not proof, sorry, evidence of a spherical Earth by viewing different constellations in a different part of the Earth on the surface, from the surface. So can you put that into a logical consistency argument, please?
So if I was on a flat Earth and I changed my position on that flat Earth, there isn't much reason to believe I would see totally different constellations, or
there isn't much reason to believe based on what? All right, I asked for a logical argument for you concluding from the stars that you are on a sphere. So leave flat Earth out of it. Leave flat Earth out of it. Shut up for a minute. Leave flat Earth out of it, because you are trying to provide evidence for being on the surface of a sphere. Correct? So you are here trying to provide evidence that you are living on the surface of a sphere. Are you not trying to provide evidence that you are on the surface of a sphere?
At all the question that I was trying to answer. So the question that I was
put it into a logical consistency argument, not fucking if the Earth was flat. You have concluded that you are on a sphere because of the stars. Now put those two things into a logical, formal argument.
Do you understand what a syllogism is? Like I was.
Yeah, you put it into a logical syllogism and use the flat Earth, use the stars and the globe or sphere Earth in your syllogism. Use it in your fucking syllogism or shut the fuck up.
I was literally doing so, but you kept yelling over me.
Right.
Do you see?
No, you kept on talking. when I
Well,
was
you
trying
kept
to get
yelling over
you to
me.
understand
Well,
that you are not here trying to provide
I
evidence
was
that the Earth isn't flat. You are here to provide
no,
evidence that you think
weren't
you live on
asked
a fucking sphere
right?
because of
You
the
weren't
stars
asked
that you look up
anything.
at
You
in the
just
sky. So I'm going to fucking mute you and you won't talk. That'll be it. Right? You are not here to provide evidence of the Earth not being flat. So go ahead and provide the logical syllogism for your evidence of the Earth being a sphere using the sphere Earth and the stars. Because that was your argument, was it not?
and you just went on this weird tirade.
Were you talking that whole time?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
Should we just leave him on mute then?
Lost cause.
Yeah, he's worn out his time. Like he
Spiraled.
doesn't
Yeah.
talk about anything. He talks about other people's arguments. Can't make an argument. He's just
I've been here
talking
for 2
about
hours
how
listening to this crap, so I've had enough.
right. Just that's enough. Is there anyone else who has any questions, comments, concerns?
Gone off topic so many times today.
Speaking of going off topic, little joke.
Oh, everyone's quiet. You all can't handle the smoke.
I think they're a bit bothered by your delving into the philosophy of epistemology or ontology. Are you flat Earth? I am correct? I thought you were.
Mm-hmm.
I thought so.
Why is that?
Just because what you were saying is something that quite often is like a bit triggering or anti to what flat earthers usually like to go with.
I
I
think
was
you can.
confused for a moment there.
I think you can prove the Earth is not curved logically and philosophically. Better munch out this food.
What are you eating?
Burrito bowl.
Yeah.
Roast lamb.
What was that?
I got roast lamb.
Oh, fancier than mine.
Sorry, takeaway roast lamb.
Still fancy.
Dinner.
Sorry if we killed the conversation. It's just I wasn't going to sit there for another half an hour listening to him rave on about how he thinks he knows about logic. And then, and the first thing he does when I ask him to put his argument into a syllogism form, he says, well, if the earth was flat, no, use the components from your fucking argument or shut the fuck up.
Perhaps we should unmute the globe earthers?
Unacceptable. Mute him.
Is this one pissing?
You guys unmuted me at an awkward time, dude. I wasn't expecting that.
We caught him. He was trying to test Coriolis.
He's pissed once you know.
Well, that was embarrassing.
You have many other things to be embarrassed about?
Not really. Not as embarrassing as, believing in a flat earth.
Dude, all you said was you change your position horizontally, and the stars change. Where's your third dimension?
What?
This guy,
You change
this
your
guy can't
position.
pull a single question, and
Yeah.
he's the one trying to insult. It's amazing.
You change your position horizontally, and the stars change. Right? Horizontal.
I changed my position. I changed my position, yeah, and the stars were different.
Right. You didn't change your position vertically, right? You didn't go up or down, correct?
Correct. I didn't take an elevator I guess I technically did take a plane to Argentina, but I still saw different stars.
Right. So where's your third dimension? Where's your ball?
Well, you don't really have access to 3 dimensions just as a regular human, right? Like you can't just freely.
Yes, you do.
Like you can't just freely fly up into the air. You have to purchase a plane ticket. You have to get an elevator. You don't have full access to all of the dimensions.
Yes, you do. Don't be silly.
You can fly without planes
I can establish a vertical plane of reference in reality. Don't be
for
silly.
like a second. You can jump, but you can't sustain that. You're existing mostly on a.
You hang a plumb line, dude. There's your vertical.
Dude, you don't understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Can't.
You're a bullshitter.
You literally don't. You literally have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, you're a bullshitter. Okay, front, back, left, right is horizontal. Up and down is vertical. What is so difficult?
Okay, so go ahead and fly. Go ahead and fly. Exist in 3 dimensions.
I do exist in 3 dimensions.
Go exist freely, or sorry, go travel freely in 3 dimensions. See how easy
I think
that
you're
is.
better off talking about philosophy and how we can't know anything and all that bullshit. But
Some other channel, probably.
I mean, I was better at that than you guys, so yeah.
After you watch that video, we can talk again.
Yeah, no, I've watched that video before. Crash Course Philosophy. Yeah, I watched that a long time ago, brother. Yeah.
All right, now watch part 2, and then part 1000, and then you can talk to me.
Sorry, what?
Watch part 2.
What's part 2?
Watch it. Oh, I'm
Okay.
full already.
You didn't post part 2. You just posted the number 1, which I watched that series years
hold
ago.
your hand as well?
Hey, philosophy guy. When you're
Yeah,
standing
what's
up, where are your feet? Where are your feet when you're standing up?
Below my head.
Yeah, and what are they on?
What is what on? My feet.
Your feet.
What is my feet on? It's the planet Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So where's your head in relation to that? Is it on the
Above
ground
my
too?
feet.
That's above your feet. In
Yep.
in the what? In the 3rd fucking dimension? Oh my fucking god.
Can you travel 30 feet above where you're standing freely?
What are you
You were
talking
making out
about?
like we don't live in a 3rd dimension. Like we don't experience 3 dimensions.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
we
saying we
fucking
don't
do.
live in. No, I'm not saying we don't live in 3 dimensions. I'm saying how easy is it for you to access that 3rd dimension? It's actually not that easy. We
We're in
largely
it.
live.
We're in it. We're accessing it right now. Are you insane?
No, I'm not
Your
insane. You're actually
head
not.
is in the 3rd fucking dimension.
So go
Do you
ahead and
think you're
fly
this?
up 20 feet.
Do you think you're a
Go
flat
ahead up
puddle
and
on the
fly
floor?
20 feet above in
Are
the
you a
air.
flat
Go
puddle
ahead
on the
and
floor?
Go ahead
Are
and
you
fly 20 feet
two-dimensional?
above in the air. Jesus
Are
Christ.
you
Go ahead.
two-dimensional?
Go ahead and fly
Can't you
up
access
20
the
feet
3rd dimension? Are you
in
just like this
the air.
flat thing on the surface?
Okay, so if
Do
I'm
you
wrong,
not
go
have
ahead and
height?
fly.
Do
Go
you
ahead
not
and
have
fly
height?
up 20 feet in the air. Go ahead and try.
Do
Fly
you just
20
have
feet up
length
in
and
the air.
width, do you? Do you just have length and width? You don't have height?
You don't really understand what I'm saying, do you?
No,
I
you
don't
don't
think you
understand what
understand
you're
what you're
fucking
saying.
saying. You're talking about go ahead and access the 3rd dimension. You've already
No,
fucking accessed it.
I'm saying fly 20 feet up in the air. That's what I'm saying. So you can walk left and right, back and forth. You can do that just fine because we have very free access to 2 out of the 3 dimensions. The 3rd dimension, which is up and down, we don't have as much freedom to traverse as we do
How do
the
you
other
think
dimensions.
buildings are built, you jackass?
What are you talking about? I'm
Well,
saying
let me ask
you as
this,
an
right?
individual,
What is
you
3D?
don't have the same access. You would have to go in an
Some go.
elevator.
What is
Asshole,
3D?
dude.
What is 3D?
Yeah, what are the 3 dimensions?
I literally just said this. What are you talking
What
about?
are 3 dimensions?
Okay. Left and right, back and forth, up and down.
The length with height, right?
I just said them. Left and
And
right,
from your,
back and forth,
from your
up
feet
and
to
down.
your head, what's that one? From your feet to your head, what's that measurement?
So I'm not saying that you don't exist in a 3-dimensional world. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying you have more access to 2 of the dimensions than you do of the 3rd dimension, which is up and down.
Statement is that? It's very
Is that really hard to understand? You have
now
less
I
access?
get it, but dumb standard.
Well, okay, think about a fish. Does a fish have access to all of the dimensions, up, down, left, right, backward, and forward? Like, yes, they do. They have a fundamentally different experience of space than we do. Same thing with birds,
What type of
right?
understanding do you have subspace?
Well, we are basing our understanding of space off of our largely off of our perspective of it.
Can you see space?
Of your TV?
What?
What's of it? What are you saying? On of TV? What you see of it on TV?
No, I'm saying I have complete freedom to walk back and forth and left and right, but I do not have the same degree of freedom to go up and down. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I thought you were when you said space.
Well, that does describe movement in space, does it not?
Okay,
Do you not
I
have any
thought,
stairs at your
I
house?
thought you were
Because
talking about
I
outer
can go up and
space.
down just fine.
It means
Well,
you
you
can't
have to.
fly. You're just
So
stupid,
what are
right?
you
That's all
trying
it
to
is.
do? What are you trying to get to? If you can get high enough, you'll see the Earth's a ball. Is that what you're trying to get to?
No, I was literally just
Well, why do you
describing.
keep saying that you can only go so we have limited
He's just a
capabilities
very
on that?
he's intellectually challenged, right? He's trying to tell us that we can't fly in the most
Bullshitter,
complex
man.
way.
He's full of shit.
I am intellectually challenged. That's fair.
Yeah, we figured that out.
I mean, the first step is admitting it, right? Isn't
And
that
I
the
think
first
the
step?
first step is being told, and then the second step is admitting it, and the third step is fixing it.
So am I on the second step then? Because
Have
I
you admitted
admitted
it?
it. I
Yeah, the
literally
third
just said.
step is shut your mouth and learn.
Well, I guess try that, and then you unmuted me.
We don't need to put a leash on you for you to shut your mouth.
You don't need to. Yeah, that's fair.
And I also don't think you need to know the shape of the earth to live your life in a less challenged way. So maybe learn the basics before this.
What kind of basics are we talking about?
1 + 1 is 2. You know that one?
I mean, that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. I don't know what you're talking about.
Another important one is 1.22.
1.22. Yeah, that one is quite important.
Great point. 1.22. Therefore, Earth flat. Totally right.
Amen, brother. Now you're
Perhaps lack
getting it.
thereof.
I'll do you one better. 42069. Therefore, Earth flat.
Amen. Starting to understand.
Yeah, this is actually pretty sweet. I think you put it that way. You guys are starting to win me over. I'm getting it now.
You're just a little bit confused though, because the 1.2 miles is the globe.
What?
Globe Earth confirmed. Pack it up, boys.
Yeah, the
1.2
1.2
miles.
part is that. Yeah, that has to do with the water ball, not the flat Earth.
What does it have to do with the water?
That's the imaginative ball. That would be the geometric horizon at a 1 foot observer site of this 3959 mile radius spheroid.
Oh, okay. So you're.
If we were asking for evidence of.
So you're a foot tall then. Gotcha. Okay, that makes
No,
more sense.
I'm 6 foot tall, but I have camera tripods. You can put it in any height. So at 6 foot, it would be 3.2 miles about.
So it's dependent on your perspective.
Yeah, observer site, yeah. Like when you see people at the Guns N' Roses concert, when they sit on shoulders,
So it's about perspective.
Therefore they see further towards the stage
It
from a
seemed like you
higher
took.
point. But
It
do you
seemed like
get
you
it?
took
Do you get it
issue.
though? That you get that the 1.2 and the 3.2 that has to do with the globe, not flat Earth.
Well, no, it sounds like it's dependent on your perspective, which is what you were saying.
Yes. Therefore, you can go check if the globe exists.
So if I observe a globe,
Since you know what the geometric limitations of the globe is, you can figure out from your observer's height. You can go see if that checks out. Simple
Have
as
you
that.
done that?
Yeah, sure I have. I've done it my whole life. The funny thing is, 30 years ago, 30 years ago, people on the beach used to see those big freighter cargo things and say, oh, look, it's going over the Earth, going over the curve. People used to say that. But here's what's funny. Where I was, there was land far beyond where those cargo ships were disappearing. So even 30 years ago, before this whole flat Earth conundrum, something didn't add up there. And the problem is with you obviously haven't made these observations. You haven't checked out to go see if what they're saying about this water ball is real or it just rests in your imagination, embedded in your psyche. Because all you have are flippant, smart-ass answers for everything. And you tap dance and you ramble on and mumble when that doesn't work out. So perhaps go make your own observations, or you can just sit here and bellyache all night. It's kind of funny, sad, but funny.
I would prefer to be funny than smart, to be honest. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd rather be lucky than good. So yeah, you can go bellyache. Is that what you want to do? Oh, have you done that? Yeah, I go out quite often.
Wait, so when you say
what's funny is sometimes in the morning, you can't see squat.
It's flat.
And in the afternoon, you can see a long way.
What?
And then the next day, it's different.
No.
Here's the problem. The 1.2 mile thing that you brought up, right?
I don't think he brought it up. Again, I don't think he brought that up.
I said that.
Yeah, he did.
No,
Are you guys on deaf?
No,
he just brought that up.
Old Space Goat just said he brought it up.
Yeah,
you don't listen, man. You really don't listen.
No, the guy I'm talking to also repeated it a moment ago. Did he not?
After somebody else brought it up.
Okay, so and now, and you said you linked it to the flat Earth, correct?
Thing all over again.
Hey, pal.
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew the relevance. To be honest, I'm not sure he knew the relevance.
Pal, hold on. I'll make it relevant.
I didn't bring up the moon. I just talked about it.
You linked 1.2 to flat Earth, right?
I don't think so.
Somebody else did that.
Okay, well, I'm reminding you, giggler. I'm reminding you that the 1.2 is the globe.
At like what, 1 foot? When
yes.
I said,
are we on a loop now?
Are you a little person? Are you?
Yeah, so
I have a camera tripod.
Hold on, guys. If you go to the beach and you're swimming, right? You're swimming at the beach. How high do you think your head's above the water?
Eyeballs are probably like 2 inches or something.
All right, so 1 foot would be generous, right?
Sure.
So if I go swimming at the beach and I say the observer height's 1 foot, that's actually more than it is. So I'm being quite generous.
What I say to my girlfriend.
Well, here's the funny thing about some dog millionaire thinks he's being clever, but he's actually exposing the fact that he doesn't get out into reality and take a look around for himself. He exposes that every time he speaks.
You're right. I exist outside of reality.
No, I'm saying you don't go out and check out reality, pal. You chuckle.
So
what are you, a little person? And then I guess if you float in the water, there you are at 1 foot. But we covered that at a 6 foot person's observer's height. The geometric where the Earth would start curving away if it were this 39, 59 mile radius ball would be at 3.2 miles. But anyone who goes to the beach or goes somewhere where you can see far distances unobstructed will see that you can see far beyond 3.2 miles.
Well, you're missing
always
time.
Unless it's fog. So you've exposed to everyone listening that you don't get out much.
You are seeing inches less of the ship as it keeps going away.
Okay, now you're exposing that you need to take a drawing 101 course. So
Nope.
all
Don't
your
actually.
ploys
You're
have
just
fallen on their
completely
face.
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, all of your ploys have fallen on your face. Listen, you don't understand may have been hit back in 2018. You're a
What?
half a decade too late on that. What?
What about
What?
2018?
What?
Why 2018? I'm confused.
Because that's what people used to say back in 2018. Literally. You just don't understand.
That just seems 2018. Like I'm just confused.
Yeah,
On like
it was the
the
year after
significance of
the
that.
boats go over curve chant, which is amazingly had a renaissance.
Wait, what? That
Yeah, man, you say what an awful lot. And that, on the other hand, you act like a smartass. So which is it? Huh? Duh? What are you saying? And then you're like, you dumbass shits, I'm fucking intellectually superior, and I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you that. So which one is it? You can't tell your elbow from your asshole, or
that was a really good impression of me. I'm impressed.
you're welcome.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, good luck. If you honestly, some dog, if you stop this attitude you're copying, it's not helping you. It's
I
not
don't know
helping
what
the
attitude you're
globe.
talking about. I feel like I'm.
That attitude, huh? What?
Well, you haven't described my attitude. You just continue to do a perfect impression of me. But like, what's the attitude?
The attitude is you want it both ways. You want to act like you have no idea what's going on while looking down at us and pretending that we live under a rock, when it's clear that since you're in disbelief of the distances we can see on the day to day, you're the one that seems to be under the rock. So that's your attitude, under rockish,
Gotcha. Okay.
while pretending to stand on top of the rock.
So let me just be clear. Like I truly find these conversations really fascinating. I don't want it to seem like I'm looking down on anyone here at all. I truly enjoy these conversations, and sometimes
Yeah,
I'm genuinely.
it wouldn't really count because you can't seem to follow, anyways.
Hoss, can I please encourage you to let people finish? Please.
Oh, you're what's your request, sir?
To let people finish. It's just so punishing, these conversations.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's been punishing for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, it's just.
He doesn't have proof of any curve. He just wants to wish bobble, whatever, blah blah blah.
Sure.
Yeah, now he wants to say how
out
fascinating this all is.
asking that question and not getting an answer, right? That's the whole shtick.
Yeah, circular reasoning all the way.
Totally circular. There's tons of evidence to suggest that the Earth is a globe. Therefore,
Go get
the
it.
Earth is a
Go get
globe.
it. Post it in chat for us.
Circular
Till
reasoning.
then, shut the fuck up.
Circular reasoning. Do you get that, Dog Millionaire?
That it's pure reasoning?
That it's circular reasoning, wishful thinking, pointing at the sky, saying, I see different lights here, different lights here. Therefore, well, if you go into a big warehouse store, you're going to see different lights in different parts of the store. You're going to see birds inside parts of the store that aren't in other parts of the store. And you might see a balloon that's stuck on the ceiling. Doesn't mean the store's a ball.
True. That does not mean that the store is a ball.
Then back it up then. Now you see the circular reasoning of your claim.
I don't think that's circular reasoning.
Oh, well, it's affirming the consequent, wishful thinking, begging the question, whatever you want to call it. It's a leap of logic.
Not necessarily. It seems like leaping to the Earth is a store. The store appears to be flat.
I'm just
Are you
going
a
to
concrete thinker now?
onto the moon and take a photo, okay?
I mean,
I hope that's a joke.
I'll try my best.
Was.
I was gonna say, I hate it when I can't see the PFP and I hear that. I was like, oh no, just when I'm trying to behave. But some dog, okay, so the warehouse store that has different stuff in the ceiling, different parts, the floor of that store is not, it's not spherical, it's not round, it's flat as flat can be. And yeah, the spills will go towards the drains and all that kind of stuff. But when they laid out the plans, they tried to make a flat store. So it seems like when you go to your example, you just say, well, it just can't be. You even mockingly said it. That's why you got muted. When people actually try to have an actual conversation with you and suss it out, you have to put in your little jabs that make you feel like you're standing on top of the rock. But your jabs show that you're underneath the rock.
Well, I just want to say my jabs are more for laughter than to feel superior. I just think
well,
they're
it
funny.
came off as a cope when you were supposed to be providing evidence, when you just now admitted that it wasn't evidence at all. So when it turns out that it was kind of funny because you've got egg on your face, that's funny, but that's not the laugh you were looking for.
To be clear, I've heard multiple people laugh at my jabs. So
Yeah, you've had some zingers. I'm not gonna take those away from you. But some of the laughter, anyways. Do you see what's going on here, though?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, it seems
So
like
you do see the circular nature of your arguments, yay or nay?
no, I don't. Honestly, I'm genuinely confused because
Okay, well, you're suffering from cognitive dissonance because you understand what's being demonstrated in the warehouse example, but you can't apply it. You can't seem to be able to apply it to the stars in the sky example that you brought up.
Well, I don't feel like it reasonably does apply. That's the
Yeah,
ultimate
you're
issue.
suffering from cognitive dissonance because the example does apply. You agreed to the example applying. Why? How is it so ridiculous that the Earth couldn't just be the giant floor of similar to a warehouse? Why does, when you see different lights in the sky, why does it have to mean it's a ball?
Well, it doesn't have to mean, but it tends to suggest that.
But not in the example that I gave that you agreed to. So I see a Mylar balloon above the produce section. There's a bird flying around in the hardware section. There's lights out over in the produce section, and there's a bunch of lights over here. They're putting new lights. You don't walk out of there and say, geez, I must have been on a sphere because I saw different things in the ceiling at the store.
Well, here's why I don't necessarily accept that example is because
you just did accept the example.
So let me clarify then, because I apologize. Maybe I misconstrued my opinion earlier. But so let's take your example and let's say, okay, there's a store that has all this stuff in the ceiling. Balloons, light. Oh, I'm trying to follow your example here. I would
Okay, let
appreciate
me cut to the chase then. Seeing those different things on the ceiling, does that tell you that the store is a sphere?
I'm trying to get to that. So
the answer is no.
Well, can you please let me just kind of follow this line of thought?
No,
Because
the answer's no.
Well,
you already gave the answer. Now you're tap dancing. So
obviously, if anyone answers anything with no, you're being disingenuous.
Well, I'm attempting
he sees
to
the writing
answer.
on the wall, so now he wants to go back and try and it's coming off real. Either you're
I'm actually attempting to answer your
No
question,
comment.
and you just won't let
It's
me
like going to
speak.
Bunnings, being one end of the store and knowing that one light over the other end of the store is
I might
blown.
as well just be server muted at this point. Like I can't get a word across.
Oh well, might as well if you don't shut up soon.
Well, I can't talk anyway, so what does it matter?
You're the only one
You
talking.
said that it's more unlikely, right? It's more likely that you're on a sphere, observing different stars from different location, rather than being on a huge plane and it just simply being analogous to being in a warehouse with different lights and different things on the ceiling, right? Based on what? What do you base that on?
Is that to me?
Yes, that's to you.
Wait, so the warehouse example where people are seeing different things at at different places in the warehouse, right? So can I offer an example of somebody in the warehouse not being physically able to see because the warehouse is so large that it's actually curved. And so there would be physical things in the way of the person trying to see things on the other side of the warehouse. Is that possible? Is that something that could be?
No.
Oh my god!
Why not?
Are you serious? You said that is. It
Because
wasn't.
people have taken
You
art
said
classes and they know how perspective works.
you said that it's less likely that is the case, right?
No.
You don't think you think that it being on a sphere is more likely, and I'm asking you based on what?
Just a preponderance of scientific evidence throughout the centuries.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, there's
you
that
gave.
science blanket he throws again.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
exactly. It's not even a scientific inquiry. Matter to try and solve, right? Even if there was something to solve.
I haven't really received much
of
scientific.
geometry. It's
I
a claim
haven't.
of geometry. So
I haven't
yeah. So
received
your
scientific inquiry from you.
right. So
Uh-oh.
your evidence. So your evidence was right. Your initial evidence was vague. A vague, logically fallacious argument that because you see different stars in a different location over the surface after traveling sometime in an airplane, you conclude that you're on a sphere and you are unable to logically connect those two components together to form a logical syllogism, right? So the thing is, right?
That's a steel man.
We're not dealing with vague claims, right? We're dealing with very specific. You're going to just talk over the top of me. I don't talk for very long. I won't monologue, I promise. Right? So we're dealing with specific claims of geometry, not this vague, well, because we see this, we're probably on a sphere, right? We're dealing with specific claims. And that's what Hoss was getting into earlier with the 1.225 mile horizon, which you just seem to want to just ignore completely. Right? You didn't want to query that any further because that goes into specific claims of geometry. Do you have any specific claims of geometry? Do you have any specific claims of geometry? Or do you just have vague, illogical reasoning?
Can I answer your question? I asked about him
Yes, go.
I asked about him being little. Is he at 1 foot all the time?
Yeah, I have a tripod. I'm
I
at 6
specifically
foot
asked
all the
that
time.
question. Hell
I'm
yeah,
at
brother.
6 foot all the time unless I'm on a ladder or in a hole.
Well, technically, you would still be 6
You're
feet
trying to be
in
a
the hole.
smart ass. Do you realize that those original 1 foot observations that everyone's really upset about, that was on a tripod, but they have things called tripods you can screw your camera into, and you can set them down to I have a really tiny tripod that you could get it down to 1 inch.
Bet you do, brother. No shame.
Yep.
So do you understand the implications?
You still don't see the relevance.
Yeah, do you see the relevance and the implication of the specific claim of geometry, specific size they give us?
No. What are you talking about?
The natural consequences that would take effect, things that we would be able to see, observe, and measure in reality.
Can we not use geometry to help describe reality? Is that impossible?
You need something to base it on first.
like mathematical proofs that such as
like a measurement. Yeah, measurement. Right. Direct measurement.
okay, so we use direct measurement to prove math.
No, you would use math as a tool to help you measure.
Right. So we're using math in order to describe reality. We're using math to measure aspects of reality, right?
To check the claims. To check the claims given. Which you guys seem to really get. You guys really seem to not like it when you realize that this 3959 water ball is the size that it is. Because you get real upset when you find out that these geometric horizons really aren't that far away. And in reality, we see really far all the time.
So
Most
you
of
said
the time.
3959?
That's the claimed water ball. That's the radius in miles of the claimed water ball.
Okay.
So you can go out and check if this geometry exists in reality, or if it's just a story that everyone who comes to confirm points to the sky to confirm, not showing the curvature of the Earth on the Earth.
Okay, but you're using math to arrive at that
No, brother.
5929 number, right? We're using math to do that, to describe reality.
Well, you tell me, where did they get the radius?
Check it. You're using it to describe reality if you globe with the said radius of 3,000. So we're going to check to see if that's true or not. We're gonna do a measurement to see if that supports that claim or falsifies that.
Sorry, I'm not saying that specifically. I'm just saying that we arrived to that conclusion using math.
No. Well, when? Okay, so how was 3959 arrived at? How exactly?
We used math.
Yeah. In what method? With what method? In what
He
form?
clearly doesn't know any specifics about it.
That's true. I don't. But like we used math.
Why didn't you just say so?
Well, just pointing out like an obvious issue because I can use math to prove that my living room is actually a sphere.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll use the same math that Eratosthenes used to figure out Earth is a globe.
True. Good point.
Hasn't there been other people that used math to describe the Earth as a globe?
I don't know. Have there been? Like who?
Other
What
than
did they do?
Aristophanes?
Yeah, I just brought that up. You can use Eratosthenes' method in your living room, and you'll get the math that says your living room is a sphere, but it's not, right?
But I mean, other people have used methods, right?
Like what?
Like,
I think that's
I
what
don't know.
Is that a question, or are you telling us?
Well,
If you didn't know, you say you don't
I
know.
was asking you, and you just said you don't know.
I'm trying to answer. So, for example, I use GPS. What does that mean? Global Positioning System. So clearly, Google Maps or Apple Maps or the U.S. government seem to kind of agree that the Earth is actually.
You've skipped some steps, right? You're assuming that they are relying on absolute empirical measurement of a thing that you're just assuming exists in the first place, right? So
Well, I
how
do
did
assume the Earth exists. That is true.
if they are relying on specific mathematics, right, which is derived from direct measurement, right, then we want to know how it was directly measured. Nobody can tell us.
It's like that's kind of the thing with calculations and math and formulas, is that if you don't have any measured values to use in them, they're useless.
What?
Like if you have a formula for something, right, and you don't have any measured values to use in that formula, well, then what are you calculating? Imagination?
No.
There have to be measurements at some point, right? There have to be measurements for you to do any calculations with.
The point of a formula is you can plug in whatever numbers you want, and that
Right.
it will accurately give me.
Exactly. So here's the point. Where did the numbers come from? How do you get the numbers? You need to measure it, right?
You could literally plug in any number.
Yeah, so
That's
if
the point of
yeah,
math.
okay, but that doesn't mean it applies to reality, right? Let's take speed for example. I can calculate the speed of something with a formula. That's great. But can I just input any time and that will actually be the time that was it took the object to move? No, it doesn't have to be. It took 5 seconds, therefore, it was 10 meters, 5 seconds. Oh, 2 meters per second. That's the speed, actually. Now I can plug a different number into that formula and say, well, it actually took 20 seconds. So now the speed is much slower, right? Does that mean the speed was slower in reality because I plugged a different number into the formula? Of course not.
Well, no, because math is used to describe reality, and you could use math in a way that doesn't describe reality.
Right, but that was the point I was making. Like, if you're going to do math and calculations, then somewhere you need something that you measured
But
to
in
calculate
order
with.
to accurately describe reality, you can use mathematics to do so. So you can accurately describe reality.
Great, but you still need measured values to use in that mathematics.
Well, again, if the rules of
like if you want to figure out that speed, you got to measure something, right? You got to measure how long it took from point A to point B, or you got to measure what the distance was. You can't do it without a measurement of either one. Like if you don't know what the distance is because you didn't measure it, and if you don't know what the time is because you didn't measure it, how do you know what the speed is? You don't.
Right, and I'm saying the way that we get those figures is largely using mathematics.
Yeah, but what are the mathematics based on if you're not using anything that you measured in reality?
Well, I mean,
furthermore, how could the math even describe reality if you don't use anything that you measured in reality? That's just silly.
Well, I wasn't necessarily saying that you couldn't measure anything in reality to use mathematics, but mathematics are descriptions, right? Or they're rules that are set in place, and we can use those rules that are set in place to help describe reality. And if something in reality doesn't correspond with the rules in mathematics that we can actually have mathematical proofs for, then either our measurements were wrong or our mathematics are wrong, which again, we have mathematical proofs for. So that helps us go back to the drawing board of our measurements, right? So we can.
Yeah, what measurements? What measurements? That's what we're asking for.
Like what specific measurements for what?
Radius of the Earth, diameter, circumference, any of that.
I mean, I could probably Google it for you, but like honestly,
like you want formulas in math, right? So if I tell you the circumference, and you can use a formula with pi to figure out the radius, right? And likewise, if I give you the radius, then you can use a formula with pi to figure out what the circumference is. That's great. But if you don't have a starting value of a circumference or a radius, how are you going to calculate it?
Well, there's this whole branch of mathematics that deal with geometry on curved surfaces. Like there's a whole branch of geometry that deals with this. Mathematically,
so what do they measure on the Earth?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make is that there are mathematics that can agree with a globe Earth model that still work mathematically. That doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the
but
Earth.
there are lots of things that can work mathematically. That doesn't mean the math actually represents reality. Because I think this is the issue. Because I agree with you. Math can be used to represent reality, of course, but it can also be used to represent nonsense, things that don't apply to reality, but the math still works.
Well, we can. I mean, you can disagree all you want, but like we have sent satellites up into space.
What was your contribution, sir?
I don't know, my tax dollars, whatever. But like, I mean, you would have to say that so many people were in on this conspiracy that
no, not really.
So Elon Musk, he hasn't sent a bunch of satellites into space. Like,
I just meant it wouldn't require a lot of people.
The International Space Station, like, he couldn't just go out and observe that and track
it wouldn't require a lot of people.
Exactly.
It
They could pull it off without even Elon Musk knowing.
It wouldn't. I
How
can
many
tell you why if you
people?
want.
How many people do you think it would require to keep this
Well, this
massive
is the thing. Like, if you actually look at like information security principles, like compartmentalization and stuff, it actually gets easier to keep a secret if you have more people to disseminate different smaller bits of information between, right? So if I'm trying to do something in secret and I have 10 people working on it, they know a lot about what's going on. If I have 1,000 people working on it, each one of those people is going to know a lot less about what's going on. It isn't something I made up. Just go Google compartmentalization, information security. This is how it works. This is how it works in any organization. This is why you walk into the bank to discuss a loan with someone, and they have no fucking clue what's going on in the bank manager's office. Right? This is why you have people at NASA walking around with access cards that gets them into their department where they're supposed to work, and they can get access to the data that requires them to do their job. But they can't just go up and walk into some other department and access denied, right? Because, like, I mean, if what you're saying is true, the Manhattan Project never could have happened. Because that had 130,000 people working on something, and they really didn't have any clue what they were working on.
Well, my point is that we all know about the Manhattan Project now. So, like,
yeah, and someday people are going to know all about the globe nonsense.
It just doesn't seem that there are any really good new scientific papers or that are peer
scientific about it.
I see. So do you place a lot of value on scientific papers?
Go to the beach.
They use the scientific method, so yeah.
Well, scientific papers don't necessarily use the scientific method. I'll have to disagree with you there because, like, they can also do a lot of modeling and stuff that doesn't really have anything to do with cause and effect phenomena.
Well, in reputable journals, scientific journals, they tend to have
so you place a lot of value on, like, scientific papers in journals.
Yeah, that have been peer reviewed. People have tested and studied and confirmed.
Okay, but have you heard of the replication crisis?
Enlighten me.
Well, basically, they came out and said that most of the research that is actually published can't be repeated, right? Nobody can get the same results. And then they actually said the research that was cited more was actually more likely to be not true. Can get you a source for that if you want. It's an educational website. So
yeah, please do. I mean, I know that there
or you can
are.
just type replication crisis into Google. You'll get there.
Well, how about you give me the specific source that you're referencing?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Give me half a minute.
Sure thing. Just seems like we're disagreeing with a large body of historical and scientific evidence that suggests that the Earth is more likely than not one shape rather than another, which is completely flat.
So back to appealing to your own incredulity.
If this were the case, you think there'd be so many
appealing to
flat earthers in here?
Yeah, I put it in the text chat for you.
I know, I'm looking at it. How is that appealing to my own?
You can't believe that something could be different from what the body of science has proclaimed. It just seems so highly unlikely, guys.
That's
so many flat earthers here willing to mock you.
From incredulity.
Think about that.
No, I just wanted to point out, like,
sure it is.
Since you brought up
your own personal
journals and peer review and all that, like, what they're saying is that peer review is not all that reliable, that most of the published research is actually not really, can't really be taken seriously because nobody can replicate it. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but that's not really how science works with the scientific community.
Dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. You couldn't tell us the specific claims. You couldn't tell us how the methods that they use to derive the values that they're inputting into the formulas. So it is exactly an argument from incredulity.
Well, here's the thing: is like if that's an argument from incredulity, then your entire counterpoint
Time
is
out. When
also
I
an
said,
argument
listen,
from
you're
incredulity.
arguing from ignorance as well. When I said you're arguing from incredulity, you seem to you can't believe that this lie could have been told. That's your own disbelief. That's your own. That's sort of being Pollyannish to think that massive lies can't be told.
To the extent at which you're suggesting, I guess,
Yes.
yeah, kind
Now
of.
yes. Thank you for highlighting your appeal to your own personal incredulity. You can't believe it could be true. Too big.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
This is like exactly what Goebbels said.
Now you're coping.
Joseph Goebbels.
Yeah, if you make the lie big enough and repeat it, people are going to believe it just because they won't believe that you lied about something so big. Like, it's a lot of these propaganda techniques and stuff that have been around forever, but people don't really know about it anymore. And the problem with that is if you don't know about it, it's like a magician's trick, right? If you don't know how the trick works, you're going to be fooled by it.
Can you not argue that the flat Earth theory is also,
What theory?
Challenge
you mean
us
the
on anything.
acknowledgement that water seeks and finds level?
Well, this is the flat Earth channel, so I kind of figured.
Challenge us on any scientific,
you added the
whatever
T
you want
word.
to do.
We're not
Well,
arguing from incredulity because we're dealing with specific geometric claims which have been tested to not comport to observable, measurable reality.
Like what?
So it's not argument from incredulity when we understand the claims and have tested to see if it's true or not.
So you've tested geometrically that the Earth is in fact not
You have
round?
asked this, and we said yes.
Yeah, long distance observations, laser tests, the black swan, seeing the horizon beyond the physical geometric limitations of a ball with the claimed dimensions. All there's we have what did you call it? What was the term you used? Preponderance of evidence.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, it just seems like the majority of the scientific community doesn't share that belief.
Yeah, they
And
want to. You know what people in academia want? They want tenure, and when they get tenure, you know what they want? They want to retire with tenure.
So we can't trust anybody.
They're not going to spit into the wind.
So we can't trust anybody in academia.
Did I say that? I'm saying
Well,
I'm saying these people in the high towers of academia that you're appealing to, they want to stay there.
So
I would
we
actually
can't
say that, but I would rephrase it slightly. I would say that you can't trust anyone in academia by default. You have to look at what they're doing, look at like what research are they publishing, where are they getting their funding from, etc. We've gone way past the point where you can just take things on face value, right? Like the same goes for videos that you see on TV, on the news. With AI, they can create basically anything. You can't take stuff at face value anymore.
Yeah, and and as it was brought to your attention, they've turned in their papers, and their peers are unable to replicate their results the majority of the time.
What's funny is like that there are actually peer-reviewed papers explaining how peer review doesn't work.
Yeah,
that's how silly it is.
It's
I used to
beautiful.
think peer reviewed worked.
This is a small anecdote, but just a little story I rarely have the time to tell than to tell it to the people who it happened to. Had two friends who made up all the results for the science fair. I won't even go into what the topic was, what they were studying, but they made up all the results. And they were in the higher class than I was or whatever. I wasn't like in the, banging rocks together class, but they were the smart guys. So my science fair project, the thing I built in my garage, a wave pool of all things, I built the thing. I brought it in with me. I took pictures along the way. I showed them my whole rig. I demonstrated it for them. They argued with me tooth and nail. Okay, I got a decent thing, whatever, but I didn't go on to the next fair. Thank God. But my friends went to the state fair and they were sweating bullets the whole time because they knew they had bullshitted the whole thing and they got patted on the back when they argued tooth and nail over my stupid wave pool I built in the garage. Okay, back to programming. Do you get my drift there? I mean, they were the ones succeeding in the science fair hoop jumping contest, and they lied the weekend before the thing was due. They just fudged. They did a dandy of a job. They did too good of a job. They confirmed their hypothesis without doing anything. Yeah, I guess you had to be there.
That's something I would like add about peer review. Like, it doesn't mean that a scientist with similar credentials looked at the study, did the exact same study, and got the same results. It basically means that they read it, approved the methodology, and said, "Okay, sure."
Sounds good.
And there's a huge problem with like a lot of studies that are now being shown that the scientists fake their data. Mostly in psychology, but a few in other fields.
Yeah. There are even examples of guys who made up like complete nonsense studies, even using terms and words that just don't make any sense, and they've gotten published.
Yes.
Of course, it's retracted later, but they still got through the process.
Yeah, then they've created a new field, and now they have funding. Voila.
Yeah, those two brothers that had like extraordinary, like they were twins, and they had like a TV career, and then they had extraordinary amounts of plastic surgery, and then they wanted to become doctors, like professors of physics, and they just straight up made up a study, like made up a whole field where it was like all babble, and they actually did get published, and then these other people were like, why did you publish this? And it became a bit of a scandal.
Yeah, I have a question about that. So, who was it that discovered these fraudulent studies?
I forget. I think it was lay people. I think there were just people who were like people on the internet started saying something about it, and then it got posted on a physics forum, and then really took off as physics students were looking at it, going, "This doesn't make any sense." Like and it was interesting because it related kind of to flat Earth in that it was about Foucault's pendulum, and space time and stuff. Yeah.
The twin doctors, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one.
So it was like a.
Do you remember that one? Like what it was called?
Let me dig it up.
Yeah.
Twins, plastics.
Because I know the psychology one, the woman who faked all those studies.
Yep.
That was discovered by other psychologists.
Yeah, and Dan Ariely too. He got taken down with that whole thing too, where he was working with her and they were falsifying results about people lying, which is like of all of the things to lie about, and it's a study about lying.
Yeah, I saw that. But my point was that typically it's not lay people that discover these kinds of frauds.
Here, it's called the Bogdanov affair. Here we go. I haven't checked who found it yet. You might be
Jesus Christ. What do they do to their face?
I know, right? They seem very odd.
Let them rest in peace. I think they're both gone.
Yeah, they're dead.
But yeah, there's there's vanity publishing for whatever, any type of literary thing you write, from a poem to science fiction. So there's going to be vanity those two twins, probably some sort of brand of vanity publishing.
Yes, they did.
But
have
they're all seat of the pants. So
My understanding of the story is they did have to shop it around for a while before they found like some not very, like somewhat well known but not super reputed journals.
No, it was a physicist.
It
An
was a
email sent
physicist
by
who bought it.
University of Tours physicist Max Niedermeyer to University of Pittsburgh physicist Ezra T. Newman. Niedermeyer suggested that the Bogdanov's PhD thesis and papers were spoofs created by throwing together instances of theoretical physics jargon, including terminology from string theory, blah, 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 yada, yada.
Beg your pardon. I agree.
Copies of the email reached American mathematical physicist John Bayes on 23rd of October. He created a discussion thread on the Bogdanov's work on the Usenet news group Sci Physics Research titled Physics Bitten by Reverse Alan Sokal Hoax.
You know the Sokal affair? Alan Sokal was, I think, a physicist who was laughing at the social sciences and stuff about gender identity being like there's no criteria for falsifiability in these papers. They just print whatever confirms stuff. And so they made these really funny have you not heard about it? It's really funny. They made these papers about like, performative sexism in the dog park, I think was one of the names of it. And it was like they were trying to make up ridiculous feminist papers to see if they would get published. And oh my God, it was kind of a win, kind of a fail in that some papers did reject it. But, like they had an ethics question about whether the dogs, because it was looking at the dog park and going, are people endorsing R-word culture by letting dogs hump in the park and being like, oh, well, that's what boys do. And is that sort of unwittingly feeding into a sort of
Nice.
sexist stereotype? And then they got feedback being like, well, the dogs might have wanted some privacy. So what did you do to protect the privacy of the dogs while they were?
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It reminds me of, have you ever heard of breaching experiments?
No.
It's sociological studies. It's where they do, there's a bunch of videos that I think one of the better ones was simply two girls walking down Rodeo Drive shopping in their bathrobes. And it's basically you behave in a way that's socially awkward or breaks some sort of social norm to see how people react.
Right.
People playing cards in elevators, stuff like that. And it was started by I think it was Garfield way back when. And he sent his students home and said, basically telling them that in order to study humans, you have to treat them like they're an alien race. Like you have to detach from your presumptions of them, obviously. And he said, go back home and observe your parents as though they're boarders in your house. And they did this. They came back with the results. And then he went, and then he said, now go back home and treat them like they're boarders in your house. And that caused some issues, but very interesting stuff.
Yeah, it makes it feel like makes the whole field of psychology sound like a bunch of psychopaths.
Oh, well, it is rife with, there's a pretty dark history, unfortunately, but do you know Sapolsky?
Nope.
Stanford professor, I think. He's pretty old now. There's he's not that old, but he's got the whole human behavioral biology, genetics, something. The whole lecture series is on YouTube. It's like 25 parts. If you only watch one of them, I would watch the first one, where he talks about the different buckets that people study phenomenon from, and how getting trapped in a bucket, like it's the hammer nails kind of thing. Like if all you have is a hammer, everything you see is nails. So it's identifying phenomenon from one particular perspective, and how easily it is to get trapped in that, and B, how to quote try and avoid it. But it's worth watching. I'll see if I'll just drop the first video. Bless you.
Excuse me, sorry. I didn't mute in time. I've been sneaking a lot today.
Yeah, if there's any new people in here who think the ground is a ball or that the third dimension doesn't exist, speak up or forever hold yourself.
Did you say third dimension?
Yeah, Slumdog Millionaire, the guy who was in here before, said that we don't have access to the third dimension. Pretty
I
funny.
see.
So I just kind of like turned him down because other people wanted to entertain his bullshit. So I just, you know.
Yeah, I dropped it inside chat. Introduction to Human Behavioral Biology. Also worth watching if I know there's some people in here who maybe have issues with evolution. That might be a fun place to start. Well,
Sorry, I
while
thought
no
I
one's
responded.
talking,
That one is very cool. I don't know if I already said that or I shut up already. But yeah, that guy's lectures are amazing.
right?
So good. Yeah, when he was talking about like the difference between tournament species and pair bonding.
Yeah,
like,
and how we're horribly mixed up.
Hmm.
Yeah. So while no one's speaking, I had a I had a question from something I heard last night. Last night for me, wherever you guys are. I think it was Alpha, and maybe I should wait till he's here, but he said that something that you don't just believe something because you yourself have repeated the test, like it needs to be in principle repeatable. And I'm wondering how many people agree with that, or if someone disagrees with that.
Almost everyone here would agree with that.
Okay. So if something can be in principle repeated, what makes you accept that before having repeated it yourself?
Please elaborate.
So
You're gonna
why
have
do
to be
you
specific.
specifically, let's take for example, let's which rabbit hole do I want to go down? Let's take Cavendish for now. So like that is a repeatable experiment.
What is the claim about a plumb bob that's just hanging there?
The claim about this particular one is that the mass of those bobs are attracted to other masses.
Okay. And what does that lead to?
Well, you can change the weight. So part of the claim is that they're attracted by in proportion to their weight. So you change the weight and you get a correlation between weight and rate of attraction, and you can change the distances between them and you get a correlation there as well. Right? Those are like the
Okay.
three
And
elements of that equation.
the relevance to? Right. So what's the relevance to Earth's shape?
In this particular case, nothing. It's more an attestation. What's the word? It's more of a demonstration of masses attracting masses.
Well, under the new paradigm, the claim would be that the larger mass is warping the space around around the smaller mass.
Yeah, well, that's just the
And
mechanism.
space is pushing the smaller mass into the bigger one.
Well, no. So okay, so I have a problem with that as well. I keep hearing
none
that
of that
repeated.
could be confirmed.
No. So when we say pushing or pulling, neither of those is quote unquote accurate, right? So if we talk about the bending and warping of space-time, the object is to its own perception going straight, right? It's just that its straight path in front of it is bent along warped space and time.
Yeah,
So even
that
to say
is
that it's pushing is not quite accurate.
Yeah, that's a direct contradiction of Newton.
It's not
Newton said
at all.
that, yeah,
No.
it is exactly.
You don't understand Newton or you don't understand
said
relativity.
that you are not letting me finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
Newton said that they move in a straight line towards the center of the other mass. And
Did
he
he say
also said that
straight?
there was an attraction, a force. Yeah, look at all of his diagrams. There is no bent space in any of Newton's mechanics.
Sure.
Yeah, because
It's
Newton's
all
wrong.
Euclidean
If you talk about
geometry.
Einsteinian mechanics, then they're more accurate.
Sure. So Newton had issues with spooky action at a distance, right? Where some gravitational force was acting on something instantaneously. And when people bring up his disavowalment of those notions, that's specifically what he was disavowing. That's what he didn't want attributed to him. He knew that there had to be some mechanism underlying this, quote, attraction. And that is what the theory of general relativity offers. Newton developed the law, not the theory. Einstein developed the theory, right? There's a difference between the two.
Well, what if I told you there's no such thing as curved space, and I could prove it?
I would like to see that proof.
Sure, just measure the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay.
It'll always be a straight line. Curved space debunked.
That's
Very good.
ridiculous.
Can
How would you
you
measure
show
it?
me a shorter distance than a straight line?
Anything you use to measure the distance between the 2 points will also curve
Exactly. That's
along
why
with
we have trouble
space-time.
measuring. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the space between them is curved. It means you
That's
can't
right. It doesn't mean that.
measure
But
the
the
shortest
experiment,
distance, which would be a straight line.
but the
The line
experiment
will
that
be
you
straight. Yes.
devised, the experiment that you devised to show that doesn't disprove that either.
See, the problem
Well,
is
you
you're
said that it has
defining
nothing
the
to do.
line in space-time itself. So the line is inside
Well, just show
space-time.
me a
So the
shorter
line will
distance.
just. Why?
Show me a shorter distance.
But even
Okay, so
that
then
would
it's
be a demonstration
unfalsified
within
so
space.
far.
Also, it doesn't
Yeah,
reach the
okay.
conclusion you're aiming for, right? So you start with the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and the target you're aiming
Yeah.
for is space-time is not curved. How do you get there from that?
Because if it was curved, then you wouldn't have any straight lines.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
You could have curved lines. You could have curved lines, but
It
the shortest
doesn't
distance
follow
between
because
either end is a
you
straight line.
can have curved space time and the line will still be straight. So it just doesn't reach the conclusion you want.
Well, so the space isn't curved. It's
No, the space is
Euclidean.
curved. Space time is curved.
Well, that it is the claim, but I claim that space doesn't curve. The shortest distance between any 2 points is always a straight line.
I think we've already been through this.
I don't think he's going to get it.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not that religious.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get your religion.
But
can any one of you prove the bending surface 360 degrees in every direction?
Hold on. The greater point, though, the original point was that of repeatable experiments. I thought we might take a bit of a detour, but what I'm curious about is why you would accept something that in principle is repeatable without having to do it yourself.
Well, you have an observation of the balls, right? Moving towards each other or whatever.
Yeah.
Now what? What is the claim behind that? Who cares?
Well, the claim is that correlation.
I see grass growing, you know, of what?
The prediction made by a specific model. So any observation that matches predictions made by a model is evidence for that model.
Okay, so, but in reality, it's not a measurement of the Earth, is it?
Well, we're not talking about that specific measurement just now.
Right.
It
So
is
why
a measurement.
Why bring up balls in a shed?
Because it's an experiment that you could, in principle, repeat. And I'm wondering why you reject it.
But he's right. I mean,
I don't.
That experiment doesn't measure the Earth.
Like I said, right. But who cares? Right. So what do you call a
You brought it up.
Cavendish ball that isn't moving? No, the other guy did. What do you call a Cavendish ball that isn't moving?
A plumb bob.
A plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no motion. Right. It's just a plumb bob. No motion.
We've gone through this. I don't know your point even today.
So how does that work in your model? How does it work in your model?
Because
no motion.
It works just fine. I don't know what you mean by that.
No motion, dude.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I'm thinking it doesn't contradict anything that my model suggests.
Well, yes, it does.
Really? Okay.
Sorry, your model suggests mass attracting mass. You've got two plumb bobs within the Cavendish experiment that sometimes attract each other to each other. But when we hang plumb bobs next to skyscrapers and so on, the plumb bob isn't attracted to the mass of the skyscraper.
It is.
Yeah, because it's attracted to the mass of the Earth, which is significantly bigger.
Yeah.
Which would be a problem for the Cavendish experiment then, wouldn't it?
Well, no, that's why he designed the experiment in that way. So those forces neutralize out, right? That's why he has two hanging equidistant from the center. And he can focus on the attraction between the masses instead of between the bob and the ground. That's why that's designed that way.
Not the bob and the ground, the bob and the thing that it's stuck next to make sure that it's fucking perpendicular. Sorry, a vertical straight line down.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's about distance and mass. So the mass of the Earth is a lot bigger. The mass of the skyscraper might be closer, but the closer it gets, you might have some effect, but it's not going to overtake the effect of Earth, right?
You might get what?
So we have to think of this as all of the different forces acting on the plumb bob.
Oh, no
and
shit.
the force of the Earth is going to be far greater than that of the skyscraper, however big it is, right?
Right.
So
when we look at Cavendish,
Mm-hmm.
we've got a few plumb bobs hung on a torsion bar, and the plumb bobs were attracting each other to each other.
Something like that, yeah.
Interesting. So even though the skyscraper is bigger than the plumb bob, you suggest, obviously, that the plumb bob isn't attracted to the mass of the skyscraper. But you hang a few.
It will be attracted.
Well, it does. Show me that.
So it will. If you have an instrument that can measure the plumb bob accurately, you will find that it will.
No. Show me then.
It will be slightly angled towards the skyscraper.
Show me then, and then it won't be.
No, that's a prediction. That's a prediction made by the model.
Okay, so show me that then, and the skyscraper is going to be built all skew with because the plumb bob isn't now hanging straight down.
Well, it's hanging straight enough for a building. Like you're not going to be able to measure that slight amount without extraordinarily precise tools.
Okay, and what tools we use within Cavendish experiment?
Well, that's not what the reason the Cavendish experiment was set up with two bobs on a torsion bar is to eliminate that that downward attraction from the Earth, right? So you could do that with a plumb bob somehow, like nix the Earth away from it, then it would be attracted to the building, but you can't really get rid of that.
Your model suggests that mass attracts mass.
Yes.
So why is the plumb bob not attracted to the building?
It is.
But very, very slightly.
Then show me that then.
Well, so, okay, this kind of gets back to my point, though. So,
because you're just saying it is, I want you to show me that measurement.
okay, so, no, but my point, what I began with was about repeatability of experiments. So, for you to take that as writ, you would have to either do it yourself or see that specifically, right?
Well, yeah, this is your claim, a prediction of mass attracting mass. I want you to show me that you have horizontal attraction, except within the Cavendish experiment.
That experiment has been done with a mountain. Is that okay?
No, what Mount can't pronounce it. It's got too many S's and H's in it. Mount Chenillion, which was a magnetic mountain. Within anecdotal stories, you'll understand that navigators had problems using their compasses because of the content of the mountain. Now, this has been demonstrated to be a magnetic effect, not a gravitational effect.
It has? Oh, that's interesting. Can you show that?
Yeah, sure. That would be the compasses.
No. You said that the measurement of gravity was due to a magnetic effect. Did you say that?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Yes, that's what I want you to show. Can you show that?
Yeah, I did, with anecdotal evidences of captains on ships using compasses, and they had a deviation towards the mountain because of the iron content of the mountain.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Okay,
You said the specific experiment where they measured the gravitational pull of the mountain.
I'm still asking for your measurement, but you haven't given me that yet.
I haven't done that measurement.
Okay. Well, I haven't done this one.
No, but you said it has.
Okay, no.
Anyways,
hold on.
This is a rabbit hole.
Someone made a claim that someone actually has measured gravity attracting something with a mountain. Jedi said, no, that one doesn't count because I know this experiment you're talking about, and that was due to magnetism, not gravity.
That's what he said.
So there's two claims here. One is about which was supposedly caused by magnetism. One is that it was supposedly caused by gravity. Does anyone have proof of either of these claims? Either side of this experiment.
And not to throw wood on the fire, but the original one about show me gravity attracting sideways, except for Cavendish, I'm curious why that exception.
Because your model makes a prediction of horizontal movement, mass attracts mass. All we've done is brought up fucking plumb bobs. And you're saying, well, it is there, but you have to have very specific equipment to fucking measure it. I want you to show me that measurement.
Well, that's exactly
your
what Cavendish shows.
My friend, your model predicts this.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Cavendish shows.
It's not without Cavendish because observationally we have to have the dependent variable or something to witness all the fucking time, not just within the experiment. She showed me horizontal attraction.
Well,
can you say that again?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me, it's like you can't follow. Just show me plumb bobs being attracted to matters, please.
No, his question was why not Cavendish? What's wrong with that experiment?
Because I want a dependent variable that's observed in nature, so things attracting each other horizontally.
Can you say that again, but slowly? I can't hear what you're saying.
No, I understood what he's saying. So things attracting each other is the observation. The fact that he set up his experiment horizontally is to eliminate or control for variables that would muddle those measurements, namely a giant mass affecting the entire experiment. So he neutralized that out. What we see every day when we see things falling are masses attracting each other. If you want to see things attracting each other horizontally, that force is going to have to be greater than the downward force of this giant mass beneath us. So I don't see why that's the requisite for that experiment. That experiment is set up in a way to control for those variables.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to observe fucking plumb bobs being attracted to skyscrapers, which your model apparently predicts.
Yeah.
We predict that
Hold on.
model predicts that to happen very, very slightly.
Hold on, dude.
Then show me that very,
Are
very
you
slightly.
saying that?
Excuse me before you
Are
interrupt.
you saying that hanging some?
Excuse me before you
Okay.
interrupt. Thank you. He said
Go
it
ahead.
does very, very slightly. Good. Show me that. Show it. Show me a plumb bob being attracted to,
maybe
I don't know, an
taking the
iron
time.
girder on a bridge very, very slightly. Show it. Your model predicts it. Show it. It should be observed everywhere in nature, right? So show it.
I think he was suggesting that hanging something from a piece of string eliminates the downward vector. He said that it was neutralized.
No, hanging two opposite each other.
Right. So if you hang two things by pieces of string, you eliminate the downward vector. Is that what you're saying?
You neutralize it, so to speak.
Wow. So you could turn off gravity.
No, that's not at all what I said. I'm
Yeah, you
pretty sure
neutralize
you
it.
know that that's not what I said.
Yeah, you don't neutralize gravity when you pick up a weight. Still there.
Well, he said, you hang them from a string and then you neutralize the vertical. So
Do
you
you
have
really
no
not
vertical
understand
vector.
what he meant? You're just taking it out of the equation, right? You're balancing it out.
Balancing it out, yes. The way you would subtract the same number from two sides of an equation, say.
Yes. So you turn off gravity.
Nothing's being
Downward.
turned off. Nothing disappears. It's still there.
No, Jerry.
Oh,
That's
it's
not
still
what
there.
people are saying, Jerry.
But it's still there, but it moves sideways. So it's moving sideways and down at the same time? Or did you not?
Pretty much, yeah.
Or did you neutralize it? Wait, I thought you neutralized it.
Yeah.
So it's not
It doesn't
moving
float
downwards.
into the air, though,
What
right?
a bunch of shit, man. What a
Yeah.
bunch of shit.
Sorry, it doesn't just float up to the sky, though, right? It's still hanging. So
Why would it
down is
float?
still very much present.
What force would make it float?
It wouldn't. That's my point. You can't turn off gravity.
Right. You can't neutralize it.
You can neutralize
Jesus,
it in the
man.
way that I'm describing, but you can't turn it off. That those don't mean the same
Whatever,
thing.
dude. Go on with your little bullshit.
This has to be
argument.
trolling.
Yeah, it's definitely trolling. Somebody is definitely trolling here. And they say they could turn off gravity by hanging a tooth on
Nobody
pieces of string.
Who said that? No one said that.
Neutralize.
It's very clear what he meant.
So maybe someone has taken the time to do this. I gotta look through this video, see if it's worth anything. Give me a minute.
You better find it, or you're gonna get called out. A liar.
To be clear, I never claimed someone actually did this experiment. I just said that in principle that would happen. But let me see what this guy says.
What's the building thing?
Oh.
Now we just have to believe.
So if you hang the string next to a mountain and the string is supposed to be vertical, how do you know it's not vertical? How do you know that it's deviating from vertical if the string itself defines the vertical? Answer that question.
You'll have to use some other mechanism.
Like what?
I don't know. What did they use for the mountain?
I don't know, dude. This is your guys' stories. It's just funny to me.
I mean, they won't use the string, obviously. Are you really confused about... Look, nobody said that this experiment has been done, okay? It's just a prediction made by the model. You had a question about the model, and it was answered. Now, if you're asking how to do the experiment, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Well, there are people who solve these problems.
There doesn't seem to be a problem. I mean, you hang a piece of string, that's vertical.
Well, it won't be vertical. That's the thing you're testing for, right?
So how could you tell if it's not vertical, if the string itself is what defines the vertical? Answer that question.
You use something else. We've been here.
What is more vertical than a piece of string hanging with a weight attached to it? You can't get any more vertical than that.
Well, you can get something that's actually vertical.
All right, dude. Whatever.
So if you're testing a prediction, and the prediction is the string will not be vertical, it will be slightly angled, then obviously you won't be using the string, right? You have to find something else.
All right. Well, that guy was talking about deviation of plumb bobs due to centrifugal force, but it doesn't seem like anyone's actually taken the time to do this. I'm curious though why that being a prediction of the Cavendish experiment is used itself as skepticism of the Cavendish experiment. Like the fact that we predict that should happen at very, very slight levels, like why, I don't know. Would that just confirm Cavendish, or is that everyone dip out? Well, I gotta go myself, but I guess we'll pick this up some other time.
Looks like I missed something good, huh?
Yeah, yeah. They said that they could tell that a plumb bob wasn't vertical, even though the plumb bob is what defines the vertical. I want to know how they know plumb line wasn't vertical.
Was that dogs?
And then they said, well, no one's ever actually done this. Well, it's, I don't know, somebody, one of them. And then they said, well, nobody's actually done this. It's just a prediction. Oh, okay. Go ahead. I don't care. Show me the money. Or explain how you define vertical with something that isn't vertical. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, it's like really like, wait, what?
yeah, but you got a piece of string with a weight on it. Now that is vertical. Now they're saying that the string next to the mountain isn't vertical, but the string is what defines the vertical. How do you know the string isn't vertical? Tough question.
I was wondering exactly that. How do you know? Like, if you the only way I know of to find plumb is plumb, and then if you're saying, well, the plumb's leaning, how do you figure that out? I didn't get it.
Well, it has to for it to be for a ball because they have to have the mass attracts mass. So anytime you have a mass going one other direction, then it's got to be doing all kinds of weird shit. Came across something a little peculiar that if somebody their worldview, mind you, was if they like it, they don't like it. So the claim on the table was about the headline GIF. I like how Crit posts memes every day and then doesn't respond to questions. So I gave his comment like a plus 100. And apparently that was now a response or something, or invitation or whatever. Who knows what will happen next? But that was somehow meant to be that since I responded, now he doesn't like it. Proof of that was to ask me a bunch of questions, and then when I didn't respond again, then call them out, the manager, and request a refund.
I want a refund for the day's Globies.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this is a free service. There's no refund to be had. Okay, calling the manager isn't going to do anything for you.
Dang
You
it.
know? It's complimentary. It's like going to staying at a hotel. I like how you've got a complimentary breakfast, and they're like, oh, okay, well that's great. Because we do it every day, and it's got a rotating menu and everything. You take a lot of pride in how much effort and work we put into it. So then he goes the next day. They wake up. They come to them and says, you know what? I really like how your complimentary menu is there, and there's all kinds of stuff I can get. Cereal, juice, fruit, and everything. But I want a refund. And they look at him like, you're an atheist, aren't you? And the guy's like, how do you know? Because only an atheist would like something that's free and then not like it and then want a refund.
Well, it's speculation Sunday, everybody. Anybody have some speculation?
Oh, that's right.
My speculation is that today it's going to pass without any bendy surface proof. That's my
Nothing.
speculation.
Yeah, I
Bendy
speculate
space.
nothing. Oh, go ahead, Space Bill.
That's all right. I finished. I just said all bendy space
I speculate
and
nothing.
time.
I speculate nothing new under the sun. This is why I speculate. It's a new day, but there will be nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat earth globalist is simply an endless spiraling. No change. Nothing will change that. They will try to debunk the flat earth and they will think they have done so. But they will come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Day in, day out, they think they debunked a topic. They can't even tell you what it is.
Crit almost became self-aware for a second. I think the lady doth protest too much.
Got one on the hook, Crit.
That
Triggered.
easy. Yeah, you think like you're making kind of like a gag or a joke, and just right away they prove you right.
Man, that guy Eggshells was talking to was hilarious.
Which one?
Can't remember the name of the dude, but he just could not stop interrupting. He cackled it.
Oh, Hoss.
Was it?
Yeah. He would like jump in to tell me that I was saying. I'll be like, no, man. Honestly, that's not the word I just said. It's not what I'm saying. Got the impression it was like, but I need it to be what you're saying.
Might have to look that up.
Which?
Like that live stream.
Oh yeah, it was when I was finding the bit where I was like, I'm sure I didn't say nose. I'm sure I said thought. And it was like listening to the bit before that. It was just dup, 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 like every time. Didn't matter flat earth or globe. It was like clip, 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 clip.
I mean, even if somebody does say the wrong word, people can misspoke, they can pick the wrong word, they could be a Freudian slip. There's all kinds of explanations, and you just got to clear it up. It's very easy. Hey, yeah, okay, I might have said X, but I really meant this instead, and in context, I mean this. And they're like, sorry, too late. You're like, huh? Like, what are you doing?
And that's what I am correct was saying. He's like, well, just let him correct himself. And I was like, oh, maybe I did say that. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but like, let me just correct it now. And he's like, no, you're saying you know what the moon is made of. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I didn't, but anyway, let's move on. So he stayed stuck on it. So I went and dug it up. Sure enough. It's understandable why he missed it, though. He's speaking over the bit where I'm saying the word thought. He is, or somebody is.
during the Civil War they didn't have battleships. It goes on and on and on about how ironclads are effectively battleships. And then you're like, okay, well, sure, right? Well, just they were the first types of battleships. They were, they would set up that way, and maybe you could go even further back in time and just kind of change what the meaning of battleship was. And I was thinking of the World War II, like epic, huge cannons, just a floating flotilla of just cannons. Okay, so yeah, we'll go with your definition. He's like, nope, too late. You already claimed there's no battleships in the Civil War, so therefore X. And you're like, dude, do you just need to win something? Like, here's your prize, okay? Like, now go away. You're annoying as fuck.
Yes, I can never tell if it comes from a place of like I'm very determined that I win that point, but it feels sometimes more like I'm really worried about where the conversation goes next.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Like they want to take it, like they're like you elegantly say shadow boxing, right? They want to take it into the corner and kind of like debate you over there, and you're like, no, I'm not going to go over there. Whoever you're shadow boxing against, you can, not me.
Yeah, like a sort of like if I face you and at the strength of your arguments, things might happen. So easier if I sort of get on a technicality or get you for a mispronunciation and call it a win and run. A little bit like anybody seen that guy Charlie? I think his name was Charlie or something Zelenoff, and he was this guy that would like claim to have a like 46-0 boxing record, but what he would actually do is just go into
Are you
gym
talking
and
about that flops anorexic boxer, man?
yeah, he's like a little guy.
The guy that got knocked out by Wilder?
Yeah, and he just I probably because he ended up pissing off a lot of people, and he would just like go into a gym and say to somebody, "Hey, do you want to spar?" And they'd be like, "Oh, okay, sure, let's spar." And then he would go absolutely full on like
He tried to,
full
but he failed
strength at him.
most times. Like the only people he'd beat were like old people, and I mean, he tried to do it to this one MMA fighter, and the guy got him in a headlock and choked him out. And he said, "I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to highlight clip me."
Oh yeah, I think I saw that too because he started boxing before the guys even got his gloves on or something like
Yeah,
that.
he tried to cheap shot and take advantage of it. He just wanted highlight clips, and he never got them. The only clips he got were on old people and people that were just trying to learn.
Yeah, dudes who like clearly didn't want to fight.
Wilder put him in his place pretty badly. Surprised he stood in front of Wilder. That shit was scary.
You're like, I find it insulting that you want to box because I'm an expert in boxing and you're just a guy at the gym. It's like, dude, you walked up and asked me if I wanted to spar, and I thought maybe here's like a chance for like a free boxing lesson or something. So if you say no to him, he's like, I'm insulted. I'm an expert in boxing. You're not taking the free lesson. If you say yes, I'm insulted that you think you can box one of the greats.
Yeah, he was a real seemed really messed up. Like to the point I was like, I could almost feel sorry for this kid.
Like he got wrapped up in that sort of internet thing or whatever, where he thought he was being famous, but people were just like kind of laughing at him, whatever.
Yeah, I think it was also his dad. From memory, there was something about his dad was like wanted to make him be a boxer, and so this was something to do with that.
Hmm. No one's talking?
What's up, man?
Just listening in and doing my curbling.
Is it quiet or is something wrong on my phone?
No, it's quiet.
Ah, okay. What's going on, Chris?
Quiet day for Globers, sadly.
You've upset us so much. You've just debunked the ball, and now we have nothing left to cling to.
Yeah.
We're off to drift in outer space.
Now you're drifting on eggshells across the water.
Exactly. You got it.
I'm reading through the chats. I see dogs are godless here, huh?
Look, if you guys want to get shouted at, should unmute him.
Is he back?
I was reading the chats. He's not in the text chat, or I mean the voice chat, but he's in the text chat. I saw. That was like 30 minutes ago, though. That guy's an idiot.
It's interesting how he has like this concept where flat earthers are such a destructful, harmful people, like the group that he's identified as flat earthers.
Yeah.
They're harmful, they're destructive. The world would be such a great place if flat earthers weren't around. All the bad things that happen in the world, and at one point he slipped up and he said, there wouldn't be any Alex Joneses or something like that. I go, dude, do you realize Alex Jones is not a flat earther? He's an anti-flat earther.
Right.
He's you. Okay? He's not me.
Right. You know, that's interesting that he points out like flat earthers in that light, because I believe he's an educator of some sorts. I believe he's a teacher somewhere doing something, and it's interesting because like he would rather kids be taught that like a man can have a baby as opposed to being taught that like the heliocentric model is not what we've been told it is. So it's interesting that he would say it's dangerous for a flat earther to be in society, but this dude wants to teach children that you have a husband called a wife and he could have a baby. Fucking weird, bro. That dude is a character, man. I stopped fucking with that guy. He's too much.
Yeah, I've never heard him talk about gender issues before, so I don't know.
Nah, over at the asylum, he used to. Because one time he's like, well, I was talking to my wife. And I'm like, wait, what? I was like, I thought you were, He's like, yeah, well, my wife. I was like, bro. All right.
Oh, wow. He's older than I thought.
Which is like a stuffed animal or something.
No, it's some dude. He even came on camera before. One time he was sharing, he's on video or whatever, or you not share your screen, but when you stream.
Yeah.
And like some dude in the background, and I think it was him, but he was like, yeah, that's my wife. I'm like, this a fucking man, bro. That's my wife is a woman, dog. He's like, what? And then we got in a huge fucking argument. I was drunk too, so I talked way more shit. But yeah, that was a long conversation. And then he starts talking about science, and then somebody made a funny ass comment. He's like, dude, you don't even know how fucking the difference between a man and a woman is. You want to talk science? Shit was hilarious. I think it was Sin Cleanser.
I always wondered, like, a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they got a lot of toys in the background, like 1980s toys. I wonder if someone could speculate on that. What's going on with that, do you think?
You mean like Big Tune and Krog, FTFE, and them.
Yeah, yeah, and the other guy too, the science man Dan and everything.
I don't know. Maybe they can make some seem cool or something if they're trying to appeal to the children, like some fucking creep. You know what I mean?
Well, we
Yeah, is it
are
like
all
a
massive
grooming?
nerds.
Do you think it's like a grooming thing?
No, I think it's just like
They're
kind of
just stuck in
autardy
their
skeptics.
crowded.
I think it's just autardy skeptics like us are just like nerds, big old massive nerds.
Yeah, maybe it's just more of a nerd thing. Like nerds, you know, maybe it's like the 40-year-old version theme going, where he collects
Yeah.
a bunch of fucking toys. I don't know. Maybe it's more of a guy thing. 'Cause I don't. Is there any flat glober women that go on and do this? Actually, that's interesting. Is there any
You have to
female
ask Brenda
YouTubers?
next time I talk to
There's a
Brenda.
few. They don't fight much.
Yes, Brenda.
Oh wow. Well, Brenda's still in the guy category.
Well,
Let's
for the
talk-
globe side, that's their version of a woman.
That's the closest they have to a Oh fuck, that's hilarious. That's the closest they could get to a female Glover on YouTube. I don't think I've seen one, to be honest. Oh no, there is. She's all over TikTok though. Now that I think about it, there's this really like she's young, kind of like a college student. She's like a big time NASA, you know, uh, dick swallower, if you will. But she makes a lot of content on TikTok. She gets a shit ton of views too. Like a lot of people follow her. Matter of fact, she has more followers than like McToon and Craig combined. You can even throw Simon Dan in there or Professor Dave. She has a shit. She has like millions of followers. A lot of people go on her TikTok and like comment things against flat earthers.
Going over the news, I'm not sure this is right. Is today Karl Marx's birthday?
I don't know.
I ain't no commie. I don't know.
It's the 12th of November. Let's turn to
No,
our.
he was born on the 5th of May. So when did he die? He died 14 March. Why are they calling it Karl Marx Day?
Maybe he came up with something on this day. Mhm. You find out?
Yeah, it's okay. So in November, he wrote a letter to President Abraham Lincoln. What else did he do here? Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things, but nothing that would jump out. Like,
Anything special?
Yeah,
Is it
one
something like one
side
of those
says that
days
his birthday.
sounds like control the means of production or something like that?
Yeah, we're a famous quote.
You know, like the Star Wars day is the May the 4th because of May the 4th be with you.
Who created it? Is it an American thing? We have holidays for everything. Like you could always see like National Hamburger Day, National Taco Day, National Boyfriend's Day, National Girlfriend's Day. Like, dude, they
You know,
have
that's how the news of the day started. You know, a couple years ago, I would look up. I had an app I installed that basically told you what day it is. You know, day of yeah, eat a hot dog day or whatever.
right.
So I started doing that. I get some globalists coming in, just absolutely flaming. You know, just flaming angry, like just pissed about flat Earth or whatever. And you're like, dude, what do you think of hot dogs? You know, right? Like, just like, hey, it's National Hot Dog Day. When's the last time you had a hot dog? Dude, just try to see if they're able to have any conversation about anything whatsoever.
Right.
Are they like, hey, dude, it's National Hot Dog Day or National Ice Cream Day, National Walk Your Dog Day. And one of
Isn't
the
that
days,
weird, bro?
yeah, one of the days is actually reflect on manned spaceflight day. And then once they weren't able to have a conversation about anything, you know, even on, you know, before I thought maybe it was kind of like a joke, you know, like, you're like, oh, they're not just going to pay attention. It doesn't mean anything to them. All these days of remembrance and all these things, they're irrelevant. So, but then there was a National Reflect on Manned Spaceflight Day. I'm like, even on that day, you can't even think about what spaceflight would mean for you and humanity.
Right.
It's completely a vacuous statement. Reflect on manned spaceflight. No, thank you. There's flat earthers in the world, so fuck spaceflight. And then from there, I got into the news because at the periphery of the time too, I had this kind of going theory about you can open the news and prove flat Earth. Just open the news, read it, and say which model explains this the best. A flat stationary world with, like, you know, small and sad people doing small and sad things for small and sad reasons, or a endless heliocentric model where anything is possible. Like, how many times do you need to read about Florida Man before you're like, wow, Florida's really flat?
Yeah, I always just trip out on all those. It's just like that, what do you call it? A perpetual, you know, consume, consume, consume. That capitalistic ideology of always having a buy, 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 buy. So there's these days where it drives you to go, you know, spend money on the things that they're celebrating for that day. Like, and then restaurants and fast food places even get in. They get in on it, where like burger joints will have a discount on the burgers if it's burger day. Ice cream places will have, like, you know, come get one free scoop, or 7-Eleven, you know, they'll give away a fucking Slurpee for their fucking 7-Eleven, you know, 7-Eleven day. Like, it's fucking weird, dude. Like, we're such a consume society that we have these daily things they're trying to push. Like, there's people that go and like buy their dog a gift on National, you know, fucking Love Your Dog Day, or, you know, it's weird, bro. Like, it's just a scheme to push people to buy stuff.
Yeah, I forget. Someone had a funny name for that. It's like capitalistic holidays, but it is more eloquent than that. You know, it's like,
Yeah, it's just the world we live in, or the country we live in. I don't know if Europe does that, or Asia.
No, we did. The rest of the world does, but doesn't seem to, like, you know, you might take your partner out for Valentine's Day or something, but that's about it. Yeah, I don't get the impression we take those days as seriously as everywhere else. Sorry, as seriously as Americans do.
Right. I literally I'm looking into her now. I just like I said, how many are there? Like I was just very curious. And there is a shitload. There's so many. Real Pneumonia Day, National French Dip Day, National Chicken Soup for the Soul Day. Like it's just fucking ridiculous, bro. Every day is like National Pizza with the Works except Anchovies Day. Like what the fuck? Like
Somebody's
I'm not
definitely taking the piss at that stage.
Yeah.
'Cause I refuse to believe that one is legit.
Bro, World Kindness Day.
Anchovies?
It's tomorrow or it's today, the 12th. Today is like that's what's funny. Today is National fucking Pizza with no anchovies day. I swear to you. Look it up. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Look into it though. No, it says November 12th, National Pizza with the Works except anchovies day. It's like just like this randomness, bro. It's like a way to consume. Let's look in January. Ringing in the new year.
Okay, so yeah, we got National Happy Hour Day. There's National Papusa Day. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Papusa, Pupusa.
Papusa?
Yeah, it looks like it's some
Oh,
sort of like
those are really good.
fried cabbage dish or something.
It depends who makes them, but I ate some and they're like super delicious. Just depends who makes them though.
It's National Fancy Rat and Mouse Day. Oh yeah, Chicken Soup for the Soul Day. The Day of Mourning. Well, yeah, that's like the November 12th. It's the day after the war. Tongue Twister Day. Yep, French Dip Day. It's National Day for Nathaniel. Who the fuck's
Good old
Nathaniel?
Nathaniel.
Oh, here's ones where they change. So the second Sunday of November, which happens to be the 12th of November, is Orphans Day.
Keep going. You're gonna see the pizza with the works. Holy
Yeah, I skipped
anchovies.
over that. I didn't even think it was really even dignified.
It's the real thing. It's the
I
real
know.
fucking thing. On January 4th, that's the one I'm gonna look forward to. It's National Spaghetti Day. That's what I'm talking about. I'll celebrate that one. Cuddle Up Day, Bird Day, National Technology Day, Shortbread Day, Bean Day. It's fucking America's freaking retarded, bro. National Bobblehead Day,
Yeah, just
Tempura
like
Day.
all of these were passed. Like legislation actually was wasted to pass this
Well,
shit.
here's one for Globers. On January 8th, it's Earth's Rotation Day. Wow.
What the hell is Earth's rotation day? That one I do want to know. What are they talking about? What is
On
that?
January 8th, the Earth's Rotation Day celebrates the discovery that our planet rotates on its axis every 24 hours. It's also a day to learn more about the French physicist Leon Foucault. Foucault, whatever the fuck you say his name.
We learned that it rotated on its axis, they're saying.
Right. So they're
When
celebrating it
Foucault did that.
on January 8th.
What silliness, indeed.
What a fuck. The Earth's rotation is even responsible for the Coriolis effect. Oh, man. How to observe. Oh, so there's going to be a hashtag for that day. It's going to be hashtag Earth's Rotation Day. And look at, they
What
even
day
give
is
you.
that? When's that one coming up?
That's January 8th. It's the same one. It's National Earth Rotation Day. So on that day, they're gonna create the hashtag Earth's Rotation Day. And check this out. On this day, science museums and schools host a variety of events to educate others about the Earth's rotation. Many people go to science museums to see a display of Foucault's pendulum to participate. Learn more about how the Earth's rotation affects time, weather, gravity, and astronomy. Watch a documentary such as Orbit, Earth's Extraordinary Journey, or If the Earth Stops Spinning. Host a space-themed party. Spread awareness for this day on social media with hashtag Earth's Rotation Day. Here's the thing. That they're literally giving you suggestions on how to celebrate this day. And once again, as I said, every single one of these are created for you to go spend money somewhere to do something. That's all every fucking day. There's multiple ones too. Like some days have like 2 or 3 other, like celebrations.
Well, here, look at April 12th, though. April 12th is Reflect on our National Day for Spaceflight, Cosmonauts Day, and also National Fast and Prayer Day.
Yeah. Crazy. We live in a crazy world, bro. But yeah, this is like a capitalist wet dream calendar right here. Because every day it's people spending money for this and spending money for that. And think about it, they're having museums and schools like put a focus on that. So, it's just to generate money as well as indoctrinate people. Further the
I'm going to be
agenda.
honest. I'm not too bothered about people spending money on museums. I think that's pretty good.
Well, depends.
Like I agree with you. I hear you on the other ones where it's like you've got to go and get a really expensive gift for your partner because you don't really love her unless you celebrate this
Right.
predetermined holiday that we made up so that we could force you to buy stuff on pain of being snarked at.
April 23rd is Slay Dragons Day.
Wow.
I thought that was important because that's that one day that Picard went up in the balloon, right, and said, "Hey, the Earth is flat."
Picard, no, wasn't it the fat dude?
Yeah, I think it's April 23rd.
But I mean, the fat dude was Shatner, and he was a different captain.
Look at December 1st. Look, these are all the things that are going to be celebrated on just December 1st. You have National Pie Day, Antarctica Day, National Bartender Day, National Eat a Red Apple Day, Fox Fur Friday, and World's AIDS Day. You also have Rosa Parks Day, and then Day Without Art, and then Bifocals at the Monitor Liberation Day. Like this is real shit, bro. These are real things celebrated. All of those were just for December 1st. They have December 3rd is National Roof Over Your Head Day. I'm going to click on that. What exactly are you supposed to celebrate here? National Roof Over Your Head Day was created as a day to be thankful for what you have, starting with the roof over your head. And it's going to be hashtag Roof Over Your Head Day. All across our nation, there are many that do not have the things that are necessary to everyday life. How to observe it. To celebrate, pick a name or two off of a Christmas giving tree and make someone's holiday a little better. Volunteer at or make a contribution to a homeless shelter in your area. Well, I mean, I like that. That's cool. Encouraging people to do good things. But you know who probably funds this? The gas companies or the petrol companies, the fuel energy companies, because you got to drive out. You got to go do things. Go drive around, folks. Don't just stay at home. Go burn some fuel so that you may have to fill your tank again next week. December 4th, National Sock Day. And National Dice Day as well. Anyways, that's interesting. don't know if you guys ever looked into that, but a whole lot of shit every day.
Am I hearing like very quiet?
Yeah, like someone's hot micing.
Guys who I think you're watching videos and
It's got music. How about National Day?
National Day. What about Day?
Yeah.
Day to end
Nation-
all days.
Oh, they had something like that. Day of all days, something like that. I saw that when I was skimming through it.
There's I think it might be an Australian one, but there's one that's the like reverse of Valentine's Day, which is Steak and Blowjob Day.
Oh, nice. That's one I could get behind. National Cheat on Your Spouse Day. Wow. Sorry, honey. I just this is what the calendar says. I got to abide. We're in a fallen world. National Wear Your Pearl Day. Oh, December 15th. That's the day for the thieves to go out.
Here we go. I
National-
found it. 27th of May is Flat Earth Day.
Really?
Flat Earth. There's a Flat Earth Day. We've done it, boys.
You said it's May?
Yeah, 27 May, celebrating Augusta Piccard's balloon flight that ascended 16 kilometers into the air. He reported back that Earth looks like a flat disk with an upturned edge.
Picard? You mean the guy that went on the rocket somewhat recently, right?
A balloon.
A balloon. Oh, I'm sorry. I had you completely backwards. Beg your pardon.
That's interesting. That is a thing. You said May 27th?
Yep.
I don't see it on this list. May 28th is National Hamburger Day. And also National Brisket Day, too. Not to be outdone. I don't see that Flat Earth Day. Yeah, anyone interested, go look up National Day calendar. Go have fun.
Yeah, on the 27th of May, 1931, Augusta Piccard and Paul Kepler took off from Osnabrück, Germany in the hydrogen balloon. They reached a record altitude of 15,000 meters. During this flight, they became the first human beings to enter the stratosphere and were able to gather significant data.
I like what you posted there. You trust the theory, but not the experiment.
Yeah.
I like that. Classic Glober logic right there.
No.
Why would they lie to us? That's what they say. Why would they lie? Next time they say that, you'll be like, you can be like, hold on, let me get my banjo. Ding, 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 ding. Like fucking a long ass list why they would lie to you. Interesting, because I was watching, I forgot who I was watching or what I was watching, but this guy made a good point. He was like, do you understand that like millions of people would have to be in on the lie? And then he pointed out like, okay, well, when they were working on a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, Manhattan Project. That was a good point.
And it's like, do you know how many people did not know about that? But it's for so many years, it was just a secret and nobody knew about it.
Well,
and it's like,
what was it that nobody knew about it? Like part of the whole like joke they keep referring to in Oppenheimer is like it's meant to be top secret, but everybody knows who's in it because they're like, their families are there. They know what's going on. They're like, because it was big talk before it got made, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was unclear whether they had succeeded or what they were doing, whether they were going with fusion or fission, whether they were doing hydrogen, these kind of things. But
it's good. It's a good example though of like how many people actually didn't know. Like people that even lived in and around the area didn't know. They were clueless. Just like, like growing up, I lived a block away. Well, just right over the riverbed was Northrop. Now it's Northrop Grumman. But us growing up there, we had no idea what was being built in that facility. It was just a big building, a humongous building. And like if you think about it, like nobody around there knew what the fuck was going on there. And then as we got older, one of my cousins even worked inside there as a cleaner. She was like the janitor for Northrop Grumman, because by then Northrop had merged with Grumman, and that like she worked there and didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So like, I mean, it just goes to show like if they want to keep something classified, and that SR-71 was fucking for 20 years, it was fucking secret, maybe even longer. But it was being built right in our backyard, like, and that shit was there even before I was even born. They were already working on it. But that shit like that though, just like, dude, what do you mean? How? Oh, everyone has to be on it. What the fuck?
It's like the whole Japanese internment. Like all of California was in on it. This is Order 66.
Right. Hey, Jazua is, or however, Josiah, however you say it. He wants to get unmuted. So he says sorry for the hot mic.
Oh, okay, got them.
You're welcome.
Yeah, definitely mentioned it because a lot of times I'm tabbed out. I even kind of gave up on text chat sometimes.
It only caught my eye because when someone comments and your screen moves up in the corner of my eye, I saw something on my phone move. So then I looked and then I read it. I read that he was posting. Oh. Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't see how Globers will use that argument, right? Like, oh, everyone has to lie about it, or everyone has to be on it, or governments all across, they all have to be in on this like plan. And then you're like, well, you do know like United Nations, right? Like everyone's in on it, right? Like everyone's, they all meet up every year. They're all in agreement. Like
it's a bit different though, right? Like you can keep I think you can keep a big secret for a short amount of time.
Well,
but like the UN, I don't think is like they're all in on it. But like that's just like saying, well, Coca-Cola are all in on making sugary drinks. provided you're all you're all clear about what you're doing, then it's easy. What's
Right.
difficult is keeping something covered up.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is what's interesting, and I find interesting. They don't cover it up. It's out there. We're talking about it because they're not covering it up. But what they do is it's almost like they literally have it in movies and TVs and like there's in scripts and in books. Like they tell people what the fuck they're doing and what's going on. They tell people the truth, but they will then like say, "Oh, if you believe that, you're crazy." Though that's dumb. That's some psyop. That's crazy. They throw in that disinformation or misinformation, even though they already told you the truth. They already said that way. They don't have to hide it. They'll just say, "Oh, those people that are over there, they believe this. They're crazy. Over there, they're crazy. Don't worry, guys. We are gonna land on Jupiter next year. Don't worry." Like they're fucking. They double, triple, and quadruple down by fucking even going further in lies. Meanwhile, they've already told you the truth. We already know the truth. It's already out there. I don't think they're hiding anything at this point. They've told us for decades, all throughout all forms of entertainment, media entertainment, whether over radio or television, and now the internet. But it's out there. I just think people generally don't care. They have bills to pay. They don't give a fuck what the shape of the earth is because how does that help them pay their electricity bill? And then that's the way they look at it. And they know people don't care. Dude, think about the sick shit they're doing every fucking year. Bombing, human trafficking. It comes out that fucking Planned Parenthood is selling baby pieces in the black market. No one fucking cares. People talk about it like, oh, that's disgusting. But hey, what's for dinner tonight? We want McDonald's? Yeah, let's go McDonald's. Like it's like no one fucking cares anymore.
Well, I don't think many people believe that is the issue.
Well, that's the thing. It literally came out, and it's proof. The person had to resign from Planned Parenthood, and people even got in trouble, like literally in trouble because it like violated some fucking law where you're not supposed to be doing that. But the problem is that then what happens is you have the damage control, I guess, if you will, that media fucking engine starts running, and then all of a sudden they send out disinformation, and then and then they'll say, "Oh, that story that's false that's misinformation. That is inaccurate. That is not what happened." Even though you could look into it yourself and find out that's exactly what fucking happened. They're like heads rolled for that. Pun intended. Like people got in trouble for that, but the media is so in control of like persuading the minds, and because they like Planned Parenthood. It's a big money business for the elite. They don't want that shut down. They don't want the all the Americans to be like, hey, what the fuck? What are you doing? Nah, shut that shit down with our money. No. They're fucking geniuses, dude. They're 20 moves ahead in the chess game. A whistleblower comes up, tells us, tells the world, hey, this is going on. And then in 1 week, it's fucking swept under the rug. Everyone forgets about it. No one cares. It's crazy, dude.
I don't know. I watched that video and there looked like some fairly dodgy ass edits in there for me to.
Well, I don't necessarily want to like give any credit to a YouTube video or some. I would rather look at the shit that actually hits like on a in a local government, to where there's an actual sentencing, there's an actual public document of people that did get in trouble. There's actual factual, evidence like this CEO or whatever the fuck you call them, the director step down, like, and in lieu of, like, there is factual evidence that was truth. But hey, that YouTube video that you saw, that was all dodgy and shady or whatever, all half-assed, that might have been part of the let's make the people think that this is a shitty job because it's fake. That might be part of the fucking game, and it worked because you didn't know the truth. Because
it's like, just look at the house.gov, right? They're sort of saying that the claims, right? Undercover video showing Planned Parenthood tracking fetal tissue for profit. The facts. Planned Parenthood never profited off this program. Like, holy shit, that's what you have to.
Exactly.
You got to take the win. Though they didn't profit, mind you, right?
Right.
No profit was made.
Right.
That's not the point, you fucking asshole.
Exactly, Crit. It's like, okay, so they're gonna be like, no, that is false. Not that they didn't take babies and put them on the black market. It's false that they profited from it. It's like, what? That was not the fucking contention here. That is not the problem here. We don't give a fuck if they're profiting or not. We're saying,
Well, I'm
they're
finding stuff here that just says that they never did it. They never did it, have never done it, haven't profited from it, and took the CMP company, the people who made the video, to court, and they won with a punitive damages totaling $2 million.
Right. Yeah. So we live in a world where the truth comes out. Obviously, this is something that.
How do you know it's the truth?
Well, because there's people that literally came out and said that this is what it is. Now, I personally.
Hang on. How do you know that that's the truth?
Well, because I get it. I didn't work there. I'm not one of the employees that came out and said, "Hey, there's bags and bags of like the parts from the abortions and like from fetuses that were put in vans that they drove off." Like, yeah, you're right. I'm not that person, but somebody did. And you're right. How do I know if they're lying or not? You're right. I admit you're right. I can't know 100% it's certain, but I do know that this is a sick fucking world, and I don't put shit like that past. I never thought about that until someone brought it up. I never thought that Planned Parenthood was fucking making, selling this money or whatever. I'm sorry, selling these parts. It makes sense. Think about
Why
it.
does it make sense?
Because they actually can use the cells. I
But would you
personally
do that? That's
I
horrific.
I personally would there's a who was I talking to, and they were saying that the stem cells in, like, let's say, like in the umbilical cord, like in the placenta, like that is like the one of the best things to do for injuries or for even like rejuvenating like something that's wrong in you. And I was talking to a doctor. This is I'm literally talking to a doctor. Matter of fact, now that I think about the conversation, I know exactly who it was, and I know exactly in the office I was talking to him, and he was saying the stem cells, because we're talking about my knees. I'm like, well, what can I do, like, to like like to like to repair them besides just get a knee replacement? And he was like, well, something. And he went into stem cells. He's like, that is the best thing. He's like, of course, you're older in age, so it's not going to work the same as if you were younger. But those are the best rejuvenating things. You could literally regrow, the body parts using stem cells.
See,
and this is my doctor telling me that.
Hey, check this out,
Right,
Apoc.
but an argument that there would be benefit in doing something doesn't mean that they did it, because there's also a good reason not to do that, and that's
Well,
that people who are going for abortions
well,
don't
we live in a world where this is they do things that not everybody, let's say, cares for them to do, but they'll still do it because it's for their purpose. Like, it would make sense that they would take up all these fetuses, right, and from the abortions, and then use those for the stem cells secretly. Dude, we just found out. I don't want to go down that road because of TOS violations, but we just found out that they got caught, that they were doing gain of function and manipulating that, and then thus creating what we all knew a couple years ago that came around without violating TOS. But we guess what? They do shit, eggshells, that we don't agree with, but they do it. for their purposes. I'm just saying it. I won't put it past them.
My takeaway on this is three things. Number one is even with the video, people are just going to deny it. You got undercover videos showing exactly what they were doing, and people are like, "Nope, didn't happen."
Right.
And
Well,
number
have you
two,
been-
it's like this also shows government why would they lie? Because if somebody thinks it didn't happen, even with the video, you got all these senators, all these like district attorneys, all these people were on record saying that this stuff was happening, and they brought charges against people. So now you've got this duality.
They bring
So is
charges
government
against.
lying or government not lying? Because if government doesn't lie, explain all these Republican politicians who have made public statements.
Right.
You'll explain
Who'd they
the
bring charges
executive.
against?
What's that?
Who'd they bring charges against?
Um,
Against all the people that came out against them.
Let me find that again.
It's a website. I'll look for it. Literally caught the chick that works at.
No, because I've seen this video. That's what I'm saying. I've seen the video, and it like just has really hard cuts that, in fact, absent the text on the screen, you just have no idea what she would be talking about.
You're talking about the senior executive.
It's from memory, unless there's a second video. It's in like in a restaurant somewhere, and the person's
Right.
talking to her, and
She's
they
blonde,
talk about
right?
abortion. I forget her hair color, and then there's all these like quite hard cuts, and it needs to be subtitled, and it goes from like talking about abortions and how abortions are provided to then suddenly like weirdly now talking about stem cells, and basically saying exactly what you're saying and what it would have been, but it looks exactly like what she claimed. When I saw it at the time, I was like, oh my God, that looks like they've just had a conversation about her work at Planned Parenthood, and the conversation has then ended up talking about stem cells, and they've harshly edited it together, and there's no indication that they sell them or anything like that. And then they came out and said that's not what happened, and they took them to court for it, and they won. So all of this is public record.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is where you gotta be careful what sources you read, because the one I was reading here, the right wing website talked about criminal, people being indicted on criminal charges. But then when you look it up, it was actually the people who recorded the video who got charged with 15 felonies,
For
having
slander.
to deal with secret recording, fake IDs, modifying, So
Right.
yeah, every source you read, you always gotta make sure what are they, not only what are they telling you, but what are they not telling you.
Right. Okay. So, for instance, for instance, so they record this person undercover, right? And then they get all this information from, kind of like what Project Veritas used to do, right? So then they
Project Veritas. This is another front for Project Veritas. That's why I was so sketchy about it from the outset, because the moment I started seeing these hidden cameras, I was like, oh my God, it's going to be Project Veritas again. And surely enough, it was.
Right. So like you have these people recording these people. They have here's the thing. You're recording people. They are the directors. They are the bosses. They are the people. They're these people that they are just talking openly, candidly, and then they take them to court. Like, hey, I didn't let you film me. I didn't blah blah blah. You misled me. So those people get in trouble for things that are like, it's kind of like they took one for the team, because other than that, they're not getting them, like, because you misrepresented me in the sense of like I spoke lies. They take the angles to get them in trouble, to silence them, and not only to like silence them, but to like let everybody know, like, hey, if you think you're gonna record people undercoverly and expose this, the system, like, think again, because we are going to go after you. You are going to get in trouble. But it's a way to silence the masses. It's like to scare people. So that way, the next time someone's like, oh yeah, I could fucking just record you and fucking find out all the secrets, all the disgusting, shadowy shit you do. And the fact, though, is that it is recorded. There are people on video that work there, that were certain places, certain positions,
That's
and
what
they're
I'm saying.
just
This is a really dodgy video that looks it just watch it with the mindset of like, do I think somebody could have been tricked into saying these phrases and put together deceptively? And ask yourself that. Just that's the only question you need to ask.
Well,
and then
yeah.
if I'm skeptical of videos generally, when there is tens of thousands of hours of people up in the ISS, but you're skeptical of those quite rightly, what makes you believe these ones?
Yeah, obviously, at some point, like I've said, the Earth is a globe many times. All the context, right? And then someone could clip that, say, "Look at even Crit admit Earth is a globe. Watch, here's a voice.
Exactly.
Here's a clip of him saying the Earth is a globe."
In fact, Nathan Oakley did this to me exactly, where I was on his show, and he said, "What makes you think you live on a globe?" And I said like sextants, and then he like screamed at me for a good 10 minutes, something like that, to the point that I was chuckling. And at one point, I don't even think he said it. I think somebody else said something, and I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense." Not agreeing that the Earth's flat, just going, "Yeah, that makes sense," from something they'd said. And he got the first bit, cut out all of the screaming, introduced another bit where it's like totally somebody who wasn't there explaining what they think celestial navigation means and why it only works on a flat Earth, and then cuts back to me going, "Yeah, that makes sense," and being like, yet another person flat smacked and shown the flat Earth. And then some, like, I didn't even hear about it, and then 2 days later somebody's like, "Oh my god, I heard how badly Nathan Oakley owned you," and I was like, found the clip and was like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous." So then just gave him the full live stream and went find it in there. Sure enough, he did and came back and was like, "Yeah, that's some really dodgy stuff." Like, all it takes is for that to happen. And then, like, do you think Apocryphon that the courts are corrupt as well? That like the
absolutely.
because court
Yeah.
proceedings are open, right? They are. It's
No,
all,
well,
you can walk in there.
Not the grand jury.
No, yeah, you can't.
Is that all they had though? Was it just a grand jury?
Yeah.
It's a trial court.
Yeah, they
Okay,
never
but-
went to trial.
Yeah, look at
It says
eggshells.
here, trial court made clear that those behind the video campaign engaged in illegal wrongdoing while no evidence was found of any wrongdoing by Planned Parenthood.
Okay, but eggshells. Think about it. Let me put it this way, okay? It's gonna be like such a retarded analogy, but just go along with me, okay?
Okay.
You are a man of your house. You're the king of your castle, okay? Right?
Mhm.
And
I like it already.
and and you have this kink that you don't want your neighbors to know about, okay? And everything that goes on in your basement is this crazy BDSM type environment, okay? But nobody knows. Nobody knows you do that, okay? Now,
So
you
far, still
own.
sounding pretty good.
It lines up, checks out. That's what's going on.
Yeah, it checks out from here. Yep, carry on.
So let's
As long
say
as I'm a top.
let's say you own the cops, you own the judges, you own the media, okay? So let's say somebody comes to one of your events and then goes out and exposes you, okay? And says, "Hey, this is what's going on. He's doing this."
Right.
Now, this is your castle and you do not want this to stop. So, what you do is you use you have this at the palm of your hands. You use the system, the judicial system, to get that person, right? Then you use the media to discredit that person. Then you use the judge to then make a judgment that's going to
How do I
make
do
that
that bit though? That's the bit that I think is
it's gonna make that person to be a liar. And then guess what? Now your secret's safe. Matter of fact, your wife who's involved with it, she goes on media and she says, "This is 100% not true. That's a complete lie. That person's crazy. They need to be checked." And then she goes back into the house. Then you guys go to the basement and have a crazy orgy. But here's what I'm saying. Welcome to America. where they can take any one of us and they can criminalize, demonize, they could just completely ruin you as a lie for whatever reason if they wanted to. They'll discredit you
That's
for
what I'm
whatever
saying.
reason if they wanted to.
But the point I'm making is you're just claiming it, and to me,
No, but they
I
do that though.
absolutely, but I absolutely can conceive of somebody, and I think there's good evidence for that. People, with the local cops in their pocket. There's that Scientology thing showing that, but I get that I'm not going to convince you of this. I just feel like your standard on this for what needs
Why
to
would
be
Scientology
demonstrated.
want cops in their pockets? I don't get that.
Oh, because they didn't
That's a
want.
whole nother.
Yeah, it was a huge. They had one of their huge centers where the celebrities went, and they know that they get lots of people snooping around and trying to make videos and stuff. So they would hire the local police to be security, quote unquote private security, but they were wearing their uniforms while they were doing it, and they were making arrests. They were making unlawful arrests and shit like this. And that guy from the BBC has this big tantrum and screams at them about it.
But the point I'm making though is, okay, now think about it. The Planned Parenthood is a government entity. Okay, it's government funded or kickbacks. It's an organization, obviously, but if it's being used for its purposes and even darker purposes that we don't have preview to be a part of, but if it's something for the government, you know how easy the government can just easily have all local governments just bow down to whatever they say, make sure this happens. They go and play golf one day and they're talking to the the defense attorney, they're or to the
Right.
attorney
But
general.
you don't need me to tell you this is just a story. You know that I could just as easily tell you another story, which is that Project Veritas, who got caught lying in the past, wanted to make another video because they get paid to make videos, thought that people were up to some dodgy shit and couldn't find any evidence of it, maybe even thought this woman was selling fetal tissue from some conspiracy that somebody had once passed on to them. They were like, oh yeah, sounds good. Turned up for this interview, put all this effort into it, tried to push them to admit that this was the case, and then couldn't because it's not the case. And instead of admitting that, they deceptively edited the video so that at one bit she's talking about abortions, and then later in the conversation she's talking about the value of pluripotent stem cells, and then tells you that therefore she's selling them. She never says that in the video, never says anything like it in the video. And that
matter of
got fed
fact,
to a bunch of people and they just believed it, which to me,
Well-
which to you requires fewer leaps of logic.
Here, hold on. Let me read
That
to you
people
what.
make a deceptive video, or that this enormous organization is selling stem cells. No whistleblowers are coming out about it. The only evidence we have of this claim is one video from proven liars that when they go to court aren't able to defend their claim properly in court, and as a result it gets thrown, they have a judgment against them for $2 million.
Okay, so for instance, let me tell you. So this happened back in 2015. Okay,
Mhm.
they were posing as fetal tissue procurement company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, this is what they claim.
Right.
Where are we getting this from?
So this is from the video that was put out from the whistleblowers. So
Whoa. Okay, then I'm just these people have demonstrated themselves to be dodgy.
Okay.
So why do we believe what they say? They got caught about this. They got caught with this with Acorn in the past, where they were turning up dressed as a pimp and saying, I want to get a house. I want federal funding to get a house so that I can, slap my hose around and do all of this.
Yeah.
And
Look at
the people from Acorn get this person in a room and just keep them in the room while they're on the phone to the cops They know that they've been caught. They know that the people said no to getting a house. At no point did they even suggest the person got a house, nor did they get signed off for getting a house.
Right.
And
Okay.
the police
Look
end
at
up getting called, and then they still release the video like it looks like it's true. And as a
Okay.
result, this useful federal funding program that was giving houses to people who needed them, the whole thing collapses before it comes out that the whole thing was bullshit.
Okay,
It's
so
scum.
so hold on though. There's always a second side to a story, right? Because there's also a pushed meat. Like for instance, where did you hear that side of the story? Who told you that side? Because remember,
That's what, again, they got busted in court for it last
no,
time.
no, I'm just saying. Remember, the system owns everything, and they can push. They can push
Do you
whatever
get that?
narrative they
Therefore,
want to
your
push.
argument is the strength of my case comes from the lack of evidence for it.
No. Okay, eggshells. Look at. Remember, you own the house, and you have your sex dungeon downstairs, and you own
Right.
the people that's going to control that doesn't get out, and
I
you
get
can
you with
control
the
the
police.
narrative.
I get you with the
Okay.
media, but
Okay.
the point I keep making is in court you can say whatever you want. You've
Not
got a
true.
right to defend yourself in court.
No, but that's not true. That's not true because the judge will he or
Follow the
she
law.
will allow. No, even when you're like, dude, I've seen with myself where let's say you have evidence for a case, but the judge says no, I won't allow that because and then your lawyer
Yeah, there's
isn't.
rules of admissibility of evidence. That's
r-
not
r-
that's all of that goes in public record.
Well, but no, not if it's admitted. We're talking about before you go to trial. That we're talking about what's it called? The pre. I forgot what it's called. Where you have before court, where you're gonna the no, it's
Pre-trial
before.
hearing?
It's even before that. It's before that. It's called I forgot what it's called, but it's a part where both sides get together and they decide what's going to be used as evidence to be shown and what's going to go on record, and then so they're deciding there, and that judge can make the decision yes or no, no or yes. That's why a lot of people that they would have won that case, but because the judge didn't allow that information to go into trial, that's why you have people go file, for they want to run it again. They take it, they escalate it
And how do you run it again?
because
How
that
do you
judge
appeal in judgment?
that again you appeal it. You just said it. You have to appeal it.
But the way you appeal it is like what that pretrial hearing does. Yes, it has rules of evidence. It says which and won't be admissible. Right? I'm not able to show that this guy committed a robbery just because he committed a robbery in the past, and that might be debated. But that will be in the pretrial transcript. And
No,
then you
no,
can
no,
go back.
no.
So let me come on, man.
But that's not public information, though. That's not public
Yes, it
information,
is.
though.
Yes, it is.
No, not
It
the
is.
no,
It
not
is.
the
Very rarely.
no eggshells. Not the evidence. Not the evidence. Not see. That's what I'm saying.
Let
It's
me tell you
before
where you're
it's
wrong. Let me
before
finish. But let me
pretrial.
tell you so you know what you're arguing.
Nobody's there. Nobody's there. It's just the
Yes,
two.
they are. Yes, they are. It's all still.
No.
Let me finish then, man.
Go ahead.
Let me say what I think.
I'm gonna let me look it up and I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Sure. Who that information is hidden from is the jury. The jury are not allowed to know that information, but that information, which bits of evidence, sometimes it'll happen in sealed, like they'll go into judges' chambers to talk about stuff that's like sensitive, like with sensitive case. I won't get into what makes a case sensitive, but you still need to be able to argue, hey, that judge was unfair about what evidence was inadmissible. And as a result, the appellate court, the appeals court, have to then look at it and go, did that judge make the right decision? As a result of that being a necessary part of the system, you can see what judgments they made. And they will say, due to blah, blah, blah versus blah, 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 I'm going to rule this inadmissible or admissible for the following reasons. And bang, they're done. That's it. That's the way the legal system works. You don't just there are sealed closed courts, but they're usually to do with stuff like national security and stuff like that.
Okay, so there are.
Are you
I forget
claiming
what
this
it's
is a
called.
sealed court?
There are cases where that the evidence, quote unquote, that, like, let's say that the judge isn't allowing you, like you're not allowed to do that, that's not going on record, and that's the whole point of a lawyer. They want to get it
Where
on
is that? Show
record.
me
They
evidence of
want.
that. Show me evidence of the claim.
I'm
Or
trying to
maybe
look
I'm
it up.
wrong about the American
I
system.
can't. I can't find it. I'm looking for it. I forgot what it's called. It has a special. It's like a Latin word. I forgot what it's fucking called. But the thing is that you. So what happens is it's the pre something. I forgot what it's called. But in there,
There's
in
a
that,
pre-trial hearing, which I think is does a lot of what you're talking about. Because if there's a
no,
jury
it's
trial, you have
it's
to
no,
decide in
it's
the
before
pre-trial
that.
hearing
It's even before
what
that. It's
they can
before.
and can't argue.
Yeah, it's before the jury selection. It's before the this, before that. It's like even before arraignment. I forgot what it is. It's right
I
after
don't think
arraignment.
it's
I forgot what it is.
arraignment.
I
I'm not
forgot what it
sure,
is.
but I thought arraignment is talking about
That's just, I think, getting the
who's
calendar
got to
date. I think
come.
that's just the calendar date. I think that's just like the date for that particular thing. So what happens though is like, so like let's say if the judge, like you say, okay, you have to have discovery, right? So then once they have all that, but even on that, the judge is going to decide what he's going to allow. So like,
Right, but
like,
I'm with you on that. The judge is
like
going to
you,
decide what they're going to allow. I'm with you on that. The suggestion that decision will be kept private and nobody will be able to know it. That's the thing I'm challenging and saying no, that is not the case.
right. So okay. So let's say you have that. Let's say you have whatever a record of some sorts that like that would prove you're innocent. Okay, to whatever whatever you're fighting, but for whatever reason, the judge says no, you can't use that. So that particular record or that thing won't be on record because when it goes into trial, like that won't be there to
Will
go on record for the
it
trial.
will be that it was excluded at pre-trial will be. There'll be some stuff will be struck from the record, right? But what you're
Yeah,
saying is
that's
do you
it.
mind, I
No,
mean,
no,
you show
that's
evidence of what you're saying or not?
that's
Because
well, I
that's
couldn't find it. I'm literally trying to find it. But
I
the
think you're not
reason
going to be
why
able to find it.
the reason why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying that is because that happened to my brother when he got shot by an off-duty officer. That there was stuff that so like the first thing he did was like like they had him in jail and stuff and everything while he was fighting his case because they had
Sorry to
him
hear
for
that, man. That sucks.
for attempted murder on a police officer. But during the trial, all the evidence came out, the testimonies, the witnesses, everything came out. They said he was charging the police officer. The doctor went on the stand in the court, and the doctor said, "Oh, he was actually running the bullet. The entrance was from the back of the leg, and the exit was from the front. So there's no way he could have been charging at him." So all the truth came out, right? During the trial, it all came out. Now,
So it did come out in trial.
no, yeah, but hold on, though. This is where I'm at. So that was just my brother fighting for not going to prison for life for attempted murder on a cop. Now, what happens is now he wins that. Okay, so he wins so now he wanted to sue them for like because they had him in jail. So that's the false imprisonment. That's like there all these things. Now my brother was going to sue them for like $5 million. He wanted to sue the county. He wanted to sue the city. Like he was going to sue them, right? So then what happened is when it got to the next level, this is why I can't stand the system, by the way. So now it's a civil trial, right? Now it's not, he won that, right? It's a civil trial. They go to court. Took a while. They finally go to court. Okay. His lawyer, for whatever reason,
Did I get booted? I'm not sure what happened. I felt like I just got booted, and you said you were in the middle of saying for whatever reason.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I think Discord crapped out a bit. You were saying for whatever reason.
Yeah, for whatever reason, his lawyer changed his. He wasn't like objecting. He wasn't asking. Like his whole way of fighting the case changed, and I personally think that he was paid off by the county or by the system, whatever, because now the original witnesses changed their stories. The evidence that was in the original trial that helped him win his case wasn't allowed to be entered into into the trial, right? And then that. So it was rigged, bro. Long story short, my brother got fucked over because it's a rigged system. And
I'm not suggesting all court cases are going. And I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your brother. That sucks. I'm not suggesting all court cases reach equitable outcomes, right? I'm not saying it's like it's a perfect system and everything ends up fine, but and sure, I think there are dodgy lawyers. Australia has some famous cases of some dodgy lawyers. The question, the thing that I'm challenging is that evidence would be there in the original one, right? The evidence still is there. Whether it can be
Right,
considered at a
right.
certain trial because it gets excluded for some rule of evidence because the state's lawyer gets really clever, or because your brother's lawyer was inept or paid off, that's possible.
Right.
But for us to then accept that in this Planned Parenthood cases, we need to accept that the CM, whatever, the Project Veritas people, for some reason, turned
Was
up
this
with
video?
inept. The video we're talking about, where
Was
Planned
this
Parenthood
was this video?
supposedly.
I don't know if it was Project Veritas though. That's what I'm trying to. Here, I'll
That's
do.
my understanding. Is the CM, whatever they're people who made this are the same people who made the original Acorn video.
Because this is. Hold on, I'm reading it. I don't see anywhere where it's talking about Project Veritas though. I'm not sure if this is a Project Veritas thing. Here, I'll post a link specifically. I'm going through all of it. Okay, here we go. I'll give you the specific link.
Is it not Project Veritas? I thought it was. Let me try and Google.
This particular one isn't.